Chapter 1. The Savior and the Magical Girl. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been distributed. As the sun rose, the demon king Kibutsuji Musen was reduced to ashes under its light. Shen Yan, barely clinging to life, leaned against a stone, the voice of the system resonating in his ears. System, return to the main world. Initiating return. Shen Yan, male, 18 years old, is a traveler. An unforeseen incident led him to traverse dimensions, surrounded by familiar characters from his past. His neighbor is the Kinomoto Sakura family, and he often heard whispers of missing persons, such as Iwakura Shoma, Raigwen Seiya, and Sato Kazuma. Not long ago, he bound himself to a salvation system and learned of the future of this world. Dimensional invasion. In the future, creatures from another dimension will breach the barriers of this world, overwhelming it, and even the pinnacle of its combatants will prove powerless against the final enemy. Humanity will face utter defeat, leaving the world in ruins. Ultimately, human civilization will be annihilated, with humanity enslaved by monsters, reduced to mere memories, akin to livestock in a pasture. His duty is to save this world. Host, Shen Yan. Age, 18. Occupation, Savior. Points, 3,050. Abilities, Sage Body, Water Breathing, Sun Breathing, World Perception, Stripes, Scarlet Blade. As he returned to the main world, all his injuries healed completely. The system allows him to traverse worlds and complete various tasks. As long as the damage is not fatal, he can rely on returning to the main world, where all wounds will heal and negative statuses will cease to exist. Moreover, the abilities accumulated in other worlds will not dissipate. Activating Stripes would not allow him to live past 25, however. Due to his return to the main world, this negative status vanished. Damn it, taking down Kibutsuji Musen alone is indeed a daunting task. In the world of Demon Slayer, he had to rely on the monstrous physique granted by the Sage Body to drag Kibutsuji Musen until dawn, nearly succumbing in the process. Though endowed with an overwhelming chakra possessing the Sage Body, he lacked ninjutsu, rendering it futile. He opened the 3 rewards granted by the system. Blood Demon Art, Destruction Kill. The ability of Upper Moon 3, Akaza, a precise, swift, and powerful martial art. Blood Demon Art, Ice. Upper Moon 2, Domes Blood Demon Art. He recalled that formidable foe who could freeze his own blood into mist-like ice crystals if inadvertently inhaled. These crystals would freeze the alveoli, potentially leading to death. Thanks to the system's modifications, it could now be activated using chakra. Moon Breathing. The breathing technique of Upper Moon 1, Kakushibu, derived from sun breathing, boasts a larger attack range, with every slash accompanied by irregularly shaped, miniature crescent blades that constantly shift in size and length, both eerie and formidable. The rewards consist of the abilities of 3 Upper Moon, demons impressive indeed, all possessing remarkable powers. After taking a shower, he lay in bed and quickly fell asleep. However, he was soon disturbed by a cacophony outside, preventing him from resting. What the hell is that noise? Pushing open the window, he spotted a gigantic white bird soaring past the rooftop, its wingspan exceeding 20 meters, each flap generating a fierce gust. Crap, has the dimensional invasion begun? Dressed in pajamas and slippers, Shen Yan seized a Rinnegan blade and leaped out of his room, landing outside, where he collided with a little girl clad in pink pajamas. Ouch, ouch, ouch! The girl plopped down on the ground, and upon seeing her, Shen Yan exclaimed in surprise, "Sakura? Out roller skating in the middle of the night? What's that thing beside you?" Floating beside Sakura was a cute yellow doll, accompanied by a pair of white wings. "That's not just a thing, I am Cerberus," the doll declared. "Shinyanga?" Upon seeing her neighbor's attire, Kinomoto Sakura hurriedly stood up. "What's going on?" "That bird is making it impossible for me to sleep," Shen Yan sighed, realizing that living next to the Kinomoto family would lead to this day. It appeared that Sakura had accidentally released the Clow cards today. As a child, she had been both deaf and blind, fixated on those cards. In hindsight, early romances but boy-boy, girl-girl, or boy-girl were quite explosive within the entire Magical Girl series. "Sakura, stop talking and hurry. Otherwise, the Clow cards will fly away." Cerberus urged as they watched the bird fly off. Got it. Sakura was about to chase after it when Shen Yan scooped her up under his arm. You're too slow. With a swift motion, he grabbed the doll and leaped over the wall, bounding onto the rooftop. Wow, so fast. Sakura exclaimed, Shen Yan, you're amazing. The doll remarked, Hey kid, you're not an ordinary person, are you? You have no magical power and aren't a magician, you're a martial artist? Something like that. Cerberus. Is that a flying card? Indeed. Do you know about the Cloud cards? A little. The Cloud cards are magical cards created by the sorcerer Cloud Reed, each possessing unique powers. After his demise, the sealed beast Cerberus, crafted by Cloud Reed, was tasked with guarding them within a magical book. Earlier that afternoon, Sakura had unwittingly awakened all the Cloud cards while using the Wind card, causing them to escape from the magical book and scatter nearby, unpredictable in their appearances. And that bird was one of the flying cards. They'll take it down, Sakura. You handle the ceiling, Shen Yan instructed, placing Sakura and the doll beneath a tree. He picked up a stone and accurately struck the bird's wing. Caw! The bird screeched and lunged toward Shen Yan. Moon breathing, 8th form, Moon Dragon's tail, the black Nicaran blade unsheathed with a metallic clang, moving with Shen Yan's breath. A purple slash shot forth, accompanied by a multitude of tiny crescents, moving with astonishing speed. Caught off guard by the sudden strike, the flying card had no chance to react, suffering a devastating blow, leaving a massive gash in its form as it crashed to the ground, white light emanating from the wound, struggling to rise but failing. Sakura, now's your chance, quickly seal it. Cerberus shouted. Sakura, realizing what to do, summoned her magic wand. Key containing the power of darkness, reveal your true form before me. A magic circle appeared beneath Sakura's feet. As she recited the incantation, the bird-headed key in her hand began to grow. By the power of our contract, I command you. Seal released. Gripping the hammer of her wand, she swung down with force. I command you. Return to your original form. An ethereal image of a card appeared at the bird's beak, and the enormous body of the flying card was gradually absorbed, eventually transforming into a card. Just as Sakura prepared to pick it up, the flying card floated up on its own, landing in Shen Yan's hand. Chapter 2. Transformation of Magic Power. Huh. It ended up in my hands? Shen Yan gazed at the card depicting a flying bird, scratching his head. Cerberus explained helplessly, It's because the Cloud cards returned to the person who sealed them. Isn't it my seal? Sakura inquired curiously. There's no helping it, he's the one who sealed the flying card in motion. Sakura, you have a magic wand, which allows you to seal it. Then let's give the wand to Shen Yan. Sakura had a sudden inspiration. She didn't want to become a magical girl, so why not give it to the formidable Shen Yan? Do you really think it's appropriate for a guy to wield a pink wand meant for a girl? Shen Yan replied, feeling helpless. This wand was specially designed by Cloud Reed for Sakura that man could see the future and had long known of Sakura's existence. Before his death, he split his soul into 2 parts. One became her father, Kinomoto Fujitaka, while the other, named Hirajizawa Ariel, inherited his memories and a significant portion of his magical power. The wand crafted by her father for his daughter was not something he could wield. If it's not suitable, you can always paint it a different color, Sakura said bashfully. Cerberus protested, Sakura, you can't do that. You are the one who let the Cloud cards loose, you must take responsibility. I'm just a 4th grade elementary school student. Sakura cried, and Shen Yan handed the flying card back to her. This is for you. I have no magic and can't use it. Chakra and magical power are not interchangeable, so the flying card would merely serve as decoration in his hands. But take it, it's useless to me, and I don't want to get involved in the final judgment. Kid, you seem to know quite a bit, Cerberus remarked, surprised that he was aware of the final judgment. Do you have a connection to the Lee family? No, I don't have any relatives with the surname Lee. Sakura wrote her name on the flying card, transferring it to her. It's late at night, we should head back to sleep. I'm exhausted, Shen Yan yawned, preparing to escort the little girl home. Cerberus added, Sakura, why not try the flying card? Oh right. Sakura tapped the flying card with her wand, and 2 pairs of wings sprouted from the wand's tip. Sakura hopped on and joyfully soared into the air. Shen Yan, come up. Ah, okay. Shen Yan grabbed onto the wand, dangling beneath it as they flew over the town under the moonlight. Fortunately, they were in the suburbs of Tokyo, and no one witnessed them otherwise. It might have become an urban legend. Upon returning home, Shen Yan lamented, "What a pity, if only my chakra could be converted into magical power." After contemplating, I inquired whether the system could accomplish the task at hand. Ding! The system possesses a built-in transformation function. Would you like to activate it? Activate. The transformation function allows the energy within Shen Yan's body to transmute freely chakra, magical power, spiritual pressure, and she can all be transformed as long as they adhere to the world's rules. Chakra can be converted into magical power without altering its generation method, and the extraction process remains identical, only the form of energy changes. Magical power proves to be somewhat more convenient than chakra, as the latter cannot be stored and must be accessed as needed, while magical power can indeed be retained. Next time I encounter a Clow card, I shall be able to seize it directly. The flying cards do not significantly affect him. His primary desire lies in acquiring attack cards such as Thunder, Fire, and Water. Reclining on his bed, he drifted into a peaceful slumber akin to that of an infant. The following midday, Shen Yan finally arose, stifling a yawn. Fortunately, he no longer needed to attend school, and he had no concerns regarding daily sustenance. 1 point could be exchanged for 1 million yen, which was more than sufficient for his needs. Upon entering the living room, he noticed a newspaper laid out on the coffee table. He picked it up and quickly scanned the latest headlines. Sleeping Kagoro shatters the White Beach murder case. The Shinigami elementary students are running rampant, causing frequent fatalities. It would be wise to refrain from purchasing property in Mihua town. The property prices in Mihua town were remarkably low due to the prevalence of haunted houses. Shen Yan had no intention of buying, as such properties are notoriously difficult to sell. The East Art Museum receives a bold announcement from Cat's Eye. Will the Tokyo Police Department withstand the allure of the green? The Cat's Eye trio has also made their move. International thief Lupin 3 has escaped once again. That monkey simply hasn't crossed paths with me. In the murder game SAO, the instigator turns out to be him. Wait, so Kirito is also in this world? Shen Yan sat up abruptly. He had not been paying much attention to this aspect, having spent several years in the world of Demon Slayer. He had missed a considerable amount of news, even though time flowed differently in the two realms. Kawahari Kayahiko must have uploaded his consciousness to the network. By now, even unplugging him would be of little consequence. After heading out for a meal, he returned to commence his training. The rewards from the system enabled him to engage in combat without the need for cultivation, yet he still needed to familiarize himself with it. The system's traversal was unpredictable. Shen Yan had to prepare for the next journey, hoping not to be transported to worlds like Dark Souls or Honkai, lest he perish immediately upon arrival. In the Warhammer universe, death is merely a luxury. One could only pray that the Golden Behemoth would discover him beforehand. With the sun hanging high, he continued his training until Sakura returned from school. Shen Yan, are you exercising? Sakura inquired curiously from outside the courtyard. Indeed, maintaining physical fitness is part of my daily routine. Reflecting on the previous night's events, Sakura felt she did not know enough about this friendly, neighborly older brother. Shen Yan, do you know what kind of person Clow is? Why do you ask? Because I wish to learn more about him. After all, he created the Clow cards and Shaoran. Let me think. Clow was often humorously referred to as Clow the Troublemaker, having caused Sakura no small amount of trouble, albeit for her growth, which was often frustrating. He's unclear in his speech, fears solitude, and possesses great strength. Oh, right, Sakura, you're now a Clow magician, so you must help tidy up the mess he left behind. Mess? Yes, it seems he once flirted with a fortune teller and then hastily departed. Oh no, I feel as though my future is shrouded in darkness. Sakura lamented, drawing a chuckle from Shen Yan. Shen Yan, please stop laughing. If only you would become a Clow magician. That's not possible. I can't wield your wand. However, if you encounter any insurmountable issues, you may seek my assistance, provided I have the time. Thank you, Shen Yan. Recalling Shen Yan's impressive strike from the previous night, Sakura found him exceedingly handsome, even more so than her most esteemed Yakido. After bidding farewell to Shen Yan, she returned home to prepare dinner demonstrating her maturity and competence in household chores, including her culinary skills. Chapter 3. The Wrathful Child. Ding. The next world is the Naruto universe. Please prepare yourself. Host. Naruto, I understand. Shen Yan nodded. Having peacefully passed a month, the time for another traversal was upon him. The journey commences. Konoha, year 50. The Third Shinobi World War has reached its latter stages, with the 4 great shinobi villages failing to gain any advantage against Konoha, and the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist have suffered significant losses at the hands of Konoha's jonin, Might Guy. To mitigate further losses, the Third Mizukage has ordered the Umbu to capture a Konoha ninja and seal the 3 tails within them. Once this Konoha ninja is released and returns to the village, the 3 tails will break free from its seal and wreak havoc in Konoha. The Umbu are executing their mission efficiently, including Shen Yan among their ranks. The system has assigned him the identity of a Mist Umbu, working alongside other Umbu members. Mission 1. Prevent the resurrection of Tsutsuki Kagaya. Reward. Would release, corpse bone rebirth, impure world reincarnation, world anchor point, 1500 points. Mission 2. Eliminate Tsutsuki Ishiki. Reward. Shinto deity of agriculture, Inazuka Kiba's life, and a seal. The initial task is rather straightforward. Success is akin to the template of Hashirama Senju, possessing the formidable techniques of Shiki F Jin and Edo Tensei. Once the world anchor is established, one can traverse between the 2 realms at will, without the necessity of completing the second task. After all, the emergence of the Akatsuki style will only occur during the era of Boruto, and locating that individual in the present moment proves futile. Raindrops cascade from above as Shen Yan crouches upon a tree. Below, a silver-haired ninja crackles with lightning in his right hand, piercing through the body of a member of the Mist's Umbu. He then charges towards his next target. The system has indeed orchestrated a most opportune moment for me. Damn it. As anticipated by Shen Yan, Noera Rin suddenly leaps forward, placing herself in front of Kakashi. Kakashi, having inadvertently taken the life of his friend, found Shen Yan too late to intervene. The timing is excruciating. Shen Yan is paralyzed by disbelief. Kakashi's eyes widen, tears welling up at the corners as he struggles against his overwhelming sorrow. Withdrawing his arm from Rin's chest, this is disastrous. The Tomo in Kakashi's eyes whirl frantically, ultimately merging into a singularity, unable to withstand the chakra surge from the evolved Sharingan, and he collapses with a thud. A furious roar reverberates through the dark forest, drawing Shen Yan's attention to a figure cloaked in black, adorned with a white whirlpool mask, revealing only a single eye, an eye identical to Kakashi's Mangeki Sharingan. To his right, numerous branches sprout violently. Who is that? No time to ponder. Eliminate him. A Mist Umbu hurls 3 shuriken, which seemingly strike true, yet they pass through the figure and embed into the trunk of a tree behind. What just happened? Did he evade? Obito bellows at the others, refusing to acknowledge such an occurrence. He charges forward, his heavy footsteps shattering the ground beneath him. Do not underestimate the village hidden in the blood mist. An Umbu draws his blade only to be struck in the abdomen by a punch from Obito, and in the next moment, countless branches erupt from the ground, tearing through the Umbu's body, rapidly growing and severing his life. With a snap, he rends the branches that connect to his arm, a twig emerging from his sleeve, gripped tightly as he thrusts it towards another adversary. Perish. 3 Mist Umbu descend from above, their blades plunging downwards, only to inadvertently pierce one another. What just happened? In the blink of an eye, 4 Mist Umbu are slain by Obito. Shen Yan leaps down, seizing a long knife from a corpse. Do not hesitate. That individual's technique will become intangible when attacked. It only solidifies during his offensive strikes. There exists but a fleeting opportunity. Do you understand? Everyone, coordinate with me. Obito will undoubtedly eliminate them all. He cannot conceal himself. This cadre of Mist Umbu, manipulated by Uchiha Obito, must not perish in vain. Obito, undeterred, charges towards Shen Yan, a wooden spike aimed at his heart. The long knife swings, colliding with Obito's head. Precisely as anticipated, passing through him. Simultaneously, the wooden spike pierces Shen Yan's form. Obito's intangibility extends to anything he touches. Retrieve the bodies. One of the Mist Umbu calls out. Upon hearing this, Obito relinquishes his focus on Shen Yan and turns towards Rin's lifeless form. As he traverses through the crowd, he reaches the corpse, releasing a heart-wrenching roar. Ah! Branches rapidly expand from his body, spiraling into numerous thorn-laden trees that rise upwards, ensnaring a group of mist umbu, swiftly strangling them. Shen Yan hastily slices through the encroaching branches. Retreat. Do not waste your lives here. He cuts through the branches surrounding a few individuals, urging them away. Yes, even under control, they possess basic reasoning. In the face of this situation, they are beyond the scope of the mission. Blood incessantly drips from the corpses, pooling upon the ground. Shen Yan seizes Kakashi, who remains untouched by the chaos, and tosses him aside to shield him from the battle. Hey, Uchiha Obito, I possess a means to resurrect Noera Rin. Would you care to listen? I have no interest. Obito has succumbed to despair regarding this world, disinterested in hearing anything. The world where Kakashi killed Rin holds no allure for him. He exists in a hellish torment. Releasing the corpse, Obito now exudes a chilling calmness, declaring, I shall kill you. There is no room for negotiation. Beneath his mask, flames emerge upon Shen Yan's visage, tracing from his left forehead down to his neck. In this era, it is the time of colored contacts. However, Shen Yan has already advanced to the age of tattoos. His vision becomes transparent, allowing him to clearly see Obito's muscle and bone structure. Along with the pulsing flesh, the transparent world, the tomo signifies the power to transcend one's limits, while the transparent world represents the pinnacle of perception. It enables one to see through the bodies of living beings, identifying their weaknesses, and due to the heightened perception, the enemy's movements appear to slow down. It is akin to a Byakugan with a 360-degree field of vision combined with the insight of the Sharingan. Obito launches a wooden spike, which Shen Yan narrowly evades. As the two draw closer, Shen Yan must ensure that every attack prevents Obito from making contact. Should contact occur, the wood clone technique may activate, and he would be finished with a swing of his knife. No extraneous thoughts, simply strike. The relentless onslaught of attacks resembles a tempest, delivering dozens of blows in an instant, far inferior to the likes of Kinemon, who can unleash over 1,000 strikes in a heartbeat. Even in the world of shinobi, such a person could face Uchiha Obito head-on. Chapter 4. Uchiha Obito. Obito's every assault is anticipated and countered by Shen Yan, who deliberately presents an opening. Believing he has found a weakness, Obito reaches out. Success. Boom. What greets him is a crushing kick that nearly dislodges his internal organs. Coughing violently, he rises after crashing into a tree. Remaining silent as Shen Yan continues, this intangibility ability is troublesome, but not insurmountable. Blood Demon Technique. Frozen Cloud. With a gentle sweep of his blade, the knife emanates a pristine mist, enveloping the surroundings. Obito, alert, surveys the area. Feeling the temperature drop to a terrifying degree. Is this the ice release of the mist? Obito, be cautious, his white Zetsu warns. Obito remains silent, pressing his assault, locked in a stalemate with Shen Yan. Gradually, his breathing quickens. Sharp pain radiates from his lungs, and he coughs up a copious amount of blood, his mask shattering to reveal his true face. What have you done to me? Wait. In the observation of the Sharingan, he detects a multitude of tiny ice crystals within the air, which infiltrate his lungs with each breath, and his body temperature cannot melt them. Portions of his lung tissue are freezing and decaying due to these crystals. The blood demon technique of Tamayo is exceedingly unreasonable, particularly against the swordsmen of the Demon Slayer Corps, who utilize breathing techniques to combat this foe. Shen Yan had specifically arranged for oxygen tanks, employing the sun-breathing technique learned from Tanjiro's father to sever his neck. In that very battle, he surpassed his limits, awakening the Tomo. As long as you continue to breathe, these ice crystals will incessantly damage your lung tissue. Unless you cease breathing, the inevitable consequence will be lung necrosis. Shen Yan proclaims, feeling a searing heat emanating from behind him. He leaps upwards just in time to avoid a torrent of flames surging towards him. An elderly figure, with flowing white hair trailing behind and a face lined with wrinkles, approaches. The remnants of a once dominant presence still linger. Young man, you are not from the mist, are you? The newcomer is an avatar of Uchiha Obito. His true self languishes underground, tethered to the outer path's golem, sustaining himself through its chakra, and can only venture forth through shadow clones, controlling the mist in the same manner, if I do not intervene soon. The carefully chosen pieces on my chessboard will be eliminated. The youth before him does not appear to be under his influence. How then did he infiltrate this group of Mistumbu? Who knows? Shen Yan chuckles lightly. Old man, you should refrain from overexerting yourself at your age. A mere cold could be your undoing. It is only because this is Uchiha Obito that Shen Yan does not flee. Were it the youthful version, he would have turned and run without a second thought. Uchiha Obito narrows his eyes, forming a hand sign. Fire release. Great fire annihilation. Flames surge forth like a raging torrent. Shen Yan raises his hand, ice coalescing around him into two blossoms resembling young maidens, their mouths slightly ajar, exhaling a chill potent enough to freeze one solid, colliding with the great fire annihilation, granting Shen Yan a moment to escape. Blood demon technique. Cold, fierce white princess. With a sweep of his long knife, a multitude of sharp ice pillars materialize above Uchiha Obito, plummeting downwards. Blood demon technique. Winter's ice pillars. Naturally, Uchiha Obito will not be struck, grasping Obito beside him to evade effortlessly. Within his line of sight appears a figure identical to Shen Yan, a crystalline figure wielding two ice blades, simultaneously unleashing the winter's ice pillars. Blood demon technique. Crystal guardian. What a tedious trick. Uchiha Madara let out a cold snort, a fiery dragon's breath melting the crystalline offspring of the divine. Shen Yan remarked, truly, age has only strengthened you. I now recognize who you are, Uchiha Madara. I never imagined you survived your battle with Senja Hashirama. I heard your clan possesses a forbidden technique known as Izanagi. Did you employ that technique to cling to life until now? Hiding for decades until you dared to emerge. It seems you were quite fearful of him, Dada. You little ghost from the hidden mist, you possess considerable knowledge. However, you are mistaken about one thing. I have never feared Hashirama. With chakra dwindling, he could not afford to linger in confrontation with this youth. He needed to secure Obito's escape first. Fire style. Dust concealment technique. He exhaled a cloud of smoke to obscure vision, pivoting to carry Obito away, but a shard of ice pierced the haze, striking his shadow clone in its final moment. The shadow clone exerted its last strength to hurl Obito away. The white Zetsu enveloped Obito and sank him into the earth. TCH, that white Zetsu is quite bothersome. Casting a glance at Kakashi lying on the ground, he turned to leave. Instead of immediately pursuing Obito and Uchiha Madara, he sought to prevent the resurrection of Kagaya Otsutsuki by sealing Black Zetsu. A task far from simple. Black Zetsu was notoriously elusive. To seal him, one required the black rods forged from Inyang Release or the Rinnegan. The black rods were feasible, but the Rinnegan could only be produced by becoming a Jinchuriki of the 10 Tails or acquiring 6 Paths chakra from the Sage of 6 Paths. Currently, the only individual capable of creating the black rods was Nagato, who resided in the Land of Rain. Shen Yan arrived in a nearby city, purchased a map, and determined his course towards the Land of Rain. During the Third Great Ninja War, the entire ninja world was in chaos. The conflict had uprooted many civilians. Along the journey, Shen Yan encountered numerous gaunt, expressionless commoners. Without excessive lamentation, he pressed on, taking several days to reach the Land of Rain. This perpetually rain-soaked country was also embroiled in war, with Konoha, Sunagakure, and Awagakure clashing fiercely. Even Hanzo of the Salamander, who held a demigod title, could merely protect the inhabitants of Amegakure, with an umbrella in hand. Shen Yan navigated the muddy roads, his attire transformed to that of the Demon Slayer Corps, complemented by a crimson haori. Observing the weather, he sought a nearby village to rest. This rain is relentless. It shows no sign of abating, Shen Yan remarked, gazing out at the torrential downpour through a shattered window. Dear guest, you must be from afar. The Land of Rain rarely sees the sun throughout the year. The innkeeper offered, presenting a cup of hot tea to warm him. Thank you, Shen Yan replied, sipping the tea as the sound of footsteps approached. 2 men and a woman entered the modest, somewhat dilapidated inn. Upon glancing at them, his demeanor brightened, his gaze fixing on the red-haired youth to the left, whose pale violet ripple-patterned eyes were precisely his target. Nagato, do you recognize me? Nagato felt somewhat awkward under Shen Yan's scrutiny and inquired. This eye is not something just anyone possesses, Shen Yan responded. Have you recently encountered 2 individuals, one wearing a whirlpool mask and the other with a body half black and half white? Yes, sir. Do you know them? Yahiko interjected that I do. Regardless of what he told you, do not believe him. Otherwise, the consequences will be dire. Chapter 5. The attempt to cross the Firebearer in darkness had Nagato and his companions already engaged with Obito. In other words, Uchiha Madara was indeed dead. Haha, we had no intention of believing him, considering that masked man claims to be Uchiha Madara, a fellow who has been dead for countless years. Who would believe that? What relation do you have with them, young man? Yahiko chuckled, seemingly unconcerned to know. He hasn't even passed the 7-day mourning period. Yahiko, The foolishly handsome dreamer harbored a grand ambition, world peace. Yet in this wretched world, achieving such a dream appeared nearly impossible. Otherwise, Uchiha Madara would not have been so easily deceived by Black Zetsudo. I am hunting them down. By the way, my name is Shen Yan. Shen Yan casually rested his chin on his hand, stating, "Do not judge my demeanor. I am also a ninja, and those two are my targets. Are you three ninjas from Amegakure? Have you ventured out on a mission? Greetings, Lord Shen Yan. I am Yahiko, and this is Nagato. Along with Konan, we are companions, though we do not consider ourselves members of Amegakure," Yahiko replied, settling down while scratching his head. "Though we wear headbands, we are not under Hanzo's command. We strive to bring peace to this nation in our own way." "That is no simple feat," Shen Yan remarked. "Hanzo is a cautious individual. Should you pose a threat to him, he will not hesitate to eliminate you." Hanzo, known as the demigod, defeated the legendary three ninjas during the Second Great Ninja War, bestowing upon them their titles, a testament to his prowess. Yet even so, when confronted with obscure figures, he would opt for the most prudent approach to resolve matters. "We are merely insignificant figures," Yahiko noted, committing this information to memory. Outside, a commotion arose as 5 ninjas entered the village to commit robbery. "To stoop to such depths as a ninja is quite remarkable," Shen Yan said, brandishing his sword as he stepped outside. Unwilling to stand idly by, "Lord Shen Yan, wait for us." The four stood beneath the rain as 5 ninjas approached, the leader adorned with the Amegakure forehead protector, his face painted with purple markings, and a green scarf around his neck, his physique small and monkey-like. "Who are you?" "We are the bodyguards of this village. I warn you, leave immediately," Yahiko declared. "Not a chance. Charge." The 5 ninjas initiated their assault. Shen Yan glanced over and unleashed the snowflake technique. Destructive kill, spiral needle, destructive kill, chaos style. The gust of his fist sent one flying. Shen Yan, agile and lithe, wove between the attackers, swiftly incapacitating them. "Are you not ninjas from Amegakure? Why forego your missions to rob ordinary folk?" "Humph. Are you Hanzo's subordinates?" "Not at all." Shen Yan shook his head. Yahiko interjected, "Though we wear headbands, we are not Hanzo's subordinates. We aspire to bring peace to this world without resorting to violence, but through dialogue. As long as they continue their conflict, the fighting will never cease. Survival of the fittest is the truth of this world. We fight to change such ideologies. I believe you two yearn for a peaceful future." As he spoke, Yahiko produced 3 straws. Listen well, a single straw is easily broken, but 3, before he could finish, the damp straw in his hand quickly bent. The awkwardness of the moment was palpable. With just a little more, it could form a resilient rope. "That is what I meant," Yahiko exclaimed. "Your speech was rather lacking," Shen Yan noted. "Indeed," he nodded. "Now, answer my question. Why are you here to rob this village?" "We left Amegakure in search of food," they replied. "So you are rogue ninjas." Shen Yan understood. "Leave now. I have no intention of killing you. We may return," they threatened. "Next time, I shall eliminate you," Shen Yan warned. While he preferred not to kill, he would not shy away from staining his hands with blood if necessary. Yahiko quickly added, "Ahem, should you return, we will stand against you without hesitation. Withdraw." The 5 ninjas retreated. And Shen Yan yawned, watching their departing figures. "That fellow has encountered you. I wish to accompany you for a time, if you would allow." The 3 exchanged glances. Yahiko nodded. "I would not mind. Then I shall impose upon you." Shen Yan agreed, returning to the inn where the proprietor had prepared a meal. The dishes were unremarkable, merely a means of sustenance, and he hastily consumed them before retiring to his room. The following morning, Shen Yan discovered that Yahiko's trio had expanded to include 3 newcomers. They were among the 5 from yesterday, with the leader, known as Jiraiya, moved by Yahiko's ideals and choosing to join their ranks. Shen Yan traveled alongside Yahiko and his companions for a time, yet no sign of Obito or Black Zetsu emerged. Instead, Yahiko's group continued to grow, united in the pursuit of peace. Yahiko named this nascent organization Akatsuki, with himself as its leader, striving for peace in the ninja world. "Yahiko, do you truly believe dialogue alone can usher in a peaceful world?" Shen Yan inquired while seated in one of Akatsuki's hideouts. "Of course, if everyone sits down to talk, there is nothing that cannot be resolved." Shen Yan rested his head on his hand, and without violence, violence only breeds hatred. Hatred begets more hatred, and no one can forgive another. Some matters should never have been allowed to transpire. You are inciting them to engage in a futile endeavor, attempting to cross the fire of the night, which often leads to self-immolation. You do not seek my counsel. You are merely obstinate. Shen Yan rose and addressed Yahiko. Let me impart a lesson to you. What? Yahiko inquired. Violence is a means to compel the fool to sit down and listen to reason. Do you understand why the original Hokage, Senju Hashirama, and the Shura of the ninja world were able to establish Amegakure and bring an end to the chaotic era during the Warring States period? It is because they possessed immense strength, so formidable that the first great ninja war erupted only after Senju Hashirama's death. While he lived, no one dared to instigate war. Yahiko opened his mouth, but could not find a counterargument. Nagato suddenly asked, what if another individual with the strength of Senju Hashirama were to emerge among the 5 great ninja villages? If someone as powerful as Senju Hashirama were to appear in this time period, peace would be achieved, albeit in a different manner. What? The unification of the ninja world. Shen Yan chuckled softly. This rare opportunity, to possess the strength of Senju Hashirama and pacify the 5 great ninja villages, would resolve all conflicts once and for all. Yahiko, absolute violence can indeed bring about peace. It merely requires sacrifice. Chapter 6. The Outer Path Golem Peace is founded upon strength. This world reveres power. Yahiko, conversations cannot occur without strength, and among you, only Nagato possesses such power. Nagato wields the Rinnegan of Uchiha Madara. Although he cannot yet control it, with proper development, coupled with the vast chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan, he is capable of harnessing the Rinnegan to intimidate the 5 great ninja villages. The 3 fell silent. Nagato asked, Lord Shen Yan, do you know how to develop the Rinnegan? Even Jiraiya-sensei is unaware of how to utilize it. I know a bit, but not much, Shen Yan replied. During our previous battle, I observed you using repulsion to deflect the shuriken that came flying at you. In fact, there is also attraction, which absorbs chakra, summons special summoning beasts, seizes the souls of others to read their memories, and possesses other abilities that you merely need to develop yourself. Furthermore, you can also utilize Inyang release to create some special things. Currently, Nagato's understanding of the Rinnegan is quite rudimentary. He must find a way to expedite its development. Many abilities. Nagato gently touched his eye socket, as he had no guidance and was navigating the use of the Rinnegan through trial and error. Fearful of inadvertently harming Yahiko and Konan, Lord Shen Yan, please guide me. Grant me the strength to compel the 5 great ninja villages to sit down and converse. Nagato spoke earnestly, I will fight. And Yahiko will negotiate with them. The dawn of peace in the ninja world will inevitably arrive. A touch of naivety, yet not unlikable. Yahiko felt an overwhelming surge of emotion, having grown up together. They were inseparable. Nagato believed he could bring about peace, and he could trustingly place his back in the hands of Nagato and Konan. I am not one to teach others. However, I possess considerable insight into swordsmanship. The key is that should I teach you, you may not survive to see 25. Given Nagato's physique, he might truly awaken the markings, but if he does not live to 25, all would be in vain. Why? Because upon reaching a certain level in my swordsmanship, I will awaken a phenomenon known as markings, such as this. Flames manifested as markings appeared on Shen Yan's face, aside from myself and another pair of brothers. No one else can survive to 25. If one awakens markings past the age of 25, they will perish overnight. Aside from us, no one else can escape this fate that he relied on the system. While Kokushibo lived beyond 25 by becoming a demon, and Kajanakiori was born with markings and a transcendent understanding of the world, the breath of the sun is actually his breathing frequency. And those sword techniques were conceived in an instant to combat Musen Kabutsuji. If Musen Kabutsuji represents the pinnacle of power in the world of Demon Slayer, then Kajanakiori stands atop the roof. Ninjas are not renowned for their swordsmanship. Those skilled with swords or blades that Shen Yan recalls are merely the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and Konoha's deceased White Fang. Tsukumo Hatake, how remarkable, akin to tattoos, Yahiko and the others marveled, while Nagato, feeling a headache, lamented, is there truly no way? If only Jiraiya-sensei were here, but he has vanished. You can develop based on the direction I provided. It is better than groping in the dark. It will have to suffice. Nagato commenced his training, while Shen Yan's training had never ceased. He focused primarily on the breath of the sun, alongside the breath of water and the breath of the moon, and never neglected his blood demon arts. Following Shen Yan's guidance, Nagato also endeavored to develop his abilities, and soon summoned a massive entity. Is this the special summoning beast you mentioned? Nagato inquired as he gazed at the humanoid monster before him. Yes and no. Shen Yan unsheathed his sword, and as Nagato observed, he altered his breathing frequency. Breath of the moon, 16th form, moon rainbow, solitary moon. The Nicaran blade in his hand descended, unleashing several arcs of purple crescent moons that, accompanied by countless moon blades, relentlessly sliced through the outer shell of the outer path golem, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds. So powerful, Nagato murmured. He knew he could not withstand such an assault. The outer path golem proved far more resilient than Shen Yan had anticipated, being the shell of the 10 tails, which also represented the divine tree. The Uchiha clan's fan was crafted from a portion of the divine tree's branches, possessing enough toughness to withstand a small-tailed beast bomb. Although it was repelled, its defensive capabilities were exceptionally high. Suddenly, an idea struck Shen Yan. The resurrection of Akatsuki Kagaya requires the complete liberation of the 10 tails. Even if the 9-tailed beasts, as the source of power, are killed, they will eventually revive after a certain period. However, the outer path golem, as a shell, lacks this capability. That if he were to destroy the outer path golem, wouldn't that prevent the resurrection of Akatsuki Kagaya? With a crash, as his assault continued, the outer path golem suddenly vanished, and Shen Yan's previous attack dissipated. Did you cancel the summoning technique? No, it was the first summon, and it cannot be sustained for long. Lord Shen Yan, why did you attack it? Because it does not belong to this world. Eliminating it would benefit you as well. You cannot control the outer path golem. It will only drain your chakra. The outer path golem is the shell of the 10 tails, and the 10 tails were brought here by the extraterrestrial beings Akatsuki Kagaya and Akatsuki Ishiki. Directly controlling the outer path golem would be acceptable if it were merely mobile, but utilizing ninjutsu or forbidden techniques through the outer path golem would significantly deplete Nagato's chakra and vitality, rendering him emaciated. Can we try again? I wish to see if my attack can yield any effect. Alright, summoning technique. Nagato summoned the outer path golem once more. Shen Yan observed that several cracks had appeared on the golem, but they were insufficient to cause any real damage. Let us do it a few more times. This time, summoning all his strength, he attempted to destroy the outer path golem, but only managed to inflict a few wounds. Oozing a strange, viscous white liquid, observing from the shadows, Obito and Korezetsu became anxious. This was their hope, and if it were lost, their dreams would be shattered. Wait, Obito and the half-black, half-white Korezetsu emerged from the ground, stating, "This is a powerful summoning beast summoned by Nagato's Rinnegan. Why do you wish to destroy it? This creature does not heed Nagato's commands. It would be best to eliminate it," Shen Yan replied nonchalantly. His voice was recognized by Obito, who realized it was that same individual who had nearly defeated him, leaving him startled and puzzled as to how this person had entangled himself with Nagato and the others. Nagato discreetly assessed the three as Shen Yan approached the outer path golem under the watchful eyes of Obito and Korezetsu, sweeping his hand. The outer path golem remained stilled, it determined to be alive. He had initially intended to use the system space to take the outer path golem, but there was no response. The system space could only contain inanimate objects, suggesting the golem was, in some respects, alive. Chapter 7. Rescuing Konan. The outer path golem is the shell of the 10 tails. Upon gathering the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, it will fully resurrect the physical embodiment of the 10 tails. It possesses formidable vitality. Currently, the outer path golem is capable of movement, and the system has classified it as a living entity, thus preventing Shen Yan from exploiting the system to his advantage. With a sigh, Shen Yan turned and launched a surprise attack on Obito. Obito simply stood there, allowing Shen Yan to strike. "Your attack is ineffective against me." Shen Yan pivoted and cleaved Korezetsu in two. Obito grunted, while Nagato remained unmoved. Korezetsu's body fell to the ground, bisected, while Obito's form vanished into the earth. Gazing at the motionless Korezetsu on the ground, Shen Yan raised his hand, attempting once more to reclaim the black portion. But to no avail. The system's judgment seemed flawed. Korezetsu was not even considered a life form, denying him the opportunity to exploit a bug. Korezetsu's body shifted from black to white, burrowing into the ground. He's getting away. Shen Yan found himself in a predicament. The existence of Kurojitsu was exceedingly unique to seal it. At the very least, the Black Rod or the Seekers of Truth Jade was required. As for eliminating it, Such a notion had never crossed his mind in the anime. This entity held Obito hostage when it possessed his body, fearing the intervention of the reanimated Minato and Kakashi. Yet, who could ascertain the veracity of that fear? For the sake of prudence, Shen Yan resolved to attempt the Black Rod first. If that failed, he would have to devise an alternative strategy to Nagato's Rinnegan was still in the process of development. And Yahiko was steadily advancing the Akatsuki organization, having received numerous commissions that brought joy to its members. On that day, Yahiko returned with news. They had passed through a village that had been ravaged by the Iwagakure shinobi. They sought to negotiate with Iwagakure, only to be met with an ambush. Unfortunately, Konan was injured, causing Nagato to lose control. Fortunately, Yahiko managed to restrain him, but all of Iwagakure's assailants met their demise. Although the Third Shinobi World War was nearing its conclusion, hostilities between Iwagakure, Kimogakure, and Konohagakure persisted. Before long, a one-eyed shinobi from Amegakure arrived at one of the Akatsuki's outposts, bearing a letter from Hanzo. The letter acknowledged the principles of the Akatsuki and expressed a desire for a meeting. Hoping to entrust the organization with the task of negotiating peace among the surrounding nations of Amegakure, Hanzo's personal missive, Shen Yan emerged from the shadows, gazing at the man before him, Kanzu, who claimed to be Hanzo's right hand. "You seem somewhat familiar," Shen Yan remarked. "My face is quite common." "You must be mistaken," Kanzu replied with an innocuous smile, exuding the essence of a benevolent grandfather. "What is it, Lord Shen Yan?" Typically, Shen Yan refrained from interfering in Akatsuki matters, maintaining a cordial relationship with them while mentoring Nagato and mastering the Rinnegan. Yahiko held Shen Yan in high regard. "It's nothing, merely that this elder appears quite familiar." Shen Yan chuckled, dismissing the thought. Kanzu nodded. "Then please prepare to meet with Lord Hanzo at the appointed time." "Very well." Kanzu departed the outpost, vanishing into the rain. The members of the Akatsuki erupted in cheers, celebrating their efforts not being in vain. Observing their elation, Shen Yan remained silent. This was a scheme orchestrated by Hanzo and Danzo. Should the Akatsuki attend, they would fall into a trap. If they did not, they would be perceived as disrespecting Hanzo, subsequently branded as insurgents, allowing Hanzo to openly mobilize forces against the Akatsuki, as their reputation in Amegakure remained commendable. And Konan, she has gone to patrol Area 7. Upon her return, she will surely be pleased to hear this news. Area 7? Shen Yan donned the mask of the former Umbu of Kirigakure and departed the outpost, heading towards Area 7 in search of Konan. After a prolonged search, he discovered only a paper flower atop a house, indicating she had been captured. Gazing towards the distant tower of Amegakure, Shen Yan hastened forward without hesitation. However, he was soon confronted by 5 individuals adorned with animal masks. "What is a Kirigakure Umbu doing in this place? Capture him. Deliver him to Danzo." The 5 surged forward. "Do not obstruct my path." With a swift strike, Shen Yan felled a Konoha root shinobi, his Nichiren blade thrusting repeatedly, causing ripples in the air and blood to blossom like flowers. Water breathing, 7th form, droplet wave piercing. What? Do not engage him in close combat. Use ninjutsu, water release, water dragon bullet technique, water release, great waterfall technique. 2 root shinobi formed hand seals with astonishing speed. Their movements blurred as waves surged towards Shen Yan. Coldness enveloped the air, freezing the 2 water techniques mid-flight. Ice release, truly, a shinobi of Kirigakure, blood demon technique. Frozen cloud, frosty clouds enveloped the area, rapidly encasing 3 root shinobi in ice beneath the rain. Their skin frostbitten. "Run," notified Danzo. Yet before the command could be uttered, they were rendered into ice sculptures. Shen Yan remarked, "How dare you challenge me on a rainy day?" As the rain continued to pour, he unleashed a freezing technique, blood demon technique, withered garden, falling snow. The blade, imbued with frost, struck relentlessly, killing one and capturing another. "Tell me, where have you taken the Akatsuki's woman?" That is not our responsibility. I do not know." The muscles beneath his facial mask remained relaxed, his heartbeat steady, blood flow unchanged. He spoke the truth, genuinely unaware. Through his transparent perception, Shen Yan discerned the veracity of his words, subsequently dragging him to the lakeside outside Amegakure. With a single dive, he submerged and swam into the village. The exterior of Amegakure was unguarded by barriers, making infiltration a relatively simple task. Capturing an aim ninja, He inquired about Hanzo's whereabouts. Hanzo's residence was no secret. The only complication was the perpetual guard of 24 hours. However, Shen Yan's target was not Hanzo. Approaching the vicinity of Hanzo's abode, he seized a ninja. Have you captured a female shinobi today? No signs of deception flickered. They likely had knowledge. You are lying. Where is that female shinobi? I do not know. Speak. Grabbing the shinobi's wrist, Shen Yan's cold aura froze one of his hands. If you do not speak, that hand shall perish. And your shinobi career will end. Now, where is she? I do not know. Stubbornness prevailed. He froze the other hand and shattered the previously frozen one, that watching his hand disintegrate into icy shards. The shinobi's resolve crumbled. Tears streaming down his face. I will tell you. I will. Upon learning Konan's location, Shen Yan rendered the shinobi unconscious and proceeded to the prison to rescue her. Chapter 8. An unforgettable lifetime. Upon reaching the prison, two guards wearing gas masks dozed off, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of an intrusion. Striking them unconscious, he liberated the keys from their persons and unlocked the prison door. Who is there? Came Konan's wary inquiry from her bindings. It is I. Shen Yan removed his mask to reveal his identity. I anticipated trouble and came specifically for you. Let us go. Lord Shen Yan. As the ropes fell away, Konan expressed her relief. Thank goodness you came to rescue me. What of Yahiko and Nagato? They are unaware. Can you create a physical clone akin to the shadow clone technique? Yes, leave one behind. Why? This afternoon, Hanzo sent emissaries to negotiate with the Akatsuki. They are currently blinded by Hanzo's honeyed words. I knew it would not be so simple, and I came to find you as expected. Hanzo intends to use you to threaten the Akatsuki. Does that not place Yahiko and Nagato in danger? Indeed. Leave a physical clone. I wish for Yahiko to discern their true intentions that I in this cruel world. Naivety is not always a vice. Yet excessive innocence can be perilous, Shen Yan stated. Konan fell silent for a moment before employing paper jutsu to create a paper clone. Shen Yan bounded and secured the prison door. Let us depart. Under the cover of night, they whisked Konan away. The two unconscious guards awoke at dawn, startled, and hastily entered the prison, only to find Konan unharmed, attributing the incident to their own confusion. Meanwhile, Konan and Shen Yan concealed themselves, and she remarked, I have already sent word to Jiraiya and the others, advising them not to come. Is this truly a conspiracy? Certainly. Danzo of Konoha does not wish for peace negotiations between Konoha and Awagakure. He desires to perpetuate warfare, perhaps to carve a peace from Awagakure for himself. Naturally, the Akatsuki, which seeks to quell the conflict, is a thorn in his side that he will not permit a force of peace to arise in Amegakure, knowing that if you and Hanzo unite, it could potentially end the internal strife of the Land of Rain. In such a case, the Land of Rain would no longer serve as a battlefield. The Land of Rain had long been marred by internal strife, its nation fragmented, and its people tormented by the ravages of war. In the face of this turmoil, Hanzo found himself powerless, for the issue transcended mere internal conflict. Shadows of other great nations loomed, supporting rebel factions, quelling one only for another to arise, in an endless cycle. Is it wrong for us to call for peace? Konan asked, her expression complex. That it is not wrong. The fault lies not with you. However, peace cannot be attained solely through negotiation, Shen Yan replied, gazing towards Yahiko and Nagato, who approached to negotiate on the opposing hillside. Hanzo, accompanied by Konan's paper clone, Amegakure Shinobi, and Danzo with his root members, made their appearance. Konan, Hanzo, why have you captured my comrade? We came here to cooperate, Yahiko exclaimed, his voice raised in indignation. Cooperate? Why would I collaborate with a mere boy like you? The presence of the Akatsuki will not be tolerated in Amegakure, Hanzo retorted, his tone laced with disdain. Hanzo let out a derisive laugh, declaring that the Hidden Rain village would only allow one formidable individual to exist. Why can't we have a proper discussion? He scoffed. Discussion? You Navi little brat. Are you truly so innocent or simply foolish? In a situation where strength is unequal, what right do you have to negotiate with me? What qualifies you to face me? The equality of this world is built upon power. Hanzo's words shattered Yahiko's naivete. Yahiko, I intend for you, the leader, to perish here. If you dare to resist, this woman's life will be forfeit. Hanzo tossed a kunai to the two below, instructing the red-haired one. Use this kunai to kill Yahiko. As long as you make a move, I will release this woman and you. Hurry, if you don't descend soon, Yahiko will take his own life. Shen Yan rushed out, followed closely by Konan. Yahiko! Nagato! Konan's sudden appearance captured everyone's attention. Upon closer inspection, Hanzo realized that the woman he had captured had transformed into several waterproof oil papers. Shadow clone? Excellent. Konan, are you unharmed? I'm fine, Yahiko. Lord Shen Yan saved me. Lord Shen Yan? You knew all along? Of course. Shen Yan, donning a mask of the hidden mist Umbu, approached, adding, have you considered why such a fortuitous event was not handled by Hanzo himself, but rather left to you? How does this lesson from reality resonate with you? I will never forget it in this lifetime, Yahiko replied with a bitter smile. Attack! The hidden rain ninjas on the mountain unleashed a barrage of shurikens and kunai. Nagato raised his hand, an invisible repulsive force repelling all attacks. What? Hanzo gestured for an assault, and Shen Yan stood at the forefront, facing the greatest number of foes. Even amidst the downpour, the sound of their breathing was clear. Draw your blade, and strike. It was a draw so swift that the blade itself was nearly invisible, leaving a trail of crescent blades that carved into the enemy's bodies, inflicting numerous wounds. Moon breathing, first form, dark moon, night palace. What an astonishing speed. It reminds me of a former adversary. Hanzo's gaze clouded with confusion as his subordinates could not approach. An unbroken stream of sword energy formed a spiral barrier around him, threatening to shred anyone who dared come near. Moon breathing, fifth form, moon spirit disaster vortex. Danzo, will you watch my people die here? Hanzo would not allow his men to perish in vain. Danzo, standing nearby, let out a cold snort, commanding the root ninjas to act. Kill this Umbu of the hidden mist. Shen Yan looked up at the descending root ninjas, thinking, excellent. Moon breathing, ninth form. Descending moon, continuous face. The crescent blades spiraled chaotically, sealing off the movements of many root ninjas. The resulting small crescents devouring them whole. Though moon breathing was a degraded version of sun breathing, it possessed the greatest area of effect damage among all breathing techniques, making it highly effective against groups. Without sufficient strength and combat experience, facing moon breathing was nearly insurmountable. How could this be? Danzo thought, as his men were swiftly eliminated, leaving barely one alive. Such overwhelming power made even the seasoned Danzo's expression shift. A seed of retreat germinating in his heart that he could not afford to die here. Hanzo felt alarm bells ringing within him. Such a formidable foe must not be allowed to survive. Armed with a scythe and chains, he charged down to clash with Shen Yan. The chains entwined around the black solar blade, while the scythe descended from above, coated in deadly poison. One strike would leave no antidote, only a wait for death. Blood Demon Technique. Crystal Child, a diminutive ice doll, crossed its twin blades to shield Shen Yan from the assault, the crescent blades on the solar blade exploding, severing the chains. Blood Demon Technique. Lotus Leaf Ice. Ice crystals resembling lotus flowers coalesced and rained down. Hanzo quickly retreated, realizing, ice release. You truly are from the hidden mist. He had initially thought Shen Yan was merely impersonating an Umbu, but now it was evident that he was indeed one. Did the Akatsuki have ties with the hidden mist Umbu? He could not afford to let him live. Removing his mask, Shen Yan immediately retreated and warned, Yahiko, Konan, Nagato, maintain your distance from him. His breath is laced with toxins. In Hanzo's youth, there existed a venomous black pufferfish in the Hidden Rain village, and Hanzo had implanted its venom sac within his abdomen, granting him resistance to toxins. However, this had also rendered his breath toxic. Whenever he inhaled, those nearby would be exposed to poison to prevent harming others. Hanzo was compelled to wear a mask to avoid poisoning those around him. As the transparent world unfolded, Shen Yan could see the venom sac nestled in Hanzo's abdomen. If he could shatter it, even Hanzo, who possessed toxin resistance, would succumb. You seem to know quite a bit about my secrets. The surrounding temperature plummeted, making even breathing uncomfortable. Hanzo dismissed it, attributing it to Shen Yan's ice release. I know a little, but not much. Hanzo, you were once a person who yearned for peace, cherishing those with talent. In your twilight years, have you become so intolerant even of someone like Yahiko, to think you would ally with Danzo? You know nothing of the survival conditions of small nations caught between great powers. Achieving peace is not something that can be accomplished merely through words. Hanzo, once a great hero in his youth, was now a figure of tarnished ideals. One ages. Suspicion often festers, and Hanzo was no exception. The emergence of the Akatsuki had initially not concerned him, but under Danzo's subtle provocations, he resolved to eliminate the Akatsuki. I understand, dignity exists only at the edge of the sword. The air grew colder still, and Hanzo felt a dull ache in his lungs, a sensation he had not experienced in a long time. What have you done? Do you not feel cold? Shen Yan intensified the output of his blood demon technique, countless ice crystals forming around Hanzo, which he inhaled, accelerating the decay of his alveoli. The pain intensified. Hanzo felt his breathing becoming labored, thick, toxic fumes escaping his mouth and nose as he sank to one knee. Shen Yan remarked, "Your alveoli are frozen. Even if you escape, you won't last long." Despicable little brat. How can you call me despicable? After all, you enjoy poisoning others, do you not? Shen Yan paid little mind to this, shrugging, "If your breath were not toxic, I would gladly engage you in combat. But your poison means death upon contact, and I wish to avoid that. Therefore, I'm sorry, but today will mark the end of Hanzo." "Wait," Yahiko interjected, blocking Shen Yan. "Lord Shen Yan, may I have a few words? Let me kill him, and then the Akatsuki will take control of the Hidden Rain village. Would that not be advantageous? That is not what I desire." Yahiko shook his head, stating, "Hanzo, today you have imparted to me a most vivid lesson. Yahiko, even if I do not act, reality will teach you how to navigate this world. Without sufficient strength, one possesses no voice in this realm. Even I can only maintain the Hidden Rain village in its current state. You must understand that the 5 great ninja villages have never regarded us with any seriousness." Hanzo coughed violently, expelling toxic blood, lamenting, "To think I, Hanzo, who has fought my entire life, should end up in such a state. Had you not trusted Danzo, perhaps none of this would have transpired. You might even have accepted the Akatsuki in the future." Shen Yan shrugged. "And you, trusting that old fool Danzo, whom you know well." "It seems my men were slain by Danzo." Hanzo sat down, inquiring, "Yahiko, after today, do you still believe you can achieve peace through mere words?" "I believe, but only if I possess the strength to compel the 5 great ninja villages to sit down and negotiate in good faith. Absolute peace may be unattainable, yet I shall still call for it." "Ha, you remind me a bit of myself. Yahiko, one day, you will become like me. Reality is your greatest teacher." Hanzo coughed. "No, I shall not become you." Konan and Nagato approached Yahiko's side, and he smiled, "For I have a group of like-minded companions." "Then prove it to me. Yahiko, show me you are correct. After my death, the Hidden Rain village will descend into chaos. Seize it. Let it become your power. Let it symbolize peace." Hanzo had come to terms with his impending demise. Before he passed, he had glimpsed a worthy successor. "Lord Shen Yan, can you not spare him?" "I am afraid not. The damage the ice crystals have inflicted on his lungs is irreversible. Unless Hanzo possesses the same healing ability as the first Hokage, he has only death awaiting him." Shen Yan cast a dark glance at Danzo, who remained on the mountain, and leaped into action, bringing the solar blade down. Danzo transformed into a cloud of smoke, vanishing from sight. Shadow clone. That old fool Danzo truly fears death. Raising his head, he saw Toby and a reattached white Zetsu on the other side of the mountain. "It seems we have failed. Nagato may soon slip from our grasp." Obito was acutely aware that, after losing this opportunity, it would be exceedingly difficult to induce Nagato's despair towards reality again, unless the 5 great shinobi villages intervened to obliterate the Akatsuki organization and the Rain village. Was it necessary to retrieve Nagato's Rinnegan? Zetsu inquired. Without Nagato, any individual possessing sufficiently potent chakra could wield the Rinnegan's innate techniques, yet suitable candidates were exceedingly rare across the ninja world. Obito was indeed an excellent candidate. However, given his disposition, it was unlikely he would willingly utilize the Rinnegan's techniques to resurrect Uchiha Madara, as he would prefer to accomplish the infinite Tsukuyomi himself. For Black Zetsu, it mattered not who activated the infinite Tsukuyomi. As long as he could liberate his mother, Uchiha Madara was merely the optimal choice. No need. Let it remain with him for now. Obito shook his head. Before that, we must first journey to the Hidden Mist village and investigate this Shen Yan. Understood. The two departed, while Shen Yan clicked his tongue and returned to Yahiko and the others. "Those 2 have fled. Be cautious of them, especially you, Nagato, for their target is the Rinnegan." "The Rinnegan, you say? Wait until you master the combination of yin and yang release." and then used the creations to directly seal that half-black, half-white entity. Chapter 10. The sinking of the Jiraiya. Having departed the land of rain, Shen Yan realized that Obito and his companions had squandered their best chance to sway Nagato. And for the foreseeable future, they would not take action. Under his influence, Nagato and the others began to regard Obito and his group with growing wariness. The strategy was needed to draw out the Sage of Six Paths. Though the sage had perished, he had not completely passed away and could resurrect from the Pure Land at any moment. His heart had been torn for the sake of his two sons. Naturally, the one connected to the Sage of Six Paths was the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku. However, it was likely that the Great Toad Sage lacked the ability to communicate with the sage residing far away in the Pure Land. A method must be devised to compel his appearance. If one could acquire the ability to directly seal Black Zetsu from the Sage of Six Paths, it would likely lead to a resolution of the Black Zetsu issue. Uchiha Madara had perished. Sasuke should soon be born. The reincarnation of Indra and Ashura would only commence once both parties had died in their respective reincarnations, given that Uchiha Madara had passed away a few months prior. It was anticipated that Sasuke's birth was imminent. Shen Yan utilized a transformation technique to alter his appearance, a skill he had gleaned from Nagato and the others. He had mastered the transformation technique and several basic ninjutsu. And with the aid of the system, he could also employ ninjutsu using magical power. Moreover, his transformation technique, powered by magic, would evade detection by the Sharingan and Byakugan. The transformation technique essentially cloaked the user in a layer of disguise using chakra, easily discernible by those who could perceive chakra, such as the Byakugan and Sharingan, yet invisible to those who could only sense magical energy. These were two distinct forms of energy. The Third Shinobi World War was drawing to a close. Particularly following the eruption of the Battle of Kaiki Mountain, the Leaf Village found itself on the brink of its own doorstep. But fortunately, the conflict with the Hidden Mist had ceased, allowing the Leaf to redirect its efforts towards this decisive battle. Under the coordinated resistance of Minato Namikaze and his allies, the Leaf Village achieved a resounding victory in this war, with Minato hailed as a hero of the Leaf. Shen Yan infiltrated the Leaf Village. Adopting the guise of a refugee, lacking chakra, he evaded scrutiny. Though some ninja did trail him, but he secured employment at Ichiraku Ramen, and after a few days, the Leaf ceased its surveillance of him. Shinji, 1 bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Sure thing, boss. Under the guidance of the hand-pulled noodle master, Shen Yan began crafting tonkatsu ramen. Ichiraku Ramen was one of the safest places in the Leaf, bustling with patrons, allowing Shen Yan to hone his ramen-making skills while eavesdropping on ninja gossip to gather the information he sought. Although the stall was small and could be managed by a single person, the noodle master, softened by Shen Yan's pitiable demeanor, agreed to hire him. The young man displayed remarkable aptitude, quickly mastering the art of ramen and its accompaniments. Soon approaching the master's level, aside from the soup base which remained a mystery, thanks to Shen Yan's assistance, the hand-pulled noodle master found his workload considerably lightened. Customer, your tonkatsu ramen. Shen Yan placed the completed ramen before a red-haired female patron, who graciously thanked him before delighting in her meal. Kushina, I apologize for being late. The blonde-haired gentleman approached, taking a seat beside Kushina. Honestly, why so slow? Aren't you supposed to be the fastest ninja in the world? Apologies. The Hokage was in a meeting. Minato Namikaze, not addressing his girlfriend, ordered a serving of chashu ramen. The Hokage is getting on in years. He talks more and more. Haha, Minato chuckled, for it pertained to the future. By the way, Minato, Mikoto is pregnant. Did you know? No wonder Fugaku has been in such good spirits lately. Wait, isn't Mikoto just now expecting? Shen Yan thought, placing a hefty slice of chashu into Minato's bowl. Enjoy your meal. Thank you. After the tomato and scrambled eggs duo finished their ramen, they departed, leaving Shen Yan to continue his quiet labor. During this time, the Third Shinobi World War concluded, with only minor skirmishes remaining between the Cloud and Leaf villages. Shifting from large-scale conflict to small frictions, while Minato ascended to the position of 4th Hokage, seizing a rare moment of respite, Shen Yan planned to visit the hot springs in the Leaf village, but noticed a lecherous white-haired man peering over the partition at the men's bath. What luck? Hee-hee-ha. The man occasionally emitted crude chuckles, leaving Shen Yan speechless as he drew closer, curious to see what was so captivating. Leaning in, he gasped at the sight. The nourishment of the Leaf village's women is truly exceptional. His heartfelt exclamation elicited a nod of agreement from Jiraiya. Indeed, young lad. You possess remarkable insight. Throughout my travels, I have discovered that the women of the Leaf Village are the most beautiful. Alas, the mist obscures my view. Ah, old man, you're too weak. Only by concealing can one truly entice. Sometimes, clothing can be more provocative than nudity. Upon hearing these words, Jiraiya experienced a moment of epiphany, seizing Shen Yan's hand that young man, you have awakened me from my reverie. Care for a drink? Let's have a proper chat. Drink. The man sought to close the distance, discussing risky topics, easily forging camaraderie. After a few drinks, Jiraiya, cheeks flushed, called Shen Yan by his alias, Saikai. Let me tell you, when it comes to pursuing women, one must have thick skin and persist. Eventually, success will follow. Have you succeeded after being single all these years? A bachelor instructing another bachelor on wooing women. Ah, right, Jiraiya-sama. With your theoretical knowledge, you must have had countless girlfriends. Bam! The Jiraiya sank. Kid, let me tell you, having rich theoretical knowledge comes from my countless encounters. A man should never halt for any one woman, for the vast fields of flowers await. Ah, right, Jiraiya-sama, with your prowess. You surely wouldn't need to visit those red light districts, as your charm would attract many women, wouldn't it? Once brimming with confidence, Jiraiya sank once more. Does this kid even know how to converse? Shen Yan chuckled as he rose to leave the hot springs, leaving Jiraiya to drown his sorrows in drink. After saving a portion of his earnings, Shen Yan rented a room near the Uchiha clan. This was not merely for convenience in executing his plans, but primarily because the Uchiha clan's reputation in the Leaf was not particularly good, resulting in lower rent in their vicinity. Aside from his daily work at Ichiraku Ramen, Shen Yan devoted the remainder of his time to physical training. Effort would always yield rewards. As time quietly slipped by, summer arrived in the Leaf Village, marking the year 51, and the second son of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Sasuke, was born. On this very day, Shen Yan resigned from his position at Ichiraku Ramen. Chapter 11. The Sage of Six Paths. The birth of Sasuke also signified the resurgence of the reincarnation cycle of Indra and Ashura. These two brothers, entwined in love and conflict. Why must their reincarnations never include a female counterpart? Had one of the legendary figures, Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, been a female, a union between the Senju and Uchiha clans would have resulted in a singular ninja village, Konoha, thus averting the multitude of conflicts that plague the shinobi world. I hope my method proves effective, thought Shun Yan. As night fell, Shen Yan, disguised as a medical staff member, stealthily infiltrated the Konoha hospital. Uchiha Mikoto, who had recently given birth to Sasuke, was still recuperating in her hospital room. In a few days, she would be discharged. The challenge of breaching the hospital was far less daunting than infiltrating the Uchiha clan leader's residence, in the dimly lit corridors of Konoha Hospital. Shen Yan navigated past drowsy nurses, searching the upper and lower floors until he arrived at Mikoto's room. Gently pushing the door open, he found Uchiha Mikoto peacefully asleep, her breathing steady. Beside her lay her newborn son, the second of the Uchiha lineage. Quietly entering, Shen Yan approached the bed and tenderly lifted the infant, only to be met with a pair of blood-red Sharingan eyes. Put down Sasuke. My apologies, Mrs. Mikoto, but I cannot comply. Shen Yan replied, fearless as he locked eyes with her. Mikoto was taken aback to discover that her genjutsu had no effect on him. How could this be? Why did her illusions fail to ensnare him? She felt nothing, not even the slightest hint of her jutsu being repelled or unraveled. Even the Hokage would tread carefully against the illusions of the Sharingan. Genjutsu disrupts the target's five senses through chakra interference, plunging them into hallucinations. Yet, what if the opponent possessed no chakra? Shen Yan was infused with magical energy. Even Kaguya Akatsuki would be unable to trap him in an illusion after exhausting her chakra, let alone anyone else. They were not even operating within the same cultivation system. Seeing her genjutsu falter, Mikoto, once a Nin, sprang into action, attempting to reclaim her child through taijutsu. However, she halted abruptly as Shen Yan brandished a kunai at Sasuke's delicate face. My apologies, Mrs. Mikoto, but I must insist. Threatening a mother with her child is indeed a low blow. Shen Yan suppressed his guilt, clearing his throat as he produced a pill. Consume this discreetly, or I cannot guarantee the safety of your child. You scoundrel! Do the other villages covet the Uchiha's Sharingan? The theft of bloodline limits was a common occurrence among the ninja villages. Rare ocular powers like Byakugan and Sharingan were often forcibly taken, while others were simply abducted to become breeding vessels, typically targeting men. Once a village discovered the leakage of a bloodline limit, they would eliminate the threat without hesitation, never allowing a rival village the opportunity to capitalize. The intent to abduct Sasuke suggested that they aimed to cultivate him from a young age, molding him into a weapon for their village, essentially recreating an Uchiha for use on the battlefield. Mikoto envisioned the harrowing scene of Sasuke and Itachi turning against one another. No, I harbor no such intentions. I will not take this child from Konoha, Shen Yan continued. However, should you refuse the pill, I will have no choice but to take drastic measures. Though he had no genuine intent to kill, his aim was merely to intimidate her, and the Sage of Six Paths Mikoto, caught in a bind for her child's safety, dared not cry out, fearing Shen Yan might act against her son. Reluctantly, she swallowed the pill. Once ingested, Mikoto felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. What have you given me? A powerful sedative. Just one can induce a slumber akin to that of an infant for a creature as fierce as a tiger. Shen Yan explained, gently supporting Mikoto and laying her back on the bed before placing Sasuke beside her. With the kunai poised at Sasuke's throat, he called out, Sage of Six Paths, I trust you are observing. Show yourself, or I shall employ the Reaper Death Seal to ensure your son can never reincarnate. Silence ensued. Shen Yan furrowed his brow, channeling his magical energy back into chakra, performing the necessary hand seals. He was familiar with the Reaper Death Seal. After all, he had studied it in the next moment. The scene before him shifted, revealing an elderly figure with horns and Rinnegan floating above an array of truth-seeking balls. Greetings, young one. The Sage of Six Paths addressed him. Hello, Sage of Six Paths, I apologize for summoning you in this manner, Shen Yan replied. Though his physical form had perished, his spirit resided in the Pure Land, continuously watching over his sons, hoping for their eventual reconciliation. The sage had witnessed Shen Yan's actions and was intrigued by how this young man knew of him. He was also wary of Shen Yan's potential to carry out his threats. Why have you summoned me? The sage inquired. Black Zetsu, Shen Yan stated. Black Zetsu. The sage was well aware of its existence, though it had emerged after his demise. However, he no longer had to worry about it, as his children's perpetual conflicts were primarily instigated by that entity. Despite being his brother, Black Zetsu had always sought to free their mother. Yet, should she be released, she would drain all chakra from humanity, transforming them into white Zetsu. I require your assistance in sealing Black Zetsu, Shen Yan implored. You possess the means, and as you know, the Rinnegan and the Akatsuki have resurfaced. This represents the optimal opportunity for Kagaya Akatsuki's resurrection. The sage stroked his long beard thoughtfully. I understand your intentions, but I am a deceased being. A dead man cannot interfere in the affairs of the living. Then why have you appeared? You could have chosen to remain hidden. Of course, you have my son in your grasp. Who knows what you might do if I do not show myself? The sage had no retort. I shall teach you how to wield Yin-Yang release and lend you 2 truth-seeking balls to assist you in sealing Black Zetsu. Indeed, Black Zetsu posed a significant concern. Resolving that issue would alleviate any worries regarding his mother's return. Agreed. Shen Yan smiled as the sage extended his finger, touching Shen Yan's forehead. The methods of Yin-Yang release materialized in Shen Yan's mind, while 2 truth-seeking balls levitated around him. I hope you succeed in sealing Black Zetsu. Certainly. That has always been my mission, Shen Yan responded cheerfully, then pondered aloud. But how can truth-seeking balls manifest within my mental realm? I have granted you a portion of my chakra, allowing you to materialize them, the sage explained. Understood. Chapter 12. Night of the Ninetails. The moment Shen Yan's consciousness returned to his body was fleeting. Utilizing the chakra bestowed upon him by the sage, he conjured 2 truth-seeking balls, extending his palm to reveal a black rod. This was the fundamental application of Yin-Yang release, creating a rod capable of disrupting an opponent's chakra. With his objective achieved, he pressed the rod back into his palm, reverting it to chakra that re-entered his body. After completing these actions, Shen Yan glanced at the peacefully slumbering mother and child. Placing a basket of fruit and a pack of diapers at the bedside as a small token of compensation, he turned to leave, having found a secluded spot to practice breathing techniques daily during this time. He firmly believed that diligent effort would yield fruitful results. The incident involving Uchiha Mikoto did not stir much commotion. Although Konoha heightened its vigilance in the following days, it did not impede his activities. Before long, the night of Naruto's birth arrived. Due to the potential for the Ninetails to break free during the Jinchuriki's delivery, Kushina was situated far from the village in a concealed location. Shen Yan took his position on Hokage Rock, lying in wait. With a thunderous roar, a terrifying beast, exuding a violent chakra, suddenly materialized beneath the moonlight, its 9 tails unfurling in a frenzy, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Its eyes, adorned with massive 3-tomo Sharingan, signified its control by an external force. With a fearsome howl, the creature's roar sent several approaching Konoha ninjas soaring away. It opened its maw, directing its fury toward Hokage Rock, where a swirling mass of red and blue chakra coalesced into a tailed beast bomb aimed directly at him. In an instant, a figure appeared, the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, clad in his ceremonial robes, stood atop Hokage Rock. Just as the tailed beast bomb was about to strike, the Flying Thunder God technique activated, warping the sphere away, causing it to explode on a distant mountaintop. Panting heavily, Minato regained his breath after having expended considerable chakra to redirect the tailed beast bomb. In the next moment, a figure materialized behind him. With remarkable reflexes, Minato thrust his specially crafted trident kunai toward the intruder's head, only for it to pass harmlessly through. The assailant seized his arm, exclaiming, "Got you!" as the kaleidoscope Sharingan activated. Intent on relocating Minato Namikaze, a black rod descended from above, striking the opponent squarely in the back. The teleportation ceased, causing chaos within the chakra, rendering it impossible to utilize. Similarly, intangibility was also unattainable. Shen Yan leapt down, thrusting black rods into Obito's thigh and shoulder as a precaution. The sudden turn of events left Minato momentarily stunned, to which Shen Yan declared, "Dissolve the seal between him and the Ninetails." "Understood," Minato replied, placing his hand upon Obito's chest. Contract seal. This severed the pact between the Ninetails and Obito, awakening the Ninetails from its illusion, which, now more furious than ever, wreaked havoc upon everything around it. At that moment, a hefty iron rod propelled the Ninetails out of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage had intervened. Minato breathed a sigh of relief. The immediate priority was to seal the Ninetails within Kushina's body. Turning around, he beheld the true face beneath the mask. As Shen Yan removed Obito's mask, Minato's expression morphed into one of disbelief. "Obito? Long time no see, sensei." Obito spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. "How could you control the Ninetails?" So much had transpired that evening. There was no time to dwell on Obito's circumstances. The Ninetails needed to be subdued. "I apologize, Obito. I will come to find you later." Minato inhaled deeply, but was halted by Shen Yan. "Take us there. I can assist in restraining the tailed beast, and Obito must come along." "Very well." Minato placed his hands on both individuals, and with a Flying Thunder God technique, transported them to a desolate wasteland. Shortly thereafter, the Ninetails descended from the sky. As Minato held his wife and child close, he was panting heavily, having brought the Ninetails to this location, with his chakra nearly depleted. Kushina, nearly out of energy, declared, "I can still do this." Minato, with a flourish, the diamond prison extended from Kushina's back, forming a barrier that tightly bound the Ninetails. "Kushina, Shen Yan dragged Obito forward, tossing him before them. "Leave the rest to me." With open palms, numerous black rods shot forth, impaling the Ninetails, the product of Inyang release. "Damn humans!" The Ninetails roared in fury, but Shen Yan disregarded it and inquired, "Can you still seal the Ninetails?" Kushina, unfamiliar with Shen Yan, mistook him for a ninja from the village. "No, my chakra is insufficient to suppress the Ninetails." The strain of childbirth had severely drained her, and the extraction of the Ninetails had nearly brought her to the brink of death. Were it not for the Vortex clan's renowned resilience, she would have perished the moment the Ninetails was extracted. 4th Hokage, extract the Ninetails chakra. Chakra tug of war? Minato mused. It is indeed a viable method, but neither Kushina nor I possess enough chakra. He lamented, recognizing the merit of utilizing a chakra tug of war to separate the Ninetails chakra. This way, the Ninetails essence would lose its chakra without perishing, and Kushina's remaining chakra would suffice to contain it. He turned to Shen Yan. "Sir, could you substitute for Kushina in the tug of war with the Ninetails?" "Me?" Shen Yan pointed to himself. "You want me to become the Ninetails Jinchuriki?" "No, it is merely the Ninetails chakra that I understand. This is a daunting task. But we have no other options." His chakra was insufficient to utilize the flying thunder god technique. Indeed, he could employ the dead demon consuming seal, but now that his wife had a chance to survive, he naturally desired to lead a peaceful life with her. The chakra tug-of-war would simply grant Shen Yan possession of the Ninetails chakra. Once utilized, it would dissipate without significant consequences. I'll give it a try. Following Minato's guidance, Shen Yan approached the Ninetails, linking his chakra with it, and began to withdraw, initiating the chakra tug-of-war. Pure chakra was pulled from the Ninetails, but suddenly, it transformed into a deep crimson. Waves of tumultuous emotions echoed within Shen Yan's mind. I hate this. Kill, kill, kill. Die, die, die. You are so damn noisy. Stop shouting in my head. Shen Yan roared, driving a black rod directly into the Ninetails' head, provoking a pained howl from the beast. Chapter 13. Sealing Kurizetsu. The Ninetails represented a collective of loathing, filled with malice towards humanity. Intense feelings of hatred surged through Shen Yan as the chakra flowed into him, influencing his very being. Malice, terror, aversion, rage, despair, murderous intent. These emotions impacted him, but with each breath, he rapidly regained his composure. Do you think you can affect me? Don't be ridiculous, he scoffed. Your attacks leave much to be desired. Ninetails, you are merely this. No matter how terrifying these negative emotions were, could they rival the fear of death? His bones had shattered, his muscles torn. He had faced death more than once. Though he feared it, he would confront it. Get out of my head. A tremendous surge of chakra erupted from within him, leaving even the Ninetails in shock. Impossible. How do you possess such an immense chakra? In his memories, only the first Hokage had ever instilled such a sensation. The chakra of the Ninetails, infused within Shen Yan, transformed into a colossal chakra hand, entering Kushina's body and granting her a moment of respite. Having coexisted with the Ninetails for over a decade, Kushina's chakra had long since merged with that of the Ninetails, allowing her to accept its chakra. Had it been anyone else, Shen Yan would have struggled. With the support of the Ninetails chakra, Kushina revitalized. Kushina, let us tug of war together? Understood. Kushina joined Shen Yan in siphoning the Ninetails chakra. The Ninetails was powerless to resist, and in the blink of an eye, half of its chakra had been drained, its physical form shrinking considerably. Bastards. You filthy bastards. The diamond prison around it loosened, yet the black rods continued to hinder the Ninetails. Suddenly, Kushina clutched her abdomen. What is happening? The Ninetails chakra within me is coalescing into another Ninetails. Shen Yan frowned. I did not do that. The Ninetails chakra had transformed into pure chakra upon entering his body. Could it be the Ninetails? Upon reflection, it was originally Minato who had forcibly extracted half of the Ninetails chakra, using the dead demon consuming seal. He had not seized a significant amount of the Ninetails chakra. A large portion had been transferred to Kushina, yet it should not have manifested into another Ninetails. Could it be? His body momentarily stiffened as Shen Yan murmured, You truly are remarkable. Kushina grimaced in pain, clutching her abdomen. The other half of the Ninetails was attempting to escape. We must seal it quickly. Minato rushed to his wife's side, and Kushina grasped her husband's arm. No, we must first draw the remaining half inside. The portion within you is disrupting your chakra, making it impossible to draw away the other half. The remaining must be sealed within another person. Minato's gaze turned towards their son, Naruto, as their child. He was capable of suppressing the Ninetails. However, Kushina quickly protested. No, you do not know what will happen if he becomes a Jinchuriki. I do not want our child to endure the same fate as I did. We can keep this a secret, can't we? Shen Yan had just received word from the Sage of Six Paths, who wished for Naruto to become the Ninetails Jinchuriki. With you possessing half of the Ninetails, you can serve as Konoha's Jinchuriki. As long as Naruto keeps it hidden, no one will discover it, and by the time they do, he will likely be grown. But there are no other options. Kushina. Minato shook his head. His chakra was insufficient, and he could not receive the Ninetails chakra. The Ninetails chakra being partially granted to this stranger was merely a temporary measure. It was vital for the Ninetails to remain in the village. I am sorry, Kushina. Trust in our child. After applying the 8 trigram seal upon Kushina's abdomen, he sealed away half of the Ninetails and cradled his newborn son. I am sorry, Naruto. You have faced so much so soon after birth. I am Shen Yan. Mr. Shen Yan. Please help me contain the Ninetails. Buy me 10 seconds. Understood. Shen Yan manipulated the Ninetails chakra he had absorbed, forming several colossal chakra hands behind him that pinned the Ninetails to the ground. Deprived of half its chakra and restrained by the diamond prison and black rods, the Ninetails was utterly defenseless, allowing Minato to successfully seal it within Naruto's body as the barrier of the diamond prison dissipated. Minato collapsed beside his wife, utterly exhausted. What a perilous night it had been. Concealing the mark upon Naruto's abdomen, Shen Yan dragged Obito forward, declaring, "Very well, the next matter pertains to this young lad." Obito, Minato's expression was laden with complexity as he cautioned. "Be wary this evening." "Kushina," she shouted, as countless roots erupted from the ground, curling towards them. Shen Yan wielded his blade, cleaving through the tendrils, but was struck by a tree branch, sending him flying. Obito too was ensnared by the branches. And from the earth emerged a half-black, half-white humanoid entity, proclaiming, "This evening has indeed been eventful. Obito, your identity has been exposed, and the Ninetails is nowhere to be found." "Humph, no need to dwell on that. Help me dispose of these obstacles. My chakra is being compromised." Even though Madara had taught him yin-yang release, he found himself powerless against this manifestation of it. "I shall assist you shortly." Drew nodded, and a crimson monstrosity appeared before them, sporting 9 tails so swift. Before they could react, it was struck skyward by a powerful punch, the portion belonging to white Zetsu shattering, while black Zetsu transformed into a puddle of liquid in the air. The chakra of the 9 tails, how astonishingly quick it was utilized. Just as black Zetsu prepared to descend, a truth-seeking orb suddenly soared forth, morphing into a large bowl that ensnared it, sealing the opening instantaneously and denying black Zetsu any chance of escape. The orb floated back to Shen Yan's hand, releasing the tailed beast cloak, allowing his skin to regenerate rapidly. Mission accomplished. Rewards have been dispensed. Sealing black Zetsu symbolized the successful thwarting of Kagaya Otsutsuki's resurrection. Techniques of wood release and others flooded his mind, and Shen Yan nodded in satisfaction, his skin fully healed from the burns inflicted by the 9 tails chakra. However, he resolved to minimize the use of the tailed beast cloak. It was far too painful. He yanked the bewildered Obito back, urging, "Go and reminisce with your teacher as for your disciple. I shall leave him to you in any case. I can inform you that Obito has been brainwashed by Uchiha Madara. And furthermore, it was Madara who orchestrated the death of Rin no Hara. My target is solely black Zetsu. This evening has been exceedingly thrilling." He felt no inclination to elaborate further. It was unnecessary. Now, it was up to Minato to figure out how to bring his disciple back. Minato, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, finally arrived with reinforcements, and upon seeing that Minato's family was unharmed, he breathed a sigh of relief. "It is truly wonderful that they are safe." Chapter 14. Is it truly impervious to reason? This night proved to be one of peril and excitement for all within Konoha. The release of the 9 tails had resulted in numerous fatalities, instilling greater fear among the populace. Fortunately, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, successfully sealed the 9 tails, enhancing his support among the citizens. Shen Yan sat in a tea house, sipping tea, when a weary Minato approached him, appearing ethereal, burdened by an overwhelming number of responsibilities. The reconstruction of Konoha, the situation with Obito, and the elders of the village causing disturbances, demanding the Uchiha clan be confined near Konoha's prison. Thankfully, he had dismissed their demands. "Fourth Hokage, do you not wish to take a moment's rest?" "There is far too much to attend to. Mr. Shen Yan, I am immensely grateful for your assistance. Were it not for you, Kushina and I might still be preoccupied with matters at hand. As an outsider, he was initially to be treated with caution by the village, yet his aid in subduing the 9 tails had granted him significant favor. Minato had advocated for Shen Yan's freedom to roam the village, albeit with some covert surveillance still in place. "It is nothing," Shen Yan replied, shaking his head. "You did not seek me merely to express your gratitude, did you?" "Indeed, I wish to inquire about Obito's situation. Let us find a more suitable location." "Very well." Minato placed a hand on Shen Yan's shoulder, and in the next moment, they appeared in a hidden chamber adjacent to the Konoha interrogation room. Accompanied by Kakashi and Obito, Kakashi was visibly distressed. After all, his closest friend had died and been resurrected, yet now sought vengeance against Konoha. Furthermore, Obito had implored him to look after Rin, only for him to have been the one to end her life. Minato personally poured a cup of tea for Shen Yan, who settled into a chair, stating, Allow me to begin with the events at the Kimui Bridge. As Shen Yan recounted the tale of how Obito was chosen as a pawn. The elaborate schemes of Uchiha Madara unfolded. Obito interjected, "Flattery. Rin was clearly an operative of the mist, infiltrating the Three Tails. Then why did Rin collide with Kakashi's Chidori? Why did she not take her own life?" "Because she was incapable," Shen Yan retorted with a cold smile. "Do you not find that an uncanny coincidence? Madara orchestrated it for you to witness. The Uchiha clan is one driven by love. And your affection, particularly for the young woman known as Rin Noera, was immensely potent. Only through your despair could you become Madara's pawn. Upon witnessing Rin's death, you unleashed an extraordinary power. Do you believe you dwell in hell? No, it is Madara himself who has woven your hell. Do you think he is the mastermind? No, the true puppeteer is Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu. Do you think he is the embodiment of Madara's will? He is not. He is the manifestation of another. Black Zetsu incited Madara and Hashirama Senju to battle, perpetuating their conflict to this day. Madara believed himself formidable, though he undeniably is, but in the end, he was merely a piece on Black Zetsu's chessboard. However, Black Zetsu has been sealed by me. That is merely your perspective. You are quite resistant to reason." Shen Yan delivered a sharp slap to Obito and seized him by the throat. Questioning, "What? A single woman's death leads you to believe the entire world has betrayed you. So you believe yourself justified in attacking your own teacher and their spouse? A wretched ingrate." He cast Obito to the ground, stepping upon his face, but Kakashi and Minato rushed to restrain him. Yet Obito exhibited no anger, only the despair of a world devoid of meaning. "That I in the realm of infinite to me, everyone would exist, his teacher. Kakashi, Rin. Everyone would live on in that illusion. Curse it. I once heard someone say, those who awaken the Manjiki Sharingan first question the world rather than themselves. I never believed it, but now I do. Fourth Hokage, my suggestion is execution on the spot. Redemption? Spare me such notions. You claim Madara exploited me and Rin, yet you possess no evidence, do you?" Obito looked up, stating, "Rin is already dead. All of this is meaningless." "Damn it." Shen Yan delivered another kick to Obito, pointing at Kakashi. "Is he not the one who suffers the most? He personally killed Rin, forever trapped in nightmares, his hands forever stained with her blood. Using the Sharingan you gifted him to witness those he was meant to protect perish at his hands. Indulging in dreams is the act of a coward. You imbecile." Kakashi fell silent, his head bowed. Obito coldly remarked, "He did not protect Rin. I do not blame him, for this world has lost its meaning." "Then die." Shen Yan, enraged, drew his blade, ready to strike. "You stubborn fool. If you refuse to repent, then perish. Better to eliminate a calamity." "Wait, wait, wait." Minato embraced Shen Yan, insisting, "Mr. Shen Yan, we can still discuss this. Obito has merely been misled by Madara. He is a good child." "A good child?" "Fourth Hokage, look at this scoundrel. Were it not for him, Konoha would not have suffered such losses. You and your wife nearly lost your lives. I understand. Rin was as vital to Obito as Kushina is to me. If Kushina were to perish, I would not wish to live either." "Of course, I understand. Otherwise, why do you think I sought to save you? I could have sealed Black Zetsu and walked away, leaving you all to your troubles." He sheathed his blade, declaring, "That is all I have to say. Fourth Hokage, if Obito is unwilling to turn back, then kill him. The Uchiha clan is notoriously obstinate. Handle this clan with caution, preferring a gentler approach. That I believe you can manage the affairs of the Uchiha clan adeptly." Shen Yan scoffed, turning to depart. Minato sighed deeply, gazing at his disciple with a complex expression. "Obito, I understand your pain, but please look forward. This world is not devoid of meaning. Kakashi, you shall accompany Obito for the time being. I will frequently check on you both." "Understood, sensei." Minato swiftly pursued Shen Yan, inquiring if there was any method to alter Obito's fate. Pray tell, Minato urged. "First, let Uchiha Madara tell him personally that he has been manipulated. Is it not too far-fetched to have a deceased individual explain this? Reanimation is a forbidden technique, and besides, no one in Konoha knows how to perform it at present. Have you heard of the Manjiki Sharingan?" "Certainly, Obito possesses one. Uchiha Shisui. His Manjiki Sharingan holds the power to alter one's thoughts, known as Kodama Tsukami. How is it that you possess such profound knowledge of Konoha? Are you truly the Hokage, or am I?" Chapter 15. Impure World Reincarnation. Shen Yan's words left Minato momentarily stunned. Could there truly exist a dojutsu capable of directly altering one's thoughts? Mr. Shen Yan, how do you know this? I have access to certain classified intelligence. That is irrelevant to you. I am familiar with the Impure world reincarnation technique, but I cannot locate Madara's corpse. Utilizing the Mangeki Sharingan is also an option, yet it may inadvertently transform Obito into someone entirely different. The Heavenly God technique alters a person's thoughts at a subconscious level, far more terrifying than mere brainwashing. Had Shen Yan possessed the Uchiha bloodline, Minato would have considered seizing Shirsue's Sharingan. Wait, how did you acquire knowledge of our forbidden techniques from Konoha? No, Obito is Obito. He should not undergo any transformation. Minato shook his head, unwilling to allow his disciple to fall victim to manipulation. Very well. Then we are left with Uchiha Madara. Shen Yan extended his hands. Let us search for Madara's corpse together. In exchange, I will acquire some ninjutsu from there. Though Obito has concealed himself, Kabuto can locate him, as Black Zetsu operates behind the scenes. Thus, it would be prudent to inquire with him. Minato contemplated, as long as village interests are not compromised, I can agree to this. Agreed. This is now our only option. Shen Yan produced the truth-seeking orb, within which Black Zetsu was calling out, having not been eradicated by Shen Yan. Black Zetsu, shall we strike a bargain? Release me, and I will comply with your every request. Allow me to think. Tell me where Madara's corpse is located. Black Zetsu was far too cunning to be allowed to escape. What do you seek Madara's body for? You dare address him as Lord. He is the third son of Kagaya Tsutsuki, Black Zetsu. You. Black Zetsu was utterly shocked. This was its greatest secret, known to none for millennia. Not even to the Sage of Six Paths or his brother. How do you know this? I do not comprehend what you are implying, still feigning ignorance. You pursue the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra in hopes of rescuing Kagaya Tsutsuki. Do you not? I am well aware of your intentions. Your secret holds no weight in my eyes. Where did you learn this? Black Zetsu howled. It must be from Kagaya's ungrateful spawn. He is still alive. He told you, did he not? The souls of Indra and Ashura can indeed reincarnate. The Sage of Six Paths must possess some means, though it has not been revealed in recent years, and Shen Yan's truth-seeking orb's origin offers some explanation. Indeed, it was the Sage of Six Paths who informed me. You shall never learn, Black Zetsu. If you wish to survive, heed my words. I can detonate the truth-seeking orb right now, ending your existence instantly. Ordinary ninjutsu cannot harm you, but the truth-seeking orb is different. The my assertion is not unfounded, is it? Black Zetsu was gripped by fear. It was a product of Yin-Yang release, embodying Kagaya Tsutsuki's will. Few things in this world could inflict harm upon it. Yet the truth-seeking orb was indeed capable of obliterating its very being. You may attempt it. If you do not slay me, it is certain I retain some value to you. In truth, Shen Yan had merely forgotten to dispose of this creature. Precisely, this is a transaction. I shall release you in the future, but not now. I will not kill you, as you still hold utility. Now, tell me the location of Madara's corpse. Madara's body has been dealt with by Obito. Yet I have retained a portion as a contingency. Black Zetsu relented. It possessed an abundance of time, and as long as it lived, hope remained. Even if it took several centuries, once freed, it could begin anew. Once again seducing the reincarnation of Indra. Given the bond between those two brothers, reconciliation would forever be impossible. Reveal the location. Black Zetsu divulged the coordinates to Shen Yan, who turned to the dazed Minato and remarked, Hokage, let us proceed. What are you waiting for? Please wait a moment. My mind is somewhat disoriented. The overwhelming influx of information had caused the astute Hokage's brain to momentarily overload. The conversation between Shen Yan and Black Zetsu bore tremendous weight. Intertwining with the Sage of Six Paths, fortunately, they were alone. Otherwise, such revelations would undoubtedly incite a sensation. Regaining his composure, Minato transported Shen Yan away from Konoha using the Flying Thunder God technique, leading them to the cave where Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu once resided. Black Zetsu informed them of a hidden chamber it had excavated, containing strands of Madara's hair. Hair will suffice. Grasping a white lock, he inquired, Is there white Zetsu? There are two complete specimens. One was destroyed by Shen Yan, and the other remains unaccounted for. Yes, there are inferior versions. Inferior versions should prove useful. Black Zetsu instructed them on how to summon white Zetsu. and 3 inferior white Zetsu emerged from the ground. Gazing at the grotesque, incomplete forms before him, Minato asked, "What are these?" "Humans from Kaguya Tsutsuki's era, transformed into monsters by her. These should be the incomplete specimens. Indeed, these beings were interrupted before their transformation could be completed by Kaguya and her village. I salvaged a portion to deceive Uchiha Madara, leading him to believe they were inferior clones created from Hashirama's cells," Black Zetsu elucidated. "Madara has truly drawn the short straw in this encounter. Not merely unfortunate. He has been misled since the age of Indra. Madara is the one who has been most thoroughly deceived. Now, we shall proceed with the Impure world reincarnation technique, with a series of hand seals. Painfully slow in execution, Minato could scarcely bear to watch. His palm struck the hair, and black runes spread across the ground, enveloping white Zetsu. Amidst anguished cries, an elderly, one-eyed man with a head full of white hair materialized before them. "Has Nagato grown up already? Wait, in this state." Uchiha Madara scrutinized his hands, the sensations in his body indicating he was not truly alive. "You are Minato Namikaze and an unfamiliar child." Just as Uchiha Madara attempted to move, his body was ensnared by Shen Yan. The Impure world reincarnation he received was the perfected version crafted by Kabuto, who had diminished Madara's power to enhance his control over him. Now, Madara, aside from possessing immortality, had chakra comparable to that of a freshly graduated genin, traded for formidable control. "What are your intentions?" Uchiha Madara inquired in a deep voice, his only means of expression being his mouth. Shen Yan ignited his hair. He had no need to perform the Impure world reincarnation on Uchiha Madara again. "You merely need to comprehend certain truths." Shen Yan smiled slightly, prompting Minato to return them to Konoha, appearing in the interrogation room. "Teacher and Mr. Shen Yan, who is this? Madara? How are you still alive?" Kakashi and Obito exclaimed simultaneously, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Chapter 16, Dreams Shattered. Upon seeing the bound Obito, Uchiha Madara instantly grasped the situation. "Obito, you have failed." "Humph," Obito scoffed, "you were supposed to be dead. The Impure world reincarnation. You did not dispose of my corpse thoroughly. If he were to remain under such control, the possibility of realizing the infinite Tsukuyomi would be utterly unattainable. I burned your body, leaving nothing behind that my apologies. Black Zetsu has played you both for fools. Under its guidance, I located the hair." Shen Yan chuckled. "Come now, Black Zetsu, reveal the truth to them." "Black Zetsu?" Uchiha Madara frowned. How could his willful manifestation betray them? Caught under the eaves, one must bow their head. To escape, Black Zetsu had no choice but to divulge everything, now left with no alternative but to trust Shen Yan, hoping that one day he would grant it freedom. Uchiha Madara and Obito listened, dazed, as Black Zetsu recounted the entirety of their plight. "The infinite Tsukuyomi is a deception?" Uchiha Madara managed to ask with great difficulty. "What, then, was the purpose of his lifelong obsession?" "It is indeed real," Shen Yan stated. "The infinite Tsukuyomi would indeed plunge all of humanity and the ninja world into a dreamlike state." Uchiha Madara felt a flicker of hope. But Shen Yan continued, "Yet Black Zetsu failed to disclose the consequences." "Consequences? White Zetsu, the very entities you employed to fill Obito's body, are all monsters engineered from humans lost in dreams. They are weapons forged by Kaguya." "White Zetsu," Black Zetsu interjected. "Indeed, White Zetsu is a weapon crafted by our mother. While I am uncertain of her motives, I am aware that she was the creator." "You wretch, Black Zetsu, so you intend for us to transform everyone into monsters akin to White Zetsu?" Uchiha Madara roared with fury. He had schemed his entire life, striving for peace through the infinite Tsukuyomi, only to find himself reduced to a mere jester. "Ban, do not accuse me of deceit. I merely withheld certain truths." "You wretched being, paralyzed and unable to move." Uchiha Ban's eyes burned with fury. How he longed to consume Kurizetsu whole, yet was utterly powerless. He had treated Obito as a pawn, yet he himself was merely a piece in Kurizetsu's game. He almost made a grave mistake that would have dragged the entire ninja world into chaos. Indeed, Rin's death was orchestrated by Ban, for it was your love, Obito, that blinded you, your deep affection for Rin and Konoha. And when faced with betrayal, that love transformed into madness, compelling you to join the Eye of the Moon plan. Kurizetsu had betrayed Ban. Why do you think Rin did not take her own life, but rather collided with Kakashi's Chidori? Why did you arrive just in time? It was all meticulously calculated. From the very beginning, you were the most suitable piece on the board. Obito did not rush out. Yet Kakashi charged in, seizing the truth-seeking ball and smashing it to the ground. Tears streamed down his face. Minato embraced his disciple, his expression grim. Kakashi, I understand your torment, but, teacher, Rin and Obito are innocent. They have done nothing wrong. Kakashi cried out, for their machinations had led to Rin's death, and Obito's myriad of misdeeds nearly cost you and your family dearly. Fueled by rage, Obito roared, I will kill you. Uchiha Ban, Kurizetsu, I will annihilate you. An overwhelming fury consumed Obito's mind, yet the black rods rendered him incapable of action. Uchiha Ban's expression was one of numbness, as his vision was entirely negated, realizing that his entire life had been orchestrated by others. He now longed for death. The prison cell descended into chaos, and Shen Yan sat nearby, contemplating, You've committed so many heinous acts, Kurizetsu. I believe it is time to end you. No. Lord Shen Yan, I beg you. Do not take such action. I possess knowledge of many hidden treasures. Spare my life, and they shall all be yours. Killing you is an option, but I am uncertain of the location, Shen Yan mused. However, gold and silver held no value for him. Uchiha Ban, what are your thoughts? My dreams have shattered, Ban replied, tilting his head back. To have lived to this age only to witness the collapse of his aspirations was an insurmountable blow. Was Hashirama truly correct? Not necessarily. Shen Yan interjected, N01 is absolutely right. If you and Senju Hashirama had united to stabilize the ninja world, such calamities could have been avoided. A cohesive nation, devoid of division, governed steadily for decades, could have ensured prolonged peace. To end war with war? What a peculiar notion. Alas, by that time, neither Hashirama nor I wished to continue the fight. Uchiha Ban sighed. Obito, I orchestrated your downfall. And I deceived Minato, ensuring he could not intervene in time. You may despise me, but I shan't apologize. Uchiha Ban, who traversed the ninja world, have ultimately been outmaneuvered. Ha ha ha. What a dismal fate. A mournful laughter echoed in the cramped room. Laden with helplessness and sorrow. So, shall we return to the Pure Land? I shall send you back. You may converse with Hashirama, though I know not the nature of the underworld. Let it conclude. Impure World Reincarnation. Release. Shen Yan terminated the Impure World Reincarnation, and Uchiha Ban's spirit ascended, leaving behind a scattering of debris and the deceased Kurizetsu. Hokage, I have done all I can for you. Do not forget our agreement. Understood. Shortly thereafter, Minato arrived at Shen Yan's temporary residence, where Obito's emotions had stabilized, and Kakashi was by his side, while Kushina had also come to see him. Your wife is able to rise from bed? After separating from the tailed beast, coupled with childbirth and sealing the tailed beast, such exhaustion, and yet she can stand. The Uzumaki clan's vitality is indeed remarkable. Yes, though still quite weak, it poses no significant issue. Minato stated earnestly, I can teach you techniques beyond the forbidden jutsu and S-rank ninjutsu of Konoha. Anything I know, I shall impart. I initially intended to learn the flying Raijin, but with your input, I am uncertain what to pursue. The flying Raijin requires exceptional talent. I am unsure if you possess it. 3 offensive ninjutsu from each of the 5 basic elemental types, 2 powerful sealing techniques. And I wish to select 3 from the second Hokage's repertoire. Minato pondered. Very well, I agree. Once I have organized them, I will teach you. Soon after, Minato returned with an array of ninjutsu scrolls, ready to instruct Shen Yan on learning and releasing ninjutsu. From the second Mizukage's water techniques, Shen Yan chose Water Style, Heavenly Cry, Water Break Wave, and Great Strength. Chapter 17. Obito's Redemption. Shen Yan obtained the training methods for ninjutsu from Minato, employing shadow clones to expedite his learning process. The speed of his progress astonished Minato. As for the sealing techniques, the 5-element seal and 4-symbol seal proved much more challenging to master. Hokage, I have successfully learned your Rinnegan. Minato recalled that he had not explicitly taught him how to use the Rinnegan. Indeed, Minato had not taught him, but Shen Yan understood the principles and, upon attempting it, found it manageable. A sphere of chakra materialized in the palm of his hand, and he increased the chakra output to maintain its form. Great Ball Rinnegan. He continued to amplify the chakra output, lifting a Rinnegan the size of a car. Super Great Ball Rinnegan. He had yet to modify the Rinnegan, and Shen Yan had already achieved this level. I believe I can incorporate chakra attributes for variations. I just have not developed it yet. The wind style, Raisin Shuriken seemed too time-consuming to develop, and he also wished to test whether it could be combined with the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Sharing his thoughts with Minato, he contemplated, if we follow your idea, developing a Raisin Shuriken and utilizing the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique to replicate it, then, conversely, the chakra of the Raisin Shuriken would also be divided, potentially leading to its dissolution. Let us first develop the Raisin Shuriken. The two deliberated, and Shen Yan inspired Minato to integrate wind style into the Rinnegan. Together, they spent half a month developing the wind style, Raisin Shuriken, then combined it with the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. Wind style, Raisin Shuriken. Minato crafted a Rasen Shuriken and hurled it forcefully, quickly forming seals for the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. The Rasen Shuriken split in midair, 2, then 4, but in an instant, it dispersed and detonated in the sky. Just as I suspected, dividing the chakra rendered it incapable of sustaining multiple Raisin Shuriken. What if we increase the chakra output? Shen Yan inquired. However, my chakra is limited. If I merely amplify the output, I may deplete my own reserves, rendering my attacks ineffective, Minato replied. Allow me to give it a try. Shen Yan conjured a Raisin Shuriken, increasing the chakra output and launching a significantly larger Raisin Shuriken. Then employed the Shuriken Shadow Clone technique. This time, he successfully created multiple Rasen Shuriken, aligned in formation, with an extensive strike range and considerable power. Have we succeeded? Minato asked, perspiring. Such an attack was beyond his capabilities, as he lacked the chakra to waste. Yet, what about integrating the flying Raijin? The Raisin Shuriken, being his chakra, could naturally be transported, and it could be sent near the Raisin Shuriken. If it missed, he could use the flying Raijin to intercept and throw it again or transport it. He could divert others' attacks with the flying Raijin, but that did not mean he could not do so with his OWN that moment. It felt as though Minato had unlocked a new avenue of possibility. Mr. Shen Yan, you are truly a genius. Haha, I am flattered. Shen Yan scratched his head, smiling shyly. Teacher, emerging from the shadows was Obito. Minato nodded, and upon learning the truth, Obito, with the help of Minato and Kakashi, chose to turn back. However, the sins he committed could not be erased. Obito had been seeking ways to atone and would continue his path of redemption in the future. Obito, how are you feeling? Is your health improving? I am managing. Kakashi accompanied me to the hospital for a checkup. The curse seal on Obito's heart has been removed by the Konoha medical department. The higher-ups of Konoha were taken aback upon learning that Obito had awakened the Mangeki Sharingan, particularly Danzo, who had already contemplated imprisoning Obito. However, Minato intervened and spared his disciple. The incident of Obito's attack on Konoha remained known to only a select few, and he had already informed the third Hokage, who, upon uncovering the truth, chose to remain silent that a young man, fervently devoted to Konoha, had been deceived by Uchiha Madara, though it was not entirely his fault. Yet, the mistakes he made could not be undone. Considering the Uchiha clan and the fourth Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen proposed that Obito return to Konoha under the guise of a hero, granting him a public identity while stipulating that he must continue to atone for his past transgressions. Teacher, I wish to atone for my mistakes, Obito said, lowering his head earnestly that I need to repay what I have done, even if it may never be fully reconciled. Shen Yan pondered for a moment before responding. Obito, I have a method for you that if successful, you could claim to have saved the entire ninja world. Really? Please tell me. Are you familiar with the Tsutsuki clan? Yes, Kagaya Tsutsuki and the Sage of Six Paths are part of the Tsutsuki clan. Your understanding is incomplete. The Tsutsuki clan originates from above. Shen Yan pointed towards the sky. Are you saying they reside in the heavens? No, the land beneath our feet is actually a planet. They hail from beyond this planet. Initially, there were two members of the Tsutsuki clan who came here, Kagaya being one of them. They plant divine trees on other planets to siphon life force, and as the divine tree materializes chakra fruits, the planets from which life is drained become desolate. The master and disciple exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Shen Yan continued to elaborate on the Tsutsuki clan's information, explaining that the growth of the divine tree requires the sacrifice of an Tsutsuki member. Originally, Kagaya was to be the sacrifice, but she turned on another member and fed them to the Ninetails. However, that Tsutsuki did not perish. Half of their body was consumed by the Ninetails, and has remained hidden within the ninja world. At this revelation, Minato could no longer remain composed. Shen Yan, are you saying there exists another Tsutsuki as powerful as the progenitor of chakra, and that this individual has been waiting for an opportunity to plant the divine tree and extract the Earth's life force? Indeed, my mission is not only to seal Kaguya, but also to eliminate that individual, Shen Yan replied, visibly pained. The issue is that we do not know their whereabouts, so you require my assistance? Yes, space-time ninjutsu is incredibly convenient that I need to investigate everything related to the Tsutsuki clan, and there are aspects that only you can uncover. I will. Shen Yan disclosed all he knew about the Tsutsuki clan's affairs. Obito immediately responded, leave it to me that I will investigate everything concerning the Tsutsuki clan. Just be cautious and avoid direct confrontation. They are formidable, but if you encounter them, flee at once. Chapter 18. Departure. The Tsutsuki clan was immensely powerful. Even the future Naruto and Sasuke would find them difficult to contend with. Although Obito possessed the ability to phase through danger, he was certainly no match. Thus, Obito resolved to investigate matters concerning the Tsutsuki clan alone. Without lingering in the village, Shen Yan also bid farewell to Minato, expressing a hope for peace in the world. By the way, before I leave, I've prepared a gift for you. Remember to check it. Minato was met with Shen Yan's sudden disappearance in a burst of light. Confused, he did not comprehend the situation until an Umbu member appeared, reporting, Hokage-sama, Danzo has been assassinated, and nearly all root ninjas suffered casualties. The perpetrator remains unknown. The scene bore traces of wood-release usage. What expression should I wear at such a moment? After all, Danzo was a high-ranking official in Konoha, and now he was Shen Yan. You have truly presented me with a conundrum. Minato hurriedly rushed over to find Danzo's body riddled with wooden spikes, surrounded by a plethora of documents. Upon examining them, he found an array of incriminating evidence against Danzo: misappropriation of public funds, the capture of civilians for human experimentation, and obstruction of peace negotiations between Konoha and Amegakure. Deservedly so. Even Minato's usually calm demeanor was shaken as he cursed after reviewing the documents. Sarutobi Hiruzen and others arrived late. And when Tsunade and Mito confronted Minato, he simply threw the documents at their feet, leaving them speechless. The third Hokage appeared to have aged a decade in an instant, hunching over, his lips quivering. Yet he ultimately remained silent. Minato disbanded the root and reassigned Uchiha Shursui from the Uchiha clan, adopting a policy of conciliation towards them. In a short span, the Uchiha clan and Konoha entered a phase of harmony. Shen Yan returned to the main world, leaning back on a dusty sofa with a long sigh of relief. He had reached a temporary pause, gazing at the dust on the coffee table. He muttered, how long has it been? After charging his phone and connecting to the internet, he checked the calendar and realized that over half a year had passed since he left. It was spring when he departed, and now it was deep autumn. Observing the daylight outside, he called for a cleaning service to tidy up the entire house. Shen Yan, are you back? Sakura greeted him as she returned from school. Surprised to see him standing in the yard. No, I merely returned from a business trip. Shen Yan produced a bag of handmade dumplings he had brought back from the Hokage world and said, I brought you a local specialty. These dumplings are quite delicious. Thank you, Shen Yan. Sakura responded joyfully as she accepted the gift. Noticing the people entering and exiting Shen Yan's house, she inquired, who are they? They're cleaning service personnel I hired. I've been away for too long, and the dust has accumulated. It wouldn't be livable without a proper clean, Shen Yan explained. Feeling a headache coming on, he retrieved a folding table and 2 chairs from the house, brewed a pot of tea, and sat with Sakura in the yard, watching the cleaning unfold while inquiring about the Clow cards. I've collected quite a few Clow cards, but Li Xiaoran is also collecting them. Sakura lamented. Consequently, there are some cards I haven't been able to acquire. I see. That could be troublesome. Collecting the last Clow card triggers the final judgment. The final judgment sounds perilous. Well, if you find it too challenging, I can help deal with the judge. No, that's unnecessary, Sakura protested, feeling it was unfair. Isn't that cheating? By the way, I met a remarkably beautiful person this morning, but she gave me a rather strange feeling. Really, Sakura? What is it, Shen Yan? Never doubt your instincts. If you sense something amiss about that person, there is likely a reason. Shen Yan understood that Sakura possessed strong magical abilities, allowing her to perceive many things. Even having prophetic dreams. That's so? I'll be cautious, Sakura replied, and as Shen Yan ruffled her hair, a gust of wind swept by, causing them both to frown. They felt an odd sensation. That feeling is unusual. It's coming from that direction. Sakura pointed towards the northeast. Let us check it out tonight. All right. After bidding Shen Yan farewell, Sakura returned home to do her homework and rest. After dinner, Shen Yan and Sakura set off towards the location they sensed during the day. With Xiaokai following along as they walked, they paused intermittently until they arrived at a shrine. Wow! In Tokyo, where every inch is precious, there's still a shrine. Shen Yan marveled at the kanji tsukumin on the torii gate. Feeling a sense of deja vu, Sakura tugged at his sleeve, and together they stepped into the shrine. In the next moment, the scenery around them shifted, green walls rose, and a massive labyrinth materialized, trapping them behind a wall. This is the maze card. Sakura, we've been ensnared in a labyrinth. What should we do? Sakura asked in haste. We can only navigate our way out, and the maze will change as we go. Xiaokai remarked, noting that this card was under the moon's jurisdiction, offering no effective solutions. In that case, let's break through directly, Shen Yan declared, stretching his arms. Sakura, yes. Do you have any cards to protect yourself? I do. I have a shield. Then use your shield to protect yourself. As Shen Yan spoke, a terrifying magical power erupted from him, so formidable that even Xiaokai gasped. Are you kidding? That level of magic is almost on par with Clow. Water release. Water severing wave. He unleashed a stream of water as thin as a hair, cleaving through the wall before them, creating a path. Shen Yan seized Sakura and Xiaokai and charged forward. That's fast. Wind release. Thousand-faced wind. The wind blades sliced through the walls that were preparing to close, and Shen Yan continued to charge forward. However, the walls healed at an even faster pace. Shen Yan snorted. Enveloping his body in nine-tailed chakra, and, akin to a monster, he smashed through the wall, barreling through the labyrinth alongside Sakura. Out. We are out. Is this really how we do it? Kid, that's quite outrageous. Sakura and Xiaoka couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their foreheads. They certainly couldn't replicate such a method. Sakura, seal it. Kuro card, reveal your true form before me. The maze card was sealed, and the Kuro card fell into Shen Yan's hand, as he had assisted in sealing it. This card is somewhat useful to me. I apologize, but I shall take it for now. It's nothing. Sakura shook her head, feeling no particular sentiment about it. Then, the two turned their gazes toward the tree within the shrine. Brother Shen Yan, that tree. Do not touch that tree. I cannot assist you. Chapter 19. Time and return at Yefeng Shrine. Coupled with the maze card, Shen Yan began to comprehend the nature of this place. This was the shrine belonging to teacher Kuan Yu, who possessed the moonbell gifted to Sakura by Kuro Rido, aiding her during the ultimate judgment, and was in a romantic relationship with one of Kuro Rido's reincarnations. Hira Jizuwa Airi. Moreover, he had once been in a romantic relationship with Sakura's brother, Tuya, but they parted ways when Tuya went abroad during his third year of junior high. As for the tree, it harbored the return card. Shen Yan, at present, lacked the ability to manipulate time. The only one capable of sealing the return card was Li Xiaolang, who possessed the time card. Xiaoka, kid, do you know what Kuro card this is? The return card. The return card indeed poses a challenge, Xiaoka lamented, though it is quite frustrating. Sakura, you may need to seek that little ghost's assistance. Should I ask Li classmate for help? Sakura inquired. I didn't bring my phone. Use mine. Shen Yan handed his phone to Sakura, who remembered the number and dialed Li Xiaolang's home. A gentle elderly voice responded. Hello, this is the Li residence. Hello, may I ask if Li classmate is available? I am Kinomoto Sakura, she asked somewhat timidly. Hello, are you looking for young Master Xiaolang or young Lady Miling? Li Xiaolang. Young Master Xiaolang, Kinomoto classmate is looking for you. Thank you. Wenbo, this is Li Xiaolang. Li classmate, there is a Kuro card at Yefeng Shrine, and we cannot seal it. Could you please come over? A Kuro card? Understood. Li Xiaolang hung up the phone and soon arrived at Yefeng Shrine, wielding a sword. Where is the Kuro card? That tree. Shen Yan pointed to it and said, the return card resides within that tree and requires your time card. Who are you? This is my neighbor. Shen Yan. He is also a magician. He is also collecting Kuro cards. Shen Yan displayed the maze card. Little ghost, I heard you wanted to snatch Sakura's Kuro cards before. Not long ago, Xiaoka had informed Shen Yan about Li Xiaolang's antics, including his attempt to seize the Kuro card from Sakura upon their first encounter, which was thwarted by Chiyo and Tuya. Yes, what of it? Nothing. Shen Yan suddenly appeared before Li Xiaolang and flicked his forehead with his finger. Bang! Li Xiaolang's forehead instantly swelled into a large bump. Ouch! Just giving you a little lesson. Sakura is my sister, and if she gets bullied, I, as her brother, must teach a lesson too. Oh dear, brother Shen Yan. That incident is in the past. Li classmate, are you alright? Damn it, that hurts. Li Shaoling covered his forehead, not actually angry, acknowledging that he was indeed in the wrong at that time. Have you practiced martial arts? For a few years. I can play with you. No need. Let's seal the Kuro card first. Li Shaoling certainly understood what was most important, taking out the time card and preparing to activate it. Shen Yan placed a hand on his shoulder, lending him his magical power. Such powerful magic. The time card consumes a lot of magic. Your magic is insufficient. I understand. Time. The time card activated, compelling the return card to manifest. And Sakura also sealed the time card. The return card fell into Li Xiaolong's hands, and Xiaoka grumbled, "Damn it, that little ghost has snatched another card. Stop thinking about it. Once the Kuro card is in that little ghost's hands, the ultimate judgment will inevitably come." Precisely for this reason, Shen Yan had taken the maze card. After all, one extra card wouldn't make a difference. True enough, Xiaoka drooped her tail and turned her head alongside Shen Yan. Under the moonlight, a long-haired beauty clad in a red and white shrine maiden outfit stood quietly there. Xiaoka immediately hid within Shen Yan's clothing, while Sakura exclaimed, "It's the sister from this morning." "Good evening, little sister. We meet again. I heard some commotion here, so I came to take a look." Quan Yu Gufan smiled serenely. Shen Yan waved his hand and said, "Apologies, I brought 2 children out for a stroll and did not mean to disturb you." "It's nothing." "Well then, we shall take our leave." Grabbing Sakura, he turned to leave, and Li Xiaoling followed. "That person is not ordinary." "Indeed," Shen Yan replied, "you will often come into contact with her in the future." "What do you know?" "I know she is connected to Kuro Rito." Shen Yan gazed at the astonished duo, knowing that all would be revealed on the day of the ultimate judgment. "That I am tired. I shall return to sleep now." "Hey, Shen Yan, you mentioned that the older sister is related to Kuro. You must know something, right?" Xiaoka stood in front of Shen Yan. "Kuro Rito has been reincarnated." "What?" "He is still alive. However, he does not intend to acknowledge you, for Kuro Rito has already died, and the reincarnated individual does not consider himself Kuro Rito. Although Hirajizawa Eri inherited Kuro's magical powers and memories, he is not Kuro Rito himself. Who knows where the original is? Perhaps he is even watching this conversation. That Sakura's father is also the reincarnation of Kuro Rito. That it's truly perplexing how a person's soul and body can both be reincarnated. But there is no but. Cerberus, your master has died. The new master you chose is Sakura, is it not? You will meet again in the future. At that time, you can ask him directly, will we really meet again? Of course, once all the Kuro cards are gathered, he will eventually manifest. Shen Yan took Sakura back, pondering for a moment before asking, "Sakura, would you like to learn how to channel magic for combat?" But isn't it sufficient to use Kuro cards?" No. Activating Kuro cards requires time, right?" Shen Yan smiled and said, "What if the opponent closes the distance and doesn't give you time to activate the Kuro cards?" "But I don't want to fight. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't let you learn, but in this world, who knows what else is out there?" Sakura primarily relied on Kuro cards, yet close combat could easily lead to disadvantage. Even with battle cards, if one was too late to activate, it would be utterly futile. Hey, you're not thinking of teaching Sakura some strange things, are you? Xiaoka, close combat is the romance of a magician. The legendary magician Gandalf is renowned for wielding dual weapons, having maxed out his two-handed sword skills while only investing in a single spell, illumination. Now, that is a true magician. That is the path of evil. Not at all. Shen Yan opened his palm, and a spiral sphere composed of magical energy manifested in his hand. Oh, you want to learn? It can be activated instantly, and there's an advanced version. The colossal spiral sphere was raised above his head, startling Sakura, while Xiaoka remarked, "Your magic seems to flow like water." Sakura cannot afford to squander her magic like that. How old is she? When she grows up, her magic will suffice. Chapter 20. Sunset Shrine. Sakura pondered for a moment. Finding Shen Yan's words reasonable, she decided to follow him to learn magic. The spiral sphere is entirely composed of chakra. Requiring no hand signs, it can be understood as a pure energy construct, merely controlling the energy to rotate at high speed. With Shen Yan, it could be driven by any form of energy. Meaning magic could also be utilized to create it. It was perfectly suited for Sakura. The next day, after school, Sakura sought out Shen Yan. "Brother Shen Yan, that older sister from last night, has become our substitute math teacher." Oh, I see. Don't worry. She won't do anything to you. She is a very kind person. In the first season of Cardcaptor Sakura, there are no villains. Even the troublesome Hirajizawa Eri was acting for Sakura's growth and did not harm anyone. I know. Teacher Kuan Yu is very kind. By the way, brother Shen Yan, are we going to start the training you mentioned? With a smile, Shen Yan handed her a water ball and took one for himself, saying, infuse it with magic, allowing it to flow in an erratic manner, and then shatter the water ball. He demonstrated, and the water ball seemed to be alive, wriggling as if something were trying to burst forth. Before it suddenly exploded, startling Sakura. Is this how it's done? Sakura attempted it, and succeeded immediately. You have an extraordinary talent. Shen Yan had self-taught the spiral sphere, but it took him several days of training with shadow clones to master it. Sakura's aptitude was truly remarkable. All right, you may proceed to the next stage. He produced a palm-sized rubber ball, maintaining the released magic, and instructed her to find a way to materialize it and break the ball. This time, Sakura did not succeed immediately. The resilience of the rubber ball was far superior to that of a balloon, making it quite challenging. Haha, don't be too disheartened. Your talent is impressive. I believe you will succeed soon. Shen Yan sat in the courtyard, basking in the afternoon sun, while Sakura sat beside him, trying various methods to break the rubber ball. He poured her a cup of tea and offered a plate of cookies. As she munched on the treats, her magic continued to impact the ball, yet she still failed. Shen Yan, where did you learn magic? Hee. From a rather harsh place, he replied, gently patting Sakura's hair. You wouldn't want to know. Is it a place where you had to train hard every day? In Sakura's mind, rigorous daily training seemed quite cruel. Pretty much he decided to change the subject. Sakura, your brother is back. Huh, brother. Sakura turned to see her brother pushing his bicycle home. Aren't you working today? No, but why are you at Mr. Shen Yan's again? And with a rubber ball? Even monsters have times when they want to play with a ball, Taya teased his sister. Though he had a sharp tongue, he was very kind to her and was aware of what she was doing. Taya possessed immense magical power, and Shen Yan could sense it, though he did not know how to wield it. He also had a spirit communication ability, allowing him to see many things, such as their late mother. Not at all. Sakura pouted at her brother. Shen Yan smiled and invited Taya in for tea. I haven't seen Mr. Fujitaka around lately. Dad has been busy with work, coming home quite late. Did I apologize for troubling you? Shun Yan. Its nothing. Sakura is a delightful child. She mentioned a new teacher came today. A new teacher? Yes, Miss Kanzuki is a beautiful person. Indeed, she almost became your sister-in-law. Shen Yan mused to himself while holding his teacup. Kanzuki? The one from the Tsukiyomi Shrine? Do you know her? I used to, but she went abroad for her studies. Taoya replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed by his ex-girlfriend. Speaking of the shrine, I recently took a job at a shrine. There are so many shrines in Tokyo. Yes, this shrine has quite a history. It's called the Higurashi Shrine. Cough. Shen Yan spluttered his tea, stunned. Higurashi Shrine? Yes, is there a problem? Wow, is this world stitched together with Inuyasha? It's nothing, just reminded me of something related to the Higurashi Shrine that I must visit there soon. Could you give me the location? No problem. Taoya provided Shen Yan with the directions to Higurashi Shrine. After receiving it, he noticed the sky was getting darker, so the siblings headed home, playfully bickering, their bond endearing. That little bratly Xiaolang is so lucky. Shen Yan muttered to himself before heading home to rest. The next morning, Shen Yan exchanged greetings with the siblings as they left for school. After practicing for a while, he went to the city, preparing to buy a motorcycle, and arrived at the Higurashi Shrine. The shrine was built on a small hill, a rare sight amidst the city. Surrounded by a fence, the vermilion torii led to a long flight of stairs. Ascending the steps, he arrived at the shrine. A strange aura made Shen Yan feel quite unusual. Beside the shrine stood a massive sacred tree, appearing to be several centuries old or even older. Hello, are you here to pray? An elderly man dressed in a black and white priestly robe approached, holding a sacred charm adorned with purple glass beads. Young man, this is the four-soul jewel, passed down through generations at our Higurashi Shrine. If you purchase it, you will be blessed with good fortune. The four-soul jewel, indeed. What wonders does this world hold? However, the object in the old man's hand was merely an ordinary glass ball. Elder, I am the teacher of Kagome Higurashi. I heard she was ill, so I came to check on her. First, let us establish the timeline. If Kagome is searching for the four-soul jewel, she must be on sick leave. This child, Kagome, had her grandfather concoct various excuses to excuse her from school, claiming she had all sorts of ailments. Grandpa Higurashi was alarmed, saying, Kagome is at the hospital right now. Not home. Not home. Is that so? I see. Shen Yan nodded. May I wander about your shrine? Of course, please do. Shen Yan pretended to casually explore, arriving in front of a small room that gave him an odd sensation, pushing the door open. A musty smell assaulted his nostrils, and in the center of the room stood a wooden well. Shen Yan approached, peering down, but could only see a muddy bottom. This well was crafted from sacred wood, and legend has it that during the Warring States period, when yokai roamed freely, people would dispose of yokai corpses into the well, which would disappear quickly. Thus it was known as the Bone-Eating Well. Chapter 21. The Bone-Eating Well. Jumping down into the well, he found nothing particularly remarkable. It seemed he could not enter the Warring States period. He had hoped to seek out the renowned swordsmith who forged Tetsusaiga and Tenseiga. Leaping back up, he left Higarashi's shrine and rode home. Upon Sakura's return from school, she continued her efforts to master the spiral sphere, and Shen Yan asked her to summon Xiaoku. What do you want? Kid. Xiaoku casually plopped down on the coffee table, relishing some snacks. Xiaoku, is it possible to return to the past using the time card? Return to the past? What do you wish to do? If it involves altering the past, that could lead to serious consequences. The time card disallows such actions. Xiaoku cautioned, those who toy with time will be toyed with by time. Attempting to change the past with a time card will force you back. No. Have you heard of the Era Tree? The Era Tree? I think I've heard Kuro mention it before. Xiaoku pondered before recalling, isn't that the tree, which does not belong to the current era, yet can manifest before your eyes? Yes. I discovered an ancient well made from the Era Tree at Higarashi's shrine. It connects to the Warring States period of this nation, where there was a very powerful yokai swordsmith that I wished to commission him to forge me a sword. The time card can facilitate that, but that card is in the hands of that little brat. True, that night, I even gave him a whack on the head. Why not have Sakura help you? Xiaoku chuckled. At that time, we can go together. I wish to see what the Warring States period of this nation is like. It seemed the flow of time in both eras was equal. Lengthy absences were impossible. Sakura had to attend school, and her father and brother would worry. Shen Yan declined Xiaoku's suggestion to accompany him. If the flow of time differed, Kagome wouldn't have to take sick leave every day. That's a valid point. Sakura, why don't you visit that little brat? Although I want to help you, Shen Yan, I fearly might. Let us trade. Shen Yan handed her the lost card, borrowing the time card for a while. In exchange, he gave her that card. If necessary, he could find it later. I'll give it a try, Sakura said. The next day, Sakura returned with the time card for Shen Yan, saying Li was willing to lend it to him but hoped he wouldn't do anything bad. Of course, the time card was merely the key to unlocking the bone-eating well. Primarily, it was for traversing time through the well. Shen Yan, are you really going to the Warring States period? What if you can't come back? Don't worry. I will definitely return. Shen Yan reassured her. I certainly don't wish to live in an era without the internet. But Shen Yan, isn't your sword already quite powerful? Why do you wish to forge a new one? Sakura asked curiously. Because this sword no longer satisfies me. The Sun Wheel Blade is indeed formidable, yet it possesses specialized efficacy solely against demons that he yearns for a weapon of greater power, and the blades crafted by the renowned swordsmith Dao Zhai will fulfill his desires. Is that so? By the way, do monsters truly exist? Sakura, in her trepidation, felt her hair stand on end. Although this little girl is already a magical girl, she remains profoundly fearful of such entities in the past. They were indeed present, but I have not encountered any in the city lately. Perhaps they are hiding deep within the mountains, frightened of humans, suggested Shen Yan, shaking his head. Monsters fear humans as well. Sometimes, humans can be far more terrifying than the monsters themselves. Sakura did not grasp his words, nor did he wish for her to. Her innocence is something uniquely hers. That night, Shen Yan arrived at the Hinata shrine with the return talisman. Leaping into the bone-eating well, he infused the talisman with magical energy, as he was not the one who captured it. Utilizing it would require a significant expenditure of magic. Kurorito's magical talisman opened the portal to the past. Return. The radiance of magic illuminated the confined space, and suddenly, the ground beneath him vanished, causing him to plummet. Surrounding him was a dazzling display of lights, and in an instant, he found himself back on solid ground. Still at the bottom of the well, looking up, he beheld a star-studded night sky, a refreshing breeze brushing over him, and the melodious sounds of insects filled the air. Success. He stowed the talisman and jumped up. Before long, a red figure leaped from the forest, and Shen Yan immediately became alert. With a swift motion, He summoned trees to sprout from the ground, which rapidly grew into towering giants, surging towards the red silhouette like a torrent. Soul-catching iron claws, the adversary swiped downward, cleaving through the trees with a single strike, drawing forth an ancient samurai sword which transformed into a massive blade as it was unsheathed, its hilt adorned with soft fur, and brought it crashing down. With a resounding clang, the Sunwheel blade clashed with the iron fracture tooth, the tremendous force causing Shen Yan to frown as he discerned the figure before him. He hastily interjected, "Wait, I do not wish to be your enemy. What are you doing lurking around the village at this late hour?" The red-clad youth had striking silver hair that shimmered under the moonlight. With a pair of white canine ears atop his head, his golden eyes were filled with hostility, and a string of purple-red spirit beads hung around his neck, while he held the iron fracture tooth. His bare feet resting in the grass that I came from the bone-eating well. I am a person from modern times. Modern times? Inuyasha frowned at it's already night. What business do you have coming to Kagom's house at this hour? And how did you even get here? Never mind. I'll capture you first. As he prepared to strike, a sailor-suited girl carrying a bow and arrow rushed over. Inuyasha, sit. Thud. The beads around Inuyasha's neck pulled him down to the ground. What are you doing? Kagome, this person came from your house. He could be a thief. Inuyasha protested, visibly disgruntled. My house. Sir, you are from modern times, correct? Indeed, my apologies. Miss Hinata. My name is Shen Yan. I am aware of the situation regarding the bone-eating well, which is why I employed certain means to arrive here. Shen Yan introduced himself graciously, recognizing that the girl before him was akin to Sakura from his childhood. Hello, Mr. Shen Yan, Kagome replied. I apologize. Inuyasha mistook your scent and thought you were an intruder. Humph. This guy possesses a significant amount of magical energy. Of course, I would be suspicious of someone wandering around here at night, Inuyasha remarked, still seated on the ground. That is my fault, after all. Coming from the bone-eating well during the day might alarm Miss Kagome's family. Shen Yan extended his hands in apology to the two. Mr. Shen Yan, what brings you to this era? Kagome inquired. Oh, it's quite simple. I know that there is a remarkable swordsmith in this era, and I wish to find him to craft a fine blade for me. Shen Yan replied, glancing at the nick in the Sunwheel blade, which had sustained damage from his encounter with the iron fracture tooth. The Sunwheel blade's ability to endure is impressive, considering it was forged by that swordsmith with the utmost dedication to slay evil spirits. However, it cannot compare to a blade made from the fangs of a great demon. I apologize for damaging your blade, Mr. Shen Yan, Kagome said politely on Inuyasha's behalf. It's nothing. No need to apologize. I still suspect you. Ordinary humans cannot command trees. Yet you smell like a human. It's quite peculiar. Inuyasha maintained his vigilance towards Shen Yan, though he stood up under Kagome's intense gaze. Inuyasha, do you know where Dao Jai resides? I don't know, but Grandpa Myoga might. However, I have no idea where he has run off to. Inuyasha replied, hands tucked together. That's quite troublesome. Shen Yan sighed. I apologize for interrupting your rest. It seems I must search for him on my own. Mr. Shen Yan, why not travel with us? Grandpa Myoga sometimes seeks out Inuyasha, and he could take you there, Kagome suggested. Hey, Kagome, why would you let a stranger travel with us? We're on a quest for the shards of the Shurkan Jewel, Inuyasha protested. The Shurkan Jewel? I've heard that gathering it can grant a wish. Shards? It seems the Shurkan Jewel has shattered, Shen Yan mused. How much do you actually know? Inuyasha inquired. Just a little, Shen Yan gestured. Your group has been collecting shards, yet you've only managed to gather 1 to 3 at a time. While the main shard still lies with Naruto, Kagome sheepishly admitted, I accidentally shattered it with an arrow. The Shurkan Jewel was broken into shards and scattered across the land when demons acquired them. Their powers were enhanced. They have been tirelessly working to recover the shards to rectify Kagome's mistake, often necessitating her to take leave from school. What a careless mistake, Shen Yan remarked. Well then, I shall assist you with the ordinary demons. Inuyasha scoffed. You really do talk big. I possess some combat prowess. Shen Yan smiled, temporarily joining the traveling party at Kagome's invitation. The next morning, Kagome introduced Shen Yan to their companions. Meet Moroku, the lecherous exorcist with a wind tunnel. Sango the demon slayer, Shippo the fox demon, and Yura the cat demon with 2 tails. Hello, I am Shen Yan, from the future like Miss Kagome, here to find Dao Jai to craft a sword. Looking for Dao Jai? Moroku's group was taken aback. They had only encountered the whimsical and playful swordsmith once, yet to forge Tesega and Kijin is an impressive feat indeed. I will be traveling with you for a while. I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all. welcome aboard. By the way, Mr. Shen Yan, are you also a sorcerer? Your magical aura is quite powerful, Maroka commented. Magical aura? He must be sensing magical energy. Shen Yan thought. That's what they call it. I suppose I can be considered one. I know a few spells. Shen Yan demonstrated a transformation technique, morphing into Maroku's likeness, prompting applause from everyone. Incredible. You can't even tell the difference. It resembles the raccoon dog's illusions. Moroku, can you do that? I cannot, Moroku admitted candidly. If I could, I wouldn't use the same face to attract women. Mr. Sorcerer, it seems you're thinking of something rather inappropriate. Sango glared at him. Moroku coughed awkwardly. How could that be? Shen Yan crouched down, producing a dried fish to offer to the inquisitive Yura, who happily devoured it. This little creature is quite endearing. Moreover, it has a significant background. Yura was once the combat companion of the Shirkan Jewel's creator, the priestess Kikyo. After Kikyo's demise, Yura became a part of the demon-slaying village, fighting alongside the demon slayers, and after the destruction of the village, continued to battle demons alongside Sango. This little one could be considered a divine beast within the demon realm. Yura is adorable and a wonderful companion, Sango remarked, cradling Yura, who has been her steadfast partner since the village's downfall. After chatting for a while and familiarizing themselves, Kago mounted a bicycle designed for women and announced, "Everyone, we are setting off." They prepared to embark, and Kagome suggested, "Mr. Shen Yan, why don't you sit in the back? The bicycle can accommodate an additional passenger." Inuyasha shot a glance, recalling that he had always occupied the rear seat. What kind of expression is that, Inuyasha? It wouldn't be right to have Mr. Shen Yan run the entire way. The sorcerer can ride on Yura with Mr. Shen Yan, and I will take the seat on the bike. Sango added. Coral suggested, and the cloud mother within her embrace suddenly expanded tremendously, two massive tusks protruding from her mouth, flames licking at her feet as she soared through the air. Thank you, but I have my own means of transportation. Shen Yan extracted a motorcycle from the system space. Iwei exclaimed in surprise. A motorcycle? Where on earth did you pull that from? Oh, it's one of my spells, Shen Yan replied with a smile as he mounted the motorcycle. Care to join me? Bicycles can be rather sluggish. Sure. I'll come along. Chibao leapt onto the motorcycle's fuel tank, plopping down atop it, while Guwei settled into the rear seat, with Shen Yan stowing away the bicycle and backpack. Starting the motorcycle, they sped down the countryside path, but the rough terrain jostled them considerably. This road is truly dreadful, Shen Yan remarked. City roads are far superior. Asphalt is a joy to ride on. I should have brought an off-road motorcycle. Well, at least in this era, having any road to traverse is a blessing. Mountainous trails are the most treacherous, Guwei lamented, glancing back at Inuyasha, who squatted there, seemingly unbothered by the bumps. This vehicle is rather amusing, Guwei. It surpasses your iron steed in excitement, and the speed is quite impressive. Coral and Maroka rode atop the Cloud Mother, soaring swiftly through the air. Their previous leisurely pace had transformed into a much quicker journey. Ahead lay a rugged mountain path, impassable for the motorcycle, prompting Shen Yan to stow it away, noting the dwindling fuel supply, and they would need to purchase more at the next market. Climbing over several mountains, Guwei pointed in a direction, declaring, "There is the aura of the Shirkan Jewel. Without Miss Guwei, we would be like headless flies," Moroku sighed. Without Guwei's ability to sense the Shirkan Jewel's location, their chances of retrieving it would be uncertain for a long time, as only she could detect its essence. By the way, I heard there are bear demons lurking nearby, Coral mentioned. Chapter 23. Schemes that bear is merely a troublesome creature wreaking havoc on crops. But I have heard it suddenly grew in size and began attacking villages, Moroku explained. Compared to bears, I am more inclined to seek out wolves. Inuyasha grumbled. That scrawny wolf, Steel Fang, has 2 shards of the Shirkan Jewel embedded in its legs. If there is a sin of wolves on this mountain, I might just find the motivation I need. Are you intent on eliminating that Steel Fang character? Shen Yan inquired. Of course, Chibao chuckled. A rival in love, after all. Hey. Inuyasha punched Chibao, causing a lump to form on his head. What was that for? Moroku interjected. Chibao, do not meddle with a mad dog's tail. A rustling sound emerged from the thicket, prompting Shen Yan to turn and see 4 men clad in tattered armor wielding weapons, their faces leering. Hand over anything of value. You don't seem to be carrying much, so just leave the women behind. And we might spare your lives. Just robbers, Moroka remarked disinterestedly. Shen Yan asked, should we eliminate them? Your bloodlust is rather intense, Moroka retorted. Isn't it better to let them off the hook? not necessary. If they choose to be robbers, they must face the consequences. Just as Shen Yan spoke, a flock of birds erupted from the forest, and a massive bear emerged, its powerful paws snapping trees the size of barrels, rising to nearly 20 meters in height. The robbers, terrified, fled in disarray, while Gu Wei quickly exclaimed, "The shard of the Shirkan jewel is on that bear's forehead." Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Shen Yan clasped his hands together, summoning a wood dragon that coiled around the giant bear. Preventing its escape. Inuyasha, Gu Wei called out. Perfect. Inuyasha leaped onto the bear's head, ready to extract the Shirkan jewel shard. A piercing buzzing sound filled the air as they turned to see ominous clouds gathering in the sky. What is that? It's the most ferocious swarm, Moroku exclaimed. It's Naruto's venomous insects. Shen Yan focused intently, realizing that what appeared to be clouds were actually swarms of massive, wasp-like creatures with blood-red compound eyes and menacing mandibles, each the size of a human head, racing toward them. The most ferocious swarm was a breed of poisonous insect bred by Naruto, often preventing Moroku from utilizing his wind tunnel technique. The wind tunnel could absorb anything that could be drawn in. A curse stemming from Naruto, appearing during Moroku's grandfather's era. His father had been consumed due to the wind tunnel's excessive opening. To lift the curse, Moroku relentlessly pursued Naruto, and to avoid an early demise, he refrained from fathering children, thus engaging in daily flirtations. If the wind tunnel absorbed something toxic, it would poison Moroku, in the most ferocious swarm, possessing deadly venom. Counter the wind tunnel effectively. Is that Naruto's poisonous insects? How disgusting, Shen Yan muttered, forming hand seals and taking a deep breath, his chest swelling as he exhaled a torrent of fiery breath. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bomb. The fierce flames flowed like a river, igniting the cloud of poisonous insects, rapidly spreading and forming a fiery cloud in the air, as the insects fell, emitting the peculiar scent of burning protein. Meanwhile, Inuyasha successfully extracted the Shirkan jewel shard from the giant bear's forehead, causing the creature to shrink dramatically into a regular bear, which promptly turned and fled. That was surprisingly easy, thanks to Shen Yan's assistance, Gu Wei mused, reflecting on how arduous their previous quests for the Shirkan jewel shards had been. Making this effortless situation a rarity. Ge Wei, I did put in some effort, Shen Yan noted. Yes, Gu Wei replied dismissively. Just then, the sound of flapping wings filled the sky once more, and they turned to see a small swarm of the most ferocious insects moving in a specific direction. Let us follow them. We might uncover Naruto's whereabouts, Moroka suggested. As they pursued, Inuyasha remarked, there is the scent of blood, along with that of wolves. Wolves? Steel Fang? No. It's the Demon Wolf clan. What are they doing here? Let us investigate. Upon arriving at a massive castle, the sky had darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. Naruto, come out. Inuyasha kicked down the door, revealing a scene strewn with the corpses of the Demon Wolf clan, leaving everyone in shock. What on earth happened? This is bad. Someone is trying to frame us, Shen Yan suddenly exclaimed. Moroku pieced it together. You mean Naruto deliberately lured us here and is framing us for the deaths of these demon wolves? Precisely. The fool is always the scapegoat. Naruto truly knows how to scheme. From within a nearby building, a gust of wind swept through, causing the corpses to sway and rise unsteadily. Chibao screamed. Wow, are those guys still alive? No, they are not animated, Moroka cautioned. These are all the deceased. Leave it to me. Would release. For pillar prison, numerous wooden stakes erupted from the ground, forming a cage to contain the zombie-like beings. Inside the building, a stunningly beautiful woman in a kimono fluttered her fan, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that shattered the prison. The zombies surged forward, scattering, making it difficult to capture them all at once. We should retreat. We cannot fall into Naruto's trap, Moroku advised. Though Inuyasha was displeased, he recognized the necessity of evading Naruto's manipulation. As the path ahead was blocked, he growled, "Get out of the way." And with a swipe of his claws, he crushed the nearest zombie that obstructed him, inadvertently playing into their opponent's hands. Shen Yan scoffed, allowing a branch to slip from his sleeve, striking a zombie squarely on the forehead. Would release. Cutting technique. The branch rapidly sprouted, growing several shoots from within the enemy's body. What incredible lethality, Moroka marveled, shattering a zombie's skull with his staff, but they were left with little choice. The zombie's recovery rate was astonishing. Shen Yan drew his sword, its blade glowing red, preparing to use the cursed blade to suppress their regeneration. Just then, blood gushed from the wounds of the demon wolf zombies, splattering both him and Inuyasha. We've been set up again. Shen Yan felt an unexpected frustration, realizing it was the first time he had been manipulated in such a way. The individual within the house might not even be Naruto himself. Naruto was astute. He wouldn't reveal himself to Inuyasha and company without absolute certainty or a compelling purpose. Inuyasha, a young man with a wolf's pelt braided into his hair, stood atop a tall building, glaring down at them with fury. How could you commit such a cruel act? Chapter 24. Kagura let it be known, when we arrived, these individuals were already dead. Inuyasha was aware that he had been deceived. Yet he still endeavored to explain the situation to Koga, who was wholly unresponsive, exclaiming, "You are stained with their blood. Do you think I would entertain your excuses?" Kagome also attempted to elucidate the matter to Koga, but he was resolute in trusting only what lay before him. Kagome, do not defend them. Shen Yan, observing the blood on his body, removed his shirt and tossed it aside, revealing a robust and powerful torso. This blood reeks. Inuyasha, Miss Kagome, we have been ensnared, and this fellow refuses to listen to reason. In light of our comrade's demise, he has succumbed to rage, accusing us of cruelty. If I recall correctly, Koga, did you not unleash a pack of wolves upon an innocent village of humans? The little girl, Rin, who was by Sesomaru's side, met her end at the fangs of your wolves. Were it not for Sesomaru using Tensiga to save his future bride, that poor child would have perished. Well, to be fair, Sesomaru is quite the executioner, one might say. And what of it? I am merely avenging the theft of my treasure, Koga retorted. Ha! What a hypocrite you are! Is a human life not valuable? To be honest, I find you detestable. Who do you think you are? Koga snapped, leaping down. I will slay you first, then deal with that mud. Shen Yan scoffed. Then come and try. Koga charged at great speed, swinging his right arm, his fist striking the ground with tremendous force, unleashing a crack in the earth from his overwhelming demonic power. Inuyasha remarked, has his strength increased? Has he used a shard of the Shurkan jewel? Indeed, this shard is far more potent than the one you took from us. Koga's arm glowed with a dark, twisted, and malevolent light. Then I shall sever your hand. I harbor no mercy for demons. Shen Yan proclaimed, raising his blade and unleashing a flurry of purple slashes. Breath of the moon, third form, dreadful moon, erosion, the strikes intertwined, accompanied by a multitude of moon blades, followed by breath of the moon. Sixth form, long night s solitary moon, abyss, targeting Koga, who had narrowly evaded the previous attack. Ha! Koga retaliated with a punch, his fist breaking through the moon blades, stirring up clouds of dust, yet Shen Yan had vanished from sight. Sniffing the air to ascertain his location, he was about to move when branches erupted from the ground, ensnaring his ankles and rendering him immobile. How could this be? Destruction of the feet, celestial star, thousand wheels. With his feet entangled in a chaotic flow, he executed a series of bewildering kicks, akin to shooting stars. Bang, bang, bang. Koga was struck repeatedly, his body collapsing, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Despite his ability to easily shatter rocks, he only sustained minor injuries from Shen Yan's relentless assault. Shen Yan mused, demons truly possess remarkable physical resilience. As Koga attempted to rise, a searing Tensiga pierced through his right arm, pinning him in place with several black rods. Shen Yan mercilessly extracted the shard of the Shurkan jewel embedded in Koga's arm, tossing it to Kagome. Miss Kagome. Yes, Kagome caught it, and then asked, Mr. Shen Yan, could you spare Koga? Why should I? Shen Yan replied matter-of-factly. He aims to kill us, even if misled. Why should I refrain from slaying him? He stepped on Koga's foot and continued, impulsive, cruel, and self-righteous. It's been ages since I've encountered such a fool. If you choose to take a life, you must be prepared for the consequences. Am I wrong? This is quite terrifying. Is Shen Yan truly from the same era as Kagome? Indeed, though Kagome has not experienced as much as I have. I am indifferent to your disdain for me. My animosity is directed solely at this imbecile, a fool who remains oblivious to being used as my pawn. You bastard! Koga shrieked as Shen Yan kicked the black rod lodged in Koga's shoulder, eliciting a pain scream. Boom! Suddenly, the castle's interior erupted in an explosion, with a man and a woman bursting forth, one of whom was Shen Yan. How can this be? Two Shen Yans. The others were momentarily taken aback as Shen Yan unsheathed his sword, advancing towards the woman. Hey, you must be connected to Naruto. Inuyasha interjected. This fellow carries the same scent as Naruto. Hee, I am Kagura. Upon closer inspection, you are quite the handsome one, and rather astute as well. Kagura grinned, twirling her fan. It appears I can no longer retrieve the shard of the Shurkan jewel from that wolf. Oh, your words remind me. Shen Yan extracted 2 shards from Koga's legs. What a cruel act. Aren't you friends? Kagura inquired with a smile. Friends? I do not know this fool, Shen Yan dismissed. Koga is incompetent and troublesome. I have no fondness for him. So, you are a clone of Naruto, correct? Kagura's smile faded. You speak as if you do not have a clone yourself. No. My clone is entirely different from yours. During his battle with Koga, Shen Yan had created a wooden clone to infiltrate the castle, successfully forcing Kagura out. My clone is merely a reflection of myself, but you are a beautiful woman. Rather than a clone, it's more accurate to say you are a product of Naruto, though it felt strange. Naruto's clones were particularly cunning. In a physical sense, Kagura's heart lies in her hands. Hee, you are quite the jester. Kagura chuckled lightly, waving her fan as invisible wind blades sliced towards Shen Yan, who raised a wooden wall to deflect the attack. Ah, you are quite the anomaly yourself. No, I am a perfectly normal human. Shen Yan stepped out from behind the wall, but his wooden clone was swiftly severed by Kagura, crumbling into ordinary timber, having lost most of its magical essence. Why are we wasting time on her? Inuyasha, growing impatient, charged forward, drawing Tetsusaiga to engage Kagura. Shen Yan lamented, I had hoped to extract some information from her, sensing an unusual wind direction. Shen Yan noticed Kagura was manipulating the air around them. She was indeed a wind sorceress. Inuyasha found himself unable to wield the wind against her. Miss Kagome, purify Kagura's demonic energy with your arrows. Understood. Kagome shot a purification arrow, causing Kagura's demonic aura to dissipate. I can control the wind. What of it? Wind scar. Inuyasha regained his connection to the wind, seizing the opportunity as his golden blade tore through the earth and Kagura alike, lifting her into the air, where she landed upon a massive feather, her body rapidly regenerating, revealing the ghastly spider scars on her back. Indeed, the same scars as Naruto. Chapter 25. Naruto, the progenitor. Kagura fled, and as she did, the castle rapidly disintegrated, revealing its original form. Shen Yan approached Koga, raising his blade, but was quickly halted by Kagome. Mr. Shen Yan, Koga is not a villain. This fool is utterly unaware of his own manipulation, and in the future, he may trouble you further. Ending his life now would eliminate any potential issues. Slaying him would not be without consequence, would it? Koga has brought this upon himself. Inuyasha remarked dryly, I have spared his life. Miss Kagome, please do not persist. Very well. As Kagome and the others departed, leaving Koga to writhe on the ground, gazing at the corpses of his comrades in impotent fury, they found a place to rest and began discussing Kagura. Pondering why Naruto had not previously created clones. Perhaps he lacked the ability. Has he acquired such a power now? Shippo queried. Isn't Naruto male? How could he produce a female? Moroku explained. Naruto was originally an amalgamation of demons, and some demons can create clones from their own bodies. Though she is a woman, she is still fundamentally Naruto, which I cannot accept. Not like you were courting her, Kagome retorted. Pull yourself together, Moroku of the Hoshir clan. After chatting for a while, they began preparing a meal. Shen Yan produced instant noodles and several cans. Kagome remarked, instant noodles? And so much meat. Mr. Shen Yan, your abilities are quite convenient. Not too shabby. As the two opened the packages and placed the noodles into boiling water, they added a generous amount of canned goods. Isn't this a bit excessive? A large pot brimming with instant noodles and meat was presented, and Moroku remarked, even with Inuyasha and the others, they could scarcely consume such a bounty. I, possessing a hearty appetite, found that after sharing the noodles, Shen Yan still felt unsated and proceeded to boil another pot, finally satiating his hunger. Such an appetite was indeed formidable. Alas, the body requires a substantial intake of energy. Conversely, the constitution of demons is rather unscientific. Inuyasha certainly ate a considerable amount, yet his consumption was akin to that of 3 or 4 adults. The lingering demon energy allows me to go days without sustenance. Inuyasha explained, but I still crave food, for the flavor of instant noodles is undeniably delightful. One meal eased Inuyasha's resistance towards Shen Yan. The boy truly was easy to approach, after a night's rest. The group resumed their journey. A few days later, on a morning stroll by a mist-laden lake, Sengo went to fetch some water, only to be met with a cacophony of noise. Inuyasha rushed over, driving off a group of individuals, and Shen Yan inquired, were they merely humans? What was their intention? Just then, a village girl approached, and Sengo asked, were they pursuing you? Indeed, she replied. Moroku and Kagome soon arrived, and upon seeing Moroku, the girl joyfully leapt into his arms, exclaiming, Moroku-sama, Is it truly you? I have longed to meet you. Have we met before? He asked. I am Xiaochun. Xiaochun. From that time? Yes, it has been 3 years since we last crossed paths. Moroku-sama. Moroku embraced the girl's waist, nostalgia washing over him. Inuyasha leaned in. Is that girl a friend of Moroku? It seems there's more than mere friendship. Indeed, Sango added. By the way, this young lady must be older than Miss Kagome. Right? I am but 15, she replied, and if younger, they are merely beasts, Shen Yan remarked with a deadpan gaze, while Sango stared at Moroku, puzzled by their thoughts. The group ventured to an open area devoid of shelter, where Xiaochun began recounting her past. She had lost her family in the war and was later rescued by Lord Oil, becoming a servant, toiling from dawn till dusk, exhausted and famished, her face often stained with tears. 3 years prior, she had encountered Moroku, who, at the tender age of 11, had shown her kindness and asked if she would bear his children. Upon hearing this, Shen Yan and the others recoiled from Moroku. What kind of look is that? He exclaimed. Kagome, as a woman of modern sensibilities, could hardly accept this. Moroku-sama, how could you say such things to a child? Beast. Brute. Shen Yan echoed. Xiaochun quickly interjected, but I am quite happy. The group burst into laughter, and Moroku hastily asserted, I have not laid a finger on Xiaochun. Is that truly the case? After all, she was still a child then. Shen Yan sighed. Such misfortune. Yet, considering the Sengoku era, it is somewhat understandable. Most individuals marry around 14 or 15, but 11. Moroku, had you lived in our time, you would undoubtedly find yourself imprisoned. I have already stated that I did not touch her. Moroku protested, merely a man of words, having asked many girls but taken no action. As for why Xiaochun was pursued by that group earlier, it was primarily because Lord Oil's son had been casting lewd glances her way, attempting to coerce her the previous night before she managed to escape by striking him with firewood. Moroku, please take me in. I truly have nowhere else to go, and I am 14 now, capable of bearing your children. She may be younger than me, yet the girls of the Sengoku era are truly remarkable. Kagome whispered to Shun Yan. It is normal. This is simply how things are in this era. But I still believe Moroku should be locked away. The two modern individuals were left in shock, their values profoundly shaken. Xiaochun temporarily joined their ranks, and Moroku found a peaceful village for her to stay. For a commoner was ill-suited to travel with them. Xiaochun wept bitterly, and Inuyasha, feeling vexed, declared, We will rest here for the night and depart tomorrow. You can cry then. Xiaochun brightened, preparing dinner for them, but midway through their meal, chaos erupted outside as a throng of controlled villagers surrounded them, with Kagura standing at a distance. Shen Yan and Inuyasha swiftly subdued the villagers while Kagura kept them at bay. Behold my wind scar. Inuyasha unleashed the attack, but Kagura suddenly pivoted, and a girl clad in white with white hair appeared, expressionless, holding a mirror that rebounded the wind scar. What? Caught off guard, Inuyasha was struck by the returning attack and fell to the ground, while Shen Yan was also affected, sustaining injuries. Inuyasha, are you all right? No one responded as a tempest brewed in the night sky, a dreadful demon energy coalescing into a tornado around Kagura and the others. With a handsome young man resembling a nobleman appearing. Naruto? Moroku exclaimed, while Shen Yan stood, gazing at Naruto. How dull. I had intended to inquire about how it feels to have your hard-earned power effortlessly rebounded, which is why I came here, but it seems rather uninteresting now. Shen Yan's wounds emitted white smoke, healing rapidly, catching Naruto's attention. I retract my previous statement. You, human, are quite intriguing. Is this not your true form? Rather than a mere puppet, have you finally summoned the audacity to reveal yourself? It appears you are quite confident in this scheme. Moroku, enraged, tore off the beads from his right hand, the seal of his wind tunnel. The wind tunnel, is it? While that is your prerogative, monk, you ought not to be so foolish. Moroku retorted, You despicable fiend, did you calculate that the mirror contained the souls of villagers and Miss Kagome, thereby rendering me hesitant to act? Naruto smirked. I merely dispatched my wind and void incarnations, and you find yourselves in this dismal state. How dull. Shen Yan interjected. It appears you have acquired formidable power. You must have gathered a significant number of Shurkan shards. Indeed, Naruto produced a shard emanating a faint glow, lacking only a fragment yet nearing completion. A woman sought to use my hand to eliminate Inuyasha, thus bestowing this power upon me. Truly an extraordinary woman. That Kikyo. Upon hearing Kikyo's name, Inuyasha stirred, struggling to rise, but his injuries hindered him. Indeed, That woman named Kikyo is exceedingly eager to witness Inuyasha's downfall. Kagura unfurled her wind fan, unleashing a gust of wind to sever Inuyasha's head. But with a swift motion, Inuyasha conjured a wooden barrier to protect himself. Would release. Would blockade. Trees twisted upward, shielding Inuyasha from harm. Yura, carrying the weakened Kagome, soared through the air as Kagome shot a purification arrow toward Nariku. The girl known as Kamikaze raised her mirror, absorbing the arrow, but in the next instant, the mirror shattered, and the souls within uncontrollably fled back to their hosts. Shen Yan, devoid of hesitation, unleashed a powerful jutsu. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wood dragon arose, followed closely by the wood golem technique. The massive wooden figure entwined with the wood dragon and struck down upon Nariku. Kamikaze raised her mirror to deflect the blow. But the wood dragon ensnared her, denying her any chance to escape. The golem's fist shattered Nariku's form, the shuriken shards scattering forth, yet astonishingly remaining intact under the golem's might. Nariku's fragments attempted to envelop the shards. But Shen Yan was quicker, reaching out from the golem's fist to grasp the shuriken shard tightly. Emerging from within was Shen Yan's wooden clone, a mere move away. Nariku, fire release, great dragon fire technique. A fiery dragon surged forth, but Kagura swiftly intervened to block the attack, allowing a portion of Nariku's fragments to escape. Injured, Kagura cursed under her breath, aware that without a heart, her death would not come easily. We must flee immediately. Shen Yan turned to Kamikaze, noticing her ethereal form beginning to fade. They have managed to escape, Shen Yan grumbled. The wooden clone presented the shuriken shard to him, examining it closely. Is this the object that spurs those demons to ceaselessly pursue? It can withstand the force of a golem's punch. Must it truly be the purifying arrows of a priestess like Kagome that can shatter it? Without a properly granted wish, the shuriken shard cannot be destroyed. Even when Kikyo requested her body be burned alongside the shard upon her death, it merely reincarnated and came to reside within Kagome. Utterly useless, he concluded. The shuriken shard does not truly fulfill wishes. Rather, it invites calamity and can even corrupt the hearts of men. The only wish that can be granted is its disappearance, while the soul of the wisher remains ensnared within the shuriken jewel. To make the wooden man and wooden dragon vanish, Shen Yan leapt down and handed the shuriken jewel to Kagome beside Inuyasha. Kagome promptly expressed her gratitude, placing the shards from her body into the gap, where they seamlessly integrated into the shuriken jewel, yet a void still remained. Just 1 or 2 pieces short. Kagome sighed, uncertain of when this ordeal would come to an end. Miss Kagome, once you have gathered all the shards of the shuriken jewel, do remember to make a wish. A wish, but I do not possess any desires to wish for. My only wish at present is for Inuyasha to recover. To wish for the shuriken jewel to disappear forever is the sole method to prevent its reemergence. It is the only correct wish. A misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Is it truly that grave? Indeed, the shuriken jewel was originally forged from the souls of the priestess Kikyo and the demons she could not defeat, creating a prison from which they could not escape, eternally locked in combat. Do you believe it was crafted to fulfill human desires? I understand. I will remember. Thank you sincerely, Mr. Shen Yan. Without your help, we would not only have failed to reclaim the shuriken jewel, but could also have met our demise at Nariku's hands. It is nothing. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively, joining Moroku to tend to Inuyasha's injuries. Inuyasha, inheriting the bloodline of his father, the great dog demon, despite being a half-demon, was stronger than many demons. His blood was thick. And although his injuries were severe, with proper rest, he could recover. After bandaging his wounds, Shen Yan carried Inuyasha to rest, seeking a tranquil spot away from the village to avoid disturbance. Moroku's expression was grave. Nariku had previously claimed that Kikyo had handed the shuriken jewel to him to slay Inuyasha, but why would Kikyo do such a thing? It is best not to take Nariku's words at face value. Shen Yan replied, the shuriken jewel was given by Kikyo, but it was likely not with the intent to kill Inuyasha. I have no idea what that priestess is truly planning. Shen Yan inquired. Does Kikyo wish to kill Nariku? She did in the past, but her current actions are somewhat inscrutable. I see. I miscalculated, Shen Yan remarked. Kikyo likely intends to use Nariku to collect the shards of the shuriken jewel before purifying both him and the jewel simultaneously. No one is more adept at locating the shuriken jewel than Nariku, and in his possession, the jewel was nearly whole. If Kikyo were to bestow the shuriken jewel upon Nariku, he would surely be pleased. Wouldn't he? Nariku mused. Kikyo has given me the Shurkan jewel. I care not, for she harbors feelings for me. Chapter 27. White moonlight and red roses. Upon hearing Shen Yan's analysis, Moroku realized, according to your reasoning, have we not disrupted Kikyo's plan? If we have disrupted it, so be it. It matters not. The Shurkan jewel cannot yet be purified directly. If that were the case, Naruto would continue to hide and would not reveal himself. I must gather some intelligence. Splitting into several shadow clones, they dispersed in all directions, embarking on a quest to uncover Naruto's whereabouts. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days later, Inuyasha remained in a deep slumber. Though his injuries were healing well, Shen Yan processed the information relayed from his shadow clones, but found no trace of Naruto. This fellow was particularly adept at hiding. Discovering him was no simple task. Sitting beneath a tree, Shen Yan looked up as a white demon resembling an eel soared overhead. Could it be a soul collector? The soul collector served Kikyo, and after her demise, the witch Keed had used Kikyo's ashes and grave soil to forge a new body, later completing the resurrection with Kagome's soul. However, when Kagome's soul returned to her body, Kikyo's spirit remained incomplete, and the soul collector gathered the souls of deceased maidens to animate her body. With the appearance of the soul collector, was Kikyo nearby? Shortly after the soul collector entered the room, Inuyasha staggered out, using Tetsusaiga for support. Shippo quickly exclaimed, "Inuyasha, you mustn't move yet." Just as he was about to intervene, a soul collector ensnared him. Preventing him from stopping Inuyasha, Shen Yan cautioned, "Inuyasha, if you intend to confront Kikyo, have you considered how you will face Kagome? I need to ask Kikyo." With that, he plunged into the forest without a backward glance. This fellow was unwilling to relinquish either the white moonlight or the red rose. If it were his own dilemma, he would likely feel the same. Shen Yan chose not to meddle in the affairs of others. "Shen Yan, help me!" Shippo cried out, "I'm coming." Shen Yan replied, severing the soul collector's grasp and freeing Shippo. Shippo leapt onto Shen Yan's shoulder, urging, "You must stop Inuyasha. Kagome will be furious if she finds out." "I know. He has brought this upon himself, has he not? This fellow cannot discern whom he loves more. Unable to make a choice. Only he can resolve this matter. I stand with Kagome," Shippo declared. "Your stance is of no consequence. Inuyasha must come to understand what Kagome means to him, and what Kikyo represents." Shen Yan produced a lollipop, unwrapping it, and popping it into Shippo's mouth. So sweet, so delicious. Not long after, Kagome and her companions, returning from gathering herbs, noticed Inuyasha's absence and inquired about his whereabouts. Shippo relayed the truth, and Kagome grew exceedingly worried, fearing that the gravely injured Inuyasha might encounter misfortune along the way. Kagome truly cares for Inuyasha. Shen Yan observed. "Of course, she likes him," he replied, petting the cloud-like creature. "Kagome has gone to seek help. Inuyasha is unsure how to choose. Whichever path he takes will hurt the other, and his indecision is the crux of the issue. Neither is willing to accept the other, so a harem ending is out of the question. What an enviable predicament." Shen Yan mused. "Be quiet, you lecherous monk," came the retort. Soon after, Kagome approached, likely having encountered Inuyasha. While he limped back, visibly injured. Following another day of rest, Inuyasha had regained much of his mobility. Shen Yan had heard reports of several demons nearby and had gone to assist in their extermination. Upon his return, he discovered that everyone had vanished. "Where is everyone?" He scratched his head, spotting corpses not far from the wooden hut, leading him to follow the trail and discover Kagome and the others amidst a field of bodies. "What on earth? I just stepped out for a moment. Tetsusaiga is broken." On the ground lay Tetsusaiga, shattered into 2 pieces. "Inuyasha has become terrifying," Shippo exclaimed in fear, noting the surge of demonic energy. Having witnessed Inuyasha instantly vanquish the demon that had bitten through Tetsusaiga. "I suppose my timing was less than ideal," Shen Yan remarked. "No matter. As long as it has been resolved." He kicked the head of the vanquished demon, a minion of Naruto, but now slain by Inuyasha. This demon possessed the ability to read minds and had formidable fangs. Shen Yan retrieved several of its teeth for later use. "What do you need those for?" Moroku inquired. "These would not fetch much if sold. If we encounter TD's later, these teeth could be fashioned into a blade." "That is indeed true." Departing the area, they set up camp by the river to prepare a meal. Inuyasha, gazing at the broken sword, found it hard to focus on anything else. That it was not the loss of Tetsusaiga that troubled him, but rather the memory of the battle with the demon. Though he had been powerful, his mind had been consumed with thoughts of slaughter, starkly contrasting with his usual self. Suddenly, The sky darkened ominously, thunder roared, and a three-eyed cow materialized before them. Isn't this the cow of T.D. Zai's grandfather? But why is it just a cow? The group gathered around, and a small voice called out Inuyasha-sama. Before climbing onto his nose and drawing his blood, Grandfather Maiga, the creature quickly expanded, with a loud smack. The grandfather transformed into a piece of paper that landed in Inuyasha's palm. Grandfather Maiga, have you fled to T.D. Zai? How can you utter such disrespectful words? Grandfather Maiga protested. Inuyasha scoffed. You must have escaped. Right? Indeed, I did, but more importantly, Inuyasha-sama, what of Tetsusaiga? Huh? Tetsusaiga is broken. Grandfather Maiga gasped, fully aware of Tetsusaiga's significance to Inuyasha, having served as a retainer to Inuyasha and Sesshomaru's father, the great dog demon that is a half-demon. Inuyasha's bloodline was unstable, and Tetsusaiga was meant to seal away the demon blood within him, preventing him from succumbing to madness in moments of life and death. I sensed a change in your blood scent. And it seems something has indeed transpired, Inuyasha-sama. You must take Tetsusaiga to T.D. Zai at once. Are you saying T.D. Zai can repair Tetsusaiga? Gawei inquired. Indeed, that cow will guide you across. In that case, I shall accompany you as well. Shen Yan remarked. After all, my purpose for coming here is to request Dao Zai to forge a blade for me. Who are you? Grandfather Mingjia turned his head and replied. That fellow at Dao Zai will not easily craft a sword for anyone. He can see through the goodness and evil in one's heart. Young man, your success is not guaranteed, that I understand. But one must at least give it a try. Together with Inuyasha, he mounted the cow's back and departed slowly. The three-eyed cow soared into the sky, arriving at a desolate land as the sun set, where the ground resembled molten lava, emanating intense heat. Among the colossal fish bones, an unkempt old man, wielding a large hammer and possessing notably large eyes, noticed his cow had brought two individuals and scratched his head. Why have you brought another person? Chapter 28. Dao Zai. The old man before them was indeed the Dao Zai that Shen Yan sought, a renowned and powerful swordsmith who had once fashioned the heavenly tooth and iron-shattered tooth from the fangs of Do Yuan. What do you require of me? Inuyasha placed the shattered iron-shattered tooth, which had been broken by a demon named Wu Xing, on the ground. Upon seeing it, Dao Zai burst into tears. Large droplets cascading onto the heated floor and evaporating that dear iron-shattered tooth. Are you foolish? You can't even handle it properly, and look what you've done. Enough of this. Can it be repaired or not? You old man? Inuyasha exclaimed. You insolent brat. Do you think it's that simple? So it can't be fixed? Inuyasha asked, his voice tinged with anxiety. Dao Zai picked up the sword's hilt and said, with my skill, I could restore it in 3 days and nights, but I will need a connecting material. Connecting material? Inuyasha opened his mouth in confusion. Dao Zai grasped a pair of pliers. Inuyasha obediently opened his mouth, and Dao Zai extracted a tooth. That hurts, old man. Inuyasha retaliated with a punch. What are you doing? Stop whining. It's just a tooth. It will grow back soon enough. All right, I understand. Deliver it to me in 3 days. By the way, this person seeks your help in forging a sword. Greetings, Master Dao Zai. I wish to have a sword crafted. My current blade no longer keeps pace with my abilities. Shen Yan drew the Sunwool blade and presented it to Dao Zai. The swordsmith examined it and remarked, from a human's perspective, this blade is quite remarkable. The materials are indeed unique. That craftsman invested considerable effort into it. Why do you treat it so carelessly? Look at this large chip. It was damaged by iron-shattered tooth. That makes sense. After all, I crafted it, haha. Therefore, Master Dao Zai, could you assist me in forging a sword? As for compensation, I will agree to whatever is within my means. Shen Yan spoke earnestly. Dao Zai drawled, and an impatient Inuyasha punched him again. Will you just give me a straight answer? Yes, it's possible that I won't charge you. The craftsman who made this blade has poured his heart into it and deemed you trustworthy. You don't seem like a bad person. I can help you forge a sword, but you must find the materials yourself. Is this acceptable? Shen Yan retrieved the fangs of Wu Xing. Dao Zai looked astonished. These fangs carry a heavy malice. It's not feasible. The sword forged will be imbued with intense evil, and you won't be able to control it. It's best to use the fangs or claws of a great demon. Great demons. Most of them have already been dealt with by Inuyasha's father, right? Inu Teisho was incredibly powerful. The great demons of that era could hardly match him. Flying Moth, Death God Ghost, leopard cat leader. Kiranmaru and Dragonbone Spirit all fell before him. During his battle with Dragonbone Spirit, he was gravely injured and, in the nick of time, rushed to rescue Inuyasha's mother, Shizen, who was about to give birth. Perishing alongside the general, Shana Matsumaru, who cherished her, I recall that the remains of the Leopard Cat clan's leader are still around. Dao Daojai scratched his head and said, "You could bring me the teeth and claws from the remains." "Isn't Dragonbone Spirit still alive?" Shen Yan inquired. "It's surprising you know about Dragonbone Spirit. However, it is sealed away that it's best not to disturb it. Perhaps it's reserved for Inuyasha's training." "All right, I understand. Then I shall seek the Leopard Cat leader." "The question remains, how do I get there?" Shen Yan was unsure of the direction, and Dao Daojai pointed the way. "Well then, I shall leave the Sunwell Blade with you." Shen Yan bid farewell to Inuyasha and set off towards the gathering place of the Leopard Cat clan. The Leopard Cat clan and the Dog clan are mortal enemies. The Leopard Cat leader once challenged Doya Wong and was defeated. Yet his remains still exist. Shen Yan actually preferred to use the fangs of Doya Wong to forge a sword. For after all, his two fangs had produced the Heavenly Tooth and Iron Shattered Tooth, which were undeniably powerful. However, he suspected that Inuyasha would oppose this notion, and Dao Daojai, being a vassal of Doya Wong, would certainly disapprove if he heard it. Not to mention that Doya Wong's grave is notoriously difficult to access. Inuyasha's Black Pearl Eyes could only enter once. 50 years ago, the Leopard Cat clan invaded the Dog clan's territory seeking revenge. But they were single-handedly repelled by Sesomaru. Originally, Jaken acted on his own accord to seek out the two pups, but at that time, the two pups were sealed by Kaikyo. At that time, Sesomaru bore no ill will toward Inuyasha, regarding him as a brother. However, upon learning of the situation, he became furious and single-handedly drove back the Leopard Cat clan. The demons who came to assist him only hindered him. The Leopard Cat clan resided to the west and had once ruled over the western lands. However, due to the Leopard Cat leader's inflated ambitions to unify the demon tribes of the west, he was ultimately defeated and killed by Doya Wong, forcing the Leopard Cat clan to retreat further westward. Shen Yan spent several days traveling and finally arrived near the territory of the Leopard Cat clan. In the forest, Shen Yan increasingly felt that something was amiss, realizing he had been circling the same spot. Despite walking in a straight line, is this a barrier or an illusion? Controlling the trees, he commanded them to part, and he strode forward confidently. The sounds of feline cries filled the air, and soon a group of half-human, half-cat demons surrounded him, standing upright and garbed in clothing. An intruder, a mere human, a girl with fiery red hair squatted on a branch, observing Shen Yan curiously, her feline tail swaying behind her. "Xiaolan, do not lower your guard. He easily broke through my barrier," a girl in a patterned kimono cautioned. "Regardless, kill him," exclaimed a towering cat demon, adorned with a crown, whose hands crackled with azure lightning as he charged at Shen Yan. Shen Yan raised a hand, and numerous branches erupted from his sleeves, intertwining with the electrical energy, ensnaring the cat demon. Xiaolan struggled fiercely to break free from the branches, which tightened around him, making it difficult to breathe. Would release. Tree binding, eternal burial. The branches abruptly expanded, enveloping Xiaolan and transforming into a colossal tree that relentlessly crushed him. With a splatter, blood erupted, and Xiaolan's body was reduced to a gruesome pulp. "Xiaolan!" Xiaolan and Chunlan cried out, and the temperature of the air plummeted as numerous ice shards shot forth. Shen Yan leaped aside, taking refuge atop a tree. The blue-haired woman, exuding an icy aura, charged at him with a spear of ice, her eyes ablaze with fury and hatred. The questing orb formed into a black blade, unleashing a crescent moon slash that repelled her from his elevated position. Shen Yan addressed them. "It appears you are the four kings of the Leopard Cat clan, the offspring of the Leopard Cat leader. Come now, tell me where your father's remains lie." Chapter 29. Demon Slayer, you scoundrel. "I will never forgive you," Xiaolan shouted, flames igniting around her as she rushed forward. Shen Yan shook his head. This group fought with a prowess similar to Inuyasha, but only the ice-wielding cat demon, known as Dong Lan, appeared slightly stronger. She was the eldest among the four kings of the Leopard Cat clan. Evading Xiaolan's attack, he caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma that momentarily disoriented him. Quickly, he leaped into the air, unleashing a gust of wind to disperse the scent. That Springland's ability. A throng of cat demons charged at him, and Shen Yan drew his blade. Moon breathing. Countless crescent slashes tore through the cat demons, spilling blood all around. Moon breathing was particularly suited for group attacks, and Shen Yan deftly maneuvered through the throng of cat demons, breaking free from their encirclement. Abruptly halting, he found his feet encased in ice. Xiaolan approached from behind, while Donglan loomed in front, effectively cornering him. Moonlight disaster vortex. The crescent blades circled around him, forcing both adversaries to retreat. Shattering the ice that bound him, Shen Yan softly declared, "Blood demon technique." Frozen cloud. A white mist concealed his form, and in an instant, he vanished. Where did he go? We must locate him and avenge Xiaolan. Xiaolan exclaimed fervently. Donglan sensed the tension in the air and cautioned. Xiaolan, raise the temperature. Chunlan, stand next to Xiaolan. Though they were puzzled, they complied. Earth release. Earth flowing river. A sudden upheaval struck as the lands beneath Spring Lawn and Summer Lawn transformed into a muddy torrent, sweeping the two sisters away. Just as Winter Lawn was about to speak, a black sphere hurtled towards her with astonishing speed. She quickly raised an ice spear, deflecting the Tao-seeking jade. Shen Yan retrieved the Tao-seeking jade, reverting it back into a black blade, firmly grasping it in his hand. The Tao-seeking jade was more suited for ambushes, and if he encountered a formidable foe in the future, it would be prudent to detonate it. Otherwise, the lack of a reliable weapon could spell trouble. What have you done to Summer Lawn and Spring Lawn? Rest assured, I did not slay them, Shen Yan replied, turning his gaze towards the distant castle. In the hazy distance, he discerned the silhouette of a colossal corpse seated in the castle's central clearing. Is that where it lies? A wooden dragon rose beneath him, propelling him forward as it charged recklessly. The dragon's tail ensnared the corpse of the leopard cat leader, lifting it several meters into the air. Shen Yan chuckled heartily, severing the sharpest of its fangs and also slicing off several claws before turning on his heel to flee. Damn it, chase after him. Winterlawn instructed her subordinates to check on her two sisters. Upon confirming their safety, she immediately led her team in pursuit of Shen Yan. Meanwhile, Shen Yan leaped off the wooden dragon, mounted his motorcycle, and sped away, leaving Summer Lawn in a frantic dash behind him, determined to keep close on his heels. TMD, are they still after me? Shen Yan executed a drift, glancing in the rearview mirror to see the black dot growing larger. Wood release. Flower tree realm. Trees erupted from the ground, obstructing Winterland's path. Countless branches reached for her, only to be encased in ice and shattered into fragments upon impact. Suddenly, blossoms bloomed around her, arousing her caution. The dispersing pollen left her momentarily weak, poisonous, no doubt. Fire release. Fire dragon flame bullet. The wooden clone exhaled flames, igniting the pollen. An explosion of powder followed, the burning pollen transforming into toxic smoke that permeated the air. Winter Lawn, forcing herself to endure, unleashed her demonic power, morphing into a massive cat adorned in armor, exhaling a frigid torrent that curbed the advancing flames. She leapt from the forest, only to find that Shen Yan had vanished without a trace. Using her keen sense of smell, she tracked his scent but soon realized it had splintered into several trails, each veering off in different directions. Roar. Winterlawn bellowed in frustration, but felt powerless to act. Days later, Shen Yan traversed mountains and rivers, arriving at the residence of Dao Daozhai. The old man greeted him as usual. Who are you? Master Dao Daozhai. It is I, Shen Yan. I have come to forge a blade, and I bring with me the fangs and claws of the leopard cat leader. These materials suffice? He tossed the fangs and claws onto the ground. Dao Daozhai scrutinized them. Not bad. Lad, you managed to escape the clutches of those vengeful cats? I was pursued. Shen Yan replied with a hint of resignation, but it matters not. Very well. What type of blade do you desire? I wish for a blade that can automatically extend its edge. Here is the design. Shen Yan presented the drawing of the blade wielded by Kokushibo, which could elongate, with the blade itself extending and sprouting additional edges, perfectly emulating the powers of moon breathing. The blade in Shen Yan's possession could only manifest the abilities of the first 6 forms of moon breathing. The subsequent techniques required a blade capable of transformation. Quite unusual. I have never received such a request before. Dao Daozhai examined the blueprint. Wouldn't this type of blade complicate combat? However, it would allow for the flawless execution of my techniques. When not in use, it will appear as an ordinary blade, posing no hindrance to my battles. I see. I understand now. Leave it to me. For the next few days, you shall remain here to assist. Agreed. Dao Daozhai commenced his work, his breath igniting flames as he melted the fangs and claws of the leopard cat leader, infusing them with abundant ore and Shen Yan's Nichiren blade, merging everything into one. Boy, bleed. Huh. Bleed. At the command, Shen Yan sliced open his wrist, allowing his blood to drip into the furnace. Strangely, the blood did not evaporate in the intense heat. Instead, it blended seamlessly into the mixture. All done, his wound healed nearly instantly, though his complexion appeared somewhat pale. Dao Daozhai swung a heavy hammer, striking the blade blank relentlessly for 3 days, completing the shaping and tempering before polishing and packaging it. A blade took form, complete with its guard and hilt, a long sword adorned with black flame patterns. Boy, give it a try. The moment Shen Yan grasped the sword, he felt an innate connection, as if the blade were an extension of himself. With a mere thought, the tip elongated, and 5 blades emerged from both the edge and the spine, stretching nearly 50 centimeters. Perfect. Stepping outside, he executed the 7th form. Ikiro, Suki no Atsushi, the transformed blade, slashed forth, unleashing a violet crescent strike that cleaved the ground, leaving 5 deep furrows, while nearby boulders shattered. The destructive power amplified several-fold compared to his previous usage, thanks to the infusion of his blood. He could control this blade with ease. The malevolent aura of the leopard cat leader had dissipated, and the blade forged from its fangs and claws was extraordinarily sharp. This power rivals that of Inuyasha's wind scar. Yet it is merely the wind scar, Shen Yan mused. Whether it be Toga or Sesomaru wielding the Tetsusaiga to unleash the wind scar, their strikes could obliterate hundreds of demons in a single blow. But I have yet to unleash my full strength. How is it? Remarkably crafted. Ha, of course. Do you even know who forged it? I shall name this blade Cat's Claw Branch. No, you heard wrong. It shall be called Demon Slayer. Nay, you misheard. It is Cat's Claw Branch. Very well, I understand now. It is Demon Slayer. Chapter 30. Christmas. Dao Daozhai's talent for naming rivaled that of Minato Namikaze. Once, the great Tenjin was almost named Do Not Make a Coffin. Shen Yan promptly named the blade. And although it was rather humiliating to slay someone with Cat's Claw Branch, it felt peculiar to use, transforming the Demon Slayer into its ordinary form. Dao Daozhai began crafting a sheath, embedding it with an additional layer of barrier, capable of withstanding attacks when necessary. After sincerely thanking Dao Daozhai, Shen Yan inquired about Inuyasha and the others' recent affairs. That lad? Because he utilized his fangs as a connector for Tetsusaiga, it became considerably heavier. He came to ask me about it, so I sent him off to hunt a dragon bone spirit. That boy turned a misfortune into a blessing and even learned the ultimate technique of Tetsusaiga, Bakura. Does the Demon Slayer possess an ultimate technique? None. What are you thinking? Tetsusaiga is unique that I cannot forge another blade of this caliber at present. Dao Daozhai tapped Shen Yan's head lightly. Do not aim too high. The Demon Slayer is sufficient for your needs. Who knows what challenges lie ahead? After bidding farewell to Dao Daozhai, Shen Yan sought out Kagome and the others. Mr. Shen Yan, it's been a while. Is your blade complete? Indeed. Shen Yan nodded, drawing the Demon Slayer. This blade is named Demon Slayer. I was pursued by a horde of cats for days because of it. Where is Miss Sango? Miss Sango has returned to the Exorcist village to repair the bone-collecting bone. A demon had damaged it recently, prompting her return. By the way, Mr. Shen Yan, I plan to return home today. Would you like to accompany me? Kagome inquired. Sure, my objective has been achieved, and it is a fortuitous time to return. After returning the items to Kagome and the others, Shen Yan leapt into the bone-collecting well alongside her. In an instant, they found themselves back in the shrine of the Sunset Shrine. After pulling Kagome up, Shen Yan bid her farewell and departed. What a hectic time. Upon returning home, Shen Yan promptly took a bath, washing away his fatigue before collapsing into bed for a well-deserved rest. The following morning, he drew back the curtains to find a layer of white frost blanketing the world. Winter had arrived in the blink of an eye. Sipping hot tea, he glanced at the news. A woman dismembered by her boyfriend. A murder case. Wait a moment. Isn't that Fujikawa Tomi? Shen Yan nearly spat out his tea. With Inuyasha around, why is there also the likes of Fujikawa Tomi? What on earth have they stitched together? Tomi possessed a bewitching charm. A single cell could spawn another Tomi, making her not so easily dealt with. He hoped he would not encounter her. If he did, he'd knock her out, encase her in concrete, and toss her into Tokyo Bay. After finishing breakfast, he chanced upon Sakura, who had donned thick winter attire, gliding on roller skates, fully equipped with protective gear. Upon seeing Shen Yan return, she joyfully exclaimed, "Brother Shen Yan, you're back." "Yes, I've been busy in that wretched place for 2 months, but fortunately, I secured the items." Shen Yan handed her the return token, saying, "Please return this to Lee, and extend my gratitude." Of course. Sakura accepted the return token and happily took the candy Shen Yan offered before heading off to school. Back home, He resumed his training. In the evening, Sakura knocked on the door, handing him a token. I said to return this to you. He cannot use it. Huh? How could that be? It seems that the inability to use it stems from having written your name. However, I can respond when I do. This is unclear to me as well. I shall inquire with Xiaoka. Only the owner whose name is inscribed on the Kuro card can wield it. Any attempt to use it forcefully requires an immense amount of magical power, which you happen to possess. Xiaoka inquired. What do you think the Warring States period was like? How do you feel about a world teeming with yokai? Shen Yan pulled out his phone, showcasing photographs of yokai he had captured during his leisure time. Upon seeing the images of Chibao and Yunmu, Sakura exclaimed, "So adorable." Swiping to the next photo, she found Inuyasha sleeping with a sword in his arms. If he remained silent, he could easily be mistaken for his aloof and handsome brother, Sesomaru. Another swipe revealed a terrifying yokai that startled Sakura, her hair standing on end. How hideous! It appears Sakura is quite particular about appearances. Yokai are not particularly appealing. As long as the sword is well crafted, that suffices. Shen Yan reclined on the sofa, feeling at peace. Suddenly, Sakura asked, Shen Yan, Christmas is approaching. How do you plan to celebrate? Christmas? So soon? Shen Yan glanced at the calendar. It was already December 23rd. Has time flown by this quickly? I do not celebrate Christmas alone. I do not partake in the festivities. You don't celebrate, Shen Yan? I was thinking of giving you a Christmas gift, and I have already learned the spiral sphere. Sakura spread her hands, magical energy forming a pink spiral sphere. Gazing at the uniquely colored sphere, Shen Yan was at a loss for words, finally exclaiming, Sakura, you truly are a genius. Hey, by the way, Shen Yan, why don't you come to my house for Christmas? I asked my father, and he said it was fine. Wouldn't that be a bother to you? Not at all. Shen Yan has been our neighbor for quite some time. When we first moved in, you often helped us, and both my father and brother agreed. Back then, without a binding system, the Mizuki family was unfamiliar with the area, and as neighbors, he lent a helping hand, fostering a good relationship. After that, I must have become a nuisance. Shen Yan nodded. When December 25th arrived, he brought gifts to their doorstep. The door was opened by Sakura's father, Mizuki Fujitaka, a refined archaeology professor. Hello, Mr. Fujitaka. Merry Christmas. Hello, Shen Yan. Merry Christmas. I apologize for the intrusion. Here is a Christmas gift I prepared for you all. Shen Yan presented a beautifully wrapped gift to Mizuki Fujitaka. I had someone procure materials on ancient Egypt. I hope you enjoy it. Thank you very much. Come in. Certainly. He also gifted presents to Tuya and Sakura. For Tuya, who often worked outdoors riding his bike, Shen Yan gave him a pair of deerskin gloves. While for Sakura, he offered a purple crystal bracelet, nothing extravagant. Sakura gifted him a scarf that was quite warm. The Mizuki family were excellent cooks. Knowing Shen Yan had a hearty appetite, Fujitaka prepared an ample feast. After they had dined, Shen Yan spent some time conversing with the family before returning to his own home. Lying in bed, he murmured, having a family is truly wonderful. He found himself longing for home. Suddenly, a notification from the system popped up. Ding, preparing for traversal. Please make the necessary preparations. After changing into suitable attire and wrapping himself in the scarf gifted by Sakura, he declared, let us go to the next world. The Lord of the Rings. The traversal commenced. Chapter 31. The One Ring. In the realm of Middle-earth, in the Shire, Shen Yan found himself amidst the woods, the sky darkening as night approached. System, what on earth have you thrown me into? The system remained silent, merely displaying his tasks. Task 1. Assist the Fellowship in destroying the One Ring. Reward, 1 random ring, 2,000 task points. Task 2. Defeat the army of Uruk-hai and destroy Mordor. Reward, Divination Crystal Ball, Mithril Weapon, 2,000 task points. Point 2 tasks again. With an increase in task points, Shen Yan had refrained from purchasing anything in the shop, hoping to save up for something substantial. There are 20 rings in total. I wonder which one I will acquire. But for now, the most pressing matter is figuring out my bearings in this vast Middle-earth. Wandering through the overgrown wasteland, he chose a direction and continued onward. Soon catching a whiff of something delicious. Who is roasting meat? No, where there is roasted meat, there are people. Following the scent, Shen Yan discovered 2 hobbits dining beneath a large tree. Their eating ceased momentarily as one plump hobbit stuffed a roasted sausage into his mouth, devouring it greedily, seemingly fearful of it being taken away. In his haste, he choked and began to thump his chest. Sam, Frodo patted his friend on the back, and Sam's complexion improved considerably. Thank you. Frodo, Sam, Frodo, a world of clarity. Shen Yan's gaze drifted past Frodo's clothing, spotting a golden ring tucked within his lining, inscribed with Tingwer script, roughly translating to the One Ring, to rule them all. To find them, to bring them all, and in the darkness bind them. It appears the system has unceremoniously deposited me right next to them. Hello, may I ask who you are? I apologize. I am a ranger en route to the prancing pony. But I seem to have lost my way, Shen Yan said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Frodo, look at his attire. It's far superior to ours, Sam whispered to Frodo. Shen Yan's clothing stood in stark contrast to theirs, clearly of finer quality. Are you heading to the prancing pony? Yes. Do you know the way? We're headed there too. Why not accompany us? Frodo invited. Really? That would be splendid. Would you care for some food? No. Thank you for your kindness. I've already eaten. Shen Yan waved his hand, glancing at the sky. Are you planning to stay here for the night? Yes. It's getting dark, and the roads are treacherous. The three rested in place, intending to depart at dawn, leaving the Shire for Bree and then crossing the great river to reach the prancing pony. What a beautiful landscape, Shen Yan exclaimed from atop a hill. The morning light piercing through the mist, enveloping everything in a mystical glow. The distant fields were lush and verdant, swaying in the wind like waves upon the sea. After snapping a photo on his phone, he tucked it away. What is that? Sam asked curiously. Just a little gadget. Come on, I'll ensure your safety on the road. Are you quite skilled? Frodo queried, keeping pace with Shen Yan, who towered over him. Despite their stature, they moved swiftly, their sturdy, furry feet making little sound. I suppose so. I can protect you well enough. Shen Yan smiled, producing some candies. Would you like some? They taste so sweet. Frodo and Sam savored the treats, their honest and hearty natures allowing them to quickly bond with Shen Yan, who regaled them with tales of his past adventures. That I once vanquished a man-eating monster, neither aging nor dying. That creature was formidable, but feared the sunlight. I battled it through the night until it was finally vanquished by the dawn. How terrifying. Sam recoiled slightly, while Frodo inquired further, were you injured? I nearly perished, Shen Yan replied as they stepped into a cornfield. As they walked, it seemed they were missing someone. Whereas Sam? Frodo looked back, noticing his friend was absent. Sam. Frodo called out, hearing Sam's voice echoing from the cornfield. The two searched and soon found him. Sam, I'm over here. I thought I lost you. What do you mean? Gandalf instructed me. You must not lose him, Samwise Gamgee. Come on, Sam. We're still in the Shire. Nothing will happen. Shen Yan extended his hand, pulling Frodo back as two hobbits, each just over a meter tall, burst from the cornfield, clutching cabbages, corn, and various vegetables, colliding into one another and sending produce scattering. Sam and Frodo, the two hobbits exclaimed joyfully upon seeing them. Merry, Pippin, are you two at it again, stealing from Farmer Magic's garden? Frodo asked exasperatedly. As Merry and Pippin gathered the fallen vegetables, Farmer Magic's voice boomed from the opposite cornfield. Get back here, you little thieves. Get out of my cornfield. Run. Merry and Pippin pulled Frodo along, and with a sudden turn, they all dashed away, while Shen Yan cheerfully trailed behind, marking the assembly of the four hobbits. They hurried until they reached the base of a cliff, where Merry collided with the three in front, sending them tumbling down onto the path. The impact was quite painful. Shen Yan leaped down, sensing an ominous presence. Frodo, as if guided by instinct, glanced back and shouted, Quick, avoid the main road. Hide. Now, I will divert its attention. You all hide. The four hobbits concealed themselves within the hollow of a tree. Shen Yan observed as a black horse approached slowly, oozing foul-smelling blood, its eyes glowing a sinister red. Upon its back sat a figure cloaked in black, armed with a sword of iron, and clad in iron armor, with two pairs of eyes radiating a hellish light, reminiscent of flames raging in the depths of the abyss. These were the Ringwraiths, the loyal servants of the Dark Lord Sauron, once 9 powerful and wise men who, upon receiving the rings of power from Sauron, succumbed to his corruption, ultimately transforming into his dreadful specters, their physical forms lost, now visible only through their dark cloaks. Their weapons were imbued with the dark magic of Morgul. Any who were wounded by them would suffer excruciating pain and eventually become monstrous like them. Where is Baggins? Came the shrill, unpleasant cry of a Ringwraith. Interrogating Shen Yan, I do not know. Shen Yan replied, meeting the Ringwraith's gaze without fear, one hand resting on the hilt of his blade. Yaoche, Chapter 32. The Ringwraiths appear. Baggins. Where is he? The Ringwraith inquired once more. I already said I do not know. Even if you kill me, I still would not know. Unable to extract any information, the ringwraith commanded the black horse to depart. Once the specter was gone, Shen Yan urged, "Come out. He has left." What was that creature? A servant of the Dark Lord Sauron. It seems they are in pursuit of you, but we haven't stolen anything from him. Have we? Indeed, Merry and Pippin exclaimed, their eyes wide with confusion, utterly unaware of the gravity of the situation. Frodo, stroking the one ring in his hand, began to grasp the weight of his responsibility. Shen Yan addressed Frodo. "You possess something of immense significance. I advise you not to hold it openly or wear it, as doing so will attract their attention." Promptly, Frodo stashed the one ring in his pocket. Sam remarked, "Shen Yan, you know something, don't you? It appears you are embroiled in a perilous endeavor. That thing must be destroyed. I can guide you there, but it is fraught with danger. Are you truly prepared?" "What is he talking about?" Frodo asked, baffled. "I do not know," was Sam's reply. Ignoring his cousin's questions, Frodo suggested, "Let us head to the prancing pony." "Very well." Pippin and Merry insisted on accompanying them. And Frodo and Sam, with no other choice, acquiesced. The five of them veered off the main road, traversing hills towards the fairy as dusk approached. The sound of hooves echoed through the woods, and Shen Yan urged the others to hasten their pace. The clatter of hooves grew faster and more frantic, and as night fell, the ringwraith had caught up. "You all go ahead. I will hold him off." Drawing Yao Che, he charged at the ringwraith, the blade gleaming coldly in the darkness. The black horse stumbled, and the ringwraith fell, rolling briefly before regaining its footing to engage Shen Yan in combat. Upon their first clash, Shen Yan discerned that the ringwraith was not as formidable as he had anticipated. Perhaps due to its distance from Mordor, the further the ringwraith was from Sauron, the weaker it became. Yet, the sheer terror evoked by its shrieks was unbearable for ordinary folk. Such overwhelming power could not be wielded against those devoid of fear. Shen Yan merely sought to ascertain whether he could slay these wretched beings. However, contrary to his expectations, their undead nature rendered them nearly impervious. Severing their heads allowed them to simply reattach. This phenomenon proved quite frustrating. As physical attacks seemed ineffective, fire style, fire dragon flame bomb, flames engulfed the ringwraith's black cloak, forcing it to retreat. Shen Yan rejoined Frodo and the others, who were preparing to leave the ferry in a small boat. Shen Yan leaped aboard, causing the vessel to sway. "I have driven it away. Let us depart." "Hey, big guy, you're too heavy. You paddle the boat." Pippin complained. "I can get out if needed." Shen Yan's ability to stand upon the water left the four hobbits speechless. "Is this magic? Are you a wizard?" "No, but I possess some magical skills." "Can you fly?" "If I could fly, would I need to travel with you?" Shen Yan kicked the boat's stern, sending it drifting across the water. After leaving the ferry and journeying for a while, they arrived at the prancing pony on a rainy night. Under the alias of Mr. Underhill, Frodo inquired about the whereabouts of Gandalf, only to learn that the wizard had not visited in nearly half a year. Within the medieval-style inn, patrons mingled merrily, yet the few hobbits unaccustomed to such surroundings felt out of place. Frodo appeared pensive, while Sam struggled with his meal, and Merry and Pippin curiously sampled Longbottom Leaf and sipped ale. Care for a puff? Hobbits relished smoking. Their habit of smoking had spread to other races across Middle-earth, making them the inventors and purveyors of tobacco culture. "Thank you." Shen Yan took a puff, finding it far more pleasant than cigarettes. With a subtle fragrance they reveled in the haze. Frodo sensed someone watching him and edged closer to Shen Yan. Throughout their journey, Shen Yan had helped them navigate numerous dangers, instilling a sense of security. "What is it?" Frodo whispered. "That person over there keeps staring at me." Unable to resist, Frodo instinctively reached for his pocket, but Shen Yan grasped his hand firmly. "Listen, Frodo, do not fidget with that thing, and do not be afraid. I am here with you, and you will be safe." It was precisely Frodo's innocence and lack of desire that safeguarded him. Had he possessed greed, he would have swiftly fallen under Sauron's thrall. "I understand." Frodo asked the innkeeper about the individual seated by the window. He goes by the nickname Strider. "I do not know his true name. He is a ranger, one of a dangerous lot." Wandering the wilderness, the innkeeper departed after delivering his information. "Strider? Surely he is the king, Aragorn." Shen Yan approached Aragorn, raising his cup and pipe. "Strider, is it?" Indeed, Aragorn's face was shrouded in the shadow of his hood. But in the flickering light, his handsome features could be discerned. Shen Yan continued, "It would be rather impolite to gaze at my friend in such a manner, unless you possess a particular inclination that I am unaware of." "I harbor no such inclinations. Are they your friends?" "I know not what your relationship is, but he is the one I seek." Aragorn had received word from Gandalf and was here awaiting Frodo. However, the count of individuals does not match the number mentioned in Gandalf's message. There are 2 additional hobbits and 1 human. Wait, why does this human possess such immense magical power? Who are you? I am Shen Yan. I initially came to the prancing pony seeking someone, but my friends appear to have led me here. Instead, I have decided to assist them in completing their mission. Listen, sir, you are unaware of their mission. I advise you to cease your journey here. What lies ahead is beyond your control, Aragorn cautioned Shen Yan, stressing the dangers that awaited and expressing his reluctance to see anyone perish due to his presence. He bears the ring. Shen Yan murmured, I am already aware. That thing is far too perilous. Frodo has been subjected to the ring's temptation throughout our journey. It cannot continue to exist. Aragorn fell silent for a moment. When suddenly a gasp erupted from the crowd, Frodo had vanished. Shen Yan furrowed his brow, realizing Frodo must have succumbed to the ring's allure, attracting the attention of the ringwraiths, sharing a glance with Aragorn. They set out to locate Frodo, who was hiding and had removed the ring. Mr. Underhill, you are far too conspicuous, Aragorn remarked, glancing outside, where the rain had ceased. Shen Yan urged, let us ascend and speak. He pulled Frodo up to a room on the 2nd floor. Chapter 33. The ringwraiths are upon us. What is the matter, Shen Yan? You have donned the ring. The ringwraiths are aware of your presence. Shen Yan gazed out the window and declared, we must leave at once. But I am waiting for Gandalf. The wizard will not be coming, Mr. Frodo, Aragorn asserted, extinguishing the candle with a pinch of his fingers. They are coming. Those who ride the black horses. Frodo, do not wear the ring. If you do so for too long, you will become like them. Shen Yan's warning left Frodo pale with fear. Frodo? Shen Yan? Sam, accompanied by Merry and Pippin, approached as Shen Yan declared, it is time for us to depart. We cannot linger here. There are too many people, and we risk being pursued. We shall ride away on horseback, each carrying 2 companions to expedite our journey. Very well. I shall procure the horses. Aragorn pondered momentarily before acquiring 2 steeds, each bearing a hobbit. As they proceeded through the night, the ringwraiths, arriving a step too late, reached the prancing pony only after the group had long since departed, finding nothing but emptiness, their shrill cries echoing through the air as 5 ringwraiths galloped in pursuit. Along the way, Aragorn informed them that their next destination was the elven refuge of Rivendell, though a considerable distance lay ahead. After a night of relentless travel, they finally halted in the early morning. The 2 horses panting heavily, thankfully spared from undue exertion. Otherwise, they would have collapsed long ago. After a modest breakfast and a brief respite, they continued their journey around noon. Hobbits required 6 meals a day, and the time taken for the 4 of them to eat impeded their progress. Aragorn could only lament that one could hardly expect a race that consumes 6 meals daily to be particularly formidable. Aragorn led the way, holding the reins of the horses, while Shen Yan brought up the rear, ensuring the safety of the 4 hobbits. What exactly are we fleeing from? The ringwraiths, Aragorn explained, enlightening them about the nature of the ringwraiths, who could sense the general location of the One Ring and relentlessly pursued them. Only upon reaching the elven sanctuary of Rivendell could they find temporary safety. They traversed forests, ascended mountains, and crossed snowy plains, eventually entering a foul-smelling swamp. Striving to push through, dark clouds loomed overhead, suggesting a storm might soon arrive. They discovered an abandoned tower on the desolate plains and decided to rest there for the night. I will scout the area. You all should remain vigilant, Shen Yan urged, turning to them. You can count on me. Frodo, fatigued, succumbed to sleep, the weariness of their arduous journey compounded by the constant temptation of the ring, which had rendered him in a poor state of mind. With the resurgence of Sauron, the influence of the One Ring over its bearer deepened, and Frodo had been enduring its lure. Pippin attempted to start a fire, but was halted by Shen Yan, who handed him some fruit, saying, do not light a fire. Do you wish to be discovered by those monsters? Eat the fruit instead. But I want meat. Pippin protested that we shall discuss that in the morning. Under Shen Yan's watchful gaze, Pippin reluctantly acquiesced. Frodo remained asleep, and they chose not to disturb him, though his rest was far from peaceful, for the shrieks of the ringwraiths echoed across the plains. Shen Yan, roused from a light slumber, opened his eyes and awakened the drowsy quartet. Wake up! They are upon us! He drew his blade and gazed down at the approaching ringwraiths on their dark steeds. You all hide. I shall confront them. The 5 ringwraiths unsheathed their black iron swords, riding their legendary nightmares, their crimson eyes stark against the night. The clash of blades rang out as Shen Yan's weapon met theirs, his strikes severing their enchanted swords and rending their dark cloaks. Yet due to the unique nature of the ringwraith's bodies, he could not harm them. Even their cloaks swiftly mended, as if they were part of their essence. They did not dare advance, not out of fear of Shen Yan's strength, but rather of his indomitable spirit. Should we set fire after all? Shen Yan furrowed his brow. No, we must first contain them. If we cannot kill them, we shall delay them. Earth release. Yellow spring marsh, completing the hand signs, he slammed his palms into the ground, transforming the open field into a muddy swamp. A nightmare nade. Attempting to leap, but Shen Yan unleashed water needles that pierced its brain. Water release. Heavenly cry. This was a technique that even the great Madara would employ to activate Susanoo for defense. The nightmare's hooves sank into the mire, quickly consumed, leaving the ringwraiths helpless atop its back, slowly being devoured by the swamp. Aragorn! Aragorn! Shen Yan called out, and in the distance, flames flickered closer as Aragorn approached. Torch in hand. What are the ringwraiths? I have temporarily stalled them with magic. You defeated the ringwraiths? Only delayed them. They cannot be killed. Even that is impressive, Shen Yan. Your name will echo throughout Middle-earth. That I do not concern myself with such accolades. Hearing this, Aragorn felt a surge of respect, recognizing Shen Yan as a reliable and humble figure. We must leave this place swiftly. Indeed, Aragorn acknowledged the necessity of their prompt departure, mounting his horse alongside the four hobbits. As they continued their journey, the tension of the situation weighed heavily. Had the ringwraiths been mortal, Shen Yan would not have found himself in such a predicament. Their next destination was Rivendell, the abode of Aragorn's adoptive father and his father-in-law. Elrond.as dawn approached. They entered a forest where the melodies of elvish songs resonated in Aragorn's ears. In the soft light of dawn, a breathtaking maiden rode towards them atop a unicorn. Her silken golden tresses cascaded down her back, and her pointed ears revealed her elven lineage. Her flawless visage captivated all who beheld her. Aragorn parted his lips and softly uttered a name. Arwen, daughter of Elrond, the Lord of Rivendell, and my beloved. Shen Yan cast a glance at Arwen before averting his gaze. While elves were indeed enchanting, Arwen was not to his taste, especially considering her profound love for Aragorn, willing to forsake her immortality to live as a mortal for a few decades by his side. Shen Yan found himself more intrigued by the unicorn Arwen rode. After all, it was a unicorn. The four hobbits were left in awe. Long time no see, my dear Aragorn, Arwen said with a gentle laugh as she dismounted the unicorn. Her tender gaze fixed upon Aragorn, who turned his head away. Though he was elated by the elven affection, he was aware that a union between elf and man led to the loss of immortality, and he could not bear the thought of Arwen aging alongside him. With a nudge of his elbow, Shen Yan teased Aragorn. Is she your wife? Must you bring that up now? Aragorn coughed. Arwen, what brings you here? I have come to find you. Her soft words pierced Aragorn's heart like a blade, drawing him deeper into her enchantment. Chapter 34. Twin-wielding Berserker Gandalf under the onslaught of the beautiful maiden. Aragorn succumbed, while Shen Yan cast a disdainful glance, thinking to himself that a future king of Gondor should not behave in such a manner. After resting until noon, they set forth once more. The ordinary horses could not keep pace with the unicorn, prompting Arwen to slow her speed, as she and Aragorn exchanged affectionate banter, oblivious to the eyes of others. After several days of travel, they finally approached the borders of Rivendell. A bit further, and the pursuit by the ringwraiths would cease, as they dared not wreak havoc within elven territory, lest they be met with dire consequences. The piercing wails of the ringwraiths echoed through the woods, and Shen Yan sensed whispers that troubled his mind. Arwen utilized elvish magic to help Shen Yan fend off the dark spells of the ringwraiths. In the distant sky, dark clouds gathered as 5 ringwraiths rode their nightmares, their intentions unmistakable. The ringwraiths are upon us. Once we reach Rivendell, we shall be safe. There is no need to confront them, Arwen urged, prompting everyone to quicken their pace. Shen Yan entrusted Pippin and Merry to Aragorn and Arwen, turning his horse back. Leave them to me. I shall show them what fear truly is. Aragorn, trust in your friend Shen Yan. He has driven off ringwraiths before. Aragorn reassured them, having gained some understanding of Shen Yan's prowess along the way. Knowing he would not fall to the ringwraiths, Shen Yan charged toward the ringwraiths. Drawing his blade, the weapon extended, its edge glinting ominously. Moon breathing, 7th form. Evil mirror, moon reflection. The violet slash tore through one ringwraith, a thunderous roar resonating through the air as Shen Yan appeared as a god of war, valiantly cleaving another ringwraith attempting to ambush him. The nightmare under the control of a different ringwraith reared its hooves, striking at Shen Yan. However, his blade was swifter, severing the nightmare's head with a leap. Shen Yan kicked the ringwraith into a tree, which came alive, its branches ensnaring the creature as it struggled in vain. Would release. Tree binding eternal burial. The branches enveloped the ringwraiths, suddenly contracting, with black smoke seeping out from the crevices incessantly. The remaining two ringwraiths, upon witnessing Shen Yan's terrifying prowess, promptly retreated on their steeds, realizing that to linger would mean certain death. Shen Yan, seizing the opportunity, abandoned his horse and pursued them, his speed rivaling that of a nightmare. The moonblade of the breath of the moon shredded the ringwraiths and the nightmares into oblivion. After dispatching them, he returned to his steed and ambled leisurely into the realm of Rivendell. Aragorn and the others awaited him beneath a tree, and upon seeing Shen Yan, they noted that apart from a bit of dust from the vanquished wraiths and the blood of the slain nightmares, he bore no marks of battle. That it was almost unfathomable that such feats could be accomplished by a mere human, as an elf. Arwen possessed far superior vision compared to humans. She had witnessed Shen Yan's relentless pursuit of the wraiths, and the fearsome ringwraiths were reduced to mere fleeing shadows under the might of a single human. Humans are quite remarkable, aren't they? Shen Yan inquired with a smile. Indeed, Arwen replied, her gaze drifting to Aragorn, subtly feeding Shen Yan a morsel of romantic intrigue. MMP, I should not have asked. Arwen led them into the valley where the elves resided, their structures resembling exquisite works of art, breathtakingly illuminated by the sunlight. Shen Yan also encountered Arwen's father, Lord Elrond of Rivendell, who, despite his slightly thinning hair, possessed a strikingly handsome visage. He appeared more like a brother than a father standing beside Arwen. Greetings, young maid Shen Yan. Your strength surpasses that of your kind, Elrond remarked. Thanks to you, the journey here with the One Ring has been perilous yet successful. Nonsense. It is our duty to safeguard Middle-earth. Elrond regarded this human with newfound respect, recognizing not only his formidable abilities but also his noble character, traits that were indeed rare among humans. Elrond was acutely aware of the greed and narrow-mindedness that plagued humanity 3,000 years prior. Aragorn's ancestor, Isildur, had severed the One Ring from Sauron's finger but succumbed to its allure, failing to destroy it, which led to Sauron's resurgence 3 millennia later. Consequently, Elrond harbored certain prejudices against humanity, making him all the more appreciative of Shen Yan's virtuous nature. After our arduous journey, you may rest here. Sauron's minions dare not tread upon elven lands. Gandalf will be arriving shortly. Gandalf had gone to meet Saruman, but was imprisoned by him. Fortunately, he had managed to send word back that he had escaped and would soon arrive in Rivendell. Upon hearing that Gandalf would soon be there, Frodo let out a sigh of relief. Throughout their journey, he had regarded Gandalf as his pillar of strength, and the news of his safety was a great comfort. The fatigue of recent days began to weigh heavily upon him, prompting Sam to escort him to rest. Shen Yan yawned, rubbing his eyes. He had not slept well in days, and upon entering the room prepared by the elves, he collapsed into a deep slumber. After a full day of rest, he awoke to find fruits laid out on the table, likely sent by the elves. Picking up an apple, he began to nibble on it while gazing out at the splendid scenery. He took out his instant camera and captured the view, realizing that his phone's pixels could not do justice to such beauty. As the camera spat out the photo, he fanned it in his hands. Marveling at the image that emerged, beautiful, he mused. Thoroughly satisfied with his creation, he had ventured to Middle-earth not just for tasks but also for a journey, and he felt compelled to leave behind a memento. Just then, Aragorn approached, accompanied by a gray-robed elder. The elder sported a long beard, and without his helmet, he resembled a kindly old man, clad in worn gray robes and wielding a wooden staff adorned with a milky white gem. This is Gandalf, my friend. Gandalf, meet Shen Yan, the one I spoke of. Greetings, maid Shen Yan, and I have heard much of your prowess. That I apologize for the trouble caused by Saruman's imprisonment, leading to my failure to meet you sooner. Gandalf regarded Shen Yan with surprise at the latent power within the young mage, and his heart swelled with joy upon seeing the fine blade at Shen Yan's side. Truly, the next generation of mages was rising. Hello, Gandalf. So, you are the famed dual-wielding warrior, Gandalf, the legendary figure of the mage community. The one who has led both Bilbo and Frodo astray. He also pioneered the path of the melee mage. It was hard not to imagine that beneath that ample grey robe could lie an elven longsword, ready to be wielded against foes after casting a spell of illumination. That is so like Gandalf. Chapter 35. The council. Shen Yan rested in the valley for a few days, recovering from his fatigue. And in a tranquil spot, he encountered a hobbit, an elderly gentleman that he sat beneath a tree, cradling a thick book in his hands, diligently chronicling his past with a quill. Bilbo Baggins, Frodo's uncle, he recounted, embarked on an adventure with Gandalf and others at the age of 50. Entering the Dwarven Lonely Mountain, achieving legendary status and altering the fate of the world by taking the One Ring, becoming the first in Middle-earth to voluntarily relinquish it. Good day, sir. Good day, young one. Bilbo smiled, inviting Shen Yan to sit. Frodo has told me how you have saved them countless times. It was nothing. They brought me to the prancing pony, and this is merely my repayment. No, this is not a burden you should have to bear. I am sorry for the fate you have endured because of me. Bilbo expressed remorse, feeling that if he had not brought the ring forth, such calamities might have been avoided. Nay, had you not brought it forth, the wraiths would likely have found it, and you altered the fate of the world. Bilbo grasped Shen Yan's hand. Sir, I hope you can assist Frodo once more. That child has suffered greatly. Of course. He is my friend. Thank you. Kind sire. It is nothing. Bilbo then shared tales of his youth, recounting a legendary journey that stirred his heart every time he reminisced. So you were here, my friends. Gandalf approached, and Bilbo embraced him warmly. They shared a deep bond, having met when Gandalf visited the Shire to set off fireworks during Bilbo's youth. Gandalf, as a Maya, had existed since the creation of Middle-earth. Possessing vast knowledge, Mage Shen Yan, I come to invite you to a council. A council? What council? The One Ring is of great significance. Elrond has summoned representatives of other races to participate. Your character and strength have not gone unnoticed by either Elrond or myself. You are indispensable. We cannot allow such a powerful individual to slip away. Very well. Let us go. The two bid farewell to Bilbo, and under Gandalf's guidance, they arrived at an open-air assembly hall, already populated by numerous individuals, men, elves, and dwarves, all summoned by Elrond. Shen Yan took a seat beside Frodo and Aragorn, casting a glance around the gathering. The members of the Fellowship were present: Legolas, the elven prince of the Woodland Realm, Gimli, the dwarven warrior of the Mountain Kingdom, and Boromir, the elder son of Gondor's steward. Elrond welcomed everyone and, after outlining the current crisis, instructed Frodo to place the One Ring upon the central stone pedestal. The golden ring lay quietly atop the surface, and Shen Yan felt a faint whisper, recognizing the ring's seductive call. For humans, the ring posed a perilous temptation, amplifying their innermost desires. It is so noisy. He muttered, the ring is truly a troublesome object. Gandalf cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. Boromir rose, drawing the attention of the assembly as he spoke of a dream in which he beheld the eastern sky shrouded in darkness, while the west still held a glimmer of light. Under the ring's allure, he slowly approached, unable to resist extending his hand. Shen Yan seized his wrist. You cannot touch it. Humans must not lay their hands upon it. You do not understand. Boromir, let go. This is a divine opportunity. We can wield this ring. My father, the steward of Gondor, has led us to triumph against Mordor on numerous occasions. We can ensure the safety of the realms by turning the enemy's weapons against them. You cannot control the ring. No one can, save for its master, Sauron. Aragorn spoke up, and Boromir mocked him as a mere ranger. Legolas rose to affirm Aragorn's identity. He is the son of Arathorn, the heir to Gondor, and the object of Boromir's loyalty. Many years prior, the last king of Gondor, Irnir, accepted the challenge of the Witch King of Aumar, disappearing alone into Minas Morgul, leaving the royal line extinct. Consequently, Gondor's regent began a rule that lasted nearly a millennium. Aragorn bears the bloodline of Isildur, Gondor's ancestor, yet he is troubled by it. Had Isildur not succumbed to his own greed and destroyed the One Ring with the aid of Elendil, many troubles could have been averted. He fears that he might, like Isildur, be overwhelmed by the ring's seductive power. Reluctant to assume kingship, he departed from Rivendell in his 20s, spending decades in the north combating the forces of Mordor. His lifespan far exceeds that of ordinary men. Now, at over 80, he appears scarcely 30. Gondor lacks a king and has no need for one. Boromir sat back down, and Shen Yan crossed his legs. Gandalf interjected, agreeing with Aragorn that the ring must not be used. We have but one choice: to destroy the ring, Elrond declared. Then what are we waiting for? The dwarf warrior Gimli brandished his axe, striking the ring. With a resounding clang, the dwarven axe shattered into pieces, while the ring remained unscathed, not even a scratch upon it. The ring was forged in Mount Doom. Only there could it be unmade, relying on the volcano's molten fire for its destruction. Thus, it was necessary for someone to carry the ring into the flames. Elrond informed the assembly that a brave soul was needed to bear the ring into Mordor, to ascend Mount Doom and cast it into the fire. However, entering Mordor was no simple task. Besides the multitude of half-orcs, there were even more ferocious monsters guarding the primary entrance, the Black Gate. The Black Gate, constructed by Sauron with the power of the ring, stood as the principal entrance to Mordor, making access nearly insurmountable, not to mention the Eye of Sauron, ever watchful, scrutinizing the world beyond. Boromir was the first to declare it impossible. Mordor was far too perilous. An army of thousands could not breach it. Legolas insisted it must be destroyed, while Gimli, who bore a long-standing enmity towards elves, questioned, "Do you believe you can accomplish this?" The animosity between elves and dwarves was profound. At the end of the First Age, the two races nearly exterminated each other over the Silmarils. Even though a few centuries prior, the Elven King of the Woodland Realm and the Dwarves of Erebor had formed an alliance. It was shattered when Thorin Oakenshield's grandfather wronged the Elven King by taking his wife's necklace. As their quarrel ensued, the entire council chamber erupted into chaos. Chapter 36. The Fellowship of the Ring. Human arrogance and greed, elven aloofness, and dwarven temperance were on full display, exacerbated by their mutual hatred, igniting a cacophony within the council. It was as though a market brawl had erupted. Had it not been for Gandalf and Elrond's presence, weapons would likely have been drawn. Shen Yan perceived the underlying motives. Elrond wished to shield the elves of Rivendell from blame, thus bringing together a multitude to share the burden. Should calamity arise, they would bear it collectively. And once this matter concluded, the elves of Rivendell would depart Middle-earth for the west. The realm of Middle-earth had become inhospitable for the elves. The magic in the air was waning, darkness enveloped the land. And even a victory over Sauron wouldn't restore their former home. Frodo, amidst the uproar, gazed vacantly at the ring, the incantations echoing in his mind. He envisioned the flames and ultimately resolved to declare his intent to be the ring-bearer. To cast the ring into the fires of Mount Doom. Gandalf's gaze was both proud and pained. In truth, among all present, only Frodo possessed the strength to resist the ring's allure. From the outset, only he could venture into Mordor with the ring. Frodo's task was to deliver the ring, and his mission was complete. He could have departed long ago. He had not wished for this burden. Yet fate dictated otherwise, and the path ahead was fraught with peril. He both yearned for Frodo to embark on this journey and wished to spare him from it. The kind-hearted and valiant hobbit. "I shall go, but I know not the way," Frodo stated timidly. Boromir painted a grim picture of the journey ahead, yet Frodo resolved to continue. Gandalf approached Frodo, placing a hand on his shoulder with a complex expression. "I shall help you bear this heavy burden, Frodo Baggins, as long as it rests upon your shoulders." Aragorn also vowed to protect Frodo with his very life. With Aragorn's lead, Legolas and Gimli joined the fellowship. Boromir remarked, "You carry the weight of all our world upon your shoulders, little one. If this is the council's final decision, Gondor shall lend its support." Shen Yan clapped his hands, finally concluding, "Is that all? Very well. Frodo, let us prepare. Mr. Shen Yan, will you accompany us?" "Of course, I promise to assist you, Frodo. I shall escort you on this arduous journey." Eavesdropping, Sam, Pippin, and Merry quickly joined the ranks, officially forming the Fellowship of the Ring. Elrond began to summon elven smiths to reforge the broken sword of Aragorn's ancestor, Isildur, a holy blade that had once vanquished Sauron. Once reforged, Aragorn accepted the blade from Elrond with a complex expression and renamed it Enril. The Fellowship set forth, traveling west of the Misty Mountains for 40 days. Passing through the Gap of Rohan before heading east to reach Mordor. The members listened to Gandalf outline their route. Gimli glanced at the distant snow-capped peaks, realizing they would soon need to traverse the mountains. Clearly opting for a longer path, he proposed, "We could take the mines of Moria. Crossing there would save us half the time." Gandalf shook his head, asserting that it was a last resort. "We shall not take that path unless absolutely necessary." The mines of Moria had once again fallen into the hands of half-orcs. Should we venture there, the danger would be even greater. Gimli, seeing Gandalf's resolve, reluctantly acquiesced. "Very well, I shall heed your counsel." Legolas, standing atop a stone, gazed into the distance as a mass of dark clouds approached ominously. "Quick, hide." It was Saruman's scout birds, sent to seek their whereabouts. The group hastily concealed themselves, and after a brief circling overhead, the birds flew away. Surely they did not spot us. No, they have, Shen Yan stated. If they had not, those creatures would not have returned. Saruman has discovered us. Gandalf's expression darkened. That white-robed wizard chose to ally with Sauron. Yet Sauron would never share power with anyone. Moreover, Saruman was equally disinclined. He cast a glance at the snowy peaks. Should Saruman wield magic there, they could find themselves in grave danger. Perhaps it would be wise to divert to the mines of Moria. Gandalf conceded they might perish upon the mountains, yet the mines of Moria might harbor a glimmer of hope. Splendid. Jean Lee felt a surge of excitement. It had been decades since Moria had last made contact with the outside world, and he yearned to discover its current state. The Fellowship of the Ring altered their course, advancing toward the Moria mines. After traversing the depths of Moria, a few more days of travel would lead them to the Pass of Rohan. Moria, a name deemed ominous by the elves, stood as the largest subterranean city in the northwest of Middle-earth. For millennia, it had been home to countless dwarves, who, in their relentless pursuit of riches, inadvertently unearthed the Balrog. The royal family at that time had no choice but to guide their kin away from Moria to the Lonely Mountain, leaving it to be inhabited by orcs as a stronghold. Subsequently, when the Lonely Mountain fell under the dominion of Smaug, King Thorin, ignoring the counsel of others, sought to reclaim their ancestral home, only to meet his demise at the hands of the orc chieftain Azog. Following the Battle of the Five Armies, the dwarven leader Thorin Oakenshield and his two nephews perished, and the throne passed to Dian II Ironfoot, the closest of kin. Balin, a member of the Lonely Mountain expedition, aspired to conquer Moria, assembling a host to reclaim vast territories, yet the Balrog and the Mithril Mines eluded their grasp. In a bid to inspire the Dwarven race and gather strength to vanquish the Balrog, Balin falsely proclaimed that they had completely reclaimed the Moria mines, declaring himself the Lord of Moria. It appeared that Moria belonged to the dwarves, which was why Jean Lee was so elated. However, Gandalf was aware that shortly after Balin's declaration, he had been struck down by an orc's poisoned arrow by Mirror. The orcs launched another fierce assault, leading to the complete failure of the expedition. And the half-orcs reclaimed the territory once more. The Fellowship arrived at the Moria mines before nightfall, where the dwarves had constructed an extensive network of tunnels, utilizing their remarkable mining skills, even boring through the towering Caradhras, and creating the endless stair, which ascended from the base to the summit of the mountain. Crossing over this highest peak would lead them to the Forest of Lawful Rain, home to the powerful elven Queen Galadriel. Upon reaching the mountainside, they encountered a dark and profound lake, its waters as black as ink, exuding an eerie quality. Shen Yan gazed at the mirror, recalling a colossal creature that resided beneath its surface. Chapter 37. The Mines of Moria. Gandalf led the group to a steep, smooth cliff, where distinct signs of dwarven excavation were evident. As Gandalf explored, they discovered the grand entrance to the Mines of Moria. The doors of Durin. They would only reflect starlight and moonlight. Gandalf furrowed his brow. This was a mechanism set by the dwarves, requiring a password for entry. That we must wait here a while, as we need the moonlight to reveal the riddle. Before long, the clouds above parted, and moonlight streamed down, illuminating the smooth cliff face, which revealed the outline of the doors of Durin, and the riddle emerged quietly. It read, "The Lord of Moria, the door of Durin. Speak, friend, and enter." Gandalf recited the dwarven words. To live long is a boon. I am well versed in the tongues of all races. It was evident that if one were a friend, uttering the incantation would unlock the door. Gandalf smiled, confident that such a riddle would not thwart him. Elven door, open for me. Yet, the doors of Durin remained unmoving. The sudden silence was disconcerting. Gandalf cleared his throat and tried several incantations, but the door did not yield. Frustrated, Gandalf contemplated using his formidable Maya form to force it open, but still, the door remained unresponsive. How could this be? I know this spell. It cannot fail. Shen Yan, hearing the sound of flowing water, turned away from Gandalf's plight and asked Legolas. What is the word for friend in Elvish? Legolas, perplexed, uttered the Elvish term for friend, and the doors of Durin swung open. Shen Yan exclaimed, "Look, the door has opened." How could it be so simple? Gandalf, taken aback, inquired. I believe friend is simply friend, but considering the relationship between elves and dwarves, it is rare for an elf to address a dwarf as such. However, if someone, be it a person or an elf, were to say it, they must indeed be a friend of the dwarves. Shen Yan elucidated. Legolas was at a loss for words. while Gene Li chuckled. Ah, the wisdom of our ancestors. How careless. Gandalf coughed, gazing at the darkened entrance, beckoning everyone to enter. Uchiha live long is indeed different. One grows thick-skinned as they stepped inside. They found no sign of the warm hospitality of the dwarves, nor any delectable food or drink. Instead, illuminated by Gandalf's staff, the ground was strewn with dwarven corpses. This is not a mine. It resembles a tomb, Boromir remarked. No. This cannot be real. No. Gene Li had considered the state of Moria, perhaps with a hint of pessimism, but never anticipated such a sight, kneeling before the corpses. He wept in sorrow. Legolas picked up an arrowhead from a skeleton, solemnly declaring, "These are orc arrows." Upon hearing this, the others swiftly drew their weapons, shielding the 4 diminutive hobbits behind them. We must leave. Quickly, realizing the peril of their surroundings, their preparations to exit were abruptly interrupted by Sam's frantic call for Frodo. A massive tentacle ensnared Frodo's leg, dragging him towards the lake. Shen Yan charged ahead, severing the tentacle and tossing Frodo back to Sam. More tentacles emerged from the depths of the lake, and Shen Yan commanded, "Fall back." Blood magic. Winter's Ice Spire. Frigid ice spires formed above the lake's surface, plunging into the water, causing it to freeze rapidly, even immobilizing the tentacles mid-air. Splendid. Shen Yan, you. Boromir attempted to approach, but Shen Yan halted him. Retreat. This spell will freeze your lungs. The blood magic ice would generate a multitude of ice crystals. Even with their unique physiology, prolonged exposure would be detrimental. As Shen Yan withdrew, Gandalf stated, "We have no choice but to remain here. If we venture over the Misty Mountains, we cannot withstand Saruman's sorcery." The distinction between the White Wizard and the Grey Wizard was palpable. He was no match for Saruman. What is taking place above? Why has Saruman not been dealt with yet? Traversing the mines of Moria was a perilous gamble. Yet crossing the Misty Mountains would be a journey from which none would return. Here, they faced threats more dangerous than orcs, the Balrog of Morgoth, but as long as they did not disturb it, they should be fine. The group pressed deeper into the mines, where the tunnels branched out in all directions. Without Gandalf and Gene Li's guidance, they would have easily become lost. The light from Gandalf's staff was bright yet gentle, illuminating their surroundings. Shen Yan stood at the edge of the tunnel, peering down. Gandalf's light revealed depths of hundreds of meters, yet the abyss below remained unfathomably dark. The dwarves had dwelled here for millennia, delving deeper than one could fathom, and one could only imagine the depths they had reached, surely capable of free-falling for half an hour. The true treasure of the Moria mines was not gold or gems, but mithril. Frodo possessed a mithril shirt gifted by his uncle, a mere trinket worth an entire shire. It had been given to Bilbo during his quest at the Lonely Mountain. At that time, Thorin had already succumbed to the curse known as dragon sickness, his avarice rendering him increasingly greedy and selfish. Yet, in his most covetous moment, Thorin had still gifted the precious mithril shirt to Bilbo, a testament to their bond. Gandalf spoke of this mithril shirt, emphasizing its immense value, while Gene Li affirmed it as a royal gift. I once heard that after being excavated from the heart of the mountain, Thorin Oakenshield's grandfather, the Dwarven king of that era, became consumed by greed, afflicted by the curse known as dragon sickness. Shen Yan's words prompted a moment of silence from Gandalf. Indeed, you speak the truth. Dragon sickness transformed Thorin into a being as greedy as Smaug, ultimately leading to his demise. No, I wish to emphasize that despite Thorin's affliction, he willingly bestowed the mithril shirt upon Mr. Bilbo. Their friendship is commendable. Gandalf turned back, a rare smile gracing his face. Yes, you are correct. Their friendship is indeed enviable. As they journeyed further, Gandalf suddenly halted, a look of confusion crossing his features. I have no recollection of this place. Just as he was about to remark on their adeptness in navigation, they found themselves lost. They had no choice but to rest, kindling a fire to prepare a meal. Frodo noticed a shadow scaling the walls of the mine in the darkness and tugged at Shen Yan's sleeve. Shen Yan too saw it. Gandalf, there is something below. That is Gollum. He has been following us for some time. Gandalf, contemplatively smoking, bore a complex expression. Deep down, he was aware of the path that lay ahead. However, the fiery demon before him dissuaded him from advancing. This creature, a fallen Maya and one of his kin, possessed immense power. Chapter 38. Gollum, drawn by the allure of the One Ring, he found himself ensnared by an insatiable desire. Torn between love and hatred for the ring, a sentiment he also felt towards himself. S.M. Aggle's life was a tragic tale. Originally named S.M. Aggle, He had once been a hobbit. The ring had not initially belonged to him, but rather to his relative, Diagol. On the day it was discovered, which coincided with SM Agol's birthday, he implored Diagol to gift him the ring as a birthday present. When Diagol refused, SM Agol, seduced by the ring's power, killed him and claimed it for himself. That he committed numerous nefarious acts with the ring, eventually leading to his banishment. Under its influence, he took refuge in a cave within the Misty Mountains, where he gradually transformed into a monster, living for nearly 6 centuries. Later, when Bilbo acquired the ring, Gollum was relentless in his pursuit to reclaim it. He may possess a means to locate us here. Perhaps he can help us escape, mused Shen Yan. Gandalf, he is merely a pitiable wretch, Shen Yan continued. Corrupted by the ring, he has become a creature that is neither man nor beast, yet I believe we will require his assistance on our journey. Without hesitation, Shen Yan leaped into the pit, startling the others, only to find himself navigating the cliffside with ease. Elves cannot achieve this, Legolas remarked. Nor can dwarves, Gimli added, pursing his lips in disbelief. The group turned to Gandalf, who simply shrugged. What do you expect of me? I am not capable of such feats either. Aren't you a wizard? Someone retorted. Wizards have their limitations, Gandalf replied. I merely conjured a light. The rest I left to those skilled in combat. Before long, Shen Yan emerged, dragging a skeletal humanoid figure behind him. Gollum, Gollum, release us. Spare the poor Gollum. Gollum's throat emitted a series of guttural sounds that inspired his current name. The vines entwined around him, rendering escape impossible. Frodo, remember his visage. Shen Yan instructed. I know you are not susceptible to the ring's influence, yet you must understand. Prolonged possession of the ring can transform one into such a monstrosity. Unable to resist, Frodo instinctively gripped the ring hanging from his neck, a surge of sympathy welling within him. Regardless of Gollum's pleas for mercy, Shen Yan remained unyielding. You ought to be imprisoned in the woodland realm, Legolas asserted. Previously confined in Mordor, Gollum had revealed the existence of the One Ring to Sauron, who subsequently released him, dispatching agents to follow him in search of the ring. Eventually, Aragorn captured him and delivered him to the woodland realm for the Elven King's custody. Gandalf had also confirmed that the ring Bilbo possessed was indeed the One Ring through Gollum, initially suspecting it to be merely a dwarven artifact. After Gollum escaped from the woodland realm during an invasion by Uruk-hai, he sought refuge in the mines of Moria but was unable to enter until Shen Yan and his companions arrived, following closely behind. In other words, he knows the way to Mordor, Shen Yan pondered, stepping on Gollum's head. Tell me, do you know how to exit the mines of Moria? Gollum, we do not know. Gollum replied in desperation. Not know? Then I may as well toss you down into the abyss. Frodo and Bilbo, being kind-hearted, could not bear such cruelty, but Shen Yan was resolute. Please, wait. Do not slay him. Gandalf interjected. My instincts whisper that Gollum will play a pivotal role, whether for good or ill. That if he is malevolent, Frodo may be in peril. That I refuse to gamble, Shen Yan declared. Gollum, kind wizard, mighty wizard, I beseech you, save us. We mean no harm. Gollum pleaded with Gandalf, and Frodo, observing Gollum's plight, felt a pang of empathy for the creature who had been so ravaged by the ring. Lamenting the tragic circumstances that had befallen him, Gandalf advised, Frodo, do not dwell on such thoughts. Is it reasonable to expect all things to unfold as we wish? We are not in control of fate. All we can do is act wisely within the confines of time. Many forces shape the world, not merely evil ones. Bilbo was fated to discover the ring, and Frodo would eventually come into possession of it. Shen Yan, you are destined to encounter Frodo. Perhaps fate is guiding you to protect him. Is that not a source of inspiration? In that moment, Frodo experienced a revelation, grasping the essence of his own destiny. I believe I recall the way. Come, let us follow Gollum. With their newfound guide, they arrived at the Dwarven excavation site, a grand hall of an ancient city. Towering stone columns rose majestically within the hall, solemn and dignified, as if recounting the glory and splendor of the Dwarven kingdom. Yet, the absence of inhabitants rendered the once magnificent hall dim and desolate, exuding a sense of tragic beauty. As they continued onward, they stumbled upon a side chamber containing the remains of dwarfs. Gimli hurried forward, entering a narrow stone room where a sarcophagus lay at its center, illuminated by a beam of light. Gimli gazed at the dwarven inscription upon the tomb and knelt before it, overcome with sorrow. No, he lamented, weeping bitterly. Gandalf read the inscription aloud. Here lies Balin, son of Fundin, lord of Moria. He has passed. Yet another friend had departed. Gandalf removed his pointed gray hat, having faced such losses more than once. The sorrow of the immortal race lay in the relentless passage of time, as friends would inevitably fade away. All he could do was offer silent tribute. Balin, once a member of the Company of the Lonely Mountain, had met his end here, alongside 3 other companions from that fateful expedition. They picked up a thick tome from the ground, its cover marred by the scars of battle, chronicling the victories and defeats of the Moria expedition. Then, a distant drumbeat echoed through the depths. We have barred the door. We cannot escape. They are coming. The final line of text was a jumbled scrawl, stained with blood, abruptly ceasing. Silence enveloped the group. Shen Yan discerned the drumming sound emanating from a nearby withered well. How were we discovered? He mused as the drumbeats quickened, accompanied by the roars of Uruk-hai. Frodo drew the elven short sword gifted by Bilbo, its blade radiating a soft blue glow. Orcs, Legolas declared. Boromir rushed to the entrance, narrowly avoiding arrows that whizzed past him, embedding themselves in the thick wooden door. Quickly, shut the door. They have cave trolls with them, Shen Yan warned. Prepare yourselves. Gandalf drew his elven sword, letting out a fierce battle cry. Gimli bellowed, let them come. There remains one dwarf who shall not fall. I understand your sentiments, but why must you stand upon Balin's tomb? He chided, as the Uruk-hai outside began hacking at the wooden door. The aged door, long neglected, soon splintered under the relentless assault of their axes. Legolas swiftly loosed an arrow through the breach, slaying an Uruk-hai. Shen Yan took his stance at the entrance, forming hand seals as armored Uruk-hai burst through. In that moment, he unleashed a fire technique. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Chapter 39, The Fiery Demon. The flaming dragon's head crashed into the horde of Uruk-hai, causing chaos and destruction among their ranks. Ah, marvelous! Gimli shouted, raising his axe. Let them see our wrath. Shen Yan charged into the fray, cutting down Uruk-hai with the ease of harvesting crops, embodying the spirit of a war god. Though outnumbered, the Uruk-hai were not particularly formidable. Their strength lay in their sheer numbers, multiplying swiftly. An ordinary human could contend with several of them as the Uruk-hai closed in. Legolas readied his bow for a rescue. Suddenly, the crescent blades of Moonbreath were unleashed amidst the Uruk-hai, shredding them with terrifying efficiency. This is incredible, Aragorn exclaimed, realizing Shen Yan surpassed his expectations. Alas, Gimli cried, cleaving through another Uruk-hai. Ha! Shen Yan, my brave and valiant friend. A massive cave troll charged forth, roaring ferociously. Shen Yan deftly evaded its onslaught, seizing the chain around its neck and swinging it in a whirlwind, knocking down countless Uruk-hai. Come, who dares to approach? Standing resolutely at the entrance, Shen Yan instilled fear in the hearts of the Uruk-hai, causing them to retreat. In the darkness, their shrieks echoed, swarming from all directions like cockroaches. Quickly, to the bridge of Khazad-dûm, Gandalf commanded. I will hold them back. Soon, I will catch up. This place is yours to defend. Gandalf reminded them that if you see flames, be sure to follow us. Understood. As Gandalf and his companions departed, Shen Yan stood alone at the entrance, guarding the retreat, the breath of the moon, most suited for a solitary confrontation against numerous foes, sliced through the half-orcs like a cutting machine, instilling a tidal wave of fear among them. The sudden roar erupted from the half-orcs, their unease palpable, as they swiftly scattered. In the distance, flames flickered, and the heavy footsteps of a monstrous entity pounded like a drum against Shen Yan's heart. It was his first encounter with such an oppressive adversary. As the flames drew closer, Shen Yan beheld the fire demon, a towering figure engulfed in infernal flames. The grand palaces constructed by dwarves appeared as mere lowly huts in its presence. With a pair of wings unfurling behind it, a scorching wind rushed forth, and its massive hands, adorned with lava-like patterns, effortlessly shattered stone pillars. A tail, reminiscent of a colossal dragon, swept through the air, sending a fallen cave troll soaring. The fire demon was a servant of the Dark Lord Morgoth, a fallen Maya like Gandalf. This very demon had been unearthed by dwarves, leading to their expulsion from the mines of Moria alongside the half-orcs and trolls. As the fire demon approached, Shen Yan gripped his blade. The demon slayer, come, let me witness your true strength. With reckless abandon, he charged at the fire demon, his blade striking against the demon's rock-like body. A furious roar erupted from the demon, flames surging forth and forcing Shen Yan to retreat as it hung upside down from the palace ceiling. Realizing close combat was no longer an option, he chanted, water release, great waterfall technique. A mighty torrent of water cascaded upon the fire demon, evaporating into steam, gradually weakening its flames. In the next moment, the flames surged anew, the steam thickening and spreading throughout the palace. Blood Demon Technique. Lotus Bodhisattva. From a massive ice lotus emerged a benevolent bodhisattva, whose breath instantly froze the surroundings. The steam transformed into ice crystals, binding the fire demon under Shen Yan's control. Buying precious time. Would release. Would Dragon Technique. A wooden dragon rampaged through the palace, tightly ensnaring the fire demon, working in tandem with the lotus bodhisattva to restrain it. Breath of the Moon. 8th form. Moon Dragon Tail. A colossal crescent slash swept through, striking the fire demon directly, leaving a crack in its lava-like body and breaking one of its ram-like horns. An unfathomable rage consumed the fire demon as it bellowed at Shen Yan. Its eyes ablaze, flames melting the lotus bodhisattva and igniting the wood dragon, the inferno illuminating the entire palace. Would release. Wooden Man Technique. A wooden giant emerged, matching the fire demon's height, for any greater stature would hinder mobility. With a powerful punch, it struck the demon's face, while Shen Yan stood atop the wooden giant, controlling the burning wood dragon to siphon the demon's magical essence. However, the intense heat only fueled the flames on the wood dragon. As if dousing it with gasoline, the inferno intensified, the wooden giant grasping the demon's legs and hurling it about, causing the palace to tremble as the demon crashed into pillar after pillar. Disoriented, the wooden giant seized a stone pillar and, with a resounding crack, broke it, wielding it as a weapon against the demon. In retaliation, the fire demon conjured a massive flame axe, shattering stone pillars with each swing. And with a powerful cleave, it severed one of the wooden giant's arms. Truly formidable, it was no wonder it was a fire demon. The demon broke free from the wooden giant, discarding the axe for a fiery whip, which it lashed out to ensnare the giant's ankle, yanking it off balance. Foolish, Shen Yan unleashed a wood release, summoning a wooden hand from behind the giant to steady it, preventing a fall. Another punch sent the fire demon crashing into several pillars, burying it beneath rubble. This is quite resilient. It must come to an end soon. Having gauged the fire demon's strength, the wooden giant advanced, seizing the demon's tail and slamming it to the ground. Leaping up, it delivered a crushing blow to the demon's back, the sheer force eliciting a pained howl from it. Shen Yan, enveloped in a chilling aura, leaped down, aiming the demon slayer directly at the demon's elemental core in its chest. With its skin and flesh too tough, Shen Yan summoned immense strength, bolstered by magical energy, piercing through at last. The demon slayer unleashed its second form, the blade slicing through, shattering the demon's core as the flames extinguished. The remnants resembled cooled lava, shattering entirely beneath Shen Yan's forceful stomp. He then turned to pursue Gandalf and the others, who had already escaped the mines of Moria via the bridge of Khazad-dûm. I have returned. Are you all unharmed? Observing the disheveled faces of his companions, he noted their sorrow, while Gandalf lay motionless on the ground. What has happened to the wizard? We were ambushed by half-orcs on our way out. Though Gandalf led us to safety, he was struck in the heart by a cowardly arrow. Aragorn's grief was palpable, the loss of Gandalf too heavy a burden to bear. You must be jesting. Gandalf withstood a fall into the abyss from the bridge of Khazad-dûm and fought valiantly against the fire demon. You tell me he succumbed to a half-orc's arrow? Gandalf lay serene upon the ground, a stark contrast to the evident bloodstains on his chest, where the arrow had been withdrawn, leaving a gaping wound. Shen Yan knelt beside him, checking for signs of breath, finding none. This cannot be right. He battled a fire demon for hours. Gandalf ascended from the depths of the cavern to become the White Wizard. He cannot be so feeble. Transparent world. Shen Yan's gaze swept over Gandalf's form, akin to an X-ray revealing the inner workings of his body. All systems ceased. Though he was a Maya, in human form, his structure mirrored that of a mortal. Wait a moment. Within Gandalf's body, a white luminescence flowed, the magical essence coursing slowly toward his limbs. Remarkable. It seems he has been granted a boon. The White Wizard Saruman had strayed far from his duties. As a gray wizard, Gandalf's ascension was inevitable. And the arrow strike was merely a test. Gandalf's inner magic had yet to wane, suggesting he could still be saved. We must head to Lothlorien. It is the realm ruled by the Lady Galadriel and her husband Celeborn, a place of serene beauty. Gandalf is in trouble. Does anyone know the way? Shen Yan hoisted Gandalf onto his back, his body still warm, the temperature unchanged, upon hearing that Gandalf might yet be saved. The group rallied. Legolas stepped forward. Allow me to lead. He took the front, guiding the way as they hastened toward Lothlorien. Gollum was nowhere to be found. According to Sam, in the chaos of the half-orc attack. They had been unable to attend to Golem, who had likely been dragged away, the fate of which remained uncertain. Golem was expendable, Shen Yan thought, as he navigated the treacherous mountain path, keeping pace with the swift Legolas. Aragorn, known for his swiftness, kept stride, while the hobbits, endowed with remarkable endurance, kept up as well. Only Gimli, the dwarf, struggled to stay with the group, hindered by his shorter legs, heavier frame, and armor. Gimli, hurry, huff, huff. Dwarves are not suited for long-distance pursuits. We excel in short sprints. That Gimli's stamina remained intact, though his speed lagged, but fortunately, Boromir, a mere human, accompanied him. "Do not fret. I am here," Boromir reassured. Gimli rolled his eyes and pressed on. After a strenuous trek, they finally arrived in the forest of Lothlorien. Slowing their pace, Gimli kept a watchful eye on Frodo, advising, "Be cautious, young hobbit. The forest of Lothlorien is home to powerful and fearsome elven sorceresses. It is said that a mere glance can ensnare one in her enchantments." Dwarven tradition dictated a disdain for elves. Shen Yan chuckled at Gimli's words, recalling how this very dwarf had been smitten upon encountering Galadriel, even requesting a lock of her hair, to which she graciously gifted him 3 strands. "You shall sing a different tune upon meeting the lady," Legolas scoffed. Galadriel was renowned for her beauty among the elves, a race celebrated for their striking appearance, with only his father able to rival her. The elves possessed but one kingdom, established by Legolas's father, the Woodland Realm, the sole elven king, while the other realms were merely territories ruled by their respective lords. Galadriel was the wife of the elven Lord Celeborn, a master of potent magic, the mother-in-law of Elrond, and the grandmother of Arwen. "Pa, she could not ensnare me, a dwarf." As Jean Lee's words faded into the air, a host of elves emerged from the woods. Bows drawn and arrows poised, directed at them. Legolas elucidated their purpose, and the leader of the elves, Haldir, commanded the lowering of their weapons, offering a derisive remark towards Jean Lee, remarking on the dwarf's labored breathing, akin to that of an ox, yet capable of hitting a target even in the dark. Upon gazing at Frodo, Haldir sensed the malevolence of the One Ring and hesitated to allow them deeper into the forest. He then inquired about Shen Yan, seeking news of Gandalf. "He is injured but not dead. He requires healing, which is why we must enter the realm protected by Lady Galadriel. We hope to utilize her formidable magic to restore our wizard." In recent days, Gandalf's condition had improved significantly. Shen Yan could feel the burgeoning magical energy within him, transforming his seemingly frail body. There was a persistent sense that Gandalf was veering ever closer to the path of a berserker. Gandalf shared a strong bond with Galadriel, a fact known to Haldir as well. With the assistance of Legolas and Aragorn, Haldir ultimately led them to the heart of Lothlorien, the realm of Caras Galadhon. Governed by Celeborn and Galadriel, the scenery of Caras Galadhon stood in stark contrast to Rivendell. The elves resided high in the trees, artistic staircases spiraling around majestic trunks, bathed in silvery light, illuminating the surroundings and harmonizing beautifully with the resplendent palaces, a sight to behold. The air was imbued with a delicate fragrance of flowers and herbs, allowing the fellowship to ease the tension that had gripped them over the past days. They arrived at the palace of Celeborn and Galadriel, where the couple descended the steps hand in hand, enveloped in a gentle radiance emanating from the 2 trees. Galadriel was among the few elves to have witnessed the 2 trees, having survived from the first age. Possessing the noblest lineage among elven women, a fusion of the 3 most esteemed elven bloodlines, powerful yet benevolent. Her beauty was flawless and ethereal, the most exquisite woman Shen Yan had ever encountered. Perhaps one he would never meet again. This beauty inspired a serene admiration, devoid of any lustful desires, leaving him hesitant to meet her gaze. The previously defiant Jean Lee was now entranced, at a loss for words. "I am aware of your purpose. What has befallen Gandalf?" Lord Celeborn inquired, turning to his wife as friend. Shen Yan laid Gandalf down, explaining that he had been struck by an arrow from a half-orc. Yet he had survived, experiencing some peculiar transformations within his body. Galadriel extended her hand, employing her magic to discern Gandalf's condition, and breathed a sigh of relief. Gandalf was growing stronger, which was a positive development. She appeared to grasp the situation, her heart at ease, instructing others to attend to Gandalf, before her gaze fell upon Shen Yan. Within his mind, he heard Galadriel's voice. "You are special, young mage. And it is the right choice to wield that uniqueness against evil. A powerful wizard. You have slain the Balrog, an unprecedented feat since the dawn of the Third Age. With the advent of the Third Age, the potency of magic had waned. Once, The elves were the masters of Middle-earth, yet they were now retreating from the annals of history, preparing to depart westward, while the age of men silently emerged. Yet, despite the prowess of humanity, none could single-handedly vanquish the Balrog of Morgoth. Undoubtedly, Shen Yan was formidable. Chapter 41. The Gifts of Elves and Dwarves. Thank you for your kind words, beautiful lady of magic. Galadriel's laughter rang out, momentarily dimming the brilliance of the world around them. Her enchanting smile, however, was fleeting, as Boromir suddenly broke into tears, unable to bear the vision of Gondor's destruction that Galadriel had revealed to him. This was a fate he found unbearable. Having fought alongside his father against Sauron for decades, his spirit nearly frayed. Witnessing such an outcome twisted Boromir's heart with anguish. His burdens were immense, the pressure weighing heavily upon him. While the ring subtly tempted him, Galadriel reassured him that hope still lingered, yet Boromir could see none. It had been far too long since they had glimpsed hope. His father's condition deteriorated, the morale of the people faltering amid the looming threat of Mordor and Sauron's resurgence. Gondor had lost sight of hope altogether. You have traveled far. Please, rest. Here, cleanse your spirit and body of fatigue. Galadriel urged everyone to take respite. The fellowship had not enjoyed a restful night in days. After a refreshing bath, Shen Yan lay down and soon fell asleep, snoring alongside Jean Li. In the dead of night. Shen Yan sensed a surge of magical energy that jolted him awake. His hand instinctively grasped his sword, and Galadriel's voice echoed in his mind. Please continue to rest. Young mage. It was indeed Galadriel. She bore one of the 3 elven rings, Ninya, and Sauron could not control her. Yet, her heart longed for the one ring, teetering on the brink of corruption. However, from her words, it seemed she had resisted the ring's temptation. Not wishing to dwell on it further, he turned over and fell back asleep, reassured that no danger lurked here. The fellowship was warmly received in Lothlorien, with an abundance of food and drink provided. Though the elves feasted solely on vegetarian fare, after several days of this diet, Shen Yan could no longer endure it and exchanged a glance with the meat-loving Jean Li. Let us go out hunting. Let us go. The two set off together, greeting the elven sentinels before venturing into the woods. After successfully hunting a deer and a goat, they prepared a feast over the fire. Haha, Shen Yan, you truly understand me and know what I crave. Jean Li sprinkled seasoning over the goat, while Shen Yan brushed sauce onto the venison. Of course, I can manage an occasional vegetarian meal, but to eat only that daily would surely be my demise. I feel as if I'm turning green. Too bad there's no wine. There is. Shen Yan produced elven wine, handing a bottle to Jean Li. Shen Yan, you are remarkably considerate. Your wondrous magic is quite convenient. Gandalf cannot match your prowess, my friend. You have slain the Balrog, aiding us dwarves in vanquishing our greatest foe. You are powerful and kind. We must journey to the lonely mountain together. I believe the king would be most fond of such a formidable warrior as yourself. Haha, it's a simple task, nothing more. That is no trivial feat. Moria was the dwarves' original home, yet because of the Balrog, Balin and the others perished, leaving us unable to return. You have accomplished what we could not. My friend. I have already sent word back to the Lonely Mountain via the Raven regarding Moria's plight. Your name shall soon resonate throughout all of Middle-earth, the slayer of the Balrog. The powerful mage, Shen Yan, they clinked their cups together, and once the meat was ready, they indulged heartily, savoring the feast until they were sated. After extinguishing the fire, they made their way back, finding Gandalf still asleep. The rest of the group rested in place, and with time on his hands, Shen Yan wandered into the elven library to peruse some ordinary tomes on magic. Elf magic is devoid of spells. Galadriel approached him. Shen Yan, the elves' power is not magic. It is a force beyond human comprehension. I believe you require this. She presented him with a book that contained magical knowledge meant for humanity. Currently, human wizards are exceedingly rare in Middle-earth, yet during the Second Age, there existed some powerful mages that I have preserved certain texts of theirs. I hope they may aid you. Thank you for your generosity. A lady more beautiful than the stars, Galadriel smiled, her radiance outshining the night sky. Mithrandir will awaken in half a month. At that time, you may commence your journey. Mithrandir was Gandalf's name among the elves. And Gandalf was not his true name, merely the one most widely recognized, thus eliminating the need for cumbersome introductions. Very well. Shen Yan began to study the magic of the Second Age, suddenly realizing that the more potent spells required lengthy incantations, often interwoven with Elvish and other languages. Translated by his system, the text appeared in simplified characters in his mind, yet that did not imply he could pronounce them. Ugh, Must I learn other languages as well? He attempted to chant the spells in Mandarin, infusing them with magical energy, but to no avail. Elvish was manageable with the help of Aragorn and Legolas, and Dwarvish with Jean Li. However, the myriad languages of Middle-earth posed a significant challenge. This was not something he could master in a day or two. What a bother, Shen Yan sighed, leaning back in his chair, ready to step outside for a stroll, when Jean Li rushed in. Clutching something in his hands, Shen Yan, what is it? Jean Li unveiled a silver bracer adorned with intricate patterns and embellished with several gemstones. This is a mithril bracer sent to you by Dain-Tu. A mithril bracer? Shen Yan's eyes widened. Mithril boasted exceptional defensive properties and was exceedingly rare. Frodo's mithril shirt was worth a fortune, and the notoriously stingy dwarves had bestowed such a generous gift upon him. This is a remarkable wristguard crafted by the most skilled dwarven artisans of the Lonely Mountain, infused with a touch of mithril, boasting a defensive capability that rivals that of mithril itself, while also augmenting the wearer's strength. Though it may not compare to the mithril chainmail, it remains exceedingly precious, such a valuable gift for me. Naturally, you are a friend of the dwarves, the slayer of the fire demon. And the remaining orcs are no match for us. The reclamation of the Moria mines is merely a matter of time. Do give it a try. Jean Li thrusts the wrist guard into Shen Yan's embrace. Shen Yan places the somewhat robust wrist guard upon his wrist, and it molds itself perfectly to his arm, causing no discomfort whatsoever. With a firm grip, he can feel a significant enhancement in his strength. Now, let us test its defensive capabilities. Before Shen Yan can utter a word, Jean Li eagerly swings a blade down upon the wrist guard. With a resounding clang, sparks fly, yet the wrist guard remains unscathed, while the edge of the blade curls up in response. What do you think? Isn't it impressive? Indeed, I have faith in the Dwarven craftsmanship. Chapter 42. Reinforcements for the Lonely Mountain in Middle-earth. The only civilization capable of surpassing Dwarven forging techniques was that of the elves during the First Age, whose craftsmanship was taught directly by the divine. However, with the ravages of war, few elves from that age remain, and not a single elven craftsman is left who could eclipse these dwarves. Dwarves, with their engineering prowess and stubborn nature, imbue their creations with an unwavering commitment to perfection, resulting in many items that possess no expiration. Shen Yan is utterly captivated by the mithril wrist guard gifted by the dwarves, and under Jean Li's guidance, it automatically contracts into a silver bracelet, the gem sparkling brilliantly under the sun. The dwarves' technological marvels are indeed formidable. After a moment of joy, Shen Yan notices Jean Li seated upon a chair, smoking, and inquires, Jean Li, what troubles you? Jean Li opens his mouth and eventually replies, the dwarf who delivered the wrist guard informed me that the Lonely Mountain is currently besieged by Sauron's army of orcs. His Majesty and the people of the Vale are resisting their incursion, and I am quite concerned for their plight. It is not that he fears the dwarves will falter. Rather, it is the fact that the dwarves have yet to recover their strength after enduring multiple wars, which is also the reason why Dain-Tu did not permit Balin to lead an immediate assault on the Moria mines. Although Dain-Tu is stubborn to an extreme, he is a wise king, and under his leadership, the dwarves are gradually regaining their former glory. Last year, messengers from Sauron visited the Lonely Mountain multiple times seeking information about the whereabouts of the One Ring, offering in return 3 of the 7 rings previously gifted to the dwarves by Sauron. The remaining 4 were destroyed in a conflagration during a war. However, Dain-Tu feigned compliance, providing no definitive answer, leading the messenger to threaten that he would return at the end of the year 3018 of the Third Age, last year, if his demands were not met. The eastern armies under Sauron would unleash war. Jean Li and his father came to the Vale for a meeting because Dain-Tu sought the aid of Eldrin, and Jean Li's participation in the Fellowship of the Ring was merely incidental. Now that war has commenced, Jean Li is deeply worried for the situation at the Lonely Mountain. We do not know if we will make it to the Lonely Mountain in time, given the precious gift bestowed upon him by the dwarves. Shen Yan naturally wishes to respond in kind. He desires to assist the dwarves. If memory serves, Dain-Tu is destined to fall in this conflict. However, Jean Li also wishes to return, yet their responsibilities weigh heavier. Shen Yan declares, let us make haste. If the Lonely Mountain falls, our journey to safeguard the One Ring will become all the more perilous. I will seek out the Lady of the Lord to see if she has any means of assistance. Accompanied by Jean Li, he finds Galadriel and explains their intentions. Shen Yan the mage, do you truly intend to venture to the Dwarven Kingdom? The conflict there is exceedingly fierce. Galadriel is well aware of the current situation at the Lonely Mountain. She knows much and foresees that the Dwarven king will meet his demise at its gates. Indeed, gracious and beautiful lady of the Lord, mistress of white magic, please aid us in reaching the lonely mountain with utmost expedience. Very well, I shall lend you a unicorn. You may reach your destination in the swiftest manner possible. Mighty mage, kind-hearted child fighting for friendship, go forth, children, and may you return victorious. We are grateful for your kindness and generosity. We shall return as swiftly as we can. As Shen Yan bids farewell to their friends, Legolas joins them, for the woodland realm is not far from the lonely mountain, and he too wishes to visit home. Mounted upon the snow-white unicorn, they set forth, guided by the crows overhead. The two powerful unicorns traverse mountains and valleys as if they were gliding upon flat terrain, their speed akin to a thunderclap. After a day and a night of arduous travel, Jinli, seated behind Shen Yan, exclaims, "It's too fast. Shen Yan, take care of this dwarf. I can hardly endure the jolting." Jinli, hold on. I believe we are nearing our destination. Ahead lies a vast, dark forest, devoid of leaves. Jinli glances around and remarks, "This is the Black Forest, the woodland realm, Legolas's homeland." "Indeed, we have arrived at my home." Legolas responds with a hint of excitement. "It has been so long since I returned. I wonder what the situation is like." Upon entering, they find numerous orc corpses scattered about, their bodies pierced by elven arrows. Jinli gasps, "These are the orcs of Magoldu. Have they invaded here? No wonder the elven king did not come to assist." Following the Battle of Five Armies, the elves of the Black Forest had forged an alliance with the dwarves and the men of the Vale. Although dwarves and elves may not hold each other in high esteem, their friendship and alliance persist. Dane too is not like the lineage of Thorin. Though he has inherited the treasures of the Lonely Mountain and the Arkenstone, he has not succumbed to the dragon's sickness. Stubbornness he possesses, but it pales in comparison to greed or obsession. That a sudden whistling sound pierces the air, and Shen Yan deftly catches a flying arrow. It's the orcs, Jinli shouts. Legolas immediately draws his bow and shoots down the first advancing orc. Hundreds of armored orcs surge forth with furious roars. Jinli, brace yourself. The unicorn charges forward, and Shen Yan swings his blade, decapitating orc heads with each swing. Disembarking from the unicorn, Shen Yan plunges into the throng of orcs, his blade gleaming as he cuts them down, causing them to abandon their armor and flee. One orc, brandishing a spear, lunges at the unicorn, but Jinli swiftly dispatches him with an axe, reassuring the unicorn. "Do not worry. I have Jinli to protect you." The unicorn snorts, lifting its powerful hind legs to kick two orcs attempting to sneak up from behind, casting an incredulous glance at Jinli, as if to say, "I do not require your protection. By the gods, chase them." Shen Yan leaps back onto his steed, pursuing the fleeing orcs, arrows raining down from the sky, accurately striking the orcs. Elven arrows, he notes. The sound of armor clashing accompanies the powerful march of the elven army. Clad in golden armor, as they approach, the ranks part to create a path, revealing a striking elf riding a great stag, who gracefully approaches Shen Yan and Jinli. "Legolas, and a human, a dwarf, you should be en route to Mount Doom." Adorned with a crown woven from woodland flowers and with silver hair cascading down, this elf possesses a flawless visage, exuding an air of exquisite elegance and poise, even amidst the chaos of war. The elven king remains as serene as if strolling through his garden at night. Shen Yan had thought Legolas handsome enough, yet his father surpasses him in allure. This father-son duo's beauty poses a threat to my own. Shen Yan muses shamelessly. Gandalf has encountered some troubles, which has delayed us. We heard of the situation at the Lonely Mountain and have come to provide assistance. Legolas succinctly conveys their purpose. "King Thranduil, let us turn around and return together," he suggests. Chapter 43. The Woodland Realm. Upon their arrival at the Palace of the Woodland Realm, they find 3 elven cities, each showcasing a distinct architectural style. The Palace of the Woodland Realm, built within a cavern, lacks the opulence of the 2 cities Shen Yan has seen. It appears somewhat dim, with numerous passageways and spacious halls. At the center of the palace sits an intricately carved wooden chair, the throne of King Thranduil. Having donned a new ensemble, Thranduil sits upon his throne, gazing down at his son and Shen Yan. "Legolas, you have brought forth the mage who vanquished the fire demon. He shall bring hope to the Lonely Mountain." Shen Yan's renown for slaying the fire demon has spread among the powerful of Middle-earth. As one of the few high elves of the Third Age, Thranduil undoubtedly recognizes his name. Shen Yan has proven his strength through his deeds. Legolas states, "Indeed, such a formidable human has not graced the Second Age." Thranduil concurs. Sarandwil appears youthful, yet he was born in the First Age and has lived for over 6,000 years. Time holds little significance for elves. Only mortal wounds and heartbreak can slay them. Sarandwil has witnessed much, but individuals as formidable as Shen Yan are a rarity among humanity. The current situation in the Lonely Mountain is dire. Yesterday, the humans and dwarves of the valley were vanquished by the armies of the Easterners at the Konan River. Retreating back to the valley, Brand and Dane too are struggling to maintain the balance of the conflict. Sarandwil elucidates the present circumstances. The defeat has dealt a significant blow to the humans of the valley, and the dwarves have also suffered considerable losses. Dane too has personally taken to the field. Despite his extraordinary valor, he finds it challenging to withstand the overwhelming numbers of foes. Gimli, visibly discontented, exclaims, "The Woodland Kingdom and the Lonely Mountain have a pact. Why do you not intervene? Shall you once again break your oath as you did years ago?" Gimli. Legolas turns to admonish his friend. Decades prior, he was a tempestuous soul, but after traveling with his father's counsel and alongside Aragorn, the passage of time has softened his edges, rendering him humble and courteous, rarely losing his temper with friends. Yet, facing his father, beneath Sarandwil's elegant and composed exterior lies a heart more tempestuous than Gimli's. "Fear not, Legolas. Sarandwil is not one to ignite his ire against a dwarf. The Woodland Kingdom is presently besieged by a horde of half-orcs. Diverting forces to rescue the Lonely Mountain could spell disaster for us. Moreover, how many elves must perish to support this war?" To Sarandwil, every elf of the Woodland Kingdom is a treasure. The loss of even one grieves him deeply. Elves are immortal and formidable, but this also signifies their low fertility, making it even more challenging for them to bear offspring than for dwarves. Moreover, elves typically have but one partner. The death of a beloved renders them averse to remarrying, a concept alien to most. After enduring multiple wars, they can no longer withstand further sacrifices. Compounding this, the environment is inhospitable to elven life. The other two elven lords have already resolved to lead their people westward to Amon. "Do you accuse me of breaking a pact?" "No, it was the coarse and greedy King Thurl, blinded by treasure, who swallowed my wife's greatest treasure." The lineage of the Durin family has suffered from dragon sickness for 3 generations since unearthing the Arkenstone, becoming greedy and selfish, akin to donning the One Ring. Sarandwil entrusted his deceased wife's necklace to the dwarves for repair, only for King Thurl to covet it that juncture. Sarandwil was already preparing to besiege the Lonely Mountain. But upon hearing Smaug had breached its defenses and the dwarves were left homeless, he chose not to attack, having already shown mercy. Do you expect Sarandwil to confront Smaug? That is inconceivable. He bears the indelible scars of having faced a dragon. Half his visage marred by its flames, now concealed by an illusion. Aware of the dragon's terror, Sarandwil would never send his kin to their doom. Dragon sickness is notoriously difficult to cure. Listen, Gimli, that incident was indeed the dwarf's folly. Fortunately, dragon sickness affects only the direct descendants of Thorin. Should Dane too succumb to it, your kin would be doomed. Shen Yan, are we not friends? Which side do you stand on? Gimli mutters, recalling that his father is among the expedition to the Lonely Mountain. Having once been captured by Sarandwil and informed of these matters, yet he feels compelled to speak. "I stand on the side of righteousness. Rest here for the night. The elves shall treat friends with kindness." Sarandwil offers to extend hospitality, yet the sound of horns interrupts his enthusiasm. The foolish half-orcs are attacking once more. Sarandwil rises and dons his armor, instructing, "You may rest. We shall handle the half-orcs. We shall assist as well." "Your Majesty," Shen Yan declares, stretching as he speaks, "we are not so feeble. Indeed, let not the dwarves be underestimated." Gimli shouts, raising his axe high. Legolas retrieves a quiver filled with arrows from a servant. As the prince of this realm, he cannot forsake the protection of his homeland. Shen Yan and Gimli brandish their weapons and charge forth, to which Sarandwil remarks, "Legolas, your friends are indeed remarkable. They are dear companions of mine. Even that dwarf? Indeed, were it the former you would have never entertained a friendship with a dwarf." Sarandwil is pleased with his son's growth. It appears that the journey to escort the One Ring has imparted much wisdom upon him. That is well. Indeed, Legolas smiles faintly at his father before turning to the battlefield. Upon the walls, the half-orc horde assaults. Ladders and catapults are being positioned. The elves' arrows find their marks with precision, each strike claiming a half-orc, slowing the siege's progress. Yet the catapults pose a challenge that it is said that in the Third Age, elves have weakened. During the Second Age, they could have effortlessly dealt with such a meager number of half-orcs. The half-orcs rely on their numbers, employing a strategy of overwhelming force. Were elves and humans to share the same fecundity, Middle-earth would still belong to the elves. Massive stones from the Black Forest soar skyward, launched by the half-orcs' catapults, aimed at the elven walls that a figure soars forth, cleaving the airborne stones into fragments. Earth escape. Marsh of the underworld. Shen Yan descends from the sky, striking the ground with his hands, transforming the earth beneath the half-orcs into a viscous swamp, rendering thousands unable to move. The elves' arrows follow swiftly, each taking down a half-orc. Effortlessly, they repel this assault, marking it as one of the simplest victories yet. The ground returns to its former state, yet beneath it lies the remains of thousands of half-orcs, now nourishing the Black Forest. Chapter 44. Slaughter. A war arrives swiftly and departs just as quickly. Sarandwil, armored and prepared, finds that the battle has already concluded. He cannot help but chuckle softly, for the journey was not in vain, having borne witness to Shen Yan's might. Given this, let us rest for the night. The half-orcs are not merely a handful. Legolas. Tomorrow you shall take 200 elven archers to the Lonely Mountain to assist Dane II, Sarandwil declares, knowing that resolving matters at the Lonely Mountain would alleviate much pressure on the battlefield. Very well, Legolas assents. After a night of rest, Shen Yan captures several photographs of Sarandwil and Legolas, presenting one to each of them. He has also taken pictures of Galadriel, who displayed great interest in the camera and graciously allowed Shen Yan to take numerous shots. What an intriguing object, Sarandwil muses, gazing at the photograph of himself and his son, wishing to encase it in the clearest crystal. Alas, had Shen Yan been born thousands of years earlier, he could have preserved an image of his beloved wife. Master Shen Yan, this gift is of immense value to me. I shall present you with a weapon far superior to that which you currently wield, imbued with dark energy, the Elven Blade, forged from the teeth and claws of a leopard cat leader at the Blade Clan. Emanates a faint aura of darkness, which Sarandwil believes renders it unsuitable for Shen Yan's use. It is merely a photograph. Though it is indeed precious, trading a photograph for an elven weapon feels somewhat disconcerting. Nay, to me, it is more than a mere exquisite piece of art. Sarandwil waves his hand, summoning a silver-white elven longsword, stating, "This sword was forged in the Second Age by my kin, sealed in my treasury since its bestowal upon me. Never having been wielded, today, I present it to you, hoping it shall aid you in vanquishing your foes." Shen Yan accepted the sword, its slender blade inscribed with ancient runes, and its edge remarkably sharp. Perfectly balanced in his hand, more than a mere weapon, it resembled a masterpiece of art. One could only acknowledge that it was indeed a weapon forged by elves. This left Shen Yan somewhat troubled, as his proficiency lay in the art of the blade rather than in swordsmanship. However, having received such a gift, he felt it inappropriate to refuse, and graciously accepted it. After accepting the elven sword, the group set forth. Shen Yan and Legolas rode upon unicorns, while Gimli acquired a sturdy pony, one of the most suitable mounts for dwarves, followed by 200 elven archers clad in golden armor. They journeyed towards the Lonely Mountain for battle. The battlefield lay before the gates of the Lonely Mountain, the site of the Dwarven kingdom, nestled in the valley between the southwestern and southeastern ridges of the mountain. This valley, known as the Vale of the River during the Battle of Five Armies, was formerly called the Town of the River. It was here that Bard the Bowman, the Dragon Slayer, felled the last great dragon, Smaug, of Middle-earth. Following the conclusion of the battle, he received 1/14 of the treasures from the Lonely Mountain, a fortune that enabled him to establish the Vale of the River, becoming its king. Presently, the throne is held by his grandson, Brand. Standing atop the mountain, Shen Yan gazed down upon the assembled forces below. The armies of the east and the half-orcs were arrayed beneath the walls of the vale, launching a full-scale assault. Once they breached the defenses, their next target would undoubtedly be the formidable Lonely Mountain. The Dwarven kingdom. 200 men cannot possibly provide adequate support, Legolas remarked with difficulty, especially considering that the woodland realm has already drawn away some of their forces. Otherwise, the enemy would be even more numerous. You need only focus on shooting. I will handle the rest, Shen Yan declared. Do not act rashly. There are tens of thousands of them, Gimli cautioned. Should you enter, the half-orcs will leave nothing but your bones. Then they must possess the teeth to do so. Shen Yan chuckled, as the bracelet on his right wrist unfurled into a mithril gauntlet. Dismounting, he charged forward. Wood release, wood dragon technique. A wood dragon erupted from the earth beneath him, swiftly carrying him down the mountain. This magic defies reason, Jean Lee exclaimed in astonishment. Legolas raised his hand, targeting the enemy below. Aim for the joints in their armor. Strike their necks and armpits. The elven archers moved in perfect unison, drawing their bows to unleash a volley of arrows that soared over Shen Yan's head. Striking the advancing half-orcs and eastern armies, realizing the threat, they turned to see a colossal wood dragon barreling towards them, with Shen Yan atop it wearing a fierce grin. The wood dragon crashed into the enemy ranks, each movement sweeping away swathes of foes, leaving the half-orcs and eastern forces struggling to counter such a formidable creature. No wonder the legendary Hashirama Senju instilled fear. It was only after his death that the First Shinobi World War erupted. If I were in his position, I would also be afraid. Size is power, and power is size. Faced with an enemy of such magnitude, the ninjas had little choice but to await their demise. Hashirama's wood release was unparalleled in clearing out foot soldiers, and only Madara Uchiha could hope to withstand him, albeit briefly. Had Hashirama possessed even a hint of ambition, the world of the Hokage would bear his name today. Wood release, birth of the forest, countless towering trees sprang forth in an instant, transforming the dense forest into a graveyard for the half-orcs and easterners, ensnaring and strangling them, their cries echoing in despair. Those attempting to flee were cut down by the elven archers' precise shots. As the gates of the Vale swung open, Dwarven and human warriors surged forth, pursuing the wretched foes, standing atop the wood dragon. Shen Yan raised his mithril gauntlet towards King Brand and deigned to atop the walls. Flame Demon Terminator made Shen Yan, here to render aid. Ha ha ha. Good lad. I knew my gift would not go unappreciated. The Dwarven king rejoiced, clapping the wall in delight. Shen Yan's arrival had dispelled their crisis. Such a powerful ally was indeed a stroke of fortune. Let us welcome our hero. Dane too charged forth on a boar clad in armor. Wielding a massive axe, Shen Yan descended from the wood dragon, greeting him. Greetings, Ironfoot Dane. Ha! Mage Shen Yan. It is an honor. How do you find our mithril gauntlet? I am quite fond of it. That is good to hear. UVE arrived just in time. The Easterners and half-orcs have been a constant headache for us. There is little we can do. The enemy is simply too numerous, despite the skill of the dwarves and the men of the Vale. We cannot contend with such overwhelming forces. The Battle of the Karok resulted in many casualties. Dane too lamented, guiding Shen Yan and the others into the Vale. After meeting with King Brand, they proceeded towards the Lonely Mountain. Upon entering the Lonely Mountain, Shen Yan was rendered speechless. Having lived for so long, he had never encountered such an abundance of gold. By the gods, how can dwarves be so wealthy? Chapter 45. Gandalf the White. The awakening of Gandalf at this juncture was fortuitous, signaling that the higher powers had decided to address the wayward white wizard Saruman. With the task entrusted to Gandalf the Great, Middle-earth required a white wizard to unite the various races against Sauron. And thus Gandalf was promoted to the rank of White. The current Gandalf the White had no intention of reminiscing with Shen Yan and his companions. His focus lay on beseeching Celeborn and Galadriel to send aid to the kingdom of Rohan. As Saruman's formidable army of Uruk-hai had invaded their lands, Saruman was not merely a white wizard, but also an industrial pioneer and master of biology. In Isengard, he commanded his half-orc army to manufacture armor and weapons, to fell trees, and to engage in industrialized mass production, cultivating a mightier force of Uruk-hai, stronger than the half-orcs, more robust than their predecessors, unafraid of sunlight, and equipped with superior weaponry and armor. Under Saruman's influence, they were now assaulting the kingdom of Rohan. The situation in Rohan was dire. King Odin had been manipulated into a state of lethargy by Saruman, while his son and nephew valiantly resisted the onslaught of the Uruk-hai and half-orc invaders. The governance of Rohan had effectively fallen under the sway of a puppet. Upon learning of Rohan's plight from Galadriel, Gandalf hoped that Celeborn and Galadriel would dispatch elves to provide support. Yet Celeborn remained resolute in his refusal. Elrond, you know well that the age of the elves has come to an end. We shall soon depart for the undying lands. The elves of Rivendell and Lothlorien can no longer endure the decay and deterioration of Middle-earth. Immortal beings are fated to witness the world's demise. Death is a gift bestowed upon humanity by the divine. In the coming age, the elves shall dwell in the beautiful realm of Aman, where beauty endures eternally. The next era belongs to humanity. There is no need for elves to sacrifice their kin for lands that do not belong to them. Celeborn will not allow his people to partake in a war from which they may not return, he proclaimed. Though Galadriel shared a close bond with Gandalf, she too supported her husband's stance. Recognizing the inevitability of the situation, her daughter awaited them in Aman, yearning for reunion with her family. The only place under siege was Middle-earth. In Aman, not even Sauron could withstand the might of the Vala. Morgoth, once a Vala himself, had faced a similar fate when he dared to defy his superiors. Gandalf bitterly acknowledged that the elves were not at fault. They need not sacrifice themselves for the sake of humanity. Then what of Thranduil? Has he not already engaged in battle with Dol Guldur? Shen Yan interjected into the conversation among the Great Ones. Thranduil had no intention of departing for the Undying Lands. Ultimately, only Legolas would journey westward, and that would occur only after Aragorn's demise. That Gandalf's eyes brightened. Are you serious? The Elven King is willing to send troops. The Elven King is no coward. However, he is currently preoccupied with Dol Guldur, a rather volatile individual, despite his calm and elegant demeanor. Though he retains elegance even in his fury. I see, Gandalf sighed with resignation. Just then, Galadriel's gaze turned towards the horizon, indicating that Dol Guldur had yet to fall to Thranduil. What is it? The half-orc army from Dol Guldur is attacking Lothlorien. Has Sauron's audacity grown so bold? Initially, they had no intention of joining the fray. Why send forces to assault them? Who is the fool responsible for this? Why provoke the elves? Attacking the woodland realm was one thing, as the elves there currently show no inclination to depart. But to assault Lothlorien, while Galadriel is still here? Sauron increasingly reminisced about the exceptional commander among the half-orcs, Azog, whose peak beauty was matched only by his martial prowess and intelligence. He had decisively vanquished the entire line of the Dwarf King. Yet tragically, his single-minded obsession with vanquishing the dwarves led to his demise at the Lonely Mountain. After a moment of silence, Celeborn exchanged a glance with his wife and ordered someone to repel the half-orcs. Mithrandir, it is time for you to embark upon your mission. Their fellowship had lingered here for nearly half a month. It was indeed time to take action. Gandalf nodded, summoning the group to prepare for departure. Before they left, Galadriel bestowed upon them elven cloaks that allowed them to blend seamlessly into their surroundings, as well as Limba's bread, which could sustain a person for an entire day with just a single bite. Additionally, she gifted each of them a token. Legolas received a more formidable elven longbow, Aragorn a green gemstone, Merry and Pippin each received an elven dagger. Sam was given a bundle of elven rope, a seed of a Palinar, and a handful of soil from her garden, while Frodo was gifted the light of Earendil. As for Shen Yan, Galadriel had previously gifted him a tome of magic. Boromir also received a gift, while Gimli requested a strand of Galadriel's hair, to which she graciously offered 3. The hair, imbued with the radiance of the 2 trees, could illuminate even the darkest of nights. The generosity of the inhabitants of Middle-earth was astounding. After a brief sojourn here, Shen Yan felt thoroughly equipped. They set sail in a small boat, departing from Lothlorien. Gandalf, are we bound for Mount Doom next? Frodo inquired. Indeed, though my heart yearns to lend aid to the kingdom of Rohan. Gandalf sighed, for if Rohan fell, Gondor would lose its most vital ally and be left isolated against the forces of Mordor, spelling doom for humanity. The coming Fourth Age was to be the era of men. If they fell, Middle-earth would truly be lost. His mission was to defeat Sauron and lead humanity to become the masters of the Fourth Age. Aragorn's sword had been reforged, but was he truly prepared? Yet for now, they bore the weighty responsibility of delivering the One Ring to Mount Doom for its destruction. Then we shall proceed, Frodo declared. If we do not go, more lives will be lost, will they not? Frodo, the kind and brave hobbit, Gandalf observed, guilt washing over him as he regarded Frodo. The ring would ceaselessly tempt him. An ordinary individual might have succumbed to madness. Yet Frodo had persevered. As they drew closer to Mordor, the ring's power grew, intensifying its allure and the torment Frodo would endure. We shall pass through the Gap of Rohan, where we must assist in vanquishing the half-orc army before rendering aid to Gondor. Shen Yan proposed. By uniting the strength of humanity and launching an offensive against Mordor, we may significantly reduce the chances of being discovered. Chapter 46. Dwarfs. This is the content of Chapter 45. An unfortunate upload error. My sincerest apologies. Before them lay a sea of gold, countless minted coins, jewelry, and gemstones glimmering in the grand hall of the Lonely Mountains Palace, casting a resplendent glow throughout. It was no wonder that Smaug coveted such wealth. Upon the central throne sat no jewel more precious than a river of gold. The Arkenstone, which lay silent in Thorin's tomb, eternally buried alongside the legendary dragon-slaying sword. My friend, what do you think? Are you astonished by the dwarven wealth? D&2 enjoyed the sight of others marveling at riches they had never encountered. These treasures, amassed over generations from the gold mine within the lonely mountain, were also supplemented by their trade endeavors, all self-acquired. I have never seen such an abundance of wealth in my life. He produced a camera to capture the moment, explaining to D&2 that it was a magical device capable of swiftly rendering images. How convenient. An elven sword, D&2 remarked, glancing at the elven longsword at Shen Yan's side. Indeed, it is a fine blade, but the dwarven forging techniques are unrivaled. Come, my friend, you have aided us in overcoming our crisis, and I shall bestow upon you treasures sufficient to purchase an entire city. The generosity of the dwarves was remarkable indeed. D&2 understood well that wealth could always be regained, but a life lost was irrevocable. Acquiring an entire city was no trifling matter, yet Shen Yan requested only 2 chests of gold and jewels, not desiring more. This amount scarcely amounts to a drop in the bucket. D&2 queried. That will suffice. Too much gold is unnecessary, and I have no desire to govern a city. The mithril bracers are already a most precious gift. Nay, the mithril bracers are a token of gratitude for assisting us dwarves in slaying the fearsome fire demon. This wealth reflects your valor in saving both us and the inhabitants of the Vale that we dwarves are not stingy with our friends. Take it all. Even the stingiest dwarf would offer their life for a friend in peril. For while wealth was indeed precious, it paled in comparison to friendship. Thank you, but truly, it is not needed. Very well, allow me to gift you a suit of armor. Though not crafted from mithril, it is sufficiently durable. D&2 summoned a set of black armor, adorned with a dark scale at the heart. This scale is a dragon scale from Smog, massive and resilient. Even we dwarves find it difficult to cut. Thus it has been fashioned in this manner. As Shen Yan donned the dragon scale armor, it was a bit short in the torso but manageable. As for the lower half, well, it was evidently tailored for dwarves. Wearing the dragon scale armor felt somewhat incongruent, prompting D&2 to call for dwarven craftsmen. What are you thinking? Allowing our friend to appear thus? Have it modified by the end of the day. I refuse to be outshone by an elf. Shen Yan sought no wealth, yet he felt inadequate compared to the elven longsword gifted by the Elven King. Despite their alliance with the Woodland Realm, D&2 was determined not to be outdone by that handsome fellow. 3 dwarven craftsmen sprang into action, removing Shen Yan's armor and taking his measurements with great haste to modify it accordingly. Shen Yan felt at a loss, while Gimli erupted in laughter. Shen Yan, this is the dwarven spirit of hospitality. Indeed, D&2 chimed in. Lads, kindle the bonfire, prepare to roast meat. Let us feast for our friend. The dwarves sprang into action, offering their guests fine wines and delectable dishes to tea the banquet. The dwarves sang songs, clinking their cups and utensils upon the table, creating a lively atmosphere distinctly different from that of the elves, which might be perceived as crude by elven standards, yet exemplified the dwarven way of welcoming guests. After feasting to their heart's content, the newly modified armor was presented. Shen Yan had underestimated the dwarven craftsman's skill. Adorned in the fitted armor, he appeared formidable. Though lacking a cloak, he donned a skirt symbolizing strength. D&2 turned with satisfaction. Not bad, lad. You look quite dashing, almost rivaling me. Though, you lack a beard. A beard is the hallmark of a true man. Shen Yan chuckled lightly and shifted the conversation to the matters of war. D&2's expression grew serious as he began to curse the Easterlings and half-orcs in dwarven tongue before stating, Sauron's forces seek to seize the lonely mountain, not only for our treasures, but for our forged weapons and armor, and our unparalleled craftsmen. You must understand, dwarven craftsmen are the finest in all of Middle-earth. Indeed, no one can surpass dwarves in the art of forging. Should the lonely mountain fall, even the most reluctant dwarven craftsmen would be compelled, for the sake of their families, to forge armor and weapons for Sauron's army. Armed half-orcs, coupled with their vast numbers, would be capable of overwhelming many armies. Precisely, D&2 affirmed. You have thwarted Sauron's scheme. The dwarves shall defend this realm and prevent any of Sauron's forces from breaching our lines. Then I entrust this to you. Shen Yan felt assured that there was no need for concern here. They had important duties ahead. D&2 did not linger, instead informing Shen Yan that no matter where he roamed, should he ever require assistance, a mere word would summon the dwarves to his side. Farewell, my friends. As Shen Yan mounted his unicorn, on the return journey, Legolas and Gimli shared a mount. Legolas, will you not return to aid your father? Legolas smiled and replied, my father is far from weak. He is quite strong. As Legolas articulated, Thranduil possesses immense strength, leading his kin to repel the Orcish forces from Dol Guldur. And now he advances toward Dol Guldur with the intent of directly exterminating the orcs there, ensuring they can no longer threaten the woodland realm. He indeed harbors no desire for his people to perish, yet that does not imply he is to be trifled with. Upon Shen Yan and his companions returning to lawful reign, Gandalf had awakened from his slumber, clad in a white robe and wielding a silver staff. His once fluffy gray hair and beard had transformed to a gleaming silver, meticulously groomed, and his visage radiated a benevolent warmth. Shen Yan could sense the formidable magical power within him, surging like a great river. However, even in his elevated status as the White Wizard, Gandalf's powers were constrained by the divine, who feared the emergence of a second fallen Maya like Sauron, thus restricting all Maya wizards who entered Middle-earth. Only the heavens could fathom the magnitude of their unleashed powers. Chapter 47. The Temptation of the One Ring, yet this course will lead to the demise of many. Frodo expressed with concern that if the ring is not destroyed, even more will perish. Shen Yan's proposal was sound. The land of Mordor was heavily fortified with numerous orcs and Uruk-hai, making stealthy infiltration exceedingly difficult. And ultimately, a forceful assault might be inevitable. Gandalf, with a heavy heart, acknowledged that should Sauron fully resurrect, war would engulf the entirety of Middle-earth, reducing all to ashes. Even the idyllic Shire would face obliteration. Let us journey to Rohan, and then proceed to Gondor. Boromir was the first to raise his hand in agreement, anxious for the safety of his homeland and family. Aiding Rohan and Gondor would alleviate some of the pressure. He was the first to endorse Shen Yan's suggestion. They set forth in their boats, pausing before a grove of pine trees as dusk descended. After a night's rest, they would continue their journey to the Gap of Rohan. As they took a moment to recuperate, Merry produced a pipe from his pocket, sharing it with Gimli, Aragorn, and Gandalf, who joined them on the ground. Shen Yan, do you truly not wish to partake? The flavor is quite delightful. As the master of Shire tobacco, Gandalf recommended the exquisite long-bottom leaf. I possess no pipe, Shen Yan replied with a smile. Pippin, grinning slightly, retrieved another from his belongings. Use this one. I prepared it especially for you. I knew you would eventually need it. Well done, Pippin, Shen Yan remarked, accepting the long-stemmed pipe and, under Pippin's guidance, began to smoke the long-bottom leaf. Aside from Legolas, the group sat there, exhaling clouds of smoke. Gandalf released a plume, saying, Saruman has been quite critical of me, even regarding my enjoyment of smoking, that he knows not the splendid pleasure it brings. Indeed, he possesses several barrels of the finest tobacco, Gandalf continued, initially disdainful of smoking. Saruman later became curious about the Shire's production after dispatching spies, ultimately succumbing to the allure of its flavor. In a sense, Saruman learned to smoke through Gandalf's influence. Holding the pipe, Shen Yan inquired of Frodo, what has been the ring's influence on you of late? It is somewhat stronger than when I was in lawful reign, Frodo replied, his resistance to its power at its peak, rendering such levels manageable. That is reassuring, Shen Yan nodded, encouraging Frodo to relax and indulge in a bit of smoking now and then for relief. After a night's rest, they resumed their voyage, but Legolas soon spotted shadows darting through the forest. It is Saruman's strong orcs. They are upon us, Gandalf declared. That I shall slay them, Shen Yan proclaimed, rising. But Gandalf interjected, no, let us hasten. Your swimming would squander precious time. Gandalf, Shen Yan can walk upon water, Merry chimed in. Ah, Gandalf was taken aback, yet Shen Yan had already stood upon the water's surface, the current gently rippling beneath him. Who else wishes to join me? He called out. I will, Gimli exclaimed, and Shen Yan lifted him onto his shoulder. You all proceed. We shall catch up swiftly. As they raced across the water with Gimli in tow, the others looked to Gandalf, who was at a loss for words. This is a magic I truly do not possess. Shen Yan and Gimli crossed the river and encountered a group of charging orcs, promptly tossing Gimli into their midst. Dwarven cannonball! You filthy orcs! Go choke on this! Gimli exclaimed as he crashed into a throng of orcs, catching them off guard, swiftly dispatching several with his axe. Taste the might of Gimli, son of Gln, he shouted, rallying for more. Kill them, the leading orc bellowed, his face marked with a white handprint, knocking an arrow to his black bow aimed at Gimli. But Shen Yan intervened, deflecting the arrow with a knife. closing the distance as a shuriken appeared in his hand, piercing the orc's eye. With a swift motion, he cleaved another orc, along with its weapon and armor. In twain, the orcs were merely marginally stronger than ordinary men. The humans of Middle-earth possessed considerable strength, far exceeding that of common folk from other realms. Yet, before dwarves and interlopers, they were inconsequential in no time. They dispatched over a dozen of the half-orcs, and soon, the duo rejoined Gandalf and the others, resuming their journey unencumbered by threats. They halted before a copse, aware that beyond lay a waterfall, a daunting descent of several meters they could not navigate. The next course of action would be on foot. As they traversed the path, Boromir frequently glanced at Frodo, while Shen Yan occasionally perceived the whispers of the ring, dismissing them as mere background noise. The ring sought to tempt all, hoping to incite conflict amongst them, thereby avoiding the fate of being cast into the fires of Mount Doom. The ring possessed a modicum of self-awareness, reluctant to vanish. Among the group, only 3 were men, whose greed and arrogance rendered them most susceptible to temptation. Yet Aragorn, a descendant of Minor, with a long lifespan and ample experience, bore a certain resistance to its allure. While Shen Yan remained entirely disinterested in the One Ring, regarding it as inconsequential in the hands of ordinary folk. Only Boromir, yearning to restore Gondor, fearful of its destruction, found himself deeply tempted by the ring's power to bolster his homeland. Both Gandalf and Shen Yan recognized this peril, prompting Gandalf to inquire, "Shen Yan, if it were you, what would you seek to accomplish with the One Ring? If the ring could grant me cataclysmic power, I would likely seize Sauron by the throat and subjugate all of Middle-earth, establishing a formidable realm for humankind. Goodness, I intended for you to offer a mere jest to comfort Boromir, yet your revelation suggests you may be the most fearsome among us." Gandalf observed, "The ring lacks such power. It contains a fragment of Sauron's essence, and its bearer would inevitably become more like Sauron, drawn closer to him, returning to his true master," Gandalf explained. "None who have borne the ring, save for Bilbo, have met a favorable end. It is not a benevolent artifact. It only brings calamity. The bearer must possess an unwavering will, which is why only Frodo is deemed worthy to bear it." In truth, Bilbo may have been a more suitable candidate, yet age had dulled him, and after decades of possession, he had merely increased his desire for the ring, ultimately relinquishing it to his nephew, an astonishing act of resistance. Had Bilbo been 30 or 40 years younger, he would undoubtedly have become the ring-bearer. Regrettably, Gandalf discovered the nature of the ring too late, leaving the burden to the younger Frodo. Chapter 48. The benefits of many friends. As Gandalf and Shen Yan discussed the perils of the ring, Boromir shook his head, chastising himself for harboring thoughts of seizing it from the kind-hearted Frodo, whom he had cared for like a brother along their journey. The temptation of the ring had led him to contemplate ill intentions toward Frodo. In sincere remorse, Boromir confessed, "I truly regret these thoughts." Frodo shook his head, reassuring him, "It is only natural, Boromir. It is precisely the ring's malevolence that compels us to seek its destruction." His resolve to obliterate the ring only strengthened. Boromir vowed with his life that he would protect Frodo until the very end. With this brief interlude concluded, they resumed their trek. "Why did we not request a few unicorns from Celeborn to ride? Horses would suffice," Shen Yan mused, gazing at the vast wilderness stretching endlessly before them, uncertain of how much longer they must walk. Gandalf replied, "Rohan is a realm of horsemen. Once we arrive, you shall have your pick of steeds. For now, however, we can only walk." "It is precisely my aversion to walking that prompted my suggestion," Shen Yan retorted. Legolas stood upon a stone, gazing into the distance, where clouds of dust were rising, signaling the approach of something. Perhaps a band of half-orcs? Upon closer inspection, Legolas discerned a pack of wild wargs, pursuing a herd of wild cattle. Wargs. Shen Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement as Gandalf cautioned, "Wargs are often used as mounts by half-orcs, for they may harbor malevolent spirits within them, and no other races have ever tamed them. Under my command, they shall be obedient," Shen Yan declared, raising his fist. "I will beat them into submission until they comply completely." "Is that truly feasible?" Before Gandalf could respond, Shen Yan dashed forth, leaping over a group of galloping wild cattle, and seized a magnificent golden warg, delivering a swift blow. The lead warg growled, "I may not be human, but you are indeed a cur. What have I done to deserve this? We merely seek a meal." Shen Yan paid no heed, striking the lead warg again, then narrowing his eyes at the 5 wargs encircling him. Poised to attack. Thud, thud, thud. Shortly thereafter, Shen Yan and the lead warg reached a mutually beneficial agreement. Returning mounted on the lead warg, Gandalf looked on in astonishment as the lead warg, now thoroughly subdued, stood before him. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a spectacle. How did you achieve this? I gave it a thrashing, then informed it that obedience would be rewarded with meat. But I digress. I shall take them hunting. Please wait for me a moment. Sam, lend me your rope. With the elven rope in hand, Shen Yan mounted the warg and continued the pursuit of the wild cattle, swiftly catching up and delivering a fatal blow to one. Then another, ultimately slaying 5. Enough to sate his newfound companions. The wargs surged forward to feast. Shen Yan menacingly stepped in, striking them again to remind them of their place. Can't tell the difference between the alpha and the subordinates. Can you? He bound several cattle with the elven rope, leading them back. Point 1 would suffice for their meal. The remainder would be the warg's sustenance. Seated by the fire, they roasted the meat, the savory aroma wafting through the air, causing the wargs to drool as they eyed the leftover carcasses but dared not approach. Shen Yan remained silent, and they did not move. How did you manage this? Gandalf could not restrain his curiosity. Wargs are, after all, wolves. As long as I establish my dominance, they will submit. I am stronger than they are. Thus, I am the alpha now that I shall not let them go hungry, but they must obey. As Shen Yan spoke, he took a piece of meat for himself, prompting the wargs to finally begin their meal. Watching the wargs feast, Shen Yan pondered whether these creatures could be trained like dogs. After all, dogs were once wolves, and some wolves, willing to approach humans, were domesticated and evolved into dogs. That he wondered if wargs could undergo a similar transformation. Once the meal was finished, Shen Yan commenced training the wargs. Initially resistant to having riders, they were soon beaten into compliance, begrudgingly carrying their riders across the plains. The warg lamented, I should never have sought this meal. With the wargs as mounts, their speed increased considerably, saving their own strength, while the only casualties were the wargs themselves. In just 2 days, they reached the borders of Rohan. The kingdom of Rohan is characterized by its flat terrain and vast grasslands, with its inhabitants primarily engaged in pastoralism. Their war horses are renowned, inciting fear in Saruman, who not only bribed Gr Ma to poison King Techoden, but also dispatched warg riders to hunt down Rohan's warhorses and cavalry, thereby weakening the kingdom's might. Attack. The forces of Rohan clashed with Saruman's warg riders, the confrontation escalating rapidly. Strong orcs and Orkai riding wargs engaged in a fierce battle against the cavalry, using their numerical superiority to encircle and overwhelm Rohan's horsemen. As Shen Yan and his companions passed, he patted the head of the lead warg, which let out a powerful howl that captured everyone's attention. Legolas took this opportunity to shoot a strong orc with an arrow. Charge! Aragorn drew his sword, and several wargs surged forward. The strong orcs were caught off guard, forced to divert some of their forces to delay Shen Yan and his companions, but mere dozens of strong orcs could not stand against them. After effortlessly dispatching them, the leader of the Rohan cavalry proclaimed, I am Omer, heir to the throne of Rohan and its first marshal. State your names. I am Boromir. Omer, we have come to aid Rohan. And accompanying us is Gandalf the White. Omer and Boromir shared a cordial rapport, considering each other friends. Gandalf? Omer exclaimed with delight, having met the wizard on several occasions at this critical juncture for Rohan. The arrival of the wizard was fortuitous, Shen Yan observed with intrigue, noting Gandalf's remarkable ability to cultivate friendships wherever he roamed in all of Middle-earth. Be it elves, dwarfs, ents, men, or hobbits, he had allies aplenty. Having numerous friends facilitates many endeavors. Omer remarked upon the wargs they rode, momentarily at a loss for words. These wargs? Oh, they were tamed swiftly by Shen Yan the mage. Boromir chuckled. Actually, I was curious about how you managed to tame them. A good thrashing is all it takes. A thrashing? In Rohan, a nation of horsemen, we have never heard of such methods for taming mounts. Indeed, a good beating brings them into line, Shen Yan replied with a grin. Omer, what is the current state of Rohan? The armies of Isengard are encroaching. Our tribes are plagued by raids. My father's health is deteriorating, and there are traitors sowing discord. In short, they face crises both internal and external. Chapter 49. The Kingdom of Rohan. Gandalf recognized that the situation could not continue as it was. Assistance was required to alleviate Rohan's current plight, and thereafter, their forces could be rallied to support Gondor. Omer and his cousin Owen, upon learning of Gandalf's arrival and his ascension to the rank of a white wizard akin to Saruman, were filled with joy. Together, they mobilized their troops and gathered forces to head towards the capital. As the cavalry kicked up dust, racing across the plains, Shen Yan led a contingent that swiftly dispatched a group of warg riders. Saruman truly was despicable, employing such inhumane tactics. The vast and sparsely populated kingdom of Rohan relied on pastoralism, leading to the deployment of small detachments within its borders. This strategy forced Rohan's formidable cavalry to operate in smaller groups, preventing them from forming a unified and fearsome force in a short span of time. Rohan's cavalry was incredibly potent. Should all their forces convene on the plains, even Sauron would tremble before them. The cavalry's high mobility rendered them a terrifying presence on the battlefield, fearing their strength. Saruman dispatched strong orcs to burn, pillage, and harass, ensuring that Rohan could not consolidate its forces. Now, Rohan stood on the brink of collapse, weary and beleaguered. The king's mind was clouded by treachery. They had to resolve the crisis plaguing Rohan. Sauron grew increasingly impatient. The One Ring remained unfound, and the presence of Aragorn, a descendant of En-Menor, filled him with dread. Once, the En-Men-Reans were the noblest and most powerful of men. Tall and handsome, living thrice the lifespan of ordinary humans, the torment inflicted by Sauron left a profound psychological scar upon them. Eventually, under Sauron's manipulation, the En-Men-Reans attempted to assault Amon, turning against the Vala, which led to the submersion of their land, leaving only a few descendants including Aragorn and Boromir. Although Boromir also hailed from En-Menor, his lineage was not as strong as Aragorn's. Returning to the main forces atop their wargs, Shen Yan addressed the grave-faced Gandalf. Saruman's warg riders have fragmented Rohan's army. It will take considerable time to regroup, that I understand. First, we must meet with Omer. Only he possesses the authority to summon all of Rohan's forces. Even if the first and second heirs of the kingdom are present, they lack the power to assemble the entire army. Only Omer, the Horse Lord, has that right. They pressed onward day and night, arriving at the capital of Rohan by midday the following day. The capital, perched atop a hill, was modest in size, serving as the royal seat, yet it appeared quite humble, with the populace residing in thatched-roof cottages and the palace constructed from wood. Upon reaching the palace, a contingent of guards obstructed their path. "Your Highness, please disarm before entering the palace." Omer was incensed. "Are you implying that I would conspire against my father, or that Owen would harm her uncle?" "That scoundrel Jar-Ma." As he attempted to force his way through, a guard intervened. "That I apologize, Your Highness, but this is the command of the treacherous Jar-Ma. We are not your enemies. Please understand that our concerns lie not with you two, but with them. They are my friends," Omer retorted, but ultimately relented. "Very well, we shall relinquish our weapons." Gandalf remained silent, simply urging them to comply. "Your staff," he said with a smile. "How can you bear to part an old man from his staff?" The guard reflected, and Shen Yan wore an expression of utter disbelief. Gandalf truly had a talent for pretense. How could a Maya grow old? Such an appearance was merely an illusion. At present, Gandalf possessed enough physical strength to send a guard, armor and all, flying out of the royal city with a single blow. Upon entering the palace, they found an elderly king seated upon the throne, his face etched with deep wrinkles, hair as white as snow, pallid of complexion, and his eyes clouded, resembling a corpse that had perished just 2 days prior. Beside him stood a man with pallid skin and a gaunt frame, cloaked in black robes, exuding a sinister and cunning demeanor. Whispering in King Thod's ear, "Your son, Thodard, has come with the wizard Gandalf." As they stepped inside, the great doors slammed shut, and a group of burly men fixed their gaze upon them. Jar-Ma was still manipulating the king, who was under Saruman's control. "Your court has lost its former grandeur, King Thodin. Why should I extend you my welcome? O harbinger of doom, Gandalf, you have even ensnared my child." Thod's eyes were half open, and speaking was laborious for him. "Your words ring true, my liege," Jar-Ma replied, rising. "The presence of the charlatan, who has yet to reveal himself, is nothing short of ominous." "Silence," Gandalf interjected, halting Jar-Ma's incessant prattling. "Keep your forked tongue behind your teeth." With a resounding slap, Shen Yan knocked Jar-Ma to the ground, causing him to spit blood and teeth, and he looked at his hand in disgust. Jean Li remarked, "You ought to wash your hands. Indeed, they are smeared with grease and powdered." Jar-Ma's henchmen surged forward, but Jean Li, Legolas, Boromir, and others swiftly subdued him. Gandalf approached King Thodin, employing magic to dispel Saruman's enchantment from him. Suddenly, King Odin laughed heartily. You possess no power here, gray robe Gandalf. What of your white robe? You lack the authority to don it. No, the white robe no longer appeals to me. I am now Saruman in my colorful attire. You must depart, King Odin. Ha ha ha. Without me, Rohan shall perish. You cannot kill me, nor can you slay him. Depart from Rohan. With a resounding thud, Gandalf struck Odin atop the head, rendering him momentarily motionless. Far away in Isengard, Saruman was flung backward, blood streaming from his eyes. This strike had inflicted damage upon him through the connection of their magic. Freed from Saruman's control, King Odin visibly rejuvenated. His pallid hair and beard transformed to a golden hue, and the deep creases on his face smoothed out. Gandalf, breathe once more. My friend. Odin bowed to Gandalf, his expression shifting from confusion to one of great authority. The king of Rohan had returned. He took the Sword of Kings from his son and advanced toward Jar-Ma, preparing to execute him, but Aragorn intervened. Out of respect for their past camaraderie, Odin spared Jar-Ma's life. Shen Yan observed, this man will ultimately meet his end at Saruman's hands. Let him remain for now. Wait, he turned to Gimli. Have you secured my warg? Huh, aren't you the one who ties it up? Ah, a blood-curdling scream echoed from outside the royal city. Shen Yan shrugged. I forgot to feed it. This is dire. We must confront Saruman soon. With Gandalf present, the situation should be manageable. After all, they are both white robes. There is no reason for Gandalf to be outmatched by Saruman. Chapter 50, Declaration of War. Once King Odin regained his strength, Gandalf revealed his intentions. The king's expression darkened. 2,500 troops were insufficient to confront Saruman. This was Saruman they were dealing with. He had once regarded Saruman as a friend, only to be betrayed. The forces of Rohan could not be assembled in a day or two. I understand your concerns, but Rohan stands at a precipice. If we do not take this gamble, our land may face annihilation. Odin rose and commanded, the people of Rohan must be relocated to Helm's Deep. We shall confront Saruman there. Yes, my king, Odin responded. Departing swiftly, Gandalf furrowed his brow. Odin, while Helm's Deep is defensible, it has but one exit. Should we fail, Rohan will, but we have no alternative. Helm's Deep is Rohan's strongest fortress, having once saved our realm. If we cannot withstand Saruman here, there will be nowhere left to retreat. Helm's Deep was strategically positioned, easy to defend yet difficult to assault, with no alternative escape routes. Odin resolved to place all his hopes there. Facing Saruman in a decisive battle, he understood that winning this war was imperative, not only for his people but also for his son. For the sake of the crown, he would fight to the bitter end. Gandalf, Boromir interjected, Gondor lies several days' journey from here. They may not arrive in time. The king of Rohan commanded Omer to sound the war horn, declaring war upon Isengard. Boromir produced Gondor's silver horn, preparing to summon their forces for aid. We must try. My brother will surely rally to our side. Faramir is a good lad. He recalled Faramir, who had once trained under him in the art of swordsmanship. Huh? Why would a wizard teach swordsmanship? After all these years, Gandalf surely knows a thing or two. The silver horn of Gondor echoed through the land, its sound reaching even the distant ears of Gondor's men, prompting them to stir. The inhabitants of Rohan and those nearby were relocated to Helm's Deep, which had once been Gondor's territory before becoming a stronghold of Rohan. The hill called Helm's Deep, flanked by the fortress of Hornburg, never breached, would serve as the final bastion against Saruman's forces. The forces at Helm's Deep were substantial. There was no need for civilians to take up arms, only ensuring the supply of provisions. On the towering and fortified walls stood Rohan soldiers, each one braced for battle. Rohan was well prepared, yet Gandalf remained skeptical about the impending conflict. Given his knowledge of Saruman, once the armies gathered, they would undoubtedly be thoroughly prepared. Helm's Deep's defenses were formidable, but might not withstand Saruman's assault. I must go to Fangorn Forest and seek the Ent's assistance. Gandalf mounted a white horse and addressed Shen Yan and the others. Leave it to us. Unless Sauron intervenes, more foes will not pose much of a threat. Wood ninjutsu is a formidable technique against numerous adversaries. He is simply overly concerned, Gimli remarked. Having witnessed Shen Yan's prowess in battle, he was akin to a harbinger of death on the battlefield. Few could match him. It is only natural. None of us can predict what Saruman has in store. Shen Yan shook his head. The soldiers of Rohan readied their defensive apparatus, gathering stones and logs. What is that smell? Gimli sniffed the air, his keen senses detecting an odor reminiscent of orc carcasses boiling with wargs. I smell it too. Shen Yan rubbed his nose. the scent wafting from behind them. Turning, they beheld a golden-haired maiden ascending the ramparts, carrying a pot of stew. "Princess Owen," Aragorn exclaimed, surprised to see her presence. "I have prepared some stew. Would you care for a taste?" Owen inquired. "I'll pass." Gimli was the first to decline. "I'm not hungry either," Shen Yan said, leading Sam and Frodo away. "I'm an elf. I subsist on a vegetarian diet." Legolas seemed to grasp the situation and took Merry away. Boromir said, "Pippin, come with me. Let us see if my brother has arrived." "I wanted a taste," Pippin protested, but was pulled along by Boromir. Only Aragorn remained, gazing at Owen's expectant face, unable to refuse her kind offer, and took a sip. His taste buds erupted in ecstasy. He felt as though his ancestors were beckoning to him. Struggling to swallow, he feigned delight, exclaiming, "It is quite delicious, with ample room for improvement." "Really? If it tastes good, do indulge a bit more." By the way, I heard my uncle mention that you once fought alongside my grandfather." Burin. Surely, he must have been mistaken. "Not at all. It is true. King Teach Odin has an excellent memory. He was but a child at that time." "Then you must be at least 60 years old." "No. 87. Owen gasped in astonishment. "You are a descendant of Minor. Indeed, our lineage is nearly extinct. The Northern Kingdom has long since fallen. My apologies. Please continue eating." Owen, with a mix of emotions, handed all of her stew to Aragorn, leaving him looking rather forlorn. This might be the closest he ever came to death. In the distance, Shen Yan and Gimli peeked around the corner, and Pippin grumbled, "It seems Aragorn is quite enjoying his meal." "I want some too. Little hobbit, if you wish to avoid poisoning, do not partake," Gimli remarked. "The dwarf's keen sense of smell warns me that this may upset my stomach." His surprise, Boromir chuckled, noting how Princess Owen, despite her beauty, could not cook. It's only natural. No one is without flaws. Just look at the way Owen gazes at Aragorn. There's something amiss there. Has she taken a liking to him? Yet, it seemed Aragorn's gaze towards her was equally peculiar. Legolas, however, was not concerned about Aragorn's fidelity. Rather, he was intrigued by his look at Owen. "Nonsense. Aragorn is already 87. He views Owen as merely a younger companion." Shen Yan interjected, "Its no wonder, really. Aragorn is tall and handsome, and his kindness has likely drawn Owen, who is usually rather unhappy. To him, it's a fleeting infatuation, not true love. From now on, let us keep our distance from whatever Owen cooks," he added. "Indeed, especially you hobbits. Do not partake of her culinary creations." "What? How bad can it be? I must try it," Merry declared skeptically. After Owen departed, he seized the soup before Aragorn and gulped it down in one go. Aragorn was too late to intervene. Plop, Merry departed in a state of tranquility. For a race that dines 6 times a day, one cannot harbor excessive expectations in that regard. Fortunately, Merry survived, albeit with a day of stomach troubles. Chapter 51. The Battle of Helm's Deep. A cadre of elves emerged from the night, arriving beneath the castle walls, led by Haldir, the elven warrior whom they had met in Lothlorraine. He brought with him 300 elven archers from Lothlorraine in the valley. "How can this be?" King Teach Odin exclaimed in disbelief. "The detached elves are willing to aid humanity," Haldir softly responded. "Eldarion from the valley has sent word. There once existed an ancient alliance between elves and men. Long ago, we stood side by side on the battlefield, sharing life and death. We come to honor this covenant." Galadriel had previously asked Elrond whether the elves should refrain from intervening in this war. This was Elrond's answer. "It is our honor to fight alongside men once more." The elves upheld their promise and joined the fray. "Haldir!" Aragorn exclaimed, overjoyed at his arrival. Haldir replied, "The Lord and Lady have commenced their counteroffensive against the forces of Dol Guldur and should soon meet with King Thranduil in victory." Haldir and Legolas belonged to the same kin, both being Sindarin elves, and Legolas was elated to see him. The elven archers replaced the Rohirrim soldiers at the forefront of the walls, for the proud elves would not allow men to falter before them. Shen Yan gazed ahead, flanked by Legolas and Gimli, whose height was rather awkward, as he stood level with the wall, revealing only half of his helmet. "This is quite unfriendly for a dwarf. I can see nothing." "Shall I fetch you a box to stand on?" Shen Yan teased. "No need. Once those half-orcs scale the walls, I shall surprise them with an axe," Gimli retorted defiantly. The thunder roared, illuminating the dark night as a torrential rain descended. Amidst the tempest, a horde of half-orcs from Isengard arrived, their torches still blazing in the rain. The massive army moved as a dark river, marching in perfect order. The sound of their footsteps overshadowed the thunder. resonating as the loudest noise in the night that a glance revealed tens of thousands in their ranks. For Shen Yan, it was the first time facing such a vast army. Even seasoned warriors like Legolas and Aragorn felt their palms sweat, anxiety gripping them. This battle would determine the fate of Rohan and the kingdoms of men. The vanguard of the half-orc army reached the base of the walls. Aragorn rallied the elven archers in their native tongue. Roar! A half-orc stood atop a massive boulder, raising his sword and howling, causing the army to halt. The burly half-orc warriors were at the forefront, well-armed and ready for battle. Thud, 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 the half-orcs struck their spears against the ground. The sound akin to drums, echoing through Helm's Deep. The elven archers and human soldiers drew their bows, poised for action, arrows ready. Fire. The elven archers shot first, their arrows striking true and felling a group of sturdy half-orcs. Soon followed by a hail of arrows from the Rohirrim. Concentrate fire, shoot. The arrows rained down, killing many half-orcs, yet their advance did not waver. Those armed with bows returned fire, slaying several elven archers. The vanguard set up ladders. Preparing to scale the walls, Shen Yan clasped his hands together, invoking the wood style, great forest technique. Numerous wooden rods sprang forth, toppling many ladders as Shen Yan leapt from the wall, employing wood style, wood clone technique. A towering wooden figure rose from the ground, stepping into the midst of the half-orc army, to the astonished gazes of all. Wood style, cuttings technique. The wooden figure raised its palm, numerous branches sprouting forth. Launching under Shen Yan's command, some branches penetrated the gaps in the half-orc's armor, invading their bodies, then growing wildly, branching out to pierce through the half-orcs, resulting in their demise. The wooden figure moved with agility, lowering its stance and sweeping its hand, sending countless half-orcs flying, crashing against the cliffs of Helm's Deep, reducing them to mere pulp. Kill. The half-orcs, undaunted, pressed on. Witnessing this, Shen Yan leaped down from the wooden figure. Raising his arm, wind-style, spiral shuriken. He hurled the spiraling shuriken, its whirling chakra blades slicing through foes, and then formed another seal. Invoking the shuriken shadow clone technique, the shuriken multiplied, dispersing among the half-orcs. Their destructive power magnified, exploding among them. A shockwave erupted, high-density wind chakra manifesting as fine needles, directly assaulting the half-orc cells. In the chaos of the explosion, numerous half-orcs fell in an instant. A large area of the battlefield was cleared. With half-orc casualties mounting, the rain continued to pour. Shen Yan noticed, illuminated by lightning, a group of half-orcs carrying two massive meteor balls towards the water outlet at the base of the walls. Instantly, he understood their intent and charged towards them, wielding a demon blade in one hand and an elven sword in the other, creating a bloody path to the base of the walls. One in each hand. Legolas, ignite, shoot. Upon hearing this, Legolas lit an oil-soaked arrow and aimed alongside Halder. Shen Yan hurled the meteor balls, two arrows soared, tracing bright arcs in the air. They struck true, and the next moment, boom. Boom. Two explosions followed, decimating a large swath of enemies. Shen Yan nodded, impressed by Saruman, the pioneer of industry, who had concocted gunpowder. If he continued at this rate, he might indeed defeat Sauron. The battle raged on. The half-orcs remained relentless in their siege. Shen Yan's presence made their assault increasingly arduous. Thunder and lightning erupted in the sky, a bolt of lightning streaking down towards Shen Yan. Damn it! A wooden block appeared in his stead. As Shen Yan sheltered beneath the wooden figure, fortunately, he had prepared a substitution technique. Looking up, he saw the skies churning with dark clouds, lightning flickering within. Saruman is using magic. What a dishonorable foe. Casting spells from afar. But how many times can you employ such magic? Shen Yan utilized the wood clone technique, infiltrating the enemy ranks, while his true form concealed itself within a wooden dragon, controlling both the wooden figure and the wooden dragon. They barreled through the battlefield, impervious to the relentless strikes of lightning. The wooden dragon is so thick, it remains dry inside that it could never conduct electricity, Shen Yan taunted. The lightning failed to strike Shen Yan, instead inflicting significant damage upon the nearby half-orcs, striking my allies while shielding my foes. Far above in Isengard's tower, Saruman seethed with rage, yet found himself powerless, hoping the half-orcs would breach Helm's Deep swiftly. Should they succeed, he could obliterate the kingdom of Rohan. Gondor, isolated and vulnerable, would eventually fall into his grasp, allowing him to redirect forces to Mordor and seize dominion over this world. Chapter 52. Reinforcements arrived. The wooden clones wove through the throngs of half-orcs as if in a realm devoid of enemies. Effortlessly employing their offensive jutsu. 5 wooden clones positioned themselves strategically, while a group of half-orcs prepared to launch their assault. Each executed a series of seals, unleashing different jutsu: wind style, pressure damage; fire style, fire dragon flame bullet; water style, water dragon bullet; lightning style, thunderclap; earth style, earth dragon bullet. The 5 elemental techniques converged upon their target. 5 styles. Great combined bullet technique. A deafening explosion erupted in the heart of the battlefield, illuminating the Vale of Helm's Deep with a brilliant light, infusing the spirits of its defenders with fervor. The valiant Shen Yan repelled an initial wave of assailants, yet this was merely an appetizer. As more troops loomed on the horizon, Helm's Deep was afforded a fleeting respite, soon to be followed by a relentless barrage. Over the course of 3 consecutive days, Shen Yan found himself compelled to transition from offense to defense. No amount of magical prowess could withstand the sheer numbers of the enemy, and he began to comprehend why the seemingly feeble half-orcs instilled such dread. There were simply so many of them. In the deep of the 4th night, amidst the raging conflict, Shen Yan beheld a radiant light rising at the edge of the sky. Gandalf, astride a white steed, stood atop the mountain, flanked by a contingent of Gondorian soldiers and Ents. The holy light seared the skin of the formidable orcs and Uruk-hai, as Gandalf galloped down, wielding his staff in one hand and an elven sword in the other, plunging into the fray. With Gondorian soldiers and Ents in swift pursuit, Aragorn recognized the opportune moment and, alongside the riders of Rohan, charged forth from Helm's Deep to mount a 2-pronged assault. The air was filled with the cacophony of battle cries. As the fierce clash unfolded within Helm's Deep, Saruman's magic faltered, and Shen Yan surged forth from the wooden dragon, cleaving through foes alongside his wooden doppelganger. With a sharp whistle, he summoned his wolf steed. Embarking on a hunt for the retreating orc forces. By dawn, the corpses of the orcs lay piled high, surpassing the height of the fortress walls. Exhausted from a night of relentless combat, Shen Yan leaned against a stone, while Gandalf sat beside him. It is fortunate you managed to maintain control of the situation, Shen Yan. You have proven yourself a competent mage. Once the One Ring is destroyed, you shall earn the right to journey to Aman. Aman is the dwelling place of the divine, where elves are permitted to enter, while others must achieve great deeds to gain entry. For instance, the Fellowship of the Ring would be granted passage upon the destruction of the One Ring, and they would be bestowed with immortality. Shen Yan knew that only Frodo, Legolas, and Gimli would be among those who could go. The allure of immortality was tempting, yet the prospect of an interminable existence threatened to drive him mad. Shen Yan shook his head, rejecting Gandalf's well-meaning offer. Immortality was not a gift for mortals, but rather a curse. Furthermore, he was not of this world. Once his duties here were concluded, he intended to return home. Rendering such a reward meaningless, the lengthy life allows for many pursuits, and one can savor existence. Gandalf mused, unable to fathom Shen Yan's perspective. To him, immortality was undoubtedly a boon. For me, however, immortality holds no appeal. I can embrace death with equanimity. Gandalf, I respect your choice, Gandalf acknowledged, nodding as he shifted the conversation to other matters. Glancing at the distant Ents, Shen Yan remarked, it must have taken the Ents considerable time to arrive here. I presume the ancient tongue of the Ents, known as Entish, was an exceedingly verbose and tedious language, taking an eternity even to exchange simple greetings. They believed the outside world remained embroiled in the same conflicts as in the First Age, when gods clashed and the Ents played a trivial role. Yet now, in the Third Age, the Ents had become formidable forces. Gandalf had spent considerable time persuading Treebeard, the leader of the Ents, to bring them to Helm's Deep for battle. On their return journey, they encountered Boromir's brother, Faramir, leading a small contingent of Gondorian soldiers. Though few in number, they represented a significant force. After listening to Gandalf's account, Shen Yan nodded. Thus, our next adversary is Saruman. He has sought to strike me with lightning. I doubt he has yet recovered. Let us pursue him and eradicate Isengard. Indeed, Gandalf concurred, promptly instructing Doran to assemble the troops and accompany the Ents to Isengard. The riders of Rohan, Gondorian soldiers, elven archers, and Ents, numbering over 3,000, marched resolutely towards Isengard, slaying any orcs they encountered along the way. The tide had turned, the morale of the troops soared, and Saruman found himself outmaneuvered. The battle at Helm's Deep had left him in tatters. and now only 200 to 300 Uruk-hai remained to defend Isengard. A mere gathering of Ents would suffice to overwhelm them. Saruman remained a formidable foe. If afforded time, he could outmatch even Sauron without the One Ring. As a pioneer of industry, with his Orcish army and the black powder he concocted that fateful night. Given a few decades more, the greatest threat to Middle-earth could have shifted. Alas, what he lacked most was time. The army reached Isengard by midday, once a realm flourishing with orchards and vibrant life. It now lay barren, devoid of greenery, the plains parched and riddled with deep pits. These were the result of Saruman's relentless extraction of the surrounding forests to fuel his industrial endeavors. Within the vast pits lay his forges and breeding chambers for orcs. Crafting weapons and bolstering his forces, Treebeard surveyed the desolation of Isengard with mounting fury. He recognized every tree that once thrived in its woods, having known them since they were mere seeds. To witness their demise ignited a fire within him. With a thunderous roar, Treebeard led the Ents in a charge, demolishing Saruman's industrial apparatus and breaching the dams he had erected, unleashing a torrent that swept away the remnants of Saruman's defenses and drowned those Uruk-hai still attempting to resist. Doran commanded his men to ascend to higher ground to escape the deluge. From the pinnacle of Orthanc, Saruman gazed down upon the chaos unfolding below, his heart aching with despair. "I am the sunlight." His white robe shimmered with iridescence, a deliberate choice to don a new garment after renouncing his identity as a white wizard, now proclaiming himself Saruman of many colors. "Foolish Gandalf, what have you done? You have destroyed my life's work." Saruman, standing atop the tower, unleashed a tirade against Gandalf, who remained calm and composed upon his steed. "Saruman, you have betrayed our mission. Descend and face judgment." "Judgment? No one can judge me." Saruman retorted, brandishing his staff. Doran, my old friend, you have slain countless foes and are known for your valor. Let us shake hands and reconcile. "You speak of reconciliation?" Doran scoffed. "Indeed, we shall shake hands. But only when you repay the destruction of Westfold, the tragic deaths of innocent children, and the lives of our warriors lost. You shall hang from the gallows, and your crows shall feast upon your corpse before we ever shake hands." "Gallows and crows? You tyrant!" Saruman spat. "You have turned this land to ruin, yet you dare call me a tyrant?" Shen Yan observed with a mix of disbelief and disdain. Saruman's audacity was unmatched. "Turn back. Saruman, your treachery has placed many in peril, but you can still save them. You possess knowledge of the enemy's movements, so you come here for intelligence." Saruman sneered. No, I shall not divulge anything to you. However, out of mercy, I shall share this. He produced a murky crystal orb reflecting the dark lands of Mordor, where the festering heart of corruption lay entrenched in the depths of Middle-earth, unnoticed by you. But that great eye is aware of everything. At this very moment, it marches forth, and its assault will soon be upon you. You are all doomed. Saruman mocked Gandalf, asserting that he could never elevate Aragorn, a mere ranger, to the throne of Gondor. Gandalf, without hesitation, sacrificed his friends, exhibiting greater coldness than Saruman himself, cloaked in the guise of compassion, leading them into peril. Poor halfling, you clutched Sauron's One Ring, marching towards your doom. You cannot conquer the ring, nor will Sauron relent. When you stand at the brink of Mount Doom, your greed and Gandalf's indifference will drag you to the abyss. Gandalf, you have paved the way for his demise." Frodo remained resolute, impervious to Saruman's attempts to sow discord. "Saruman, descend and accept judgment. Repress your futile compassion." Saruman hurled a fireball at Gandalf, which failed to harm him in the slightest. The Ring of Fire, one of the 3 elven rings, radiated light upon Gandalf's fingers. To strike with fire upon the Ring of Fire was akin to prodding Sisanu with a mere kunai. "Saruman, your staff is shattered." With Gandalf's command, his staff splintered instantly, and Saruman gazed in dismay at his hands. "Even so, you cannot judge me, stubborn fool. Shen Yan, let us ascend." "Very well." Gandalf and Shen Yan ascended the towering spire, confronting the erstwhile leader of the 5 wizards. Saruman, face to face. "Saruman, you may yet survive. You are aware that should you perish, the realm of Aman shall not accept the soul of a traitor. Your spirit will wander the lands of Middle-earth for eternity. Forever tormented, I am well aware that I cannot die." Saruman retorted, exuding an air of invincibility. "Young wizard, you could stand at my side. What can Gandalf offer you? That paltry illumination spell? Or perhaps some swordplay that is beneath a true mage?" I can teach you all the spells I possess, command the elements, and together, we shall make Sauron tremble. Indeed, the proposition was tempting. Shen Yan nodded, drawing forth his elven blade. You are a Maya. The power of a Maya is beyond my grasp. The fair Lady Galadriel gifted me a tome of spells, but had it not been for the lengthy incantations, I would have already dispatched you. He had not been idle on his journey. Having acquired knowledge of the tongues of elves and dwarves, alas, the time-consuming nature of spell-casting rendered him ineffective. Foolishness, Saruman declared. Seeing that Shen Yan remained resolute, he charged forward unarmed, prompting Gandalf to spring into action. Engaging Saruman in a fierce contest, the two Mayor unleashed their formidable might, appearing ageless in their swift and powerful movements. That it was a battle that seemed to unfold in close quarters, yet was steeped in the arcane arts. Saruman, having lost his staff, still wielded some magic. With a clang, Saruman produced an elven long sword from seemingly nowhere, its runes superior to the one held by Shen Yan. Curse it, are all you wizards adept in melee? Gandalf realized the precariousness of the situation. In close combat, his staff could not adequately defend against the onslaught. Thus he too unsheathed a blade, a long sword forged in the First Age known as Glamdring, or the foe hammer, a counterpart to the Morgul blade entombed with Thorin. The clash of steel echoed at the pinnacle of the tower, while Shen Yan lurked nearby, searching for an opportune moment. Saruman proved far more cunning than Shen Yan had anticipated, denying him the chance to strike from behind. How ironic. A wizard, yet he fights with greater ferocity than I, a mere blade wielder. Truly, he is a Maya. Saruman reveals Sauron's schemes, and you may yet atone. Countless lives can be saved. You are deluded, foolish Gandalf. Despite having been stripped of his white robes and staff, Saruman, as the chief of the 5 wizards, still matched Gandalf, who had liberated a portion of his power. Suddenly, Saruman's eyes narrowed, and with a sweeping strike of his sword, Gandalf's staff fell from his grasp, and Saruman lunged forward. Seizing the moment, Shen Yan delivered a kick to Saruman's midsection. Well done, Shen Yan, Gandalf exclaimed, rather than retrieve his staff. He kicked it towards Shen Yan, who understood the unspoken command and grasped the staff. Unlike any other, Gandalf's staff felt smooth as jade in Shen Yan's hands, albeit rather heavy, several hundred pounds. Yet, in Gandalf's grasp, it appeared weightless, as if he had long since acclimatized to its heft. Gandalf, you underestimate me. My reinforcements have arrived. A dark speck loomed in the sky, growing ever closer, a piercing shriek resonating across the plains of Isengard. As a ringwraith crowned in darkness rode upon a fell beast, the Witch King of Angmar, Gandalf's heart raced with alarm, followed by a furious admonition towards Saruman. Saruman, you have allied yourself completely with Sauron. It became clear that betrayal was mutual. The arrival of the Witch King signified Saruman's plea for assistance from Sauron. This is all you're doing, foolish Gandalf. I will not yield to anyone. You cannot judge me. Saruman laughed maniacally, leaping from the tower. The Witch King's fell beast caught him mid-fall, and after casting a scornful glance at Gandalf, they soared towards Mordor. The onlookers could only watch helplessly as they departed, while Gandalf inwardly lamented his oversight in failing to summon the great eagles for assistance. Shen Yan attempted to employ his ninjutsu to obstruct their exit, yet was ultimately overwhelmed by Saruman and the Witch King, who openly seized dominion of the skies as they flew away. Chapter 54. Minus Tith. With Isengard having fallen, the enemy leader Saruman was not vanquished, yet the crisis facing the kingdom of Rohan had been averted, which was a silver lining, as Saruman lacked the strength to incite another war. Gandalf, look what we have discovered. Merry and Pippin approached, each carrying 2 large barrels of the finest longbottom leaf. Gandalf was momentarily speechless, astonished that the burly Saruman, whom he had previously mocked for his smoking habit, partook in such indulgence. The company returned home, leaving the restoration of Isengard to the Ents, who were the true experts in such matters. In the halls of the Rohan royal palace, a feast commenced to celebrate their hard-won victory. Legolas gazed at the beer in his hand, momentarily uncertain of how to proceed. He had previously only tasted the wines from his father's cellar, and questioned whether this effervescent liquid could truly be considered ale. Gimli mocked Legolas for his inexperience with alcohol, predicting he would soon be incapacitated as they drank. It was Gimli who first succumbed, while Legolas, after consuming several tankards, felt only the slightest hint of inebriation. Shen Yan shook his head. The elven brew was indeed potent, and Gimli would surely be no match for Legolas. After feasting, they each sought rest. And on the following morning, Gandalf broached the subject of aiding Gondor with Hiuden. Aid Gondor? Gandalf, are you jesting? Rohan has suffered such an assault, yet Gondor has not dispatched any forces. Faramir's arrival was solely due to Boromir's sounding of Gondor's silver horn. They have failed to uphold the ancient pact. Pray tell, why should we rescue a nation that has left us to our own devices in our hour of need? When Rohan was established, the first king had forged the Oath of Yrel with the then region of Gondor, Syrian, ensuring mutual assistance in times of peril. Historically, both realms had come to each other's aid, yet the current region of Gondor, Denethor too, had turned a blind eye when Rohan was most in need, inciting Hiuden's ire. Aid shall certainly come, but Rohan requires a justification for sending troops. In plain terms, we need a way to save face. Both Gandalf and Shen Yan recognized the underlying tension, prompting Shen Yan to nudge Boromir, who snapped back to attention. King Hiuden, my father faces immense pressure, having to guard against the encroachment of Mordor. He is acutely aware of the formidable might of Mordor. And our lands suffer from the invasion of half-orcs, making it difficult to provide support for Rohan. I apologize on behalf of my father. An apology? What use is your apology? How many lives has Rohan lost? When I was ensnared by Saruman's sorcery, and my subjects were in dire straits, where was Gondor? Ain's voice dripped with fury. Or is it that your father, Denethor too, has grown too old to fulfill his duties? Faramir attempted to interject, but Boromir restrained him. I understand your anger, King Hiuden. You are powerful and valiant, having led Rohan to triumph over its enemies. Yet Gondor stands directly before the land of Mordor. It is an insurmountable challenge. I beseech you to temper your rage. Humph. Gondor requires a king to oversee all. Hiuden gazed at Aragorn, fully aware that Aragorn held the claim to Gondor's throne. Elevating Aragorn would be a boon for Rohan as well. Faramir exclaimed, Gondor will have no king, nor does it need one. Hiuden retorted, are you relying solely on your father, that once wise, now senile regent? He may not be a king, but Gondor is ruled by him. And what difference does it make? It is merely a title. Boromir asserted firmly, the regent shall never become a king. Never did in his youth. He had asked his father when they would ascend to kingship, to which his father replied that in other nations, it took mere years for a regent to ascend to the throne, yet in Gondor, even after a millennium, a regent would never become king. The young Denethor too had been astute and valorous, utilizing a crystal ball to glean insights into Middle-earth. Within its depths lay Sauron's will, and over time, his pride and despair grew, leading to a deterioration of his mental state and premature aging. Under the influence of the crystal ball, he began to believe that only Gondor could confront Sauron, disregarding all other powers. This is of no concern to me. I only see Denethor II's disregard for Rohan. If you wish for my support for Gondor, he must abdicate. King Hiuden sought a compromise. If Denethor II stepped down, the obstacles to Aragorn's ascent would diminish significantly. Boromir and his brother were at a loss for words. Shen Yan suggested, Boromir, let us first travel to Gondor and ascertain your father's condition. Agreed. Boromir was acutely aware of the necessity to return, yet this time Gandalf did not bring everyone along to tea, along with Shen Yan. Frodo, Sam, Boromir, and his brother Faramir set forth from Gondor. King Odin was not idle either. He summoned his son and nephew to rally the troops, seeking a pretext to dispose of Denethor II, for such a man could no longer govern Gondor. If Rohan encountered further troubles, there would be no reinforcements. The group mounted their steeds, with Shen Yan riding a wolf, as they made their way to Gondor's capital, Minus Tith, located at the easternmost edge of the White Mountains near the Anduin River. The entire city was constructed from white stone, hence often referred to as the White City. The journey from the capital of Rohan to Minus Tith spanned 3 days, and the party pressed on day and night until they finally arrived at Gondor's royal city. Upon entering, they learned that the city of Osgiliath, the closest to Minas Tirith, had already been ravaged by the forces of Mordor. They stood before Denethor II, an aged man cloaked in heavy robes, armored beneath, his hair streaked with gray. Seated in the position of the steward, behind him, on a raised platform, stood the Gondorian throne, vacant for a millennium. The ruling steward possessed the bloodline of kings, descended from brothers of old. Yet they had never claimed the throne, content to remain as regents. Like Aragorn, he too was of Númenórean descent, his lineage less pure, yet significantly longer lived than that of ordinary folk, though the years of conflict against Sauron had rendered him prematurely aged. Greetings to Denethor, son of Ecthelion, lord of Gondor, and ruling steward, I come to you in this dark hour bearing news and counsel, Gandalf proclaimed. Gandalf, have you come to install that ranger upon the throne? That Aragorn? The steward was immediately confrontational. Do you believe he can lead us to victory against Sauron? Shen Yan felt a surge of frustration. Even in such dire circumstances, they were debating this issue. Aragorn is a man of exceptional merit. He is the heir of Isildur, Gandalf replied. Denethor too scoffed. Isildur, were it not for his succumbing to the allure of the One Ring, we would not be facing Sauron's legions, nor would Gondor be in such peril. Aragorn is not Isildur. Your son can attest to that. Boromir interjected timely. Father, Aragorn is wise, valiant, and astute. He can lead us. Having spent considerable time with Aragorn, Boromir understood his character well. He recognized that they were merely stewards. While Gondor required a king, an enlightened sovereign capable of guiding them through adversity. Yet, was Aragorn truly prepared? Boromir was uncertain, but he was convinced that Aragorn possessed the qualifications to ascend as the king of Gondor and lead them forth. Lead us, Boromir. Do you truly believe a ranger can lead us? Denethor too retorted. Gondor stands isolated and besieged, facing the overwhelming forces of Mordor. Victory is unattainable. It was evident that Sauron was a master of deception, instilling fear in the once great Denethor too through a mere crystal orb, allowing despair to consume this proud man step by step. Once war commenced, Gondor would crumble without resistance, ripe for conquest. Gondor is not without allies. Light the beacons, summon King Theoden. He will come, Gandalf insisted. Light the beacons. Denethor too roared in fury, akin to a wounded lion baring its teeth at an adversary. You presume wisdom, Mithrandir, yet your insight rivals that of Saruman, short-sighted and inept. I have witnessed more than you can fathom. You seek to use Gondor against Mordor, only to turn and seek my position, wishing Aragorn to take my place. That it is not you who rides alongside the riders of Rohan, but Aragorn. Son of Arathorn, I shall not bow to a northern ranger. Boromir argued that Gondor did not require a king, primarily because the last king had vanished after his fateful battle with the Witch King of Angmar, leaving the throne vacant for over 1,000 years, during which time the stewards had governed. Any claimant to the throne would be seen as usurping a legacy that had been nurtured for over a millennium, a prospect no one would welcome. Shen Yan understood this sentiment, but recognized that this was not the moment for such disputes. That Gondor's authority is not yours to deny, my lord steward, Gandalf asserted. The governance of Gondor belongs to me, and to none other. Denethor too stood, seething with rage. Shen Yan shook his head. If you are so formidable, why not confront Mordor directly? What are you saying? Do you comprehend the number of orcs in Mordor? Do you grasp the terror of Sauron? Young man, you know nothing. Gandalf, is this truly the ring-bearer you sought? Ignorant of fear and respect, crude and uncouth. With that, Shen Yan advanced and struck the steward, rendering him unconscious. Faramir rushed forward, intent on drawing his sword, but was halted by his brother. Brother, what are you doing? Shen Yan will not harm our father. Under their watchful gaze, Shen Yan transformed into the likeness of Denethor too, boldly taking his place at the steward's seat. Gentlemen, will you bow before me? Gandalf understood the implication. Having met the Lord Steward, I implore you to light the beacons, summon aid from Rohan. Faramir, relay my command. Light the beacons. Faramir looked to his elder brother for guidance, and Boromir nodded, prompting Faramir to comply. Shen Yan continued, Boromir, escort this ailing elder to rest. Gondor is poised for war, and he must remain undisturbed until then. Yes, Faramir acquiesced. Lifting their father, as Denethor too's sleeve fluttered, revealing a palm-sized crystal orb that rolled to Shen Yan's feet. What is this? Shen Yan mused curiously, picking it up. The orb bore a striking resemblance to the one Saruman wielded. Pressing his hand against it, the visions within transformed drastically, revealing the ominous eruption of a smoky Mount Doom, a vast horde of orcs, the Nazgul, and the eye of Sauron. A dark red vertical pupil emerged within the orb. And Shen Yan felt whispers encircling him. Contemplating briefly, he summoned a crimson chakra, transmuting it into magical energy, infusing it into the orb. Let us see whether Sauron or the Ninetails chakra reigns supreme. The orb glimmered with a blood-red radiance. Catching Gandalf's attention, Shen Yan released the orb. With a crack, the orb erupted into shards, scattering across the ground. Shen Yan withdrew the portion of Ninetails' chakra, pondering. Is that all? Sauron's will is not so formidable. Shen Yan, what have you just done? Oh, nothing much. Merely a game of electronic cricket. Shen Yan chuckled. Sauron seeks to intimidate me, showing me Mordor's schemes while attempting to bewitch me. I have taught him a lesson. Sauron pondered. When did Denethor II become so consumed by wrath? Has he truly lost his sanity? Fortune favors me. As Faramir lit the beacons, one by one, the flames ignited across Gondor, and Aragorn, witnessing this in Minus Tith, immediately informed Odin understood that the time had come for action. At this moment, the fate of all Middle-earth lay within his grasp. Rohan would ride to the rescue. He felt the call to arms and must respond. As always, the forces gathering from across Rohan had already arrived, 2,000 strong. With another 2,000 expected within 2 days, 6,000 cavalrymen prepared for this very moment. Within Minus Tith, Shen Yan elucidated the dangers of the crystal orb to Boromir and Faramir, who finally comprehended the transformation in their father, and why he appeared so aged. Master, is there hope for our father? Faramir implored. Gandalf replied, his will has been severely compromised. However, he has not succumbed to Sauron. I believe that with ample rest, he might regain some strength. At this juncture, Gandalf found himself admiring Denethor II. Few could withstand Sauron as he had. Denethor had held firm for decades, only recently succumbing to despair, yet he had consistently utilized resources to fend off Mordor. He had never surrendered, merely succumbed to hopelessness under Sauron's deceit. Had they not arrived, Minus Tith might have perished under Sauron's onslaught. Shen Yan, adopting Denethor II's guise, entrusted the city's defenses to Gandalf, as he lacked the knowledge for such matters, and feigned his inability to manage state affairs, appointing the Boromir brothers to oversee in his stead. Chapter 56. The Siege of Gondor. Reinforcements from the cavalry of Rohan were merely a matter of time. Henceforth, they needed only to withstand Mordor's assault. Elrond had already dispatched Aragorn southward to seek additional allies. Gandalf shared good news with a few men in Gondor, yet Boromir was perplexed. Were there truly reinforcements from the south? It seemed implausible for the Southrons to aid us, as they remained minions of Sauron. Unexpectedly, Elrond, who had originally crossed the sea, arrived primarily to deliver tidings to Aragorn regarding Arwen. Arwen had undergone a transformation into a mortal, and influenced by the current dark atmosphere of Middle-earth, her life now hung by a thread. Aragorn must swiftly ascend to the throne of Gondor and, alongside Frodo and the others, destroy the One Ring to defeat Sauron, thus ensuring Arwen's salvation. No. Elrond instructed Aragorn to wield the reforged flame of the west and traverse the paths of the dead, where a host of specters dwelled, although their presence was primarily to instill fear. Aragorn would rally the warriors from the various fiefs of Gondor, who would subsequently intercept the pirate fleet approaching from the south. Elrond directed Aragorn to seek the men of the mountains, who resided within the White Mountains. Initially worshippers of Sauron, they had sworn fealty to Isildur after Gondor was established. However, as the last alliance approached, they broke their oath and were cursed by Isildur. Upon their demise, they could find no rest, becoming wraiths, and could only attain peace upon fulfilling their vow. These beings were merely useful for instilling terror. They were not the formidable wraiths depicted in the films, as they could only attack others and were impervious to being attacked themselves. True reinforcements comprised the warriors from the various fiefs of Gondor, bearing the sword and rill, and Aragorn, as the rightful king of Gondor, summoned them for assistance. The question remained, when would they arrive? Would Aragorn be willing to go? All along, Aragorn had hesitated to embrace his identity. He was reluctant to become the king of Gondor, Gandalf remarked. Since he has chosen to go there, he must be prepared. I believe a change in the regent is due. He looked towards Boromir, the first heir to the office of regent. Boromir shook his head and said, "Let Faramir inherit the regent's position. My abilities are insufficient for the role, and I would rather be a general." He had come to terms with the reality of his capabilities, acknowledging that he was not suited to be Gondor's regent, while his brother exhibited greater calmness and wisdom, making him well suited to assist the new king. Brother? Faramir gazed at his elder sibling, and Boromir placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "I have always believed in you, Faramir. Although father has been harsh, I am confident you will succeed. That I understand, brother." That afternoon, news spread throughout Minas Tirith that the regent Denethor II had fallen gravely ill due to years of relentless toil. The new regent, Faramir, ascended to the position upon the recommendation of his elder brother Boromir, with the White Wizard Gandalf officiating the succession ceremony as for Denethor II. He remained unconscious, having been rendered insensible once more by the shadow of fire. A concussion would likely keep him in slumber for several days and nights. In contemplation, Shen Yan sat atop the battlements, gazing towards the distant, cloud-covered land of Mordor, and turned to Boromir, saying, "Aragorn has lived in the valley since he was 2. Arwen is over 2,000 years old. Does that not imply she raised Aragorn herself? Indeed, what a notion! A child groom." Boromir chuckled suddenly, realizing that Aragorn had been under the watchful eyes of the elves since childhood. Elrond's brother was a forebear of Isildur, sharing human lineage, yet Elrond's brother chose to embrace humanity. In other words, Aragorn must refer to Elrond as his ancestor. Elrond was his adoptive father, and ultimately would become his father-in-law. That should be the case. The two exchanged smiles, lightening the atmosphere with just before the impending conflict. However, they had pressing matters to attend to. Evacuating the populace. Minus Tith was built upon a mountainside, remarkably fortified, consisting of 7 tiers, only capable of being shaken by a violent earthquake. Moreover, each tier was equipped with walls and gates, oriented differently to withstand enemy incursions and allow for further defenses. The gates of the first tier were forged from mithril mixed with steel, rendering them indestructible. They proceeded to evacuate the inhabitants of the first 3 tiers, assigning soldiers to guard the walls. Shen Yan donned the dragon-scale armor gifted by the dwarves, standing alongside Boromir. Dark clouds approached from the horizon, a manifestation of Sauron's sorcery, enabling his half-orc army to move by daylight. All hands on alert. On the Pelennor fields outside the royal city, a massive formation of half-orc soldiers marched in orderly fashion. They refrained from direct assault, biding their time until nightfall. In darkness, the half-orcs' combat prowess would surge, and the possibility of dawn would be extinguished, placing humanity at a significant disadvantage in the night. Torches were swiftly ignited, and as Shen Yan surveyed the pitch-black sky, he understood that a fierce battle loomed ahead. Standing atop the walls, they braced themselves for the impending conflict. The air resonated with the shrieks of the ringwraiths, instilling dread in the hearts of the human warriors. The cries of the ringwraiths evoked immense terror among ordinary folk. Gandalf raised his staff, bathing Minus Tith in a brilliant white light that pierced the darkness. Shen Yan positioned himself on a catapult, launching himself into the air, landing directly on the back of a fell beast. And with a swift kick, sent a ringwraith plummeting to the ground. Controlling the fell beast, he charged towards the Witch King of Angmar. In the skies, 2 fell beasts collided, and Shen Yan engaged in close combat with the Witch King. Their blades clashing fiercely, a dark staff thrust into the chest of the Witch King. Yet he remained unfazed, for as a wraith without form, he felt no pain. "You shall not kill me." Even as he faced the prospect of falling, the Witch King declared defiantly. Shen Yan delivered another kick, sending the Witch King tumbling from the fell beast, and he deftly maneuvered it downward. Other ringwraiths sought to assist, but Shen Yan conjured the dark staff in his hand, transforming it into a spear, which he accurately hurled at the fell beast. "If I cannot vanquish you, can I not eliminate your mounts?" One after another, fell beasts plummeted from the sky, while the Witch King descended to face Gandalf. Fool! The Witch King showed no fear even in the presence of Gandalf, igniting his sword in flames. Shen Yan bellowed from above, "Gandalf, the Witch King cannot be slain by men. You are a Maya." Gandalf was not a man but a Maya, devoid of gender. Thus he alone possessed the ability to destroy the Witch King. Upon hearing this, the Witch King regarded Gandalf as a formidable foe. As the fell beast dove down, Shen Yan leapt, aiming his elven blade directly at the Witch King's head. Gandalf understood the unspoken plan and coordinated with Shen Yan for a simultaneous strike. Chapter 57. The Great Battle. Would release. Great Forest Technique. The elven sword was merely a feint, while a multitude of wooden branches erupted from Shen Yan's palm, firmly binding the Witch King and halting his movements. Gandalf thrust his sword into the helmet of the Witch King. Forged in the First Age and enhanced by Maya's magic, the sword succeeded in slaying the Witch King. The helmet and body collapsed inward, leaving behind only a tattered black robe. The Witch King was dead. Shen Yan watched as the fell beasts soared away into the horizon, while the half-orc army commenced their siege. "We must hurry." The two ascended the walls, where the half-orc army, leveraging the cover of darkness, relentlessly hurled boulders to dismantle the walls of Minus Tith. The human-sized catapults were also in action, crushing multiple half-orcs beneath the weight of stones. Towering trolls pushed siege towers constructed of steel and wood towards the walls, matching their height. The outer steel layer repelled arrows, and once atop the walls, hordes of half-orcs would emerge from the siege towers to storm the battlements. Boromir commanded the archers to target the trolls. Arrows would prove ineffective against the siege towers, so they aimed to immobilize them instead. Soldiers atop the walls cast down logs and stones, thwarting the advance of the half-orcs. Shen Yan arrived, hoisting a massive boulder and smashing it upon the approaching siege tower, sending a throng of half-orcs tumbling down. Wood release. Forest realm descends. A forest erupted from the plains, catching the half-orcs off guard and ensnaring them within its grasp. As the forest grew, trees ruthlessly choked the half-orcs, their screams echoing through the air. This is insufficient. We are too slow. The numbers were overwhelming, and wooden dragons and trants emerged, yet they struggled to make a significant impact. Standing atop the walls, Shen Yan addressed Gandalf. I shall descend, clad in the red cloak of the tailed beast. He leaped from the walls, his skin shedding as he transformed. With four tails swaying behind him, that he raced across the battlefield, utilizing all four limbs that a white skeletal structure emerged upon his surface, and he conjured tailed beast bombs, launching them like miniature projectiles. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions raged incessantly as Shen Yan transformed into a monstrous being, ruthlessly annihilating foes upon the battlefield. 6 Tails unfurled, piercing through the bodies of countless half-orcs in his wake. TCH can only achieve 6 tails. The chakra stolen from the 9 tails barely sufficed to manifest 7 tails, and with each use, it was steadily depleting. Lacking a tailed beast within him, he was not destined to perish from the loss of tailed beast chakra. Yet he could not rely on an endless supply from the beasts. Once spent, it was gone. Shen Yan charged forth on the battlefield, significantly alleviating the pressure on Gondor's soldiers, while Gandalf continued to employ illumination spells to disperse the incessantly harassing ringwraiths above. Though Angmar's Witch King had been slain, that did not imply that other ringwraiths could not command the battle that I in life. Ringwraiths were formidable human kings or warriors, some well-versed in the art of war. Upon seizing control of the battlefield, they devoted themselves to harassing Gandalf, the pivotal figure of this conflict. As for Shen Yan, the mere human, in the face of the relentless tide of half-orc soldiers, his combat prowess would eventually wane. Half-orcs were plentiful, if nothing else. On Shen Yan's side, half-orcs swarmed like locusts, and with a single-tailed beast ball, he sent them flying. Yet he still had 6 tails at his disposal. Troublesome. Leaping back atop the city walls, he gathered all his chakra, watching as one tail after another vanished, until a colossal tailed beast ball materialized above him. The tailed beast ball, the size of a house, soared towards the battlefield, not detonating immediately. It struck and sent countless half-orcs flying. With a resounding explosion, the shockwave even toppled soldiers atop the walls. The ringwraiths, too, were propelled far by the force of the blast, scrambling to return. Yet their half-orc army had dwindled to fewer than 10,000, but it mattered little. Mordor had more half-orcs in reserve. Shen Yan took a moment to catch his breath as the skin previously eroded by Ninetails' chakra rapidly regenerated. The wooden beings and wooden dragons had ceased their movements in the aftermath of the explosion, rendering the remaining half-orcs insignificant. They could not breach the walls of Minus Tith. The pressure lessened somewhat. Thank you for your efforts, Shen Yan. You are the hero of humanity, Gandalf remarked, patting him on the shoulder with satisfaction. He turned his gaze to the distance, his expression suddenly shifting. From the shadows, another wave of half-orcs charged forth. This time not many. Only 3,000 or 4,000, but it was evident that they were not alone. These creatures seemed inexhaustible. Wait, those aren't half-orcs. They are Saruman's fierce Uruk-hai. The situation grew increasingly dire as Saruman's brutal tactics had fallen into Sauron's hands. Bolstered by Mordor's resources, the newly birthed Uruk-hai charged forward, stronger than the half-orcs and unafraid of sunlight. Hold the line. Hold the line. Boromir commanded his soldiers as they fortified their defenses, fighting alongside Shen Yan to protect the walls. The sound of pounding echoed as the Uruk-hai relentlessly battered the city gates with siege hammers, the gates proving impervious. Bring forth the Grond. A beast akin to a rhinoceros dragged the colossal Grond forward. measuring over 30 meters in length, suspended from a mechanical device. Its hammerhead, forged from black iron and sculpted into the shape of a wolf, bore numerous destructive enchantments, specifically devised to breach the mithril gates of Minus Tith. Slay those beasts. Arrows were aimed at the creatures harnessing Grand, yet the Urukai shielded them from the projectiles, the thick-skinned beasts impervious to a few arrows. Seeing this, Shen Yan leapt down from the city walls, drawing his blade towards Grand. Moon breath, 14th form. Fierce change, sky full of crescent moons. With his blade now in its second phase, he unleashed a multitude of gigantic crescent-shaped slashes, sweeping away everything before him. The Urukai and their beasts were cleaved into pieces as Grand fell, and he swiftly retrieved it with a gesture. "Come on, beasts," he roared as he plunged into the fray, unleashing countless crescent slashes upon the battlefield. Shen Yan single-handedly obstructed the advancing enemy forces, his valiant image indelibly etched in the minds of all present. Kill. Shen Yan surged forward, routing the fierce Urukai, causing them to abandon their armor in disarray. Even as more half-orcs and Urukai surged to replace their fallen, none dared to engage him directly. He fought on until dawn broke over the Polenar fields, heralded by the rising sun. From afar, the horns of Rohan sounded, and the cavalry charged towards the enemy. Chapter 58. Drawing fire cavalry engaged upon the plains proved nearly insurmountable. Their high mobility, combined with visibility and operational range, magnified their advantage in the open terrain. The half-orc infantry stood little chance, particularly as they were unprepared for the cavalry's lances. With a single charge, the Rohirrim inflicted devastating casualties upon the half-orcs. In the distance, the trumpeting of elephants resounded as the Haradrim's Mumikil joined the fray. The Mumikil, with their thick hides and towering stature, just slightly shorter than the walls of Minus Tith, were reinforced with wooden spikes on their legs to prevent anyone from climbing aboard. Tents were erected upon the backs of the Mumikil, as the marauding Haradrim rained arrows down upon the Rohirrim, weakening their ranks. "Take down those Mumikil," King Tich Odin commanded, ordering archers to fire. Shen Yan seized a spear nearby and hurled it. Piercing one of the Mumikil through its skull, the colossal beast collapsed with a thunderous crash. Shen Yan continued to throw spears, toppling one Mumikil after another, until the greatest threat to the Rohirrim was eliminated. The surviving Haradrim, faced with the cavalry, were powerless to retaliate, their numbers decimated amidst the slaughter. Realizing the dire situation, the Ringwraiths ordered the half-orcs, Urukai, and Dunlendings to retreat. Just then, Aragorn arrived with the army of the dead and warriors from other regions of Gondor, blocking their escape route. The overwhelming presence of the spectral army, sending the enemies into a state of panic. Kill. The gates of Minas Tirith swung open, and Gondor's soldiers, led by Gandalf and the brothers Boromir, charged forth. The three forces encircled the half-orc army, completely annihilating them. "We have won." The crowd erupted in cheers, while Shen Yan plopped down onto the ground, exclaiming, "Goodness, I'm utterly exhausted." Upon seeing Aragorn's arrival, he shouted, "I want food." The fellowship burst into laughter as Aragorn and Boromir hoisted him into Minas Tirith, preparing a lavish feast. Shen Yan feasted heartily before collapsing into deep slumber, not awakening until noon the following day. Upon entering the grand hall of the palace, Shen Yan found Aragorn and others engaged in discussion. Many, buoyed by their victory at the Battle of Polenar Fields, believed they should press their advantage, gathering forces to march directly upon Mordor and eradicate the heart of Middle-earth's menace. Gandalf vehemently opposed this notion, cautioning that they were unaware of Mordor's defenses and Saruman's presence. Rushing in recklessly would spell doom for both humanity and Middle-earth. "Do you not comprehend how we achieved victory? Without Shen Yan sustaining us throughout, this battle would have been exceedingly arduous." Gandalf the Wizard, "What are you afraid of? We have the formidable Shen Yan on our side." "Mordor is merely a trivial concern," a Gondorian commander declared, overly confident in their chances with Shen Yan's presence. Shen Yan rolled his eyes at the naivety of such optimism, living for today and indulging in wine, while dismissing the future consequences, is hardly wise, is it? Amidst the scrutiny of the gathered assembly, Shen Yan interjected, "I am not invincible. I cannot defeat Saruman. He remains quite formidable, far from weak. Even Gandalf, clad in white, struggles against him. I may not fare any better. But we have Gandalf here, do we not?" A commander whispered. "With two wizards present, there is no cause for concern." "Wait," Do we not possess the One Ring? Another suggested. Enough? Aragorn slammed his hand upon the table, sternly silencing such thoughts. Humans cannot wield the One Ring. Our greed will lead to our downfall. Before the One Ring, human will is as fragile as parchment. Among the three races, only humans have zero resistance to the ring, and may even possess a negative resistance. The rings forged by Sauron were met with resistance by the noble-hearted elves, who were wary of his influence, thus blocking the control of the three rings. Dwarves, while greedy, preferred gold and gems, stashing the 7 rings rather than wearing them. Only humans, when confronted with the One Ring, magnify their flaws, becoming mere wraiths, compared to the might of the One Ring. Humans who don it will foolishly march into Mordor, delivering the ring directly to Sauron. Everyone fell silent as Shen Yan declared, the most pressing matter at hand is to destroy the One Ring. However, I suspect Sauron will not remain idle to destroy the One Ring. It must be cast into the fiery depths of Mount Doom. However, there exists but a single path to reach this volcano, and Sauron is certain to have stationed his forces there. The scenarios depicted in films are nearly non-existent. Moreover, there remains a vast army of Uruk-hai in Mordor, along with the Nazgûl and Saruman. Sauron would be fully resurrected only upon acquiring the ring, which should not be underestimated. Gandalf remarked, I know a secluded route that can circumvent the forces of Mordor. I shall lead Frodo along this path. But Sauron's eye is perpetually watching over Mordor. Entering there is fraught with difficulty. I shall draw his attention. Aragorn stated, I am a descendant of Isildur. My mere presence near Mordor will surely divert his focus. Sauron fears Aragorn, for he is reminded of how his ancestors once defeated him. Should Aragorn appear, Sauron would undoubtedly shift his gaze. Yet, this course of action is perilous, as Sauron would dispatch numerous troops to eliminate Aragorn. Both Gandalf and Shen Yan understood that this was their only recourse. Can the elves and dwarves arrive in time? Shen Yan inquired. Gandalf shook his head. No, the elves of the Woodland Realm and Lady Galadriel are currently engaged in battle against the Uruk-hai of Dol Guldur. While the dwarves of the Lonely Mountain have yet to regain their strength, the Woodland Realm seeks to seize this opportunity to eradicate the threat posed by Dol Guldur, while Galadriel and her kin are occupied with the assault on Lawful Rain, lending aid to Celeborn. Apart from the elves of the Woodland Realm, the others are preparing for their westward journey. The forthcoming age belongs to men, regardless of the fate of the One Ring. The elves' passage to the west cannot be halted. What are the Great Eagles? I have informed them, but I cannot guarantee their immediate involvement. The Great Eagles, akin to Gandalf, are Mayor, albeit in the form of eagles, and their assistance hinges on the rapport between Gandalf and their leader. It seems our only option is to proceed with our own forces, Shen Yan declared. Given the current situation, we must resort to a decapitation strategy. The most perilous of methods, yet one we must undertake, hoping that our movements remain undetected by Sauron. Indeed, Aragorn began to muster his troops, drawing fire away as he led the army towards the Black Gate of Mordor. Among the ranks were Shen Yan, Gandalf, and Aragorn, with Shen Yan and Gandalf merely projecting wooden avatars to attract Sauron's attention. The true selves of both had already embarked on the concealed path with Frodo. Stealthily infiltrating Mordor. Chapter 59. The mantis catches the cicada. The sky over Mordor is eternally shrouded in darkness, obscured from the sun. Sauron's sorcery cloaks the heavens, compounded by the dense smoke billowing from Mount Doom, providing his Uruk-hai with an unending environment devoid of sunlight. Shen Yan and his companions traverse the Shadow Mountains, with Mount Doom looming ever closer, its rivers of molten lava flowing forth in a spectacular display of incandescent red. Such a scene is a rarity indeed. Before Mount Doom stands a towering black edifice, atop which resides the malevolent eye of Sauron, a fiery, evil vertical pupil that grants him the ability to survey Middle-earth in search of his precious ring. Presently, the eye rotates atop the tower like a lighthouse, vigilantly monitoring all of Mordor. Sauron is acutely aware that Gandalf and his companions will undoubtedly attempt to destroy the ring at Mount Doom. Now is the time to keep watch. Taking cover behind a large boulder, Shen Yan and his companions concealed themselves, acutely aware that the eye's rotational speed made them susceptible to discovery. Gandalf, troubled, remarked, "This is dire." "Leave it to me," Shen Yan declared, shedding a pile of Uruk-hai armor for the two to don. Transforming himself into the guise of an Uruk-hai, the trio advanced boldly as the eye of Sauron swept over them. It noted nothing amiss. Suddenly, Frodo exclaimed, "The ring is so heavy." Shen Yan turned to see the necklace around Frodo's neck tightly constricting him. Gandalf solemnly stated, "It is the ring. It resists our efforts." With no time to spare, Shen Yan hoisted Frodo onto his back, and he and Gandalf swiftly navigated the jagged terrain. "That I should have brought the wargs," Shen Yan mused. "The wargs would draw too much attention," Gandalf replied, glancing at the sky. "We must hasten towards Mount Doom." "Can Frodo endure this?" "He can," came the reply. Frodo's pallor betrayed his struggle. The closer they drew to Mount Doom, the more he felt the ring's insidious influence, besieged by its consciousness at every turn. "Gandalf, something is following us. It is Gollum that he is still alive?" Shen Yan queried in surprise, recalling how Gollum had escaped them in the mines of Moria, now realizing he had been tracking their scent all along. "No, Gollum's yearning for the ring surpasses even Sauron's. We must quicken our pace, lest Sauron utilize Gollum to locate us. Then I shall slay him." Shen Yan's eyes gleamed with ferocity. Gollum was a variable that could lead to their discovery, which would spell doom. "No, Mr. Shen Yan," Frodo interjected. "The more I possess the ring, the more I empathize with Gollum. He was once a good person." "You possess a great kindness, Frodo," Gandalf lamented. Shen Yan frowned but remained silent, quickening his pace alongside Gandalf as they descended the mountains and entered a valley filled with trees draped in cobwebs. "Beware. This place is home to many giant spiders," Gandalf cautioned. "They are descendants of the fallen dark god Ungoliant, who once conspired with Morgoth to destroy the two trees during the Years of the Trees. The two trees were obliterated by Ungoliant and Morgoth, plunging the world into darkness, bereft of light. The final fruits were fashioned by the Vala into the sun and moon, restoring illumination to the realm." Following the destruction of the two trees, Ungoliant fled. In her hunger and desire for the Silmarils, she attempted to consume Morgoth at that time. Morgoth was weakened from expending immense power in the destruction of the two trees and could not withstand Ungoliant, who was repelled by the fire demons led by Gothmog. Upon hearing Gandalf's explanation, Shen Yan inquired, "What became of Ungoliant?" "It is said she journeyed south to the Forgotten Lands, though her ultimate fate remains unknown. Thankfully, she is not here. Otherwise, Sauron would merely be an appetizer for her." Gandalf mused that in those days, the gods clashed, and she was merely a powerful pawn in their games. The group treaded cautiously through the forest when suddenly a giant spider leapt forth, only to be dispatched by Shen Yan, who severed its 8 legs. They pressed onward, traversing hills and valleys, skirting the encampments of Uruk-hai, and finally ascending Mount Doom. The scorching ground was unbearable, and noxious black smoke wafted into their eyes as they evaded Sauron's scrutiny, significantly diminishing their speed. "Look, there is an entrance," Frodo exclaimed joyfully, pointing to a cave emanating a crimson glow. Shen Yan furrowed his brow, and both he and Gandalf sensed a trap. Yet gazing upward at the volcano spewing ash and smoke, they found no alternative but to proceed into the cave, inside the heart of Mount Doom, where Sauron forged the One Ring. The oppressive heat assaulted them, threatening to evaporate the moisture within their bodies. Frodo, parched and dazed, felt the weight of the ring increasingly burdensome. The stench of sulfur filled their nostrils, and the lava churned ominously below, threatening to erupt at any moment. Before them lay a stone bridge. Reaching its end, they set Frodo down. Gandalf urged, "Frodo, cast the ring into the depths. You must think of relinquishing it. If the bearer does not wish to part with it, even casting the ring into the magma will not lead to its destruction." Frodo removed the One Ring, extending his hand. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes. "Gandalf, Frodo is succumbing to temptation." "What?" Indeed, Frodo clenched the One Ring tightly, exclaiming, "It is my ring, my precious." The ring, unwilling to meet its demise in the very place of its creation, unleashed its full power, whispering incessantly in Frodo's mind, instilling within him an unwillingness to let it go. "No, Frodo, awaken!" Gandalf cried in anguish. Though he had anticipated this possibility, its manifestation was heart-wrenching. Even the most resolute of wills could not withstand the allure of the ring. Frodo donned the One Ring, causing his form to vanish as he entered the realm of shadows. Shen Yan meticulously searched for footprints on the ground, poised to grasp Frodo, when suddenly, Frodo let out a piercing scream, exclaiming, "This is my ring. You cannot take it from me." His silhouette reappeared, collapsing to the ground as he murmured, "The ring has been seized by them." Chapter 60. the yellow sparrow lies in wait. Who are they? Are they the Nazgûl? Gandalf spoke solemnly. The Nazgûl lack a physical form. They traverse the realm of spirits. The One Ring grants its bearer invisibility, effectively drawing them into the spectral world. They have been awaiting Frodo at that moment. The three Nazgûl manifested, one cradling the One Ring in its grasp. Shen Yan and Gandalf rushed forward, only to be obstructed by two of the Nazgûl. The remaining one fled toward the exit, but a spell struck it down, and Saruman strode in, declaring, "We meet again, Gandalf. Saruman, what is your intention?" The Nazgûl, intent on thwarting Gandalf and Shen Yan, lunged at Saruman. But alas, they were no match for him. Saruman picked up the ring from the ground and laughed heartily, saying, "I am still the superior one, Gandalf. Sauron, none of you are my rivals, under the gaze of all." He adorned the One Ring, unleashing its terrifying power. The very mountain of doom trembled, and stones plummeted into the molten lava below. Ha! Saruman's laughter echoed like thunder across the skies of Mordor. Aragorn and his companions, engaged in battle against the forces of Mordor, looked up, their steeds whinnying in fear. The half-orcs trembled, whispering, "Is that Saruman's voice? Why is it Saruman?" A foreboding sensation gripped them. For Sauron's eye was fixated upon the cave's entrance. "I wonder if Saruman is under control," Shen Yan asked as he helped Frodo to his feet. "No, the One Ring is difficult to corrupt a Maya or powerful elf, but it amplifies their innermost desires. Over time, Saruman will succumb to corruption like Sauron," Gandalf replied, his words falling upon Saruman's ears, who scoffed, "Sauron, he is but a feeble rat. With this power, I shall command all of Middle-earth." That a shadow loomed behind him, and Shen Yan materialized, revealing his wooden doppelganger, which extended a black staff. Clang! An elven sword intercepted the attack, and Saruman sneered, "Young wizard, you are no match for me." With a swift motion, Shen Yan's true form appeared before him. A spiraling orb forming in his palm, aimed at Saruman's heart. Yet, Saruman's other hand seized his wrist, halting the assault. "I have told you." Shen Yan exhaled sharply, sending forth several water needles that pierced Saruman's eyes, damaging his brain. Water style. Heavenly cry. Saruman's face still bore a smug expression as his body fell straight down, the black staff piercing his heart for good measure. The wooden doppelganger hoisted Saruman's corpse. Heading toward the volcano, Saruman, now deceased, surely harbored no desire for the One Ring. It could be discarded into the molten depths. Just then, a sudden transformation occurred. A swirling black mist enveloped Saruman's body, and the cave, illuminated by lava, was plunged into darkness, shattering the wooden doppelganger. Saruman's corpse staggered to its feet, proclaiming, "In the end, victory belongs to me." He is not Saruman. Gandalf unleashed a burst of holy light. But even in his white robes, he could not entirely dispel the darkness. He merely illuminated a small area, shielding Frodo and the approaching Shen Yan. That moment, dark, menacing armor enveloped Saruman's form, a dark sword at his waist, and a shadowy cloak billowing behind him. His body towering as he stood upon a cloud of darkness, the One Ring adorning his middle finger. "Sauron," Gandalf uttered with difficulty. "How is this possible? The One Ring was never sent to that tower." "Ah, young wizard, I am a necromancer. Possessing a body is not a challenge, especially that of a deceased individual," Sauron declared, withdrawing the black staff from his chest and casually tossing it into the lava. He approached with an air of indifference, two red glimmers appearing in his dark mask, strikingly ominous. Sauron, the formidable necromancer and fallen Maya, was indeed powerful. After the ring's whereabouts were revealed, his spirit had already descended upon the cave. Observing the events unfold, upon Shen Yan's slaying of Saruman, he seized the opportunity to inhabit Saruman's body. It must be noted that the Maya's body was remarkably compatible with Sauron's essence, granting him even greater power than before. "Human wizard, Shen Yan, I have witnessed your prowess. Why not join me and serve at my side? I shall grant you everything you desire." Sauron's voice was laced with temptation. "I will bestow upon you boundless power and riches. The fairest of elves and men shall be yours, and I can also share the wealth of the dwarves. Why not include dwarven maidens?" Shen Yan retorted, catching Sauron off guard, who could only comment, "A peculiar taste. Dwarven women often have beards. It's hard to distinguish between the sexes. Has humanity's preference become so strange after my 1,000-year absence from the earth? Just a jest." Shen Yan chuckled as trees sprouted from the rocky walls, ensnaring Sauron completely. Gandalf and Frodo were hoisted by Shen Yan as they fled. Gandalf, this is all my fault, Frodo lamented. If only I had been willing to relinquish the ring, none of this would have happened. No, my child, it is not your fault. I underestimated the ring's corruptive influence. Gandalf shook his head, his expression grave. Sauron has been resurrected. We must find a way to defeat him, or else the entire world will plunge into darkness, enslaving all races. Gandalf, can the Vala assist us? I cannot reach out to the Vala unless I die once more. The last time I perished, my spirit returned to Amon, and the gods sent me back, liberating a portion of my power and elevating me to the rank of White Wizard. Theo returned now. I must die again. Perhaps it is best to forego that. Gandalf's gaze turned somber, for the Vala's attention had likely shifted here. Yet he left the thought unspoken. No one knew if the Vala, far away in Amon, would arrive in time with aid. Can we kill Sauron now? Shen Yan inquired. It is possible. Having taken Saruman's body means he has fully resurrected. We could slay him, but we lack the strength. Gandalf replied bitterly. A thunderous eruption shook the Mount Doom as Sauron emerged from the cave, shrouded in swirling black mist, his crimson gaze resting upon the retreating trio. Indifferent to their escape, he was reborn. They held no significance. Next, he would incite the half-orcs to ignite the flames of war across all of Middle-earth, fulfilling his long unfinished dominion. Chapter 61. Sauron. This is troubling. Shen Yan and his companions hid at the mountain's base, observing Sauron mount a fell beast, heading toward the tower where the Eye of Sauron resided. I must devise a plan, Gandalf pondered, while Shen Yan opened the system shop, contemplating whether his meager supply of task points could procure a decisive item. Jacket fruit, 200 task points. Consuming it allows one to don the appearance of another's jacket. Glamour, 50 task points, a classic of the sword in the stone. No special effects. Physique potion, 50 task points. Consuming it enhances one's physique by 10%. Shen Yan promptly cleared the stock of physique potions, regrettably possessing only 10. After consuming them all, his strength doubled. He had hoped for a cumulative effect, but it merely enhanced his existing physical capabilities. Are there no game-changing items? Even a one-time use would suffice. Steel, 300 task points. With luck, one might pilfer a delightful surprise. Steel? Surely, that isn't the same skill as Sato Kazuma's panty snatching. Yet if I were to steal the One Ring, I would surely fall under its enchantment. Shen Yan was acutely aware of his own desires. If he encountered the ring, he would readily return it to Sauron. Gazing at his inventory, he resolved to take a risk. Gandalf, you gather all the allies you can. I will distract Sauron. Shen Yan rose. But Gandalf grasped his arm. No, Shen Yan, you cannot hope to contend with Sauron. You will perish. Gandalf, I fear death. I will not so easily walk into it. With that, he sprinted towards the Eye of Sauron. And Gandalf grit his teeth, fleeing with Frodo in tow. Meanwhile, Sauron reached the summit of the tower. The Eye of Sauron extinguished, and the entire tower trembled, stones beginning to peel away, revealing a steel structure beneath. The apex transformed into a throne of iron, upon which Sauron sat, declaring, "Next, I shall bring endless darkness to this world." Sauron extended his hand, the supreme ring gleaming upon his fingers to eye in the caverns of Mordor. A multitude of colossal spiders and gigantic bats emerged, overwhelming the surroundings, while the strength of the half-orcs surged rapidly under the influence of the supreme ring. Before the Black Gate, the human alliance engaged in battle with the half-orc army felt the weight of mounting pressure, prompting Aragorn to order a retreat. Light is but a fleeting moment. Darkness is the only eternal truth, Sauron observed as Shen Yan raced towards him, his interest piqued. Master Shen Yan, have you made your decision? Will you join my ranks and become my right hand? I shall grant you the exquisite pleasures of power. Shall I then become a ringwraith? Transformed into that wretched form, I would gain nothing. That will come after your flesh decays. Sauron's voice resonated with dark magic. The 9 rings for men will greatly extend your lifespan. 300 to 400 years is merely a trifle. Is that not sufficient for you to revel in? The pitiful humans are destined to die. Death binds you, a lamentable gift bestowed upon you. As the second son of a deity, humans of Middle-earth are far from the perfection of elves. They are driven by desire, their lives fleeting, and ultimately, they succumb to death. Yet, in contrast to the elves, humans possess freedom. The fate of the elves is predetermined. Upon their demise, their souls return to the halls of Amon, to either reincarnate or await in silence until the end of the world. In contrast, human souls, upon death, are not shackled by the cosmos, venturing forth to explore the unknown, a stark divergence from the elves. The death of a human may even evoke envy from certain elves and deities. It seems you are utterly oblivious, Shen Yan remarked with a smile. Death is not to be feared. Becoming a wraith, a mere puppet that obeys your commands, is a fate worse than death, vile necromancer. Two black spheres floated behind Shen Yan, one emitting a voice. You despicable Shen Yan, where have you brought me? To another realm, an alternate dimension. Should I perish, you shall never return. Along the way, Shen Yan resolved to borrow the power of Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu surveyed the surroundings, realizing the terrain was unfamiliar and that neither Shen Yan nor those nearby emitted chakra. Instead, they were imbued with a peculiar force that it appears you are intent on courting death. Sauron lamented, such a remarkable piece on the chessboard refusing to submit. How regrettable. With a wave of his hand, a swarm of massive bats descended, intent on draining Shen Yan's blood. Countless purple crescents erupted, shredding the oncoming bats, allowing Shen Yan to break free and dash towards Sauron. In the blink of an eye, Shen Yan leapt atop the tower, striking with his elven sword, which Sauron caught with his hand. An elven blade? This cannot be Isildur's sword. It cannot cleave my armor, nor can my armor be breached again. The last encounter had led to his fingers and the supreme ring being severed by Isildur due to the inadequacy of his armor. Fortunately, Isildur had succumbed to the allure of the supreme ring. Otherwise, he would have had no chance of a comeback. Crack, crack. Shen Yan heard the agonizing sound of his elven sword as it was snapped by Sauron. Though Saruman's form may not match my former self, it will suffice, Sauron declared with satisfaction. The Maya is a lesser deity. Although Saruman's power was restricted, combined with the ring and Sauron's essence, his might surpassed Saruman's significantly. With one hand clutching the broken sword and the other wielding the cursed blade, Shen Yan engaged Sauron in a fierce battle. After enhancing his physique, Shen Yan could barely match the strength of the formidable Maya. Yet he still lacked in raw power. Compensating with skill, the Tao-seeking Jade shot forth, colliding with Sauron, causing him inconvenience. Such petty tricks. Do not embarrass yourself, Sauron scoffed. The cursed blade struck against Sauron's armor, sending sparks flying, but Sauron remained unfazed, seizing Shen Yan by the throat and lifting him. You are still too weak. A spark fell from the heavens, tearing through the atmosphere and shattering Sauron's tower, causing both to plummet. The Tao-seeking Jade flattened beneath Shen Yan's feet, suspending him in midair, gazing down at it. Shen Yan slapped himself, wondering why he hadn't thought of this sooner. However, at the speed of the Tao-seeking Jade, it could not catch up to the Witch King of Angmar and Saruman. Sauron fell straight down, his fury palpable. Who dares to destroy my tower? In the midst of the swirling smoke, flames flickered, and a massive hand grasped him. Sauron recognized it as an Isengard fire demon, a being thought to be extinct in Middle-earth. Chapter 62. Multifaceted assault. The fire demons of Middle-earth were mostly hidden deep underground, slumbering within, after the last fire demon was slain by Shen Yan in the mines of Moria. No fire demon had roamed Middle-earth again. Why, then, had one appeared here? Wretched Sauron, the fire demon bellowed, its molten eyes ablaze with fury, its demonic wings unfurling behind it. You have made my existence a living hell. Who is this? Shen Yan pondered, bewildered, not understanding the sudden appearance of a fire demon and its conflict with Sauron. Both the fire demon and Sauron were minions of Morgoth. It seemed illogical for them to clash. Saruman? Sauron exclaimed, equally astonished, recognizing the soul within the fire demon's form as that of the slain Saruman. Saruman? Shen Yan gasped. What has happened to you? You bastards. Because of you, my soul shall be eternally scorched by flames. I will kill you. After his demise at Shen Yan's hands, Saruman's soul returned to Amon. Initially, the deities would have denied him entry, but when he was seen, he was granted a chance for redemption, to thwart Sauron and save the humans of Middle-earth. Sauron's essence took possession of Saruman's body, with the deity selecting a new form for him, the body of a fire demon. Fire demons are fallen mare. The corpse of the fire demon that Shen Yan had slain in the mines of Moria was still usable. Thus the deity infused Saruman's soul into the fire demon's body, granting him corporeal existence once more and using divine power to transport him near Mordor. The deity also imposed a punishment. Saruman's soul would be perpetually tormented by the flames of the fire demon. A fate worse than death. To escape this torment, he must conquer Sauron. Could Saruman in the body of a fire demon truly defeat Sauron? In the films, Gandalf the Grey perished alongside this fire demon. Sauron forcibly extricated himself from the body, the overwhelming heat of the fire demon causing him discomfort. Saruman, my old friend, surely we can still converse? Silence, Sauron. There is nothing left to discuss between us, you vile wretch. Dog of Minor, you have usurped my body and plotted against me. I will kill you. The ground beneath them fractured as lava from Mount Doom erupted, bathing Saruman in molten rock, grasping a fiery whip. He lashed out at Sauron. Unfazed, Sauron seized the fiery whip, engaging Saruman in combat. Shen Yan contemplated joining the fray, collaborating with Saruman against Sauron, but Sauron's combat prowess was formidable. Drawing his black sword, he unleashed a deadly arc. Severing one of Saruman's horns, Saruman roared, launching an assault alongside Shen Yan, focused on dispatching Sauron quickly, wishing to return to Amon to face his punishment, at least escaping the relentless agony of flames. As for Shen Yan, while he was currently an ally, the desire to eliminate him lingered, yet defeating Sauron took precedence. The two combined their efforts to wage war against Sauron, with swords clashing and flames erupting beneath the shadow of Mount Doom. From the skies descended ring-wraiths, their claws clutching ogres, which they cast down to disrupt Shen Yan and Saruman's battle. Get away! Saruman swatted an ogre aside before resuming his fight with Sauron. Under Shen Yan's guidance, the Tao-seeking Jade struck down the airborne fire demons. As the ring-wraiths descended, blades drawn, Shen Yan devised a plan, transforming the Tao-seeking Jade into a binding rope, ensnaring one of the ring-wraiths and drawing it closer. He then subdued an ogre, placing it alongside the ring-wraith, forming seals with his hands. Impure world resurrection technique. Both the ring-wraith and ogre emitted a howl as dust enveloped them, revealing the visage of a human king. I have succeeded. Join me. Shen Yan commanded the ring-wraith to engage in battle. What transpired? Saruman questioned. Bewildered, Sauron's crimson gaze intensified. I underestimated you. You have indeed liberated the ring-wraith from my control. You are also a necromancer. This was an experiment. The control exerted by the impure world resurrection clashed with Sauron's dominion over the ring-wraith, allowing Shen Yan to strip the ring-wraith of its personality and successfully command it. Under Shen Yan's control, the undying ring-wraith relentlessly attacked, its eyes devoid of life. Again, a wooden doppelganger was conjured, and by employing the same technique, the ring-wraiths were successfully brought under the control of the corrupting soil. Relentlessly assaulting Sauron, surrounded by numerous forces, Sauron began to feel overwhelmed. Unleashing his magic to counter Saruman's fiery onslaught, as the battle raged on, the ring-wraiths were caught in the fray, their forms disintegrating in the midst of Sauron's triumph. He suddenly noticed countless specks of dust swirling towards him, mending the bodies of the ring-wraiths. This is impossible, Sauron bellowed, for even he, a necromancer, could not perform such feats. The ring-wraiths, unkillable and immortal, relied upon others to shield their souls from harm. Even in defeat, they could resurrect in Mordor. Yet, what was happening now? There is nothing that cannot be achieved. A piercing cry of an eagle echoed through the sky, revealing Gandalf perched upon the back of a giant eagle. Accompanied by several others, he cast his sword down, shouting, Shen Yan, catch the sword. Shen Yan leaped up and grasped the blade, which was Enril, the sacred sword once wielded by Aragorn that had severed Sauron's finger. Gandalf, seated upon the giant eagle, brandished his staff, with the light of Arendelle, gifted to him by Frodo, illuminating the darkness and flooding the earth with divine radiance. Sauron found himself under unprecedented pressure, calling out Gandalf's true name. Eru Il Vader, it seems the Vala have bestowed upon you formidable power, but you are no match for me. Sauron, the darkness will never triumph over the light. Gandalf poured all his strength into the confrontation. Knowing the divine had revealed to him the path to victory, he simply needed to subdue Sauron. The swirling black mist around Sauron dissipated, and his armor began to crumble as Saruman ensnared him with a fiery whip. The ring-wraiths raised their swords, piercing Sauron's form, yet he continued to laugh maniacally. You cannot kill me. I shall slay you. Shen Yan, wielding Enril, unleashed a brilliant glow from the blade, its radiance instilling terror in Sauron. Enril plunged into Sauron's heart. You cannot kill me as long as the One Ring remains in my possession. Black Zetsu. A dark liquid clung to Sauron's flesh, wrenching the One Ring from his finger. As an embodiment of Kagaya Otsutsuki's will, Black Zetsu harbored but one intention: to resurrect Kagaya No. As the ring departed from his body, Sauron let out a terrified scream, and Enril struck him down, sending his soul once more into the Shadow Realm. Black Zetsu, bearing the One Ring, approached Shen Yan, slipping it onto his finger. Chapter 63. I do not need you know. Shen Yan quickly removed the ring. I am fine. Half of Shen Yan's form was composed of Black Zetsu, and the hand adorned with the ring remained untouched by the dark entity. His mind was inundated with the seductive whispers of the One Ring. Rendering him dazed, his body traversed the Shadow Realm. The Balrog across from him raised its fist, intent on striking Shen Yan, but alas, it could not succeed. Black Zetsu manipulated Shen Yan's movements, incredulous that he possessed the ability to traverse worlds. Proceed to the volcano, and cast the ring into the molten magma. Shen Yan's will clashed with the ring's influence, forcing him to relinquish control of his body to Black Zetsu. Shen Yan, Gandalf observed Shen Yan's ascension, instantly comprehending his intentions. Saruman, you actually wish to slay the hero who vanquished Sauron. And what of it? Damn you, Gandalf, Saruman cursed, his form beginning to disintegrate. With Sauron's demise, he was destined to return to Amon for divine retribution. The Balrog's body crumbled entirely as Gandalf leaped from the giant eagle's back, pursuing Shen Yan. Black Zetsu remarked, this ring is quite intriguing. It can control one who is impervious even to the Ninetails. If I simply relinquish the ring, you shall take me away from this world, correct? Indeed, Shen Yan replied, struggling to articulate. This was the nature of their pact. Should Black Zetsu assist Shen Yan in destroying the One Ring, he would, in turn, take him away from this unfamiliar world. Black Zetsu seized control of Shen Yan's body, removing the One Ring, but suddenly, Shen Yan's other hand snapped shut, growling, you cannot do this. It is my treasure. Insanity, Black Zetsu mused, calmly releasing his grip as the One Ring fell toward the magma. Observing this scene, Gandalf felt a surge of relief that Shen Yan attempted to leap after the ring, but before he could move, Black Zetsu restrained his body that a small figure darted from behind Gandalf, striving to reach the ring, plunging headfirst into the seething magma. Golem. The One Ring lingered atop the molten surface, showing no signs of destruction. Yet its influence over Shen Yan waned. Begone, I do not need you. The awakened Shen Yan raised his middle finger toward the One Ring. The One Ring melted away in the magma, consumed by Shen Yan's indifference and disdain. Task 1 complete. Rewards dispensed. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Mount Doom began to tremble, the magma bubbling as if boiling water that swiftly engulfed the rocky bridges, prompting Gandalf and Shen Yan to flee. The giant eagle returned, and the two ascended onto its back, swiftly departing. With the destruction of the One Ring, the army of half-orcs under Sauron's command fell through the fissures that opened beneath their feet, leading to the collapse of structures in Mordor. Task 2 complete. Rewards dispensed. Heavens, I nearly believed I would be consumed by the ring's will. Shen Yan lamented, covering his face atop the giant eagle. The ring's will was terrifying, nearly causing him to lose himself. But he was fortunate to have surrendered his body to Black Zetsu's control. You performed admirably, Shen Yan. You saved the entire world. Gandalf expressed heartfelt gratitude. You are the hero of this realm. No, we are. Shen Yan replied, exchanging a smile with Gandalf, while Black Zetsu, resembling a liquid, prepared to slip into Shen Yan's attire. However, Shen Yan swiftly grasped Black Zetsu, and the seeking orb transformed into a liquid, enveloping the other half of his body, ensnaring Black Zetsu once more. No, Shen Yan, you are untrustworthy. Black Zetsu was once again imprisoned within the seeking orb, as Shen Yan continued, not at all, I shall take you back. But I am unaccustomed to your presence on my person. Stowing away the seeking orb, Gandalf chose not to inquire further. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Shen Yan also released the ring wraiths from his control. With Sauron vanquished, they would no longer manifest as for where their souls would go. That remained a mystery. That is merely a fragment of a person's will, nothing virtuous. I have captured it, though it may be of use. Black Zetsu mused, in the realm of Naruto, it could be deemed the greatest puppet master, for it was oblivious to the countless lives it had extinguished. Shen Yan held no affection for it. Even if it was an unyielding son to Kagaya Otsutsuki at long last. We have triumphed. Gandalf sighed, his mission concluded. The forthcoming age would belong to humanity. Aragorn would ascend to the throne of Gondor, guiding its people into a new era, while he would return to Amon. The giant eagle came to a halt before Aragorn's forces, where all the warriors erupted in cheers, celebrating the hero's return. "Here you go." Shen Yan handed Enril to Aragorn. "You have all worked hard." Aragorn accepted the holy sword, saying, "In 2 days, I shall ascend the throne in Minus Tith. You must attend." "Very well." With all tasks complete, Shen Yan did not hasten to depart. He wished to witness Aragorn's coronation, a historic moment for Middle-earth. On the day of Aragorn's ascension, Minus Tith was teeming with people. Celeborn and Galadriel, who had removed the Dark Lord, were present, along with Elven King Thranduil. Gandalf officiated Aragorn's coronation, and amidst the cheers, Aragorn donned the crown, becoming King of Gondor. Elisar Telkentar, Elrond, from Rivendell, arrived with his daughter Arwen, his expression a mixture of emotions, while it was a joyous occasion for his adopted son and daughter to unite. It was bittersweet as Arwen chose to become mortal. Though transformed from elf to human, losing her immortality, Arwen's lifespan remained long. After Aragorn's passing, she would face an eternity of sorrow and solitude, watching Aragorn and Arwen embrace. Shen Yan turned to Gandalf. "I have the right to journey to Amon, do I not?" "Indeed. The Fellowship of the Ring all possess the right to enter Amon." Shen Yan continued, "I bestow my right to enter Amon upon Arwen. Elves are granted passage to Amon, and Arwen had once possessed this privilege, but by choosing mortality, she forfeited it." Gandalf, he reminded, "that is eternal life." "Gandalf, I have stated before, eternal life is not a boon for me. Gift it to Arwen. Consider it my wedding present to them." Shen Yan smiled as he spoke. "In that case, after Aragorn has ruled Gondor for several decades, their children will grow into capable rulers. And with Arwen crossing the sea, they can be together forever, can they not? You truly are a remarkable person. No, I merely wish to present a gift to my friend." Chapter 64. The return. Gandalf conveyed Shen Yan's thoughts to Aragorn, who, along with Arwen, was filled with astonishment. Arwen, having chosen to become mortal in order to be with Aragorn, had already resigned herself to endure the long years of sorrow for love's sake. However, Shen Yan's offer of passage to Amon signified that she could live on with Aragorn eternally. "Shen Yan, I truly do not know how to thank you." Aragorn embraced Shen Yan, his eyes brimming with gratitude and joy. "Indeed, Shen Yan the wizard, you are exceedingly generous." Arwen, deeply moved, struggled to find words, if given the choice. She truly wished to remain with Aragorn forever. Eldrin felt the greatest joy. For the immortal elves, decades passed in the blink of an eye. Yet Shen Yan would lose his immortality. Shen Yan the wizard. "Have you truly made this decision?" "It is of no concern." Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively. "This passage is of no use to me. It is better bestowed upon Lady Arwen." "Thank you, truly thank you." Eldrin expressed his gratitude, unfastening the dagger from his waist. "I have heard that the sword Celebrimbor gifted you was damaged in battle. This is my father's heirloom, the Hada Wind, which has accompanied me for millennia. Now, I present it to you. No, 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 this is far too precious." Shen Yan hastily declined. The Hada Wind was a beautifully crafted elven dagger, akin to Eldrin's family treasure, born in the First Age, and had accompanied Eldrin through countless battles. It was not something he could accept. "Please, do accept it," Eldrin insisted solemnly. "Though I am loath to part with the Hada Wind, I cherish my beloved daughter even more. Shen Yan the wizard, you have bestowed upon us our most treasured gift. Please accept it. The Ring of Air must be taken to Amon, and with Sauron's demise, its power is dissipating and cannot be granted to you. The Ring of Air, one of the 3 elven rings, possessed powers of healing and protection, held by Eldrin, but with Sauron's death, its strength was waning, rendering it merely a valuable ornament." Gandalf interjected. "Accept it, Shen Yan. This is Eldrin's gratitude towards you." Shen Yan received it with both hands. Overwhelmed with appreciation, "I shall take good care of this dagger. May it aid you, Shen Yan. You shall always be our friend." Eldrin gently patted Shen Yan's shoulder. From that day forth, Shen Yan became the second individual after Bilbo to hold the title of Friend of the Elves. He was also a friend to the dwarves and to King Elisar. Shen Yan lingered for a few more days, and on the day of midsummer, after attending the wedding of Aragorn and Arwen, he captured numerous photographs of the breathtaking landscapes of Middle-earth, utilizing the great eagles to visit various scenic spots. Following the wedding, Shen Yan rode a wolf, disappearing from the Polenar fields under the gaze of onlookers. The wolves returned to the wilderness to rest and rejuvenate. Many years later, Aragorn, along with his wife and Legolas, boarded the last ship to Aman, where they would dwell forever in that land of eternal spring. In the main world, Shen Yan found himself back at home. The dust was not too thick this time that he pulled out his phone and connected to the internet. Glancing at the calendar, 3 months had passed in Middle-earth. Yet it was already April here. I am utterly exhausted. Middle-earth is indeed fascinating, though it is rather unsuitable for tourism due to the abundance of half-orcs. With that, Shen Yan produced the one ring bestowed by the system. Gazing at the unremarkable golden ring resting in his palm, he was momentarily speechless. It truly is relentless. This was the one ring. Although it had been destroyed, the system had awarded him this ring. Devoid of Sauron's will, thus lacking any temptation. However, it retained the powers of the one ring, extending the user's lifespan, interpreting others' thoughts, preserving the holder's vitality and will, and enhancing their abilities. Invisibility was out of the question. The One Ring's invisibility transported one to the realm of phantoms, effective only in Middle-earth. Controlling the other rings also required one to be in Middle-earth. The ability to interpret thoughts was active, and Shen Yan needed to learn to adapt to utilize it. The negative effects of the One Ring were ineffective against Shen Yan, for he was now its master, while those with weak wills could be manipulated by him. Moreover, wearing the ring had granted Shen Yan a significant boost in power. As he slipped the ring onto the middle finger of his right hand, it automatically resized to fit perfectly, causing him no discomfort whatsoever. Having mingled in Middle-earth, he had gathered an impressive array of equipment: weapons, armor, cloaks, decorations, and 2 large chests of treasure. Among the other rewards, a crystal ball for divination was included, allowing Shen Yan to foretell certain events. Along with a mithril weapon, a long spear inscribed with unknown runes. That I do not wish to be a spearman, he mused. Throughout history, spearmen have had an E for luck. I would prefer not to tempt fate. However, such a large piece of mithril could be melted down someday. Perhaps I could have it reforged into something more suitable. Host. Shen Yan occupation. Savior points. 7953 abilities. Immortal body, water breathing. Sun breathing, moon breathing, world clarity, pattern, he blade, blood demon technique. Ice, blood demon technique. Destruction kill, corpse demon sealing, impure resurrection. Fire release. Having previously spent some task points, Shen Yan opened the shop to browse for treasures. Pink fluffy rabbit, 50 task points. No one can endure the humiliation of being killed by a pink fluffy rabbit. Crowbar, 1 task point, the holy sword of physics. As Shen Yan perused the items available in the shop, he paused before a particular technique. Sun Fist, 1000 task points. Sun Fist, YYDS, a technique from Dragon Ball. While it possesses no tangible damage, it can temporarily blind the enemy, the more energy used. The brighter the light. It is akin to Gandalf's illumination spell, though lacking the holy light's suppression of dark powers, when combined with abilities like Chi Element Slash or Magic Penetrating Light Cannon. It could prove to be unparalleled. He purchased the Sun Fist, and the method of use appeared in his mind. As long as the opponent was not wearing sunglasses or had their eyes closed, it could be deemed a type of surprise attack. Comprehensive Martial Arts Compendium, 5000 task points, formless and non-existent, yet not without intent. Practice more. Wait, is this a joke? This is a martial arts manual written by the great master. Shen Yan exclaimed. Zonyue, the foremost martial artist of the Land of Flames, had transformed from a fragment of a beast into a human, embodying martial prowess through the ages, with a long life that witnessed much. He became the very essence of martial arts with each move, spreading the true principles of martial arts throughout the world. Without hesitation, Shen Yan purchased it, and a thick book fell into his hands. Its cover bearing a bold and vigorous character for martial. He decided to set it aside for now, intending to delve into it later when time permitted. For the moment, he would tidy up his home. Chapter 65. The last cloud card. After cleaning his home, Shen Yan stepped outside. Hello, is today Sunday? He greeted Sakura, Tomoyo, and Shaoran. Sakura joyfully replied, Shen Yan, you're back from your trip. You were gone for quite a while. I had no choice. I traveled abroad to deliver a ring. A ring. It must be very precious. Indeed, it is undoubtedly valuable, but also quite dangerous. Changing the subject, he inquired, where are you all headed? Yakido is participating in an archery competition. And we are going to cheer him on. An archery competition? I would love to participate, Shen Yan mused. Has the time for final judgment arrived? With that thought, he decided to follow along. This was a historic moment, and he wished to join the excitement, perhaps even register at the last minute. Can you shoot arrows too, Shen Yan? Sakura asked. I learned from a friend who hits every target during my trip. Shen Yan responded. While he had indeed learned archery from Legolas, his aim was not quite as remarkable. After all, Legolas's racial talent was unparalleled. After changing into a pair of shoes, Shen Yan set off with the trio. Taking the tram. Along the way, Sakura expressed curiosity about Shen Yan's experiences during his trip. Well, I went to New Zealand. The scenery there is quite lovely. You all should consider it for your future travels. After all, the filming locations for Middle-earth were situated there. I went there with some friends to deliver a ring to a volcanic region, and then we tossed the ring into the volcano. Why did you throw it into a volcano? That was the boss's request. He paid for it, and we just had to do as instructed. Every time Shen Yan embarks on a business trip, it seems he encounters a series of intriguing experiences. By the way, Shen Yan, your ring has caught the attention of Sakura and Li Xiaoling, who are particularly sensitive to its magical aura, Shen Yan remarked. It's quite similar to the one I gifted you. This one was given by the client, and the locals presented me with this bracelet, along with several other items. Engaged in conversation, they made their way to the competition venue. Shen Yan decided to check if he could register, only to discover that it was an archery contest, which not only required precision but also demanded knowledge of archery etiquette, a discipline he had not studied. Thus he promptly opted out. During the competition, Yueching Shuetu and Guanyue Gafan fought their way through, but ultimately, during the final arrow, Guanyue Gafan was influenced by Xiaoke's magic, resulting in a misfired at noon. Shen Yan purchased a substantial bento, as the provisions prepared by Sakura were insufficient for both him and Shuetu. However, as they dined, Xiaoke mysteriously vanished, having initially been drawn by the bento. After finishing their meal and tidying up, he and Sakura set out to locate Xiaoke, only to find him brazenly seated before Guanyue Gafan, startling Sakura so much that her ahogue stood on end. Well, it's about time for us to head back. Guanyue Gafan smiled. Let's go. Shen Yan nodded, and the group departed together on their way. Guanyue Gafan inquired about Shen Yan's profession, to which he replied, I suppose I'm a bodyguard, taking on various assignments, often requiring travel. That sounds quite taxing, she remarked. Teaching can also be quite demanding, especially when dealing with unruly children. Sakura and the others are remarkably understanding. As they exited the competition shrine, a plush bear presented Sakura with a balloon and playfully patted her head. Let her go. Li Xiaoling defended Sakura, only for the bear to remove its headpiece, revealing it to be Tachio. Shen Yan quipped, Tachio, you really do seem to be working everywhere. What can I say? Gotta support a monster. Tachio replied. Who are you calling a monster? Sakura retorted, stepping on Tachio's foot, to which he showed little reaction as he locked eyes with his ex-girlfriend, realizing that nothing in this world is truly coincidental, only inevitable. Nodding, Tachio donned his headpiece again and resumed his duties. As the group prepared to leave, they discovered that Sakura had lost her hat, prompting everyone to return to the shrine in search of it. As dusk approached, Shen Yan sensed a potent magical presence. Sakura, what's wrong? He asked. The final cloud card has arrived. The earth began to tremble, and the ground beneath them fractured. Shen Yan seized Chiharu, leaping to the edge of the woods. It's coming! A series of colossal stone pillars erupted from the ground, soaring skyward. One such pillar emerged beneath them, and Shen Yan deftly stepped atop it, then returned to the ground, restoring the terrain to its former state. Ultimately, this is a contest of magic, not of brute strength. Shen Yan's power is terrifying, Li Xiaoling observed. This is no longer a matter of physicality. It's about magic. Quick, use the sleep card. Sakura hurriedly cast the sleep card, inducing slumber in those around her. Shen Yan cautioned, Sakura, the tree card can counter the earth card. Is that possible? It is, Xiaoku affirmed, and Sakura swiftly employed the tree card, the gentle vines ensnaring the tumultuous earth card, rendering it immobile before she sealed it. Marvelous! This is the last card, Sakura exclaimed joyfully, gazing at the card in her hand. After such a long time, I've finally collected the last cloud card. Xiaoku radiated a golden light, levitating in midair as a magical circle appeared beneath him. What is happening to Xiaoku? Now that all the cards are collected, he will naturally revert to his original form. Shen Yan explained. His original form? Suddenly, Xiaoku's small wings expanded and enveloped him, resembling a dumpling, and when they unfurled, a majestic golden tiger with 4 legs and a helmet-like head emerged, adorned with a large ruby on its forehead and chest. Exuding a regal presence. "Who are you?" Sakura asked. The transformed Xiaoku, now Kerberos, exclaimed in a deep voice, "It's me. I'm Kerberos. Is it really you, Xiaoku?" "Indeed, the last cloud card has finally been collected." "Thank you." Sakura thought if the last card hadn't been the Earth card, I wouldn't have been so helpless. Kerberos, with a hint of sadness in his golden eyes, continued, "Next comes the moon." "The moon?" "Yes, the Judicator moon," Kerberos explained. "Only one person can possess the cloud cards, but now there are 3 of you. So the moon shall adjudicate who will be the true master of the cloud cards." That as Kerberos spoke, he gazed at the full moon appearing on the horizon. "This is indeed a momentous occasion." "Please wait a moment," Chiharu said, making a phone call. Shortly thereafter, a van arrived, and several women in black suits and sunglasses disembarked, greeting Chiharu before departing. Sakura changed into the outfit Chiharu had specially prepared for her, identical to the one she had seen in her dreams. Shen Yan looked at Sakura with a hint of nostalgia, noting that among the magical girls, only Sakura had not transformed her attire. Her costumes were all provided by Chiharu's production team. Chapter 66. The Final Judgment and Cloud Reed. Sakura took out the Earth card and inscribed her name upon it, signifying the completion of the resealing of all the cloud cards as the night breeze swept through. Shen Yan observed Yueching Shiwatu, who had succumbed to sleep due to the sleep card, and like Kerberos, silver wings appeared behind him, enveloping him. When they spread apart, a strikingly handsome man with long silver hair appeared before them. His hair flowed to the ground, and his silver-purple slit eyes held an air of aloofness. He donned a white robe adorned with blue and embellished with jewels, floating barefoot in the air with an icy demeanor. "Where has Shiwatu gone?" "Shiwatu is the moon," Shen Yan clarified. "What you see as Yueching Shiwatu is merely a guise crafted by the moon. However, do not be too disheartened, for Shiwatu still exists. There are 3 holders of the cloud cards." Which makes sense. If it were just one person, the judgment would indeed be meaningless. "I believe in Sakura," Kerberos said, glancing at Shen Yan. "But your magical power is too overwhelming. You might just overpower the moon." "Naive," Moon retorted. "I am the Judicator moon. Great power does not equate to combat prowess. Let the final judgment commence." Moon ascended into the sky, and Li Xiaolang found himself involuntarily lifted into the air, his vision darkening. Shen Yan scratched his head. "Isn't this supposed to be my turn?" "I thought you would choose me first," Kerberos remarked. "You always pick the softest fruit to squeeze. Among the 3, it's obvious that the little one is the easiest to bully." Moon remains as cunning as ever. That kid's cards are all moon attribute, and the Li family's magic is also moon attribute. This is troublesome. Li Xiaolang was immediately overpowered, and even with the time card, Moon was able to act within the paused time, defeating Li Xiaolang and seizing all his cloud cards. Injured and battered, Li Xiaolang descended, and Sakura rushed to support him. "I'll take the next turn." Shen Yan chuckled. "Let me see what you, the Judicator, have to offer. If you're seeking death, then come forth." Shen Yan leaped onto the rooftop, locking eyes with Moon. "I'll smash that pretty face of yours into a pulp." "You better be prepared," Moon began. But before he could finish, Shen Yan charged forward. Enough with the chatter. Moon quickly retreated, hovering in the air while summoning a barrage of ice shards shaped like hexagonal prisms. Launching them towards Shen Yan, he vanished in a flash, employing the magic ring to decipher Moon's thoughts, only to unexpectedly glimpse a bespectacled man with squinty eyes. "My apologies, sir, but could you kindly withdraw?" "Kuro, you mischievous spirit." "Ha! You're quite amusing. Sir, I should have known you were devoid of magic in the past. Life is full of little surprises." Shen Yan gestured as he conversed with Kuro. "And why should I withdraw when I have the ability to defeat the moon? I could become the master of the cloud cards. These cards are exceptionally powerful." "Indeed." Kurito nodded slightly, stating, "I have prepared only a pink wand. Should you wish to use it, I have no objections." Quite the audacious move. This is the grandest of conspiracies. Kurito had predetermined his successor from the very beginning, and that successor is Sakura. The others are merely temporary holders of the cloud cards. You are indeed engaging in underhanded tactics. Sakura is a qualified holder, is she not? You must agree. Did you participate in the final review merely for amusement? Indeed, My discontent lies solely with Yu's attitude towards Sakura and his true intentions concerning Tuya. Tuya is inherently endowed with immense magical power, yet he does not wield it. Such power attracts strange entities, including Yu, who is unable to generate magic himself. Unlike Caraberos, Yu's magic derives from the master of the cloud cards. Akin to how the moon does not emit light but reflects the sun's radiance. After all, Sakura and Tuya are the reincarnations of your children. Is this truly acceptable? They will be fine. Kurorito smiled, saying, your future will be fraught with peril, and Sakura can assist you. Spare me. I do not wish for a child to aid me. Such a future is exceedingly dangerous. Indeed, the future is perilous. None can remain unscathed. Furthermore, you might consider visiting Raccoon City across the ocean. Where did you say? Raccoon City. Goodness, is it a biohazard situation? He must make a trip after all. I understand. Additionally, I can provide you with the compass from the Lee family, which will aid you in locating individuals. Very well. Shen Yan nodded, and the two reached an agreement. As consciousness returned to his body, Shen Yan scoffed. Kurorito is indeed mischievous, leaping forth to land a punch on Yu's handsome visage. Yu stumbled out of the barrier, approaching the others in a rather disheveled state. Caraberos chuckled. I told you that you couldn't defeat him. The outcome has yet to be decided. Yu wiped the corner of his mouth as Shen Yan appeared before him, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. I'll teach you to be aloof. I'll teach you about judgment. Bullying Sakura? Picking on a child? You seek a fight. After beating you to a pulp, Shen Yan handed the enchanted card to Sakura, stating, I concede. With that, the compass in Li Xiaolong's arms flew automatically to Shen Yan, landing in his palm. My compass. Apologies, but it now belongs to me. What? Li Xiaolong was unwilling, yet he witnessed Shen Yan wielding the compass. Taishang Lao Jun, urgently as the law commands. The needle on the compass began to rotate, a beam of light shooting forth as Shen Yan moved towards it, discovering Sakura's hat from earlier. How come you can use the compass? I merely made a deal with that Kurorito fellow. The compass is mine now. Shen Yan replied with a smile. Li Xiaolong was about to speak further when his butler, Bo, called. Young master, the lady just called. She discovered from the ancient texts at home that if anyone other than the Li family can wield the compass, it should be handed over to that individual. Kurorito is quite swift in his actions. How could this happen? Chapter 67. The Kuro sorcerer this evening is proving to be quite unfavorable for Li Xiaolong. First, his painstakingly collected cloud cards were seized, followed by a beating, and now the family heirloom compass has been taken from him. Contemplating this, he felt a headache coming on. Yu, battered and bruised, stood not far from Shen Yan, his face unable to uphold his indifferent demeanor. Have you decided to concede? Indeed, Shen Yan cheerfully replied. All I wanted was to give you a good thrashing. Bored, Yu remarked. If so, it's your turn. Sakura, devoid of spirit, soared upward alongside you to the Tokyo Tower. Out of consideration for Yakido, fearing harm would come to him, she merely evaded, ultimately resorting to the tree card, only to find herself tragically backfired, as trees also fell under Yu's dominion. Verdant vines ensnared Sakura. As you elucidated the cost of failure, all will be forgotten, be it hatred or love, all shall fade into oblivion. The cloud cards possess profound trust in their master, and should the master fail to pass judgment to become the new master, to spare the cloud cards from sorrow, they will forget their master, and everyone connected to the cloud cards will forget their most cherished individual. It seems I have been too lenient, Shen Yan mused, stretching his arms. Must I pummel him into a state of utter helplessness? Calm yourself, young man. Caraberos clutched Shen Yan's clothing, imploring, please, have faith in Sakura. You expect me to witness Sakura weep? I regard her as my sister. Though aware that Sakura would ultimately counterattack, he still felt discomfort on the tower. Sakura's eyes were vacant as she gradually became enveloped by the vines, her consciousness drowning in an illusion where her father no longer loved her mother. Her brother would not bully her, her beloved Yakido would not appear, and Shen Yan would merely pass by her without a smile, indifferent to her existence, while Tomoyo and she would merely share a commonplace friendship. Goodness! Shen Yan leaped into the sky, a mithril spear grasped firmly in hand, piercing through the barrier and soaring towards Sakura. The enchanted blade severed the vines, cradling the unconscious Sakura in his arms. Somehow, Kagaya Yuhane had arrived atop the Tokyo Tower, holding a bell adorned with a purple scarf, gently waving it, causing Sakura to awaken from her slumber. Shen Yan? Ah, I just dreamt that Shen Yan no longer recognized me. Sakura began to sob in Shen Yan's embrace. Do not cry. Do not cry. I will deal with him. No, that would harm Yakido. If you and Yakido fell into a river, who would you save first? Sakura was momentarily at a loss for words, awkwardly shifting the topic as she spotted Kage-sensei. I am so glad you've awakened. The bell in her hand gradually dissipated. This bell was left by Kurorito, granting you a final opportunity. Its purpose has now concluded, and you have no further chances. Blatantly cheating for his daughter that I understand. Sakura wiped her tears, earnestly facing you. Forgetting the feelings for those we cherish is truly a tragic world. I will strive to emerge victorious, she smiled brightly, assuring herself of success. In that moment, filled with hope, Sakura infused her wand with magic, radiating light, as the ground beneath her blossomed with Kurorito's magical circle. Come, Sakura, release the seal once more. Shen Yan retrieved his camera, ready to witness this historic moment. Sakura lifted her wand, the celestial canopy swirling, countless meteors streaking across the sky, an awe-inspiring spectacle intermingled with immense magical energy, leaving you astounded. What is this? This is new power, Kagaya declared. Release the seal. Sakura shouted, the wand glowing as it reverted to its original form, transforming into a brand new wand shaped like a star. One cloud card was drawn forth by Sakura. Wind. Bind him. The tempest surged, yet you maintained his aloof demeanor. The wind card also falls under my jurisdiction. It holds no. He suddenly realized that the wind was no longer within his control. Rushing towards him, ensnaring his limbs in an unbreakable cage. Impossible. The wind gradually lowered him, bringing him before Sakura. You must truly admire Kurorito, do you not? Then you must understand how painful it is to forget someone you care for. Sakura empathized, making you aware of the terror of oblivion. I am but a child, not as powerful as Mr. Kurorito or Shen Yan, yet I will do my utmost. Approaching you, she extended her hand, not as a master, but as a friend. How generous of you, Shen Yan scoffed, while Kagaya smiled gently. You truly care for Sakura, do you not? This child is quite endearing, is she not? If I were to have a daughter in the future, I would wish for her to be like Sakura. Indeed, Sakura is truly adorable. The two exchanged smiles as Sakura and you commenced the final ceremony. Judgment concluded. I, the judge you, hereby declare Sakura as the new master of us all. Upon encountering Kurorito, Shen Yan murmured, this rascal will surely stir up trouble again. Won't he, Kagaya-sensei? It seems you possess quite the knowledge. Indeed, by the way, how does a stunning beauty like you find a boyfriend in England? That Tuya fellow isn't too bad. Love is a mysterious thing. Tuya is wonderful, but our chapter has concluded. Has Tuya exceeded his expiration date? Could it be that this lady favors younger boys? Once Tuya ascended to high school, did his shelf life expire? Hiruzawa Elio retained the appearance of an elementary school student, prompting Shen Yan's gaze to sharpen. That it seemed he felt that Mr. Shen Yan was contemplating something quite impolite. Not at all, came the reply. Really? No, Shen Yan declared emphatically, leading the now awakened Sakura back into the shrine. Wonderful. Xiao Ku. Chai's Xiaolang. I have succeeded. Sakura joyfully shared her triumph with her companions. Shen Yan yawned, remarking that it was late and he should return to rest. I am off now, Tuya. Emerging from his hiding place, Tuya had observed the entire exchange unnoticed by Sakura and her friends. It seems you discovered me long ago. I only just noticed so. What are your thoughts on your sister becoming a magical girl of the cloud cards? I merely wish for her to avoid any further danger. Tuya had long been aware of Sakura's endeavors. Her various part-time jobs were a means to ensure her safety, and he had also known that Yakido was not human. Thank you for protecting my sister. I consider her my sister as well. By the way, are you angry that I struck Yakido? You hit that month. What does that have to do with Yakido? Indeed. Chapter 68, Raccoon City. The lively evening concluded, and Sakura joyfully embraced her summer vacation. Upon waking in the morning, she felt quite at ease. Spotting Shen Yan passing by, she greeted him cheerfully. Good morning, brother Shen Yan. Good morning. Are you off somewhere? I need to make a trip to America. Clow Reed had informed him of matters concerning Raccoon City, which necessitated his urgent visit. If not properly managed, an interdimensional invasion could lead to the imminent end of the world. America, are you traveling for work? Yes, I'll bring you some local specialties. It seems America doesn't really have any specialties. After a moment of thought, Shen Yan decided to let that go. How delightful. I wish I could travel too, but I'm afraid the destination I'm heading to isn't suitable for you. Shen Yan patted Sakura's head, bidding farewell before hurrying off to catch his flight. Upon landing in New York, he was greeted by news at the airport regarding the Super 7's rescue efforts in war-torn regions. The Super 7. I won't elaborate. There aren't many good people among them. Aside from Starlight, they are likely all perverts. He did not see Iron Man or Batman among them. Shen Yan, disinterested in further inquiry, checked the route to Raccoon City and boarded the next flight to Colorado. Raccoon City lacked an airport, compelling him to take a plane to the nearest city and then ride a bike to his destination. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, Raccoon City had only one exit, severely limiting its development potential. The Umbrella Corporation had invested a significant amount of money there, transforming it into an industrial city. A large portion of the population was employed by the Umbrella Corporation. However, only elites could access the underground hive, which remained shrouded in secrecy. On the surface, the Umbrella Corporation appeared to be an immensely powerful international monopoly, ostensibly profiting from pharmaceuticals and defense industrial products. In reality, their true sources of profit stemmed from clandestine operations, such as the development of biological weapons and viral agents. Whether he was dealing with the movie version or the game version remained unclear. The movie version was manageable, but he knew nothing about the game version, save for the fact that the female officer Jill and the character known as Wong were rather alluring, disguising himself as Aragorn. He entered Raccoon City and checked into a hotel. After resting for the night, he took out a compass to locate the hive. Venturing into the deep mountains, he traversed dense forests, stepping on fallen leaves as he brazenly walked into this secluded wilderness. After some time, he discovered a villa hidden within the woods. A Western-style mansion. First, let us ascertain whether Alice is here. If Alice is present, it's likely the movie version, which isn't a significant issue. He knocked assertively on the door. A voluptuous woman in a red dress answered. Alice, how splendid. Alice is still at the mansion, indicating that the biohazard crisis has yet to commence. Who are you? A bearded, handsome man stood at the door. Alice, not succumbing to infatuation, instinctively became wary, though she did not show it. Hello, you can call me Aragorn. Shen Yan smiled and delivered a punch, rendering her unconscious, then placed a hand on her head to extract her memories using the One Ring. Alice was a clone of Alicia, the daughter of Dr. Marcus, a high-ranking official at the Umbrella Corporation. Many of her memories were fabricated, yet her knowledge regarding entry into the hive and related information was genuine. Are you already preparing to expose the Umbrella Corporation's dark secrets? It seems time is of the essence. Alice was aware of the Umbrella Corporation's clandestine development of biological weapons. Thus, she had collaborated with an environmentalist named Lisa to unveil the corporation's secrets, planning to infiltrate the hive to obtain the T-virus and its antidote. Wait, what about her husband? As a senior security officer for the Umbrella Corporation, Alice had been posing as a couple with her colleague Spence to guard the entrance. What a nuisance. Have they already entered the hive? He bound Alice and locked her in a room, taking her identification to assume her identity. Descending into the villa's underground garage, he found a railway and a train that was preparing to depart. Without a second thought, Shen Yan leaped aboard, following the train into the depths below. After a while, the train came to a halt, and a man emerged from the driver's compartment, carrying a large backpack and surveying his surroundings. Shen Yan stepped out, surprising the man. Alice, bang. Shen Yan struck Spence, retrieving a handgun and a stash of bullets from his bag. This man planned to steal the T-virus and its antidote for sale on the black market. However, this memory was also false. Through the One Ring, Shen Yan uncovered inconsistencies. Beneath the memory of stealing the T-virus lay a deeper layer, revealing a man with sunglasses and slick-back blonde hair named Weskier, who had captured Spence and implanted the memory of stealing the T-virus and its antidote for black market sale, selling the T-virus on the black market. Remarkable that you could conceive such an idea. After relocating him to a safe area and avoiding the cameras, Shen Yan transformed into Spence's likeness. Carrying his backpack, he brazenly walked into the hive. Inside, the staff bustled about, creating an atmosphere akin to an ordinary company. He located the laboratory storing the T-virus and its antidote. Seizing the opportunity with no one around, he directly appropriated them. Shen Yan did not rush to leave. He understood that the Umbrella Corporation had more than one location with the T-virus. There was also an underwater base in Siberia, but he needed to resolve matters with others first. Primarily, he aimed to find the location of the Red Queen. Delving deeper into the hive, he discovered the chamber housing the Red Queen. However, he had to navigate a brightly lit corridor first. The laser corridor. He had no desire to be sliced into pieces by laser beams. Crouching low, he leaped swiftly through the corridor, arriving at a massive steel door. Presenting the identification cards of Spence and Alice, he found himself barred entry due to permission issues. How vexing. It seems I must resort to force. Drawing his weapon, he cut through the steel door, unveiling its true nature within. Inside lay the storage chip of the artificial intelligence known as the Red Queen. Upon entering, a series of lasers projected the image of a little girl, Security Officer Spence. You should not be here. The girl spoke to Shen Yan in a mechanical voice. I wish to see Alicia. You do not have the relevant clearance. Today is the day of revelation, Shen Yan replied. Shouldn't you be protecting all of humanity? This is the program set for you by Director Alicia. After a brief pause, the Red Queen continued, security personnel are en route. You have 5 escape routes. Chapter 69. Alicia. Shen Yan gazed at the retreat route the Red Queen presented to him, uttering not a word before turning away. The Red Queen was an artificial intelligence designed based on the childhood persona of Alicia, the largest shareholder of Umbrella Corporation, executing 2 core directives: to serve Umbrella Corporation diligently and to cherish human life. Alicia suffered from progeria, causing her to age prematurely, appearing as if she were 90 by the age of 25. In a desperate bid to save his daughter, her father, Marcus, developed the T-virus, only to be murdered by his partner, Dr. Isaac. Reflecting on the events of the final chapter, Shen Yan fell silent for a moment. Dr. Isaac was the mastermind behind it all, aspiring to become a god in the new world, thus unleashing the biohazard crisis. Spence was merely a pawn in this game, and today marked the day of reckoning as orchestrated by Isaac. The Red Queen had already discerned Isaac's nefarious plot and uploaded the board's documents into her system, including the revelation plan that would trigger the biohazard crisis, set to be unveiled on Judgment Day. Isaac's apocalyptic scheme contradicted her core directives, hence she would not permit the T-virus to escape the hive. In other words, the escape route provided by the Red Queen could potentially be a ruse. Casting a glance at the ceiling, Shen Yan leaped, breaking through the suspended ceiling above, and crawled away. Recalling the map the Red Queen had displayed, he remembered that the shareholders of Umbrella lay dormant in the deepest recesses underground. He took the elevator to the lowest level accessible, only to be confronted by a group of individuals clad in black tactical gear, weapons drawn. Swiftly, Shen Yan acted, seizing their firearms and rendering them unconscious. Exposure was inevitable. He could no longer afford to delay. Searching their memories for anyone who might know how to descend further, he found none. These individuals were merely security personnel for Umbrella. Old Tai. I command you to act swiftly. The compass guided him onward, leading him to a concealed underground passage. Emerging from the tunnel, he discovered himself before a door, with the credentials of Alice and Spence. He was unable to gain entry, so he resorted to his usual method of breaking in. Inside, a frail woman lay in a stasis pod, her silver hair reminiscent of Alice, or rather, an aged version of her. Alicia, the prototype of Alice. You wish to awaken her. The Red Queen appeared on the screen. I would advise against it. There are matters in which I require her assistance. Shen Yan opened the stasis pod. A burst of anesthetic gas escaping. Covering his nose, he activated the ventilation system and hoisted Alicia out, along with her electric wheelchair. Moments later, Alicia stirred, her voice faint. Who are you? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Aragon. Shen Yan transformed into Aragon and continued. I have sensed Umbrella's intentions. Director Alicia, can you aid me in thwarting Dr. Isaac's scheme? My condition is too frail. Progeria had rendered her exceptionally aged. Reliant on her wheelchair, unable to care for herself. Fear not. I require your authority to locate Dr. Isaac's true whereabouts. As the largest shareholder of Umbrella, Alicia possessed control over the Red Queen. What do you propose? Naturally, to eliminate him. Will you not leave it to the law? Given his status, what difference does it make whether he goes to prison or returns home? Shen Yan asserted, forgiveness is the domain of the divine. My task is to send him to meet God. Alicia glanced at the severed door, inquiring, how did you manage that? Simply by wielding a knife. Shen Yan demonstrated once more. Alicia fell silent, then commanded, Red Queen. Grant Mr. Aragon temporary access and escort him to the underground stasis facility. Madam, I must express my concerns. This jeopardizes Umbrella's interests, the Red Queen cautioned. Yet Isaac intends to bring about humanity's annihilation, Shen Yan replied with a smile. Director Alicia, let us proceed. Very well. Guided by the Red Queen, the two ventured into the vast underground stasis facility, rows of pods neatly aligned, housing affluent individuals of high status, some frequently appearing on television. This could be catastrophic. If all these individuals perish, the American economy would collapse, Shen Yan jested. Merely a global economic crisis would ensue, Alicia replied matter-of-factly. Then I shall forego that plan. I initially intended to eliminate them all. Shen Yan shrugged, locating the dormant Dr. Isaac. With force, he yanked him from the stasis pod, causing Alicia to grimace in dismay. Are you a superhuman? Close enough, Shen Yan replied, slapping Isaac awake. Who are you? None of your concern. Shen Yan declared, breaking Isaac's limbs and forcing him to kneel before Alicia. You should be aware that your father was slain by him in Westgear. Indeed, Alicia seethed, glaring at the writhing Isaac on the floor. Unable to move without succumbing to her wrath. Would you like my assistance? If you could, I would appreciate it. A trivial task. He pressed a handgun into Alicia's hand. With great difficulty, she aimed at Isaac and pulled the trigger. Bang! Isaac was dead. Red Queen, is there a way to erase these individuals' memories? Shen Yan inquired. The best I can do is a temporary erasure, the Red Queen responded. Approximately 3 days, after which they will regain their memories. Troublesome. Shen Yan desired to erase all memories related to the T-virus. Provide me with all locations of T-virus experiments and the personnel involved. That information has already been transmitted to your phone. There are quite a few. I may have to run for a long time. Shen Yan lamented. Umbrella's experimental facilities were numerous, and Isaac's clones operated within them. What are your intentions? Naturally, to eliminate these individuals. The T-virus must not exist in this world. You are correct, Alicia nodded. Initially, her father aimed solely to ensure her peaceful development, yet the side effects of the T-virus transformed individuals into zombies. The development plan had to be halted. But Isaac, driven by greed, murdered his own father and sought to advance further, intending to use the T-virus to annihilate humanity and cleanse the surface, positioning himself as the god of the new world. Madam Alicia, how long can your body endure? If not in stasis, approximately 1 year. That I will resolve these matters within 3 months. Please maintain the situation at the hive. Understood. Chapter 70. Elio Shen Yan departed from the hive. The Red Queen arranging a private jet for him to Siberia. The underwater base there was vast, populated by a host of zombies, products of Umbrella's experiments designed to entice nations into purchasing their weaponry. Entering the underwater facility, the Red Queen sealed the door behind him. Moments later, he emerged, bloodied but unscathed. Unfathomable. Why would you do such a thing when you gain nothing? I refuse to let the world perish. Without the internet and snacks, I would surely die, Shen Yan declared, seated on the private jet, opening a bottle of ice-cold cola and relishing ASIP.to protect the continuity of humanity. Indeed, the next facility is located in the United Kingdom. The UK, Red Queen. Assist me in locating an individual. Please proceed. Hiruzawa Elio. Searching. Search successful. A male named Hiruzawa Elio is suspected to have dwarfism, maintaining the physique of an elementary school student for approximately 20 years. That's him. Pinpoint his location. I need to seek his assistance first. Understood. The plane traversed half the globe, and Shen Yan landed at London Airport, observing the location provided by the Red Queen, his lips twitching. 222 Baker Street, next door to Holmes and Watson, perhaps even Smog and Bilbo. Knocking on the door, he was greeted by a girl with waist-length hair, who warmly exclaimed, "Welcome. You must be Shen Yan," as Elio mentioned. "Come in quickly. He has been waiting for you." The young girl pulled Shen Yan into the tranquil residence, where they spotted a boy seated on the sofa, adorned with spectacles. This was Hiruzawa Elio, one of the reincarnations of Kurodo, who had inherited Kurodo's memories and formidable magical powers. Though he appeared to be the same age as Sakura, in reality, he shared the same age as Sakura's father. Having maintained this youthful visage through magic while awaiting Sakura's arrival, he smiled warmly and invited Shen Yan to take a seat, his voice somewhat hoarse, contrasting with his youthful appearance. Shen Yan the mage. This is our first meeting. Kurodo, I presume? Shen Yan settled down as the earlier girl poured him a cup of red tea, which he sipped, finding its flavor delightful. How wonderful that you enjoy it. The girl exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. She was not human, but rather a creation of Elio, akin to Yuko and Suki, a guardian he had crafted named Ruby Suki. Beside her, an elegant creature resembling a black panther lounged by the window. its back adorned with butterfly wings. Spinaru Taiyu. So, Shen Yan the mage, have you come seeking aid from the Umbrella Corporation? Indeed, I require your magical prowess that I can indeed perform a grand spell to erase all memories concerning the T-virus. As a reincarnation of Kuroido, Ailiu possessed such capabilities, for Kuroido had been the most powerful magician centuries ago, and it seemed that he could traverse worlds as well. Then I entrust this task to you. I owe you a favor, and no need for concern. I have already informed the relevant authorities, and they will handle it though. The church will be involved. Zombies, much like vampires, are targets for the church's purging, Ailiu explained. The depths of this world are profound. Do not underestimate the forces lurking in the shadows. People have simply grown accustomed to concealing the tumultuous beneath the surface. I understand. Is at the Holy Church. Indeed. Is there a clock tower? That does not exist here. What is this clock tower? Merely a name. I thought this world followed the timeline of Type-Moon. In the Type Moon realm, there exists a myriad of supernatural beings. I assumed we were on the brink of a Holy Grail war. Forget I mentioned it. Ailiu refrained from further questioning, stating that he would soon travel to Tokyo and reside there for a while. Are you testing Sakura? No. I am merely assisting her in transforming the Cloud cards. Currently, she wields the power of stars, while the Cloud cards embody darkness. The two are unrelated. Sakura's new wand harnesses the power of stars, whereas the Cloud cards draw from dark energy, rendering it difficult for the new wand to utilize the Cloud cards, as it cannot absorb Sakura's magic. Over time, the Cloud cards may transform into ordinary playing cards. Besides helping Sakura in this transformation, Ailiu also aims to teach her the proper use of magical energy. Please do not be too hard on her, Shen Yan remarked while sipping his tea. Rest assured, I hold great affection for that child. After all, she is akin to your daughter. Haha. Ailiu is Ailiu, and Kinomoto Tia is Kinomoto Tia. We are not the same person, nor are we Kuroido, Ailiu insisted. I comprehend that. My apologies for the intrusion. Should you find yourself in need of my assistance again, do not hesitate to call upon me. Shen Yan rose, preparing to depart when Ailiu called out, Shen Yan the mage. Yes, please maintain this resolve to fight for humanity. Rest assured, a world devoid of humanity is a despairing notion for me. Shen Yan exited, closing the door behind him. As Ruby Suki remarked, has that handsome gentleman left? Yes. What a pity that I will meet him again when I go to Tokyo. Ailiu instructed Ruby Suki to pack their belongings, while he would commence casting the memory-erasing magic once Shen Yan and the church's personnel had nearly concluded their cleanup. In the ensuing days, Shen Yan traversed the world, dismantling all Umbrella Corporation's research facilities, with the church's agents aiding him in erasing the battlefield and burying the truth. Ailiu's magic followed suit. Aside from Shen Yan and his companions, all memories concerning the T-virus were obliterated. Alicia instructed the Red Queen to delete all related data, while physical documents were destroyed at her behest. As for the T-virus sold by the Umbrella Corporation, Ailiu used magic to relocate it, preventing any accidental outbreaks. I'm utterly exhausted, Shen Yan lamented, reclining on his sofa at home, as the voice of the Red Queen echoed around him. Thank you for your efforts, Mr. Shen Yan. This was the Red Queen backup he had requested from Alicia. Installed as an artificial intelligence in his home, the Umbrella Corporation would soon undergo transformation under Alicia's control, with the bioweapons being eradicated. However, Alicia's body could not endure for long. Within a limited time frame, she would reform the Umbrella Corporation, and her successor had already been chosen, her first clone, Alice. Together, they would gradually cleanse the Umbrella Corporation of its corruption. As for Ailiu, he had taken up residence in Kuroido's old manor alongside Spinaru and Ruby, where they would assess Sakura and assist her in transforming all the Cloud cards. Chapter 71. I bring you a disciple. Rain fell outside, and Shen Yan was deep in slumber. Such weather was most conducive to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. The door to his room was rapped upon, and a drowsy Shen Yan lifted his head, inquiring, "Who is it?" The voice of the Red Queen resonated from his phone. "Your neighbor, Kinomoto Sakura. Shall I let her in?" "I shall go open the door." Donning his pajamas, he approached the door, finding Sakura with an anxious expression. "Shen Yan, it's terrible. My wand won't work after resolving the affairs in Raccoon City." Shen Yan had indulged in a rare month-long respite, while Sakura had entered a new semester, with Ailiu having transferred to their class. Expecting a period of tranquility ahead, both Sakura and Yuko discovered that the Cloud card sealing book had a new cover. and they suddenly sensed a strange aura, prompting them to venture to Penguin Park, where they were assaulted by bizarre water currents. Sakura had intended to use her wand, only to find it utterly non-functional. Unsure of the cause, she chose to seek Shen Yan's counsel. Your wand is malfunctioning. Shen Yan rubbed his eyes and invited them into his home. Pouring them a cup of hot tea, he remarked, "Do you not realize that your current wand is no longer the one Kurodo gifted you?" Huh. Sakura gazed at Shen Yan in bewilderment as he explained, "Kurodo's wand has evolved in your hands. It now possesses a brand new power that I recall Kurodo mentioning something about the power of stars." Indeed, Sakura endeavored to reignite the wand's functionality, and a novel magic circle manifested beneath her feet. Distinctly different from that of Kurodo's, sun, moon, and stars encircled the central figure of Sakura as the wand in her grasp magnified with her incantation, embodying the key of starry power. By the contract. I command you, break the seal. The wand successfully expanded within her grip. Wonderful. She produced a cloud card, flower. The cloud card showed no response whatsoever. Shen Yan sat cross-legged on the sofa, one hand propping up his head. Observing that the cloud card drew upon dark energy, which could not be activated by the power of stars. Why is this happening? Does this mean I can't use the cloud cards? No, you must convert the cloud cards using your magical energy, though it will be quite draining, Shen Yan replied. Convert the cloud cards? Yes, if you do not convert them, once the power belonging to Kurodo dissipates, the cloud cards will revert to being ordinary cards. How can this be? Kurodo has been dead for many years. Magic cannot be preserved indefinitely. The new master naturally requires new power, Shen Yan advised. Take some time to contemplate the new incantation, as it will be necessary during the conversion. Yuko pondered, realizing the truth. Magical energy does deplete over time, and no matter how powerful Kurodo was, the cloud cards could not self-generate magic. Dejected, Sakura returned home, while Shen Yan refrained from returning to sleep. That he changed into different attire, taking an umbrella as he left his home, arriving at a villa where he knocked on the door. Ruby Suki answered, clad in the Tamita school uniform, having joined the class as a student like Aliu. Shen Yan the mage, it has been a while. Indeed, Ruby, stop calling me that. My name is now Akiyuki Nakuru. Very well, Miss Akiyuki, where is Aliu? He awaits you. Aliu sat in a crimson armchair, smiling as he said, Welcome, Shen Yan the mage. Just call me Shen Yan. Shen Yan waved dismissively and took a seat before him. Sakura came to see me. I provided her with a small insight that should certainly expedite her progress. Aliu seemed unperturbed. I believe she will meet my expectations. You seem rather idle, don't you? Every day. I must attend school. With a smile, Elio remarked, I just finished my homework. Would you be interested in mentoring an apprentice? An apprentice? Elio chuckled. I haven't been here long. Once Sakura transforms all the cloud cards, I will return to England. The absence of refusal indicated potential. No worries. I will bring you a reliable apprentice later. Since you mentioned it, I find myself somewhat looking forward to it. Shen Yan bid farewell. The next day, rain continued to fall, a weather change intentionally wrought by Elio's magic. Upon encountering Tuya as he left for work, Shen Yan called out to him. Tuya, wait a moment, Mr. Shen Yan. Is there something you need? Can you sense something different about this rain? Yes, it has to do with Sakura, right? Tuya replied helplessly, having thought that after the cloud card ordeal, Sakura could lead a mundane life. It now seemed they were faced with yet another series of troublesome matters. Indeed. Would you care to meet the puppet master behind this? Do you know who it is? Yes. Would you like to go? Let's go. Shen Yan led him into the sunlight, where the door was opened by Akiyama Natsuki, who joyfully rushed towards Tuya. Tuya, Akiyama. Tuya felt a headache coming on. She was the one woman he found utterly perplexing. Shen Yan, why did you bring Tuya here? I came to see Elio. Yes, they entered. Elio remained seated in the same spot as yesterday, clearly fond of that red-backed sofa, a place he often occupied. Elio, I've brought you an apprentice. Greetings, I am Hiragace Elio. Tuya, that you're the one who has been causing trouble for my sister? Tuya's brows furrowed in annoyance. Shen Yan feared that Tuya might dye his hair blonde and shout mongrel, considering the Kinomoto siblings were akin to Gilgamesh and Nero Claudius. Cow. Wait, it's the age of farming now. Farming JPG. This is a trial, Tuya. Elio was unfazed, inviting them to sit. Sakura must grow. Rest assured, there will be no life-threatening dangers. Shen Yan, your apprentice wouldn't be Tuya, would it? Yes. With immense magical power. As Sakura's brother, his talent is remarkable. And he has some connection to Clow Reed, does he not? Shen Yan smiled that it would be a waste for Tuya not to learn magic, as his magical power and talent surpassed even Sakura's, rivaling Shen Yan's. Both siblings had inherited Clow Reed's gifts. Even without rigorous training, they could absorb the ambient magical energy to bolster their strength. Hey, I never said I wanted to learn magic, Tuya lamented. Shen Yan countered, do you wish to watch Sakura fall into danger one day, powerless to act? You're aware of Yukido's situation, aren't you? Yet you remain helpless as Sakura became the new master of the Clow cards. The moon's source of magic also shifted to her, but Sakura could provide little magic, rendering the moon weak, even causing Yukido to yawn incessantly, needing to overindulge to replenish minimal magical energy. Chapter 72. Has the adversary arrived? Shen Yan's words left Tuya without retort. Did I know? But aren't you a magician as well? To be precise, what I wield isn't magic. It's merely energy derived from magical power. Shen Yan waved his hand dismissively. This belongs to my personal talent, one you cannot replicate at Elios. You can learn extensively. He wouldn't refuse, would he? That's the crux of the relationship, in a certain sense. Elio could be considered Sakura and Tuya's father. While Elio's girlfriend was Tuya's ex, it's rather convoluted. My mind is overloaded. I indeed won't refuse. Tuya, your talent is commendable. You both inherited Fujitaka's gifts. You know my father? I do, though he does not know me. And I shall not present myself before him. Elio said, you can come to me after school to learn my magic. Once Sakura completes my trial, I shall return to England. Understood. I look forward to your guidance. Tuya grasped the necessity of preparing to protect his sister. He did not yearn for immense power. He merely wished to safeguard his family. Splendid. Tuya, you can return home with me now. Akiyama Natsuki suddenly clung to Tuya's back. Shen Yan cautioned, this woman isn't human. You should be aware. Of course, I sensed that from the moment I laid eyes on her. Such keen intuition. Tuya, I find myself liking you more. You favor his magical power. Don't you? It's quite useful now. You should let go of your attachment, though. How strict. Akiyama Natsuki would not concede easily. Rather than let someone else benefit, she would prefer to benefit herself. Tuya felt a chill run down his spine. Elio produced a crystal and handed it to Tuya. Give this to your father. It is a gift I prepared specifically for him. What is it? It contains a portion of my magical power, bestowed upon him. While it cannot make him a magician, it will allow him to see those normally invisible. Tuya knew that their mother had always been with them at home. She had returned once when Sakura had a fever. But only he could see her 80 times. Even Tuya felt it was unfair. Though their father knew their mother had returned, his inability to see her left him somewhat disappointed. Thank you. It's nothing. Well then, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Elio handed a book to Tuya. Take this home and read it thoroughly. You may attempt to learn some of the magic within. If you have questions, feel free to ask me. All right. After accepting it, Tuya departed with Shen Yan. That individual doesn't seem like a child, does he? No, he is the same age as your father, though he maintains this appearance for Sakura's sake. Tuya's gaze sharpened. Shen Yan clarified, do not misunderstand. He is here to test Sakura. The Clow cards have indeed found a new master, but they require transformation. He is here to facilitate Sakura's transformation of the Clow cards. And there will be no life-threatening dangers. You should focus on learning magic. By the way, do you not intend to confront Sakura directly? No. That girl is keeping secrets from me, so I shall keep secrets from her as well. When she is ready to confront me, we shall discuss things then. Occasionally teasing my sister is rather amusing. Shen Yan chose not to press further. After returning home, he took a shower and lay down, preparing to sleep when suddenly, the system manifested, detecting a breach in the world barrier, with interdimensional beings entering the host's world. What on earth? Has the adversary arrived? Shen Yan sat up abruptly, checking the system. Discovering it was not an army but merely a solitary straggler. Rising, he ventured out, the system having pinpointed the intruder's location, requiring only for him to head there. The location was in Mihua town. Mihua town? Huh? Riding away from Yuan town, he arrived in Mihua town, where the individual was on the move, traveling at a swift pace. Likely driving. It couldn't be a robbery, could it? A large television in the square broadcasted the evening news, reporting that a girl dressed in a two-dimensional style had jumped off a building, injuring a passerby, and had since been taken away by the police. The news featured a photo from that moment. showing a pink-haired girl in peculiar attire, appearing somewhat dazed as she was escorted away. That, if I'm not mistaken, that must be Alicia, right? God loves the world, so do the doors of love. Darn it, I still have to break her out. Shen Yan sped towards Mihua Town's neighborhood, where the crowd was teeming with people filing reports. Given Mihua Town's crime rate, it was nearly rivaling Gotham City. Why hasn't Officer Megure been promoted? Then, with the criminals he's captured, he could lead the police department. Hello, I'm here to bail out my friend. Shen Yan approached a police officer who appeared quite fatigued, with heavy dark circles under his eyes. Who is your friend? Alicia, the pink-haired girl who jumped and caused injury. Sir, your friend is likely an undocumented immigrant. We have not found her entry records. According to the law, we will be deporting her, the officer replied seriously. Is that so? Shen Yan pulled out his phone, and with a swift maneuver, hacked into the data system to arrange an identity for Alicia. Indeed, impossible. Alicia and I grew up together. You must have made a mistake. Sir, please do not question our police data system. It could be a glitch in your network. Shen Yan suggested. Check again. Alicia, a graduate of UN High School, under the influence of the Ring of Power. The officer agreed to check once more, and indeed, they found the data edited by the Red Queen. Rubbing his head, he mused, was it really a glitch? Is she still a resident of the country? Alas, I almost let the person slip away. Sir, I shall proceed with the bail immediately. Additionally, you should advise your friend against such drastic measures as suicide. Life is truly beautiful. She may have made a momentary misstep. This fellow can indeed be rather careless at times. That I sincerely apologize for the trouble caused. After paying the bail, the officers escorted him to retrieve her. Alicia, your friend has come to bail you out. In the room stood a radiant young girl, as vibrant as fluttering blossoms, her softly curled, pink hair tied back in a ponytail. She possessed a flawless and captivating visage, with a pair of distinctive elf-like ears that drew attention. Deep within her light blue, gem-like eyes lay pink irises, both lively and resplendent. Upon seeing Shen Yan, she blinked in confusion, and before she could utter a word, Shen Yan remarked, Alicia, I've come to bail you out. Honestly, even if one's clumsy, one should not dance by the window. It is far too perilous and has caused injury to someone. Come with me, and we shall apologize to the person you harmed. You think staying at the police station is acceptable now? Then I shall return. Wait for me. Do not forsake a lovely and charming maiden. Chapter 73. The Gate of Love. Shen Yan led Alicia out of the police station. And with curiosity, she inquired, Who are you? I do not recall having met you. But since you helped me, we must be friends. Alicia takes every friendship seriously, innocent and wholesome. Shen Yan felt as though he had glimpsed a light. Gate of Love. Ahem. Greetings, Alicia. My name is Shen Yan. I shall explain everything on our way back. For now, let us head to the hospital. Upon mounting the vehicle, Alicia settled into the back seat, grasping Shen Yan's shoulders while donning a helmet. The two sped along, arriving at the hospital. What are we doing here? The innocent bystander you injured is here. We must settle matters privately. Shen Yan located the injured party, who bore 2 fractures but was not in life-threatening condition. With family members by his side, Shen Yan approached with Alicia to apologize, and the injured man, rather unperturbed, simply requested that Alicia refrain from any further attempts at self-harm. Self-harm? Me? Alicia exclaimed, pointing at herself in bewilderment. Shen Yan clarified, This fellow just learned to dance and accidentally tumbled from the windowsill. That I sincerely apologize. Please accept this small token of goodwill. From his pocket, Shen Yan produced a bundle of money. Placing it before them. This is for your medical expenses and subsequent recovery. Since you cannot work at present, consider it compensation. Oh no, this is excessive. It's merely a work-related injury, and the company will reimburse it. That is of no consequence, Shen Yan responded, shaking his head as he pressed the money into the man's hands. Alicia chimed in with her apologies. I am truly sorry for my carelessness. I did not mean to cause you any trouble. Please, do accept this money. I assure you I shall never act so recklessly again. No worries at all. The man blushed, leaning back shyly. In that case, we shall not disturb your rest any longer. Alicia, it is time for us to return. Very well, sir. Please take care of yourself. As they departed the hospital, Shen Yan remarked, Miss Alicia, welcome to a world free from collapse. Free from collapse? Alicia's eyes brightened. Indeed, I do not sense the presence of such calamities. Does this mean you have triumphed over collapse? In this context, collapse refers to a cyclical natural disaster, a rhythmic adjustment of the universe. With the continuous advancement of civilization, the perils of collapse only escalate. Unpredictable in nature, manifesting as wars, diseases, and climatic disasters, collapse serves as a trial for the tree of imaginary numbers. Through its trials, the world of the tree can continue to exist, lest it fall away. Each major collapse births a ruler, wreaking havoc upon civilization. And this young lady before us is indeed a ruler, the true self, the ruler of humanity. She is the arbiter of human nature, the custodian of humanity. The world of collapse has faced destruction more than once, and the former civilization to which Alicia belonged is among them. Except for her, all other rulers merely brought ruin to civilization, while Alicia, born as a human, is the first ruler, wandering through realms, joining the organization known as the Moth of the Flame to combat collapse. After the tragic constraints, the Moth of the Flame was reduced to merely 13 fused warriors. Before confronting the final ruler, Alicia invited her comrades to a banquet to strategize against the 13th ruler, sacrificing herself to unite them against a common enemy, instilling courage in the face of the final ruler, while also weaving the threads of fate to implore future rulers for a semblance of humanity. 50,000 years hence, the emergence of a group of traitorous rulers would hardly be surprising. In this world, collapse does not exist, nor does it loom. Rather, greater crises await in the future. The mere mention of dimensional invasions causes Shen Yan a headache. He currently fights alone, with no allies in sight. Is that so? Alicia scratched her head, pondering. But how did I survive? Survived? Are you not alive? Not exactly. I chose self-sacrifice, thus I should have perished. The sensation of living again is quite marvelous. Or is this perhaps the afterlife? Mr. Shen Yan, are you a reaper? Alicia queried. Not at all. Shen Yan sought clarification from the system regarding the situation. The system responded, indicating that, at present, Alicia's consciousness and soul had departed her world upon her death. Entering this realm, unconsciously, she had harnessed this power to reconstruct her body, achieving resurrection, or perhaps someone had aided her. The first scenario seems plausible, but if the second were true, who could it be? Please have the host interact with Alicia. The system shall conduct a scan. You possess that capability? Shen Yan questioned, having never witnessed it before. The system, though not omnipotent, had never been prompted regarding this. Alicia, please extend your hand. I shall perform a check. Just call me Alicia. Here. Alicia offered her delicate and fair hand, and Shen Yan politely grasped her fingertips as the system initiated the scan, arriving at a conclusion. The energy required for Alicia's resurrection was not sourced from humanity. Not humanity, from the planet's power? The planet? You mean Earth? Indeed, theoretically, Alicia now belongs to this world's humanity. Releasing her hand, Alicia inquired, "What is it, Shen Yan? Is there a problem? Your resurrection derives from the planet's energy, yet I do not comprehend why the planet would choose to assist you." The system could not provide an answer, but Alicia, unfazed, remarked, "Perhaps the planet beneath our feet thought it a pity for such a beautiful maiden to perish so easily. If the planet harbors its own will, it may indeed think that way." Shen Yan too was perplexed. This world was evidently more intricate than he had initially surmised. Now that I have arrived in this new world, how might I return? I am quite concerned for Eden and the others. Alicia reminisced fondly about her friends, prompting Shen Yan to reply, "I once had the ability to send you back, but that is no longer feasible." The system had initially intended to return Alicia, but now that she had absorbed the planet's energy and transformed into a being of this world, it could no longer pinpoint her original location through her. Is there truly no way? Alicia's expression fell, evoking sympathy, but she soon regained her composure, stating, "Even if I cannot see them, I believe they will continue to fight." Shen Yan opened his mouth, uncertain how to inform her that the Moth of the Flame's 13 heroes had dwindled to merely Kevin and a few others. Chapter 74. The Pink Fairy. Alicia temporarily took residence in Shen Yan's home. "Shen Yan, may I borrow some money? I wish to purchase some items to decorate my room, and I will repay you once I find work." Alicia said, a touch shy. "That is no issue. There's no need to repay me," Shen Yan replied, producing a stack of cash to hand to her. "That cannot be. I must repay you." Alicia declined Shen Yan's generous offer, departing on his vehicle. Meanwhile, Shen Yan remained at home, training according to the guidance of martial texts. As time swiftly passed during his training, Alicia returned with an abundance of items, having arranged for delivery, wallpaper, plush toys, and various decorations. all unambiguously pink. You truly have an affinity for the color pink. Of course, such an adorable hue is best suited for the beautiful Alicia. Would you like me to decorate your room in a similar fashion? The mere thought of his room adorned in pink prompted Shen Yan to shake his head vigorously. No need for that. It is perfectly fine as it is. What a pity. A dashing young man like Shen Yan should also adorn his room. Alicia displayed a look of regret as Shen Yan remarked, I happen to have some photos that I haven't stored yet. Let's put them in the room. Some can be made into an album. Shen Yan declared, promptly framing a few pictures taken in Middle-earth. Alicia picked one up with curiosity. Shen Yan, do you also have friends with pointed ears? Her pointed ears were the result of a fusion warrior surgery. Infused with the genes of a Hersher's beast, due to the imperfections of the procedure, her ears had become elfin, and she found it impossible to gain weight. That is a true elf, someone I met before. Elves? Does this world have elves? Alicia asked excitedly. I want to meet one. I'm afraid not. He doesn't reside in this world that I possess the ability to travel across various realms, but at the moment, I cannot take anyone with me. What an amazing ability. I too wish to travel to places I've never been. Perhaps there will be an opportunity in the future, Shen Yan shrugged, placing the album on the bookshelf that I still need to buy some books. It would be a shame to have such a large bookshelf without any books, Shen Yan added. Can you read? There are many books in the Myriad laboratory. Probably not. I just organized them for aesthetics. Perhaps I'll buy some light novels to fill the space, at least I read them during my free time. Let's go to the bookstore. I also want to browse a bit. Sure, let's go together. The two walked away, with Alicia skipping joyfully along the way, her youthful exuberance radiating beauty. Shen Yan couldn't help but steal glances at her. What's wrong? Am I too stunning for you to handle? Alicia teased. Not quite. I've seen even more beautiful people, Shen Yan replied, pulling out a photo of Galadriel. Alicia examined it closely. How beautiful, and she shines as well. Is she also an elf? Galadriel, the lady of lawful reign in Middle-earth, is the most noble of elves. That I would love to meet such a beauty. Of course, you would, you former leader of the Land of Memories. Galadriel is at least 7,000 years old. But she looks so youthful. I still want to meet her. Why are you looking at me like that? Isn't it normal to admire lovely maidens? Or do you prefer handsome boys, like Cosmo? I like girls. Shen Yan replied, finding it hard to deal with Alicia's flirtatious nature, which was just her way of speaking. She acted on her whims, freely engaging her interests, finding joy in every matter. Indeed, liking girls is perfectly normal. The two chatted and laughed as they arrived in the city. Passing by a maid CAF, a group of lovely young ladies caught Alicia's attention. Shen Yan, look at all those beautiful girls. Let's check it out. No. Why not? Their outfits are stunning. Come on. Fine. I can't argue with you. They entered the maid CAF, where a line of girls in maid outfits welcomed them sweetly. Welcome home, master. Wow, everyone is so cute, Alicia exclaimed as she sat down, admiring the scene. Noticing Shen Yan picking up the menu, she asked, Shen Yan, don't you think they're beautiful? No matter how pretty they are, they're not my personal maids. That I'll have 2 servings of omelet rice. What would you like to drink? Just some orange juice will do. All right, 1 orange juice and 1 cola. Please wait a moment, masters. The maid serving them left, and soon after, a stunning blonde maid with twin tails returned, carrying 2 plates of omelet rice. Locking eyes with Shen Yan, her red eyes narrowed. A human mage, and there's an elf? Wait, shouldn't the elf's hair color be different? A dragon? Shen Yan exclaimed in surprise. Twin tails, maid, dragon eyes. It's you, Thor? Do you know her? Alicia asked curiously. Not at all, they both replied in unison. You two are quite in sync. Are you really not acquainted? Alicia pressed. That I don't know her, Shen Yan murmured. Then added quietly, she's a dragon. Like the flying dragons in Western mythology, as long as you don't disturb my work, I'll be fine with it. Here's your omelet rice, Thor said nonchalantly, placing the dishes before them and casting a spell. What is this? A spell to enhance the taste of the food. Shen Yan rested his head on his hand, surprised that magic was actually being used here. In a typical maid CAF, magic was usually just for show. The fact that this dragon was genuinely using it was astonishing. After casting the spell, Thor turned to leave, as she had work to attend to. Is there really magic? Alicia's eyes sparkled. Shen Yan, can you do it? I know a bit, but it takes a long time to chant. Can you teach me? You lack the magical power to learn, but I have it. Alicia insisted, my Hersher's energy can be transformed into other energies. It should be what you refer to as magical power, right? Really? Let me see your hand. Upon examining her, Shen Yan confirmed her claim. He then inquired with the system. Hersher's energy is extremely dangerous in any world. Alicia, as a Hersher's, possesses vast amounts of it. When the planet reshapes her body, it converts Hersher's energy into the dominant energy of this world. Is the dominant force magical power? Shen Yan asked. Indeed. So, can I learn your magic? You can, but when we return, you will need to learn Elvish and Dwarvish, along with a few other languages. Huh? Don't we learn the spells directly? I'm afraid my magic is of the Middle-earth variety, which requires different languages for incantation. I know nothing of the magic here. All right. After finishing their omelet rice, they settled the bill and left, heading to the bookstore where they bought a plethora of books along with a large bag of snacks. Upon returning home, Shen Yan took out the spellbook given by Galadriel and said, "Come, first we will learn Elvish." Gazing at the text within the spellbook, Alicia followed Shen Yan's intonation, eagerly asking, "If I learn this, will I become a magical girl?" "No. At your age, it would be impossible to be a magical girl. Perhaps a magical lady." Alicia covered Shen Yan's mouth, pouting, "I am forever a 17-year-old maiden, not a magical lady." Self-deception is not wise. The pink fairy maiden weighing 55 kilograms. Only 54.8. No rounding up. Rounding up makes you 60 kilograms, and if we round again, you're at 100 kilograms, a hefty 200 G. The pink tank maiden with 25 health bars in the game. Shen Yan, ever the troublemaker, knew Alicia would never gain weight. "You claim to be a magical girl. Let me show you a real magical girl." Glancing at the time, he leaned out the window and called. "Sakura, are you home? Please come here. I need a favor." Sakura, returning from school, poked her head out the window. Coming. Shortly after, Sakura arrived at Shen Yan's residence. "Shen Yan, what do you need help with? This sister is so beautiful." "What a lovely girl," Alicia exclaimed, warmly grasping Sakura's hand. "I'm Alicia. You may call me Sister Alicia. You're Sakura, right?" Sister Alicia. Hello. I'm Kinomoto Sakura. You can just call me Sakura," she stammered, slightly overwhelmed by Alicia's enthusiasm. Shen Yan interjected. "Sakura, bring out your wand." "The wand? Here?" "Yes. I just need to shatter a certain older girl's dreams." "All right. Let the key imbued with the power of stars appear." As Sakura finished her chant, the star wand manifested in her hand. "Is this sufficient? She's truly a magical girl. But why hasn't she transformed?" Alicia observed curiously. "Shen Yan, shouldn't magical girls transform?" "I'm afraid Sakura might be the only magical girl who doesn't transform. Though she has an external transformation spell. Is transformation a requirement for magical girls?" Sakura asked shyly. "Her outfits are all prepared by Chin, but in my understanding, magical girls should transform. But even without it, Sakura is adorable," Alicia stated, embracing Sakura tightly, burying her in her ample bosom. "Ugh, Alicia, you might suffocate Sakura." My apologies. Is it because Sakura is simply too adorable?" "Come, allow me to pinch her little cheeks." "Now, let me introduce you, Sakura. This is Alicia, a friend I encountered during my business trip, who will be staying at my home for a while." Indeed, it was Shen Yan who took in the homeless me. Alicia and Shen Yan share such a wonderful relationship. She gets along splendidly with everyone. Shen Yan helplessly remarked that Alicia's nature is kind to all, treating each person with sincerity, which can be a bit overwhelming due to her exuberance. Of course, Alicia genuinely treats everyone with kindness. "Sakura, I bought some snacks. Would you like some?" "Thank you, sister. Your ears are so lovely." "Sister, you must be an elf." "Really? Please don't tease Sakura," with a light chop of his hand. Shen Yan clarified that she is human, merely possessing elfin ears. Of course, I am human." "Sakura, have you encountered any peculiar happenings lately? Aside from the strange weather yesterday, nothing else." "That I transformed the fire card into a new one." Resolving the issue, Sakura produced the pink Sakura card, and Alicia immediately fell in love with its color. "Is this your magical tool, Sakura?" "No, it belongs to my friend." "Friend? I adore the Clow cards. It took me quite a while to befriend them," Sakura stated earnestly. "In order to prevent everyone from becoming ordinary cards, I must ensure their successful transformation. You shouldn't transform too many cards in one day. Your magic power is still insufficient." Currently, Sakura's magical energy is not very strong, and transforming even one Sakura card is quite challenging. However, if that's the case, everyone might become ordinary cards. Sakura expressed her concerns. "No need to worry. It won't happen so quickly. Your magic will increase alongside the transformation of the cloud cards. I understand. I will complete it as soon as possible. After Alicia offered Sakura a slice of cake, she fell silent. The three indulged in their snacks. And when Sakura took her leave, Shen Yan gifted her a cake for Xiaoku. What a lovely child. Shen Yan, you seem to like her quite a bit. She is my childhood friend. Alicia was puzzled. To which Shen Yan replied, who wouldn't tea like a child like Sakura? Indeed. What shall we have for dinner? Will the pink fairy herself be cooking? I'll prepare it myself. My appetite is quite large. And I fear you won't make enough for me. Shen Yan rolled up his sleeves, retrieving beef, chicken, lamb, and an abundance of vegetables from the fridge. Alicia's eyes widened at the growing pile of ingredients. Are you planning to eat all of this? Well, that's why I seldom cook at home. It's too troublesome. Instead of utilizing a cutting board, he extracted a knife that had never been used for butchering. Wait, isn't that knife a bit excessive for cutting vegetables? It's sufficiently swift. Breath of the moon, in Alicia's astonished gaze. The meat and vegetables were swiftly sliced with precision. Wow, is this also magic? This is the result of painstaking skill. Shen Yan wiped the oil from the knife before putting it away. Fire up the stove and add oil. Alicia, please wash the rice and prepare a pot. A pot? Is your rice cooker really that large? Alicia retrieved a specially made rice cooker resembling a water bucket, which seemed capable of holding half a pot of rice if I don't fill up. I'll have to go out for supper later. It's too troublesome. Shen Yan commented while stir-frying the vegetables. All right. After a flurry of activity, a grand feast was laid out on the table. And then, to Alicia's increased astonishment, Shen Yan devoured everything at lightning speed, finishing before she had even completed one bowl of rice. Burp. Well then, I leave the dishes to you. Chapter 76. The century-long war with the evil dragon that evening. After spending 40 minutes washing dishes, Alicia emerged from the kitchen, feeling utterly exhausted. She never anticipated that washing dishes could be so tiring. Not too bad, Shen Yan replied, sitting in the living room, rare for him to be playing a game. Controller in hand as he complained, Miyazaki's aesthetics are utterly bizarre. It's south enough to drive one's sanity mad. These monsters are all hideous. Who can blame him when the game creator is Miyazaki? Elden Ring was the best of the lot. I've played even stranger ones. Just then, a system notification appeared before him. Ding. Preparing for traversal. Please make necessary preparations. He set down the controller and remarked. Alicia, I must leave this world for a while. Please keep an eye on the house that I want to go to. Can you take me? It seems that's not possible. The next world is the century-long war with the evil dragon. Traversal commencing. Shen Yan was enveloped in white light and vanished from the room in the blink of an eye. I too wish to explore other worlds. Task 1. Repair the first anomaly point. Reward. Individual manifestation. Mount A. Heroic spirit summoning. Task points. 5,000. Task 2. Eliminate guild array. Reward. Continuation of civilization. High-speed divine speech A. Universal response to breaking the oath. Heroic completion EX. Task points. 6,000. Shen Yan gazed upon the rewards for this endeavor. While most were understandable, he was perplexed by the concept of continuation of civilization. In his memory, this referred to an item from Arknights, the Black Crown of the Sarkas, an artifact that dealt true damage in the game. Surely this wouldn't be the case here as well? Without further contemplation, he knew he would discover the truth post-task completion. Looking up to the azure sky, a massive light band enveloped the planet, composed of billions of beams, each with the power to obliterate a city. Humanity's erasure. The Demon King Geisha had transformed the entirety of human history from 2016 to 1000 BC into fuel, which upon combustion formed immense magical energy. Utilizing this power, he aimed to reverse time to 4.6 billion years ago, at the moment of the planet's birth, becoming a new celestial body and creating a world devoid of death. This was the true intent of the Demon King Geisha. Creating anomalies and distorting history was merely a part of Geisha's plan for the erasure of humanity. It should now be the year 1431, the year of Joan of Arc's execution by fire. During the 100 Years' War, though currently in a ceasefire, Shen Yan surveyed his surroundings to ascertain his location before proceeding. Exiting the forest, he soon spotted a village enveloped in thick smoke, where mythological creatures, bipedal dragons, were preying upon the townsfolk. Damn it. Without hesitation, Shen Yan charged in, leaping into the air to decapitate one of the dragons as it plummeted. he used its falling body as a stepping stone to dispatch another. Run, get out of here. Shen Yan instructed his wooden clones to evacuate the ordinary citizens, also ensuring that the soldiers resisting the dragons could escape. With another strike, he felled another bipedal dragon, creatures that once roamed freely during the Age of Gods, akin to wild dogs. Yet, as the divine era waned and gods and mythical beings retreated to the inner seas of the stars, such beings should no longer be present on the surface. However, given the circumstances of the first anomaly point, these creatures acted as mere fodder, lacking significant strength but overwhelming in numbers. Alongside the bipedal dragons, there were also massive sea demons, with tentacles and bodies reminiscent of grotesque flowers. Covered in repulsive slime that was nauseating to behold, the bipedal dragons were summoned by the evil dragon Fafnir, while the sea demons were called forth by Gilderay, the infamous Bluebeard, after evacuating the population of the small village. Shen Yan and his wooden clones successfully eradicated the sea demons and bipedal dragons. Wiping the blood from his blade, Shen Yan inquired of a soldier about the nearest large city. This place is not far from Lyon. If you head south for half a day, you will reach Lyon, but the entirety of France is currently in turmoil. The dragon witch Joan of Arc seeks revenge on France. She has burned the bishop and our king. We are next. Shen Yan chose to disregard the group, for the demise of the saintly Jeanne d'Arc was of no concern to him. The woman was dead, and no amount of regret could alter that fact. As for the dragon witch, she was merely a counterfeit conjured by Gilderay using the Holy Grail, the most easily deceived woman in Chaldea. He decided to first head to Lyon to see if any servants were active there. With the incineration of human history underway, the collective consciousness of humanity, known as Aleia, found itself in an exceptionally weakened state. However, it would also draw forth some manifestations of heroic spirits from the throne of heroes, known as servants, to assist. Yet this Aleia. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes. It was not something to be taken lightly if memory served correctly. After conquering the singularity, Chaldea ventured to tackle the lost belts, 7 of which had been obliterated. In the end, human history did not permit Chaldea to return, having utilized too many extraneous classes, powers that did not belong to the realm of panhuman history, ultimately requiring them to prove their innocence. Prove your innocence, indeed. The heart of Chaldea's salvation shines like the sun and moon. To slander Gibalg, to understand Gibalg, to become Gibalg. Having purchased a steed with gold, Shen Yan mounted and galloped along the countryside road. As he had anticipated, Lyon was similarly plagued by the rampage of wyverns and sea monsters in vast numbers. In addition, a colossal black dragon circled overhead, adorned with azure patterns upon its chest. That was the malevolent dragon, Fafnir, in the world of Type Moon. Fafnir does not refer to a singular dragon, but rather a phenomenon. Historical accounts in Type Moon record 2 dragon slayers who vanquished Fafnir, the Norse warrior king Sigurd, and the prince of Nibelungen, Siegfried. The difference lies in that Sigurd did not bathe in dragon's blood to acquire the same cursed dragon-slaying armor as Siegfried, but instead consumed Fafnir's heart, transforming it into the heart of a dragon, allowing him to regain mana with each breath and granting him the wisdom of dragons. Suddenly, the dusk-hued mana surged within Lyon, sending tremors through Fafnir, causing its wings to beat with renewed vigor. The flash of swordlight evoking unpleasant memories of its past. What is there to fear? Fafnir, charged forth. Atop Fafnir stood a girl with gray-white hair, clad in black light armor, wielding a dragon banner. Fear was not an option. The dragon was on the verge of collapse. Kill him. Not so fast, my lady. This man can truly defeat me. Fafnir was gripped by psychological trauma, yet unleashed a searing breath, sending a figure flying. Goodness, that couldn't be Siegfried. Could it? I must save him. If Siegfried were to fall, who could possibly contend with Fafnir? I cannot fly, nor do I possess any dragon-slaying abilities. Chapter 77. The Berserk Servant in the World of Type Moon. Restraint outweighs everything, and the Sun God is the ultimate bane. Dragon attributes and divinity represent the greatest debuffs within the game. With Siegfried present, defeating Fafnir would become significantly easier, due to the dragon's might. The steed grew restless, prompting Shen Yan to abandon it in favor of a motorcycle, pursuing Siegfried with fervor. The roar of the engine caught the attention of the dragon witch. What is that? Never mind. Assassin, saber, go eliminate that individual. 2 figures, drenched in sacrificial blood, approached, their bodies entwined with an aura of madness. One, clad in a black robe and wielding a spear, struggled yet reluctantly followed. The other, possessing a delicate, androgynous visage with a neutral tone, nodded, a slender sword hanging at their waist, as graceful as a white lily. Shen Yan soon found the dragon slayer, yet Siegfried's condition was dire, his body marred with cracks. Resembling a fragile porcelain poised to shatter, the dragon's breath had inflicted considerable damage, leaving him charred and unconscious, a constant stream of magical particles escaping from him, a blood hole piercing through his chest. The sole vulnerability from his back. I'm sorry, I could not defeat the enemy. The first words from his lips were laden with self-reproach. Is there still hope for you? Shen Yan crouched down to inquire. My core has been pierced. The enemy knows my weakness, and I'm afraid I cannot kill Fafnir, the dragon slayer lamented, his form gradually phasing out, ultimately dissipating into the air. This is troublesome. The entity capable of restraining Fafnir. His death spells disaster. Has he truly perished? A phantom figure appeared nearby, the voice imbued with anguish. Siegfried, Siegfried. The berserk assassin roared, lunging at Shen Yan with the spear. The clash of blade and gun echoed as Shen Yan sensed the opponent's lack of proficiency with the spear. Or perhaps it simply was not their weapon of choice. Had they been summoned as an assassin, using a spear for an assassination? Did they recognize Siegfried? Why? Why must I endure such pain once more? Why have I again killed my dear friend? The assassin's assault was chaotic, lacking any semblance of form, as Shen Yan parried the blows before suddenly exclaiming, Hagen, you are Hagen, are you not? The sole one who killed Siegfried. In life, Siegfried had attained a near-immortal body after slaying the wicked dragon, with only one weakness, a small patch on his back obscured by the leaves of a linden tree. He possessed no desires of his own, perpetually fulfilling the wishes of others, akin to an alternative version of the Holy Grail, responding to the wishes of others. Eventually, to halt a conflict instigated by himself, he implored Hagen to end his life. Thus, Hagen killed Siegfried, having been informed of his weakness, bringing his life to an end. The gold obtained from slaying Fafnir was also bequeathed to Hagen, a cursed treasure that would bring misfortune to its possessor. Siegfried's death was closely tied to the gold of the Rhine. After acquiring it, Hagen was likewise slain by Siegfried's wife, Kriemhild. The gold was subsequently cast into the Rhine, and in a twist of fate, the Einsborn family came into possession of it, bearing its curse. Even within the Holy Grail of Fiyuki, the gold of the Rhine resides, its curse enduring. Perhaps the reason no Holy Grail war has ever succeeded. Hagen, I am but a despicable assassin. Hagen's assault intensified, and Shen Yan suddenly seized the spear's shaft, thrusting his blade, the edge glimmering, piercing through the long robe and into Hagen's throat. Ha! Hagen gasped, showing no intent to resist. The dragon witch's commands tormented him. This would be an opportune end to his suffering. As his body dissipated, Shen Yan turned to the approaching White Lily Knight and asked, Shall you join as well? Apologies, but I wish to see my sword pierce your heart. Those afflicted by madness tend to be somewhat unhinged. Are you male or female? Shen Yan inquired curiously, stroking his chin. Gender is of no consequence. Understood. You are Darmuid, are you not? Darmuid's gender is simply Darmuid, just as Arthur is Arthur, and Qin Shi Huang is a renowned spy of the 18th and 19th centuries, famed for cross-dressing. His beauty lauded even by the Empress of Russia and her courtiers. Beyond beauty, Darmuid de Beaumont was versatile, a man of letters and espionage, having served as a captain of the French Dragon Knights, an exquisite yet formidable White Lily Knight. With his slender sword in hand, a dazzling display of swordplay unfolded, as Shen Yan's blade surged with flames, his movements akin to a dance. In this moment, two starkly contrasting styles collided, the lily and the flames entwined. Their resplendent movements captivating, yet their speed rendered them imperceptible to the ordinary. Two crimson sword auras intertwined before Darmuid. The slender sword nimbly struck, shattering the sword aura before pursuing. The clash of blade against sword persisted, a shallow cut appearing on Shen Yan's face, healing in an instant as if he had never been harmed. Meanwhile, a piece of flesh fell from Darmuid's shoulder, the wound emanating a charred scent. Yet such pain did not deter his relentless assault. Darmuid suddenly retreated, countless lily petals cascading from the heavens, his movements transforming into a spectacle of elegance, each glance at him threatening to ensnare one's heart. Shen Yan felt dazed, the magical ring in his grasp jolting his senses, bringing him back to clarity that a noble phantasm. Closing his eyes, Diarmuid's attack came swiftly, aimed at Shen Yan's vital points. Dance of the Scattered Lilies, fleur-de-lis. The strike landed true, yet Shen Yan's figure vanished like a mirage, disappearing without a trace. Breath of the Sun, fourth form. Mirage rainbow, flames surged from his side as Shen Yan swung his blade. The fiery edge of the demon blade soaring forth. Diarmuid had no time to retreat, abruptly realizing that his opponent's blade could not reach his neck, a sense of calm washing over him. Uffed! The blade grazed his throat, blood gushing forth as Diarmuid instinctively clutched his neck. How is this possible? It should not have struck your blade. Its length just changed. No, that was merely an illusion. The intense heat distorted space, causing you to perceive the blade as shorter. The eightfold form, Flying Wheel of the Sun, creates the illusion of a shortened blade, leading the enemy to mistakenly believe that their attack will not reach the neck. How about it? Are you awake now? As life approaches its end, the frenzy loses its effect. The noble white lily knight smiles bitterly, apologizing for the wrongs done to you. That it's nothing. You merely ruined my clothes. And I will need to change again. Chapter 78, Jean Dark. Dion and the others were summoned by the dragon witch using the Holy Grail, and were afflicted with madness, rendering them bloodthirsty and contrary to their true natures. Now, on the brink of death, the White Lily Knight also reverts to his original form. Can you provide me with information on the other servants? And what about the base? The base is in Orleans. Archer is the Greek huntress Atlanta. Lancer is presumably a servant related to vampires, likely that piercing noble. Rider is a saint. Caster is Gilgamesh, also an aide to the Dragon Witch, and Berserker, I know not. But he is formidable. Upon finishing his words, Dion's body dissipated. Shen Yan bid farewell and remounted his motorcycle. Even the last savior of humanity is uncertain of his whereabouts, so he will first head to Lion to rescue people. The once flourishing city now lies in ruins, besieged by wyverns and sea monsters, a horde of zombie-like living corpses ravenously devouring humanity. Shen Yan furrowed his brow, gripping his sword tightly, as he charged into the fray with his wooden doppelganger. Relentlessly slashing to rescue ordinary people, the Dragon Witch and Fafnir were nowhere to be found. It seemed they had departed. Announcement. A voice emanated from the distant church. Shen Yan turned to see a young priest with white hair, clad in a red shroud, casting the church's demon-slaying weapon, the Black Key, to slay a living corpse. Behind him, a group of refugees hid within the church. The priest exuded an aura of magical power. He was a servant. His skin was dark, bearing the visage of an oriental man, one hand grasping 3 black keys, while the other held a katana. Who are you? I am ruler, Amegakure Tokazita. I in obedience to the divine will. I protect those who pray for aid. The priest purified a living corpse and spoke in a gentle tone. Amegakure, the priest who lived for 60 years only to be defeated by a synthetic human who had been alive for less than 2 weeks in Fa. Indeed. Are you the master from Chaldea? Amegakure inquired. Regrettably, I am not. I am merely a fortunate passerby who has arrived here. Shen Yan drew an automatic rifle and began firing at the wyverns above. Realizing that killing them one by one was far too slow. You claim you are not a master. Where in this era would an AK come from? Damn it. Shen Yan hefted a rocket launcher and fired at a swarm of approaching wyverns. Boom. The rocket launcher successfully hit its target, clearing the area of wyverns. The wooden doppelgangers reported back, confirming their assigned zones were also cleared. Greetings, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shen Yan. Hailing from the future, Amegakure Tokasada. Amegakure and Shen Yan shook hands. Mr. Shen Yan, you truly are not a master. Indeed, I came here by chance. Shen Yan shrugged. I see. Amegakure appeared momentarily lost in thought. Glimpsing fragments of the future, the ruler class, aside from a few who create their own spiritual foundations, is primarily composed of individuals deemed saints, endowed with a capability known as revelation, allowing them to receive insights from the divine. Having grasped a general understanding of Shen Yan's origins, he ceased further inquiries, offering a gentle smile. That Mr. Shen Yan, my task is to safeguard the residents of Lion. The last savior of humanity will arrive in Domremy in 3 days. Prior to that, I kindly ask you to visit Vaucouleurs. Did your master instruct you? Yes, that pigeon truly knows how to slack off, leaving everything to you. Very well. I shall venture to Vaucouleurs. I entrust Lion to you. Shen Yan mounted his motorcycle, inquiring about the direction to Domremy before riding off. The wyverns, sea monsters, and living corpses in Lion had been dealt with the absence of the dragon witch and the presence of Amegakure. Peace could be maintained in the short term. It is unfortunate that Siegfried has perished. Otherwise, he could have led the charge against the enemy's stronghold. Now, a more prolonged strategy is required. The motorcycle sped along the road, passing through cities ravaged by wyverns, dispatching wooden doppelgangers to cleanse the area. After a delay, they finally reached Vaucouleurs 2 days later. The situation in Vaucouleurs was not as dire as Lion. Soldiers still fought valiantly to defend the city, with wyverns appearing rarely and living corpses more prevalent. After clearing the corpses at the entrance, they were welcomed by the soldiers as they entered the city. Aside from the devastation wrought by the Dragon Witch's vengeance, have there been any peculiar occurrences here recently? Shen Yan inquired. Odd occurrences? The soldiers exchanged glances, shaking their heads. Well, there are rumors that the Dragon Witch was active in the vicinity yesterday. And now everyone is hiding at home, afraid to venture out. I understand now. Shen Yan nodded. Yesterday, if the Dragon Witch had come to Vaucouleurs, the city would have been obliterated like Lion. In other words, it is Jean Dark, the true servant Jean, not the Black Jean. Shen Yan produced a divination crystal ball to locate Jean's general whereabouts, confirming it before finding the saint concealing herself in a robe. Due to the Dragon Witch's emergence, the Jean with the same face had become a figure of dread. Shortly after she was subjected to burning at the stake, she descended as a servant. Yet, for unknown reasons, she had lost most of her abilities as a ruler and could not hear the voice of her master. Her prowess as a servant diminished as well. This face indeed belongs to Tucci. Jean is beautiful, with a delicate visage. Though not tall, her figure is admirable. Many others bear this face besides her. King Arthur, also of the saber class, is 3 centimeters taller than Nero, yet they weigh the same. What could account for this? Excuse me, sir. Jean waved her hand before Shen Yan, asking if he sought her for something. That I wish to enlist your aid against the Dragon Witch. Miss Jean, will you join me? Certainly, but Jean touched her own face, saying, people will be afraid and no need for concern. Fear is inconsequential. Our goal is to confront the Dragon Witch, not to worry about the sentiments of ordinary folk. Shen Yan remained indifferent to their psychology. Fear is merely fear, not death. Though Jean may be somewhat naive and lacking in common sense, she is still a decent person. Is it truly acceptable? It is. Your mission is to defeat the Dragon Witch and save your homeland. Not to fret over whether they are frightened. You are already a servant. In essence, you are a deceased soul. Once the singularity is repaired, you will return to the throne of heroes, will you not? Yes, I understand that I shall accompany you. Then let us depart. We are headed to Domremy to await the arrival of the last human master. Huh? Are you not one? Do you see any command seals on me? Chapter 79. The Savior, Fujimura Ritsuka. No, I apologize. That was my oversight. Jean said apologetically. Let us go. After refueling the motorcycle, Jean asked, what is this? Do you not remember the Holy Grail War? Should I? Jean tilted her head, her memory ceasing at the moment of her death. Leaving no recollection of the Holy Grail War, the throne of heroes exists independently of the timeline. The data of the heroic spirit is preserved there. Upon summoning, a doppelganger participates in the Holy Grail War. After its conclusion, the doppelganger's memories are uploaded back. The heroic spirit can choose whether to accept them. Generally, they do not. These memories are akin to data. Even if reviewed, the original self retains no thoughts on the matter. The Jean seeking Siegfried belongs to a parallel world, not this one. A vehicle from the future. You may understand it as a steed. Let us proceed. With Jean as a local guide, Shen Yan no longer needed to ask for directions, allowing her to lead the way. Upon reaching Domremy, it was already night. They chose not to enter the town but set up camp by a river outside, gazing at the star-filled sky and the bright halo. Jean remarked, the stars of my homeland remain so beautiful. Indeed, they are stunning. Shen Yan poured a cup of hot water and handed it to Jean, asking, do you know the incantation for summoning a servant? I wish to try summoning one. I am terribly sorry. I do not know. Previously, I only focused on warfare and farming, completely ignorant of such matters. The paperwork was handled by Gil and the others. Are you truly ruler? In the Holy Grail War, the ruler class is a rather overpowered one. directly supplied with magical energy by the Holy Grail, and endowed with command seals that can compel other classes. Each possessing two. Regrettably, due to unknown reasons, my abilities have significantly diminished. I am but an inadequate ruler. Jeanne d'Arc felt an overwhelming sense of shame, her head nearly buried in the tumultuous waves of her own chest. As I remained silent, I produced a long-stemmed pipe, packed it with longu leaves, and ignited it with a burning twig, exhaling a breath. This was far more pleasing than the taste of tobacco before departing from the continent. He had procured a considerable amount of longu leaves from Gondor. After indulging in a fine smoke, Shen Yan retired for the night. On the following morning, after washing up by the riverbank and having breakfast with Jeanne, Shen Yan prepared to search for the traces of the last human savior when they heard the sounds of a scuffle. Following the noise, they beheld two young maidens besieged by a group of soldiers. One of them, with short purple hair and clad in form-fitting leather armor, wielded a massive cross-shaped shield, valiantly defending the orange-haired girl behind her. This was dire. It was a chaotic evil, upon recognizing the female version of Fujimaru Ritsuka. Shen Yan's mind trembled, in his memory. The male counterpart was the savior, while the female version was simply a chaotic evil fond of red hair. Chaotic evil? Jeanne questioned, perplexed, yet she rushed to assist the two girls. The moment she revealed herself, her face frightened away a considerable number of foes. Although I'm not sure what is happening, I still appreciate your help. Fujimaru Ritsuka expressed her gratitude sincerely as Shen Yan approached. He sighed in relief, thankful she was not a chaotic evil. If she had been a chaotic evil, that would have been comical. It is widely acknowledged that comedic characters are the strongest, and no need to thank me. I am ruler. My true name is Jeanne d'Arc, and this is Mr. Shen Yan. Jeanne introduced herself and Shen Yan, who were met with introductions from the two maidens in return. I am Fujimaru Ritsuka. From the Human Order Security Agency, Chaldea. I am Mash Kirilite, a subordinate of the Master. The mission of Chaldea is to rectify history, steering humanity's past in the correct direction to ensure the survival of the world. Due to the reckless actions of the Grand Order's bomb thrower, Leviathan, Chaldea suffered a catastrophic explosion, leaving all masters severely injured or on the brink of death, forcing the newly joined Fujimaru Ritsuka to undertake the task of saving the world. They utilized particle transfer technology to transport themselves from 2016 to this era, aiming to correct this singularity. Wasn't Miss Jeanne already dead? Fujimaru Ritsuka raised her hand to inquire. So, she is a servant. Shen Yan clarified. Come with us. You have much to attend to. All right. They arrived at the camp, where Shen Yan began explaining the situation regarding this singularity. Caster Gilderay was the architect behind this singularity. Having created a false Jeanne solely bent on vengeance using the Holy Grail, in a fit of unknown rage and hatred, Black Jeanne incinerated King Charles VII and the bishop, exacting revenge upon France. Upon hearing that Black Jeanne summoned the evil dragon Fafnir, Fujimaru Ritsuka's communication device on her wrist erupted with a man's frantic shouting. Huh? The evil dragon Fafnir? How are we supposed to fight that? Fafnir is among the pinnacle of dragon kinds, a creature of immense power. There was another grim piece of news. The dragon slayer Siegfried was slain at the hands of Black Jeanne and her summoned servants. Shen Yan lamented. The dragon slayer? That's Siegfried. He's dead too. This is truly catastrophic. What are we to do? I must consult the magical Meli website for answers. Doctor, please do not place your hopes on a non-existent virtual idol. Mash protested. In Chaldea. Romani Archamon cheerfully announced. I got a response. Let us see. Why would you ask me such a question? If you can't overcome this little difficulty, you might as well die. Wow, how harsh. Hee. Meli. My Meli. Is this person truly Solomon? Solomon triumphed in the singular Holy Grail War, granting wishes for humanity's existence, only to witness the end of human history at the moment of losing his powers. For 10 years, he never rested properly, pouring every effort into acquiring knowledge that could be of aid, later joining Chaldea to become the head of the medical department, and now he is even acting director of Chaldea. Yet now, he is hopelessly enamored with virtual idols. Doctor, the magical Meli site is a creation of Merlin meant for amusement. You're essentially a fan of Merlin, Shen Yan pointed out, warning that should he continue down this path of obsession, he would surely lose his mind when Merlin's identity is revealed. No, that's impossible. How could Meli be that waste of Merlin? Romani, aware of the connection between magical Meli and Merlin, vehemently refused to believe that the person behind magical melee was that waste of Merlin. Doctor, please do not embarrass yourself. Chapter 80. Siegfried and Rinnegan. Returning to the main issue, the current predicament is how to deal with Fafnir. Without a dragon slayer, it will be exceedingly difficult for us to defeat Fafnir. Romani lamented. Then let us summon another, Shen Yan suggested. Historically, there are two individuals known for slaying Fafnir, Siegfried and Sigurd. Since Siegfried has already returned to the throne of heroes, summoning either of them should suffice to vanquish Fafnir. Indeed, Mash perked up. If that's the case, our chances of victory greatly increase. Then let us proceed with the summoning. Fujimaru Ritsuka readily agreed, while Romani remarked, you should search for a nearby ley line. But what will we use to specifically summon those two dragon slayers? Specific summoning requires a relic, yet none of us possess such items. Siegfried was summoned due to the appearance of Fafnir. A chain reaction of this singularity. Without a relic, it would be akin to searching for two kings among thousands of playing cards that a random summoning would yield the servant most compatible with the summoner. Rather than the one most suited to the current situation, it is nearly impossible to draw restricted characters from the permanent pool. Fafnir could work, couldn't it? Shen Yan pondered aloud. If we could obtain a dragon scale from Fafnir, we could summon a servant associated with him. But how can we obtain a scale from Fafnir? Mash's question cast a pall of silence over the group. After a moment of contemplation, Shen Yan proposed, what if we summon using the concept of a dragon? I have a dragon scale, though it is not from Fafnir. That scale may belong to a servant with dragon attributes. Considering the legends of the two dragon slayers, they should also possess dragon qualities, Romani noted. Let us give it a shot. Shen Yan retrieved the dragon scale armor and said, the scale on my chest is indeed a dragon scale. Let us find a ley line. Understood. The four set off together and soon discovered a ley line within a dense forest. Mash placed the shield, belonging to the round table Knight Galahad, upon it, which bore the inscription for summoning a servant. Shen Yan also placed the dragon scale armor upon the ley line, causing the summoning array to materialize. Fujimaru Ritsuka began reciting the incantation Mash had taught her. Proclaim, thy body is entrusted to my command. My fate shall be bound to thy sword. Respond to the Holy Grail's call. Obey this will. O being of reason, answer me. I am the one who accomplishes all good in the world. I am the embodiment of all evil, entwined by the three great incantations of the 7 days. Cross the wheel of suppression and appear, O guardian of balance. A shimmering aura emanated from the shield as torrents of magical energy burst forth. Enveloping everyone in a tempest, the figure wielding a cerulean magic sword emerged. Servant Saber, my true name is Siegfried. Are you my master? Please issue your commands, and I shall fulfill them promptly. His voice was as cold and unyielding as steel. Fantastic! Roar! Fujimaru Ritsuka exclaimed joyfully, revealing the command seals on her hand. Greetings, Mr. Siegfried. I am Fujimaru Ritsuka. Thus, the contract is established. Siegfried nodded, and Fujimaru Ritsuka immediately felt the bond of the contract forming between them, a surge of magical energy connecting them, leaving her momentarily drained. What is this burden? It's quite strenuous. Hurry, transfer Ritsuka's magical energy to Chaldea's generator, Romani commanded, instructing others to shift the magical energy while wiping the sweat from his brow. They had succeeded so swiftly. The heroic figures of the divine era were indeed formidable, yet for a magician like Ritsuka to supply him with magical energy proved to be quite taxing. Wolsong, lauded as the king of warriors, a great hero and descendant of the deity Odin, shares a similar legend with Siegfried. His quest for vengeance for his father is not born of familial affection, but rather a sense of duty. Aware that he would ultimately be slain by his beloved, he nonetheless finds himself hopelessly enamored the moment he lays eyes on Bjarnhild, facing death with serene acceptance under her frenzied love. Has the supply of magic shifted? My apologies, master, for the trouble. Siegfried adjusted his glasses, his azure eyes ablaze like blue flames. It's nothing. In fact, I shall entrust the next task to you, Mr. Siegfried. Fujimaru Ritsuka informed Siegfried of the current situation. That sounds perilous. Fafnir, is it? In that case, I shall take on the task that Siegfried could not complete, Siegfried replied in a nonchalant tone. Shen Yan observed Siegfried, noting that although they stemmed from the same origin, they were entirely different. The bashful Mashu inquired, Mr. Siegfried, your era likely did not have glasses, did it? These are not mere glasses. They are the crystallization of wisdom, Siegfried asserted with conviction, having consumed the dragon's heart. Siegfried acquired not just the heart's furnace, but also the wisdom of the dragon, though the vast amount of information proved challenging to process. The glasses assist in retrieving useful knowledge. I shall attempt summoning as well. A visit to the world of Type Moon necessitates familiarizing oneself with summoning servants. Siegfried stepped out of the summoning circle, standing silently beside Fujimaru Ritsuka. Shen Yan chanted the summoning incantation, the magic power still formidable. Oh, 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 am I about to draw a miracle as well? A red-haired maiden emerged, speaking in an arrogant and mocking tone. Servant Archer, the fairy knight Tristan, here to respond to the summoning that I shall showcase an unwavering commitment to knightly conduct. Ha ha ha. Tristan, isn't that one of the Round Table Knights? Fujimaru Ritsuka scratched his head, questioning. Could it be that Tristan is also a girl? The fairy knight Tristan turned her gaze to Fujimaru Ritsuka, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Oh, it's you? Huh? Don't you recognize me? Did you summon me? Then let us get along splendidly. After all, I am also a partner of justice. No. The one who summoned you is Mr. Shen Yan. Fujimaru Ritsuka waved his hands dismissively. Shen Yan, who are you? Are you my master? The fairy knight Tristan replied with a hint of displeasure. Though you possess a fine face, what is with that expression? Shen Yan, shaking off his surprise, revealed the 3 command seals on the back of his hand, saying, I am indeed your master. It's just that I didn't anticipate you being the one summoned that I used affinity summoning. Why did I get a fairy knight? I'd have no objections were it a sorrowful Tristan. What does it mean to summon a joyful one? This is no mere servant from human history, but a fairy from an alternate timeline. Chapter 81. The Fairy Knight Tristan. The fairy knight Tristan hails from the realm of the Fairy Round Table in an alternate timeline, the daughter of Queen Morgan. The fairy's true name is Bavanshi, bestowed by Morgan, thus becoming the Fairy Knight Tristan. Alternate timelines are worlds devoid of a future, characterized by erroneous choices and flawed prosperity, a history of failures. The correct choices and prosperities constitute the overarching human history. The history of humanity today, worlds deemed as alternate timelines are cut off, losing their right to progress further. The realm of the Fairy Round Table exemplifies such a history, where human civilization was devoured by the star-hunting marauders due to the negligence of 6 fairies crafting the holy sword of the stars, leading a group of fairies to dwell in a small part of Britain for 14 millennia. Hey, don't hinder me, master, the blood-red-dressed fairy remarked, playfully poking Shen Yan's chest, a seductive smile gracing her lips. Understood, Shen Yan replied, feeling weary. Hey, what is a fairy knight? Isn't it a round table knight? And is Tristan truly a girl? Dr. Roman interjected at an inopportune moment. Her voice carried a tone that suggested she was easily bullied. A fairy knight is simply a fairy knight. I am the fairy knight of Mother, and I only share a name with that Tristan. To avoid confusion, you may call me Bavanshi, with a flick of her crimson hair. Bavanshi casually stated, what exactly is a fairy knight? Wait, you're not truly a fairy, are you? Indeed, I am a blood fairy, the kind that drinks blood. Bavan, she chuckled softly. What is the matter? Are you scared? Ah, I found it. The name Bavanshi signifies a female fairy, specifically referring to a dangerously malevolent succubus or vampire. Bavanshi narrowed her eyes, her smile turning icy. Hey, bug over there, be careful lest I kill you. Ugh. Dr. Roman promptly shut his mouth. Shen Yan, puzzled, remarked, you seriously can't contend with her. Once she reveals her true form, dons the 10 rings, she could easily send you reeling. What is this about the Israel Punch King? All right, now that everyone is summoned, we should take action, Shen Yan declared, with Siegfried and Bavanshi joining us. We can charge into Orleans and behead the enemy. So impulsive. Did you not mention that aside from Black Jean Fafnir, there are numerous servants? Are we truly capable of handling this? Dr. Roman expressed his concerns. With the 3 of us here, you Chaldeans can focus on retrieving the Holy Grail without worry. Trust me, I'll lead you into a frenzy of slaughter. Shen Yan confidently patted his chest. No. With you saying that, I feel even less assured. Come on, what is there to be concerned about? Siegfried is exceptionally strong, among the top tier of servants. Bavanshi is formidable as well. Excluding those bug-level servants, she is probably only slightly weaker than the golden 3 targets. I shall vanquish all of Master S adversaries. Siegfried softly asserted, haha. If I could find some fun, Arranging their corpses into a puzzle would surely be amusing. Wouldn't it? Bodies torn to shreds, haha. Just thinking of that scene brings me joy. Then let us set forth. Fujimaru Ritsuka resolved. Doctor, we currently have no other options. Very well. But Ritsuka, if you cannot win, you must flee. Understood. The group set out towards Orleans. Along the way, Bavanshi expressed her mild boredom. Hey, master, find me some fun. I desire amusement too. Shen Yan replied. Just as Siegfried interjected, Master, there appears to be a situation ahead. In the distance, thick smoke billowed as bipedal dragons soared through the skies, attacking humanity, tearing their flesh with razor-sharp teeth, devouring them whole. With a clang, a uniquely shaped longbow resembling a harp appeared in Bavanshi's hands. Her delicate, pale fingers plucking the enchanted strings. The scarlet strings silently ensnared the bipedal dragons, shredding them into pieces. What a disappointment. I thought they might bring me some entertainment. How about those humans over there, Bavanshi? Shen Yan halted her, forbidding any harm to come to humanity. Boring. Bavanshi ceased her actions, the rampaging bipedal dragons and living corpses reduced to mere fragments. Impressive, Fujimaru Ritsuka marveled. Miss Bavanshi, you are truly remarkable. Bavanshi pinched Fujimaru Ritsuka's slightly chubby cheeks. Humph, you and your future self are nothing alike. Your gaze resembles that of a puppy, radiating a clear navet. That last move could have easily turned you to shreds. A turquoise crystal sword materialized between them, reflecting Bavanshi's malevolent gray eyes. As Siegfried warned, should there be a next time, I shall cut you to pieces. Bavanshi released Fujimaru Ritsuka, displeased. Four-eyed nerd? What did you say? Be careful lest I shatter your glasses. Shen Yan restrained Bavanshi. Although she was powerful, Siegfried could handle her, albeit at a cost. Enough of this. This is not your homeland. Release me. As the enchanted strings twanged, Shen Yan swiftly let go. Had he not, his hand would have been severed. Humph. Bavanshi turned away, resuming her harassment of the living corpses and bipedal dragons, while Fujimaru Ritsuka puzzledly asked, Miss Bavanshi, do you know me? Your future self? Of course, you unhesitatingly destroyed my world. Bavanshi beamed, standing resolutely before him. You defeated me. Even my mother that I could never accomplish such a feat. You can. You are the devil who can destroy worlds. Bawanshi's icy smile betrayed no warmth. Yet, Fujimaru Ritsuka was determined to press further, but Bawanshi fell silent, casting a pleading glance towards Shen Yan. Shen Yan, however, was at a loss. If someone is unwilling to speak, there is little he could do. His understanding of the 2.6 anomaly was scant, having long since retreated from the fray, and he had only paid attention to Bawanshi during his time on the small video platform. As they entered the village, Jean gazed at the familiar surroundings, opening her mouth slightly before donning her hood to conceal her features. Jean, is that you? A peasant woman, bearing a resemblance to Jean, approached. Jean hid behind Shen Yan, whispering, Please help me, Mr. Shen Yan. Apologies, madam, but my friend is unwell. Shen Yan interjected, blocking the woman's advance. Sir, please step aside. That is my daughter. Your daughter? The peasant woman lamented. My child would never betray France. She would not do such a thing. Chapter 82. The Impaled Prince and Dracula. Madam, Jean has already perished in flames some time ago, Shen Yan coldly stated. You know that the dead cannot return. My friend merely bears a resemblance to Lady Jean. Many possess this countenance. However, madam, we are weary and must continue our journey. Please do not complicate matters for us, especially considering we have saved you. The group hastily departed, leaving the peasant woman calling out behind them. Jean, why won't you meet your mother? I believe you. You are not that dragon witch. Jean bit her lip, stifling her tears. She too longed for her mother, having not seen her since the war began. Time had aged her considerably. After leaving the village, Shen Yan inquired, Is this truly for the best? I am already a dead woman. I cannot burden my mother any further. Jean replied, shaking her head. Bawanshi's sharp tongue interjected. Do you truly wish to deny yourself a mother's love? How cruel you are. Humanity is far more merciless than fairies. Enough, Bawanshi. Shen Yan frowned. Are you truly the servant I summoned through compatibility? This compatibility is quite lacking, is it not? How should I know? Bawanshi teased, twirling a strand of her crimson hair. Perhaps your heart is even more cruel than mine, and I have yet to reach the point of indiscriminate slaughter while smiling. Perhaps so, But humanity is indeed far more intricate than fairies. Bawan Shi's eyes sparkled, acknowledging the truth in her words. Wow, Mr. Shen Yan and Miss Bawan Shi's master-servant relationship is rather poor, Fujimaru Ritsuka whispered to Mashu. Indeed, Mr. Shen Yan and Bawan Shi's values are entirely divergent, which must be why he finds it unbearable, Mashu responded. Their whispers reached Shen Yan and Bawan Shi's ears. Little girls, I can't hear you, Shen Yan remarked. Apologies, they chorused. As they traversed the forest, sunlight filtered through the trees, revealing another village ahead. There were no signs of wyverns or zombies, yet the scene was horrifying. Every corpse was impaled upon wooden stakes. Blood gushing forth, pooling towards the village center. Fujimaru Ritsuka's complexion turned pale at the sight. As an unexpected addition to Chaldea, how could this high school girl have ever encountered such a scene? She retched, barely managing to steady herself with Mashu's support. The impaled prince, she thought, unable to shake the association with the infamous man known for his gruesome acts. Vlad Tepes, the voivode of Romania, had once impaled 20,000 enemies upon stakes during his war against the Turks, instilling terror in their hearts. Welcome, everyone. A man in an elegant black robe stepped into view, treading upon the river of blood. His skin was sickly pale, with silver hair tinged a shade of dark green at the tips. Clad in a refined black robe, he resembled a noble of the night, exuding an unsettling charm that I sincerely apologize for not greeting you sooner. Ritsuka, there is a spiritual response from him. He is a servant. Dr. Roman cautioned. In an instant, Shen Yan vanished, along with Ziggurat. The demon blade clashed with the sun's magical sword, as the impaled prince, Vlad III, raised his weapon in defense, momentarily pushed back by the two. How rude. Though commendable in bravery, Vlad III remarked, eyeing them warily. Prince Vlad, I never imagined you would come to relish blood. Have you chosen to become Dracula? Shen Yan taunted. The archetype of Dracula. Vlad III detested the legend. Yet it had spread far and wide, branding him an innocent monster. In his normal state, he loathed the name, but after being summoned by Black Jean, he succumbed to madness, no longer caring for such trivialities. Even partaking in the sweetness of blood, the taste of blood is exquisite, he mused, detecting a familiar scent emanating from Bawan Shi, one that belonged to his kind. You claim I am your kin? How laughable. The demon's strings resonated as Vlad III raised his weapon to sever the blood-red cords, launching an attack that was difficult to perceive. What say you, little kin? Care to indulge in the taste of blood together? Uninteresting. Before Bawan Shi could react, Ziggurat initiated the assault, the magical sword colliding decisively with the iron spear, unleashing monstrous force that overpowered the long weapon with an ear-piercing screech, like a mighty dragon. It pinned the enemy beneath its claws. Such formidable strength, Vlad III, seasoned by battle, quickly evaded the dragon slayer. Yet Ziggurat relentlessly pursued, sending countless stakes flying forth like a torrential wave towards his adversary. The magical sword hummed, deflecting the incoming stakes, as powerful movements uprooted the ground, triggering explosions. The prowess of a divine hero was unveiled. Though not as potent as in his prime, it still remained formidable. Possessing the abilities of a dragonkin and the original rune of the warrior, Ziggurat unleashed terrifying strength. The sun's magical sword, Grammar, was the prototype of Excalibur, a gift from Odin to his father. From the moment they clashed, Vlad III found himself at a disadvantage. Shen Yan refrained from joining the fray, confident in Ziggurat's capability to handle the situation. Such remarkable skill. Have you truly transcended the realm of humanity? Vlad III mused, relying on his agility to evade his opponent, his only edge in this encounter. Saber, you are impressive. The swordsman wielding the magical sword stepped forward, amplifying Vlad III's vulnerabilities under the dragon's wisdom. The unparalleled magical sword struck, severing an arm and sending blood gushing forth. The spear fell from Vlad III's grasp as he clutched his wound. Shen Yan shook his head. Outside Romania, his magical energy was insufficient, compounded by the effects of madness. Prince, you cannot defeat Ziggurat. Indeed, Vlad III calmly conceded defeat. Yet, I have not lost. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. Black smoke enveloped Vlad III, his height increasing, barely maintaining his human form. His severed arm regenerated, eyes glowing crimson, sharp fangs elongating. In his madness, he resorted to the very relic he abhorred most, the legacy of blood. materializing the Dracula image passed down through generations, and no longer was he the impaled prince, but the chilling Count Dracula. His skills and noble phantasm sealed. He instead possessed greatly enhanced physical abilities, the capacity to transform into mist or beast, healing, and the enchantment of magical eyes. How tragic, Shen Yan observed, gazing at Vlad III. Now transformed into the vampire Dracula, we have yet another saint among us. Chapter 83. The foolish Bawanshi to confront this vampire. It was most convenient for Jean, deemed a saint, to take action. I cannot perform the baptismal chant, Jean stated. Let us change our strategy, Mr. Ziggurat. The two of us shall engage, Shen Yan declared, a crimson hue creeping across his face, the demon blade glowing ominously, radiating intense heat. Very well, they both sprang into action, their weapons drawn. Dracula transformed into a mist, evading their assault entirely. Frozen cloud. A chilling wind swept forth, aiming to encase the mist in ice, yet it moved too swiftly. Escaping in the blink of an eye, heading towards Jean and her companions, Dracula reformed, extending his claws, as demon strings emerged from all directions, ensnaring him. Filthy creature, Bawanshi wielded a wooden mallet, smashing it against Dracula's face. Mangling half of it beyond recognition, smoke dissipated from Dracula's form as he attempted to flee. Ziggurat charged forward, inscribing the original rune in the air, flames instantly engulfing Dracula. Dracula screamed in agony as Shen Yan shouted. Flashbang, as modern individuals, Fujimaru Tachika and Mash instinctively closed their eyes. Jean, bewildered, observed as Siegfried, after receiving the wisdom of the dragon, similarly shut his eyes. Shen Yan spread his arms wide beside his cheeks and bellowed. Solar Fist, a blinding flash instantly enveloped the entire village, illuminating the darkness as if it were midday. My eyes. Dracula fell into a brief state of blindness, as the sharp edge of the sword pierced through his heart and soul. His body fell rigidly, dissipating into the air. Enough, he is dead. The others opened their eyes, though some remained blinded, such as Jean and Babanshur. You wretched scoundrel! You have blinded me, Babanshur exclaimed in fury. It is merely temporary blindness, Shen Yan replied. Did I not remind you through the contract? Who would listen? Babanshur retorted, her eyes burning with pain as tears uncontrollably streamed down her cheeks. Jean experienced a similar plight, but refrained from addressing Shen Yan. Quite an effective technique, Siegfried remarked. Indeed, let us find a place to rest. But what shall we do about these corpses? Fujimaru Tachika inquired. Burn them, Shen Yan declared, igniting a fire that consumed the entire village. They found a place to rest. The exhausted young women had already fallen asleep in the sleeping bags prepared by Shen Yan, while a small white beast nestled beside them. Shen Yan gazed at the little creature. Affectionately referred to as Fufu by Fujimaru Tachika and the others, that it was a beast of the type Moon world, classified as Beast 4, possessing the principle of comparison, existing on par with the demon king Jitia and the primordial goddess Tiamat. It thrived on the competition and growth among humans, feeding on jealousy and regret, endowed with capabilities stronger than its rivals, theoretically unassailable. Alas, Fufu harbored no intentions of combat, desiring only to remain by Mash's side. Sensing Shen Yan's gaze, Fufu curiously lifted its head, only to burrow back down. You should rest. I will take care of things here, Siegfried suggested. Thank you for your trouble, Shen Yan replied, retreating into the tent. Babanshur perched on a tree, casting a glance at him before gazing up at the starry sky. As his consciousness delved deeper, Shen Yan suddenly found himself in a tranquil, serene village. What is happening? Where is this place? Babanshur, you worthless fool, prepare food for me at once. A piercing voice drew his attention, and he beheld a girl being bullied, her crimson hair lacking the blood-red attire, and far less cruel than the Babanshur of his memories. She appeared delicate and fragile, like a pitiful little beast, bruised and battered. Her tattered clothing bore witness to her plight. I will go. Please, just wait. Babanshur hurriedly ventured into the forest to gather food. Can't you see me? Gazing at his ethereal self, Shen Yan began to comprehend that this was a memory of Babanshur. After summoning her servant, the master would witness the memories of that servant in their dreams. The surrounding scenes shifted as Shen Yan observed Babanshur climbing a tree, laboriously reaching for fruit from a precarious branch. Crack, the branch snapped, and the girl plummeted, adding new wounds to her already injured frame. Ouch, that hurts. Babane protected the fruit, a smile adorning her face, thinking, if I do this, everyone will like Babane, kind Babane, obedient Babane, everyone's beloved Babane, good girl Babane, she will surely be a good girl. The adorable fairy returned to the village, only to be met not with kindness from her kin, but with scorn and bullying. Fool, the fruit is sour. Who would eat such a thing? Silly Babane. Unwanted Babane, the girl with red heels. The fairies encircled her, singing taunts, leaving the helpless Babane to weep. Shen Yan reached out, but his hand passed through the wretched fairies. They tormented Babane for amusement, bullying her for her red heels, indulging in both benevolence and malice. In a word, they were vile. The naturally benevolent fairies were few and far between. Compared to them, even the emotionless Merlin could be deemed a saint. With old wounds compounded by new, Babane returned to her dilapidated home, curling up on the hard bed. Tomorrow, everyone will surely like Babane. Babane is a good girl, an obedient girl, a good child. Babane, Babane, the beloved girl with red heels was cherished in the village, smiling as she comforted everyone. The girl drifted off to sleep while the next day, she would once again be mocked and toyed with by all the fairies. Shen Yan watched in silence, clenching his fists, powerless to intervene. Before long, Babane died. The fairies, devoid of reproductive capabilities, bore no offspring, and upon her corpse, her descendants emerged. Beautiful Babane, kind Babane, the girl with red heels. The fairies joyously welcomed the newborn Babane, but in an instant, the cycle of bullying and taunting resumed. The tormented, beautiful girl naively believed that if she pleased everyone, she would gain their recognition and be loved by all. Little did she know, she was merely a pitiful pawn for the amusement of the fairies. One day, a stranger arrived in the village, claiming to be the child of prophecy, on a pilgrimage. All the fairies dismissed her. Yet the child of prophecy saved Babane, who chose to believe in her. They became friends. Chapter 84. The Suffocating Dream. The child of prophecy, Shun, and Babane traveled together for a time, the happiest moments of her life. But Shun had to enter a coffin to slumber, awaiting her next awakening for the pilgrimage. Babane chose to wait and return to her village. Shin's friendship incited further jealousy among the fairies, leading to Babane's demise once more. Time and again, she faced death and rebirth, only to be adopted by different villages, enduring torment repeatedly, rendering it impossible for Babane to bear offspring. Shen sought to save her but failed each time. Eventually, the once golden-haired Shun transformed into the silver-haired fairy queen. Finding Babane, she annihilated the fairies and set the entire village ablaze. Babane's memories were sealed away, and she became the fairy knight Tristan, daughter of the fairy queen Morgan. If you do not wish to be treated cruelly, then become even more ruthless than they. The queen instructed her daughter. The once naive girl metamorphosed into a heartless princess, wielding her fairy bow to slay any fairy that displeased her, collecting their severed feet as trophies. No fairy dared mock her, no fairy dared bully her. As long as her mother loved her, that was enough. Later, her mother returned with a man, claiming him to be her royal consort. Babane despised this man, yet her mother chose to believe in him. And she too was willing to trust. From Chaldea, a bastion of humanity's history, they came to the fairy realm to destroy it. Accompanied by a new savior, a conflict erupted among them, as countless fairies and humans nurtured by fairies rose against Morgan's tyranny. Morgan was defeated and captured by the rebels. Severely wounded, Morgan desperately sought to reclaim her throne, intending to uphold the existence of Britain. As long as she sat upon the throne, Britain could endure. Preserving this fairy tale for 14,000 years, the fairy seized Morgan and dismembered her before Babane's eyes. Continuously tormented, Babane ventured into the vast void beyond the palace. There lay the corpse of the horned god Cernunnos, poisoned by the original 6 fairies, forever cursing and hating them. His fury stemmed not from his own death or the betrayal of the fairies, but from the brutal murder of his priestess by them. Ha ha! Mother has been torn to shreds. I was too afraid to stop them. Ha! Enough! I am weary. I no longer wish to remain here. Right? I shall flee, for there exists a place just right for me. He, Cernunnos, the only terrifying deity feared by Mother, I in the unfathomable abyss, where ashes perpetually drifted, the undying corpse of the horned god lay within, I felt myself floating downwards. Was it my severed hands and feet? The tattered fairy, resting upon the corpse of an everlasting deity, is enveloped in a warm and fuzzy embrace. The gentle horned god grants the tragic maiden a beautiful dream before her final breath. In this dream, she dances with her beloved mother, who gazes upon her with tender affection. Babuin she, the endearing and clumsy Babuin she, awkwardly twirls with her mother in the realm of dreams. Beautiful Babuin she. Charming Babuin she, sorrowful Babuin she. May you find an eternal dream of beauty within the gentle embrace of the horned god. The corpse of the horned god, with its unblinking scarlet eyes filled with rage and resentment, glows fiercely, accepting the girl's divine core, giving rise to a new calamity. Shen Yan opens his eyes, tears stream down his cheeks, and an overwhelming sadness constricts his heart, making it difficult to breathe. What is this appearance? Utterly unappealing that a mocking girl stands before him, illuminated by the morning light. Weren't you quite irate before? Why the sudden change? The fairy of blood finds it dull and turns to leave. Zigluda casts a glance and inquires, "Did you see her memories?" "Yes." Shen Yan wipes his tears, reflecting on the sorrowful past, where the only happiness lay in the dream before death. Under the spotlight, the girl spins gracefully with her mother, forever lost in the illusion woven by the horned god. Moving toward the end of life, it's hard to judge, but your profound sadness must surely stem from an indescribable tragedy, Zigluda remarks. Cruelty is merely a fade she wears. Indeed, it is but a disguise. Within lies a kind-hearted child starved of love. Shen Yan brushes away his tears. Thus, I am filled with anger and sorrow. I have witnessed her die repeatedly before my eyes, losing her memories, being bullied anew by those fairies, until she can no longer be reborn, that I can only watch, powerless. Zigluda, do you understand? I want to annihilate those fairies. You cannot reach that place. Perhaps, manifest alone. It is one of the powers belonging to beasts, allowing traversal through various parallel worlds. Next, we shall visit the fairy realm. Shen Yan collects his emotions, gazing at the red-haired girl who crushed an ant beneath her foot. Remaining silent for a long while, he pulls out a pipe and sits down to smoke. "Good morning, Mr. Shen Yan. Why do you seem a bit down?" asks the early rising Fujimura Ritsuka. "It's nothing, just a nightmare," he replies, putting away the pipe and dispersing the smoke. Rising, he retrieves food. "Eat up. Once breakfast is done, we must prepare for battle." "All right." Fujimura Ritsuka shares the food with everyone. After finishing breakfast, they set off once more. The sun hangs overhead, and Babuin she detests such sunlight, feeling as if it could scorch her. "I loathe the daytime. Here, use this to shield yourself." Shen Yan offers her an umbrella. Babuin she smiles. "What's with the sudden change? Didn't you seem displeased with me before? Have you fallen under my beauty's spell? Hey, what's with that pitying gaze?" Unhappily, Babuin she raises the umbrella to block the sunlight. Shen Yan remains silent, continuing forward. Pausing alongside Zigluda in the sunlit plateau, a silver-armored knight obstructs their path, declaring, "In obedience to the dragon witch's command, I shall crush you. This holy sword, imbued with the power of the sun, will incinerate all that you are." "The sun holy sword?" Zigluda ponders for a moment. "You must be Sir Gawain, the Sun Knight of the Round Table, a noble knight willing to aid a witch. He has succumbed to madness." Shen Yan replies, "After going mad, his personality is transformed. I killed the saber-class Dio, so the dragon which summoned a replacement through the Holy Grail, the Sun Knight, is no easy foe, especially when the sun is high. Gawain bears the sacred Celtic number 3. During the hours from 9 in the morning to noon, and from 3 in the afternoon until sunset, his power triples, the number of the holy, the strongest knight of the Round Table. Lancelot was only able to defeat him after the sun had set. Under the sun, Gawain is invincible. Chapter 85. The invincible Gawain falls. Are we to fight the Sun Knight? Masha's inner essence, belonging to the Round Table's Galahad, hesitates, unwilling to battle a former comrade, only unleashing her full power against the loathed father Lancelot. "That I despise muscular gorillas." Babuin she scoffs. Legend has it that Gawain's strength triples under the sun. Zigluda calmly observes the opponent. "The star holy sword's sister blade, the wheel of victory, the holy sword imbued with the power of the sun. How does it compare to my demonic sword? There's nothing to fear when the sun disappears. He will weaken." Shen Yan knows well that without sunlight, the Sun Knight's strength diminishes to in the sixth singularity. Gawain, blessed by the Lion King with eternal sunlight, maintains his triple power and is quite formidable. But King Hassan can cloak the light, and without sunlight, Gawain's power wanes. In other words, without the sun's illumination, the saint's number cannot manifest its might. Would release. For Pillar's house. As Shen Yan seals his hand signs. Wooden beams rise from the ground around them, assembling above into a structure that blocks the sunlight. Invincible Gawain, here we are indoors, without the sun's radiance. What? Gawain gasps in shock, his power plummeting to its normal level. Now, Shen Yan and Zigluda charge in unison. Gawain stands ready, while Babuin she's demonic strings and snare his limbs. As blades clash. Gawain is caught off guard, and thus, he meets a stifling demise. The invincible Gawain falls. I feel somewhat relieved. Fujimaru Ritsuka scratches her face. Is it her imagination? The dragon witch, holding the Holy Grail, can replenish the slain servants, so they are racing against time. 7 heroic spirits, alongside the dragon witch and Fafnir. Cannot be underestimated. Shen Yan asserts that I can withstand them alone. The only real threat is Fafnir. Leave Fafnir to me. Zigluda replies that as for the dragon witch, that task falls to Miss Jean and you. Fujimaru, but Mr. Shen Yan, can you manage against 7 heroic spirits alone? Fujimaru Ritsuka raises her hand in inquiry. No problem. Shen Yan confidently states, as long as they aren't all extra-class servants, I can hold my ground. At the very least, I can stall until Zigluda eliminates Fafnir and comes to support me. After a simple allocation of roles, Shen Yan and his companions arrive in Orleans, where the evil dragon circles above. Zigluda looks up. While it may not be the same one, it undoubtedly belongs to Fafnir. Ha! A mocking laughter echoes from the castle's ramparts, revealing the dragon witch, strikingly similar in appearance to Jean. Standing atop the walls, with white hair and golden eyes clad in black. Do you fools think you can defeat me? How utterly foolish, especially with this counterfeit. Jean tightens her grip on the banner. Why do you seek vengeance against France? Isn't it problematic not to seek revenge? Just a bunch of traitors. Because of them, I was burned alive. Thus, you are the counterfeit. Foolish woman. Black Jean, seething with rage, feels lost in her fury, unaware of the reason behind her anger. Even after killing the king and the bishop, her heart remains hollow. What am I truly avenging? No, that's not right. I will not let this anger consume me. She refuses to be angry, to harbor hatred, for she answered the call of her lord to join the battlefield, fighting to save her country, harboring no grudges even in death. Jean, without a desire for vengeance, does not experience a reversal of fate. You are the fool. Black Jean raises the dragon banner. Servants, tear these fools apart. Shadows emerge. Arrows of magical energy soar, targeting Fujimaru Ritsuka's head. Clang, the demonic sword intercepts the arrows. Not trembling in the slightest, as he fixates on the figure atop the castle, wielding a spear of love, his eyes focused solely on her love. Shen Yan's eyes widen as he gazes at Zigluda. That, Mr. Zigluda, could that be the Valkyrie Brynhildr, the daughter of the Norse god Odin? One of the Valkyries, Brynhildr is Zigluda's fated companion, loving him more than anyone else, yet cursed by a tragic fate, ultimately leading to her slaying Zigluda and burning herself to ashes. A direct assault on Zigluda. Oh no, it's over. Zigluda, Brynhildr leaps down from the castle, and beside the dragon witch. The crazed magician with bulging eyes exclaims, it was worth summoning someone to counter Zigluda using the Holy Grail? Oh ho ho ho. A couple tearing each other apart, fate repeating itself. What a tragedy. Ah, the two toyed with by the gods. This is the gift bestowed upon you by the divine. Shen Yan raised his hand, poised to launch an assault. Although Zigluda was formidable, he would scarcely retaliate against Brunhild. Zigluda, please do not approach me. Brunhild, struggling to contain herself, raised her weapon with fervor. I will kill you once more. The black rod extended from her palm. She had no intention of slaying him, so she implored, please, leave this to me, Mr. Zigluda. Zigluda hesitated, uttering a desperate plea. Above them, Fafnir roared, unleashing a torrent of searing dragon breath upon the crowd. Ha! Zigluda swung his sword, cleaving through the dragon's fiery breath. The wicked dragon roared, and the cursed sword thundered. A fragment of myth re-emerged in that moment. Shen Yan gripped the black rod, engaging Brunhild in combat. The powerful Valkyrie was not to be underestimated. Her fierce and somewhat frenzied marksmanship rendered her nearly unassailable. This was Shen Yan's first encounter with an adversary of such caliber. Her technique impeccable that if he were to engage her slowly, he might adapt to her fighting style and exploit her weaknesses to deliver a lethal blow. But this was not the time for a gradual approach. Li Xiang, flashbang. This time, everyone was prepared, swiftly closing their eyes. Solar fist. The blinding flash caught Brunhild off guard, forcing her to shut her eyes in pain. With a sudden jolt in her shoulder, the black rod pierced through. Followed by her limbs, the rod disrupted the flow of her magical energy, barely allowing her body to remain intact. "Thank you for stopping me." Brunhild half-kneeled, as she did not wish to harm Zhigaluda. It was merely her love and frenzy that drove her to madness, making it difficult to contain. "You worthless fools, charge at once." Witnessing Brunhild's retreat, Fafnir, restrained by the Dragon Slayer, found himself unable to retaliate in the short term, prompting his allies to surge forward. Archers, the Greek huntress Atlanta; cavalry, the saintly Martha; assassins, the executioner Charles Sanson; berserkers, the Lake Knight Lancelot. Chapter 86. The Wheel of Bad Robbery. Wood release. Wood dragon technique. Faced with 4 adversaries, Shen Yan did not hold back. Summoning a wood dragon to separate the ford, the Greek huntress drew her bow, and an arrow, akin to a missile, launched forth, creating a large crater in the wood dragon. The frenzied Lancelot charged recklessly towards Jean. Having lost his senses, mistaking her for his king. No, how could there be such a disparity between King Arthur and Jean? How could you make such a mistake? Are you as blind as Gilderay? The executioner Charles Sanson, brandishing a uniquely shaped great sword, approached with a ghostly demeanor, utilizing the special aura of the assassin class to obscure his presence. Yet, the moment he attacked, Shen Yan sensed the murderous intent. With a swift twist of his body, he narrowly evaded the great sword, countering with a wooden spike that pierced through Charles Sanson's chest. Puffed. The insertion technique erupted immediately, and Charles Sanson collapsed, leaving 3 foes remaining. Go forth, Talaxis, a colossal dragon, resembling a crocodile-tortoise hybrid, appeared. Once a scourge in the 1st century, this dragon had been tamed by the saint's love and now fought alongside her once more. The great dragon exhaled flames, its fierce torrents of water surging forth with greater speed. Bang! Shen Yan suddenly leaped, creating a large crater beneath him. Looking up as the lioness-like hunter shot another arrow, Shen Yan furiously exclaimed, "I detest archers. Useless master, I must assist you." Ba Wanshi, wielding a demonic bow, disrupted the huntress's assault with invisible demonic strings. Tisich, Atlanta, visibly irked, transformed her cat ears into airplane-like appendages. Consumed by frenzy, she yearned only to slay her enemies, even if it meant harming her most cherished children. Having killed many under the Dragon Witch's control, Ba Wanshi and Atlanta were locked in a stalemate, while Shen Yan confronted the saint wielding a crucifix. The saint, still grappling with her own frenzy, spoke. "O brave warrior of humanity, you must save this world. Slay me. I understand." Shen Yan charged forth, his blade in hand, as Talaxis barreled forward like a cannonball, roaring, "I won't allow you to harm my big sister." "Talaxis, halt!" Martha called out, stopping Talaxis. Shen Yan's blade pierced the saint's spiritual core. "My lord, I have failed your expectations. Please forgive me, and bless them, as a follower of the Son of God." The saint earnestly confessed her sins and hoped for blessings upon Shen Yan and the others. Holy light broke through the clouds, illuminating the saint's devout soul, as Shen Yan felt a warm sensation enveloping him. An indescribable comfort akin to a father's hand. That dove is actually doing something useful. The holy light that shone upon Shen Yan was abruptly interrupted. Such a narrow vision. Talaxis vanished along with Martha. Shen Yan did not linger, rushing toward the huntress. Solar fist. This time, the huntress was ready. She closed her eyes and drew her bow in the direction Shen Yan was approaching, releasing an arrow that struck a branch at her feet, causing her to lose her balance. The arrow soared into the sky, while Shen Yan's blade flashed past her neck. Meanwhile, Mash, Jean, and Lancelot found themselves in a precarious battle. The two were defensive-type servants, and Lancelot had drawn an assault rifle, unleashing a barrage of bullets at them. Why does this servant possess an assault rifle? That's unfair. Fujimaru Rika, hiding behind a shield, shouted, "Miss Ba Wanshi, you must think of a way." I truly cannot deal with this fool. The demonic strings released, penetrating the armor, as Ba Wanshi smirked, a tide of blood surging around her, binding Lancelot in place. Her bright, enchanting laughter rang out. Fate is indeed cruel, whether one is virtuous or wicked. Once subjected to jealousy, it all ends here. Come, become refuse, painful illusion, crying song. The noble phantasm activated as Ba Wanshi approached Lancelot, producing a wooden hammer and wooden spikes, driving them into his heart. Countless torrents of blood surged forth, strangling Lancelot. Puffed, the blood cocoon fell, and Lancelot was reduced to a pool of blood. Ha! The servants of the Grand Order are nothing but this to be, Wanshi chuckled triumphantly. While Fujimaru Rika exclaimed, as expected of Miss Ba Wanshi, truly impressive, of course, Ba Wanshi replied with pride. Now, only you two remain. Shen Yan pointed his blade at the two figures on the city wall, declaring, Fafnir can no longer come to your aid. The Black Jean gazed at the distant Fafnir, engaged in battle with Jigaluda, her body riddled with wounds. The searing dragon breath failed to inflict effective damage on Jigaluda, who countered with great force. Jigaluda suspended the solar magic sword before him, striking the hilt with an iron fist. The magic sword flew forth, like an arrow released from its bow, tearing through Fafnir's wings, sending the massive dragon plummeting, while Graham automatically returned to Jigaluda's grasp. With Fafnir losing aerial dominance, he found himself at a disadvantage. Jigaluda, remaining calm, struck down with his sword, ripping through the dragon's scales and leaving wounds. Crystal daggers floated before him, which he unleashed with powerful punches. As the steel fists clashed, the solar magic sword soared alongside the daggers. The atmosphere boiled, the air screeched, and magical energy painted the surroundings azure. As the magic sword's assault approached, magic sword unleashed. This is the dawn of destruction, the wheel of bad robbery. Concentrating a point, the solar magic sword penetrated the dragon's body, its destructive power surging within, unleashing a torrent of magical energy that ravaged Fafnir from within. The agony of shredded flesh drove Fafnir into madness, yet he was powerless to resist, roaring in anguish. He ultimately succumbed to death, his body dissipating into magical energy. The conquest is complete. Master, what is our next course of action? The man, as unyielding as cold steel, approached with a demeanor as if completing an inconsequential task, revealing a flicker of emotion upon seeing his incapacitated wife. My love. Jigaluda, I am unharmed. That is sufficient, at least I will not slay you out of love. Please go help. Jigaluda nodded. As they descended to the base of the castle, the Black Jean was on the verge of fury. Fafnir, Fafnir, how could the mightiest Fafnir be defeated? Gil, O saint, Fafnir's opponent is the Dragon Slayer. We have vanquished one Dragon Slayer. Yet another has emerged. Gilderay, his head bowed, cradling the tome of the Spiral City, spoke earnestly. Do not worry, saint. I, Gilderay, shall bring you victory, raising the banner of rebellion to take vengeance upon the divine. Oh, Chapter 80-7. My eyes. My eyes. Gilderay, a devout follower, had once fought alongside the Saint Jean to reclaim Orleans, celebrated as a hero, a marshal of France. After Jean was executed as a heretic, he was engulfed by profound despair. Losing his faith in the divine, he departed from the military and embarked on a frenzied pursuit of alchemy. Delving into forbidden knowledge, he relentlessly kidnapped the youth within the territory, subjecting them to cruel torment and ultimately slaying them. All in a vain attempt to prove the non-existence of divinity. In the end, he faced the judgment of the state, his lands confiscated, spiraling into ruin. Two holy maidens. Is this a divine blessing bestowed upon me? Why must you come to thwart me, Jean, my saint? You should stand by my side to exact vengeance upon the treacherous France. Gilles de Rice, bewildered, exclaimed as his fish-like eyes bulged, the tome of the city of Rohan in his arms emanating an indescribable aura. It was an Italian manuscript gifted to him by a dear friend and mentor, its authenticity tracing back to the Xia dynasty, an era where outer gods roamed freely. Gilles, I harbor no resentment towards France. Jean shook her head, her heart aching as she gazed upon her former comrade and friend, the once noble and slender marshal now fallen. So Low, this my fault. Lord, please forgive Gilles' soul. Very well. It is time to end this. Miss Black Jean over there, would you care to join us at Chaldea? Shen Yan extended an olive branch to Black Jean, prompting Fujimura Ritsuka to interject. Mr. Shen Yan. She is the one responsible for the emergence of this singularity. No, the one who possesses the Holy Grail is Gillis de Rice, not Black Jean, Shen Yan retorted. This Jean is a counterfeit, a mere creation of Gillis. Filled with rage yet only resembling Jean in appearance. Oh, and she cannot read. You scoundrel! I am Jean, Black Jean shouted, her face flushed. Oh, what if I can't read? What business is it of yours? Apologies, it is true that I am not well versed in many letters. Jean admitted, her cheeks reddening, as her military matters were managed by Gillis and his companions. Do not apologize recklessly. You other me. At this point, it seemed like a farcical performance. Fujimaru Ritsuka, a mere high school student, began to question whether they were truly saving the world. Wouldn't it suffice to merely smile at such a time? Senpai, do not give up. Then tell me what to do. I cannot intervene in this matter at all. Mash, you must understand, just a week ago I was diligently studying at school, only pondering what to have for lunch and dinner. Fujimaru Ritsuka decided to slack off, thinking that with Mr. Shen Yan and Siegfried present, he could afford to relax. Senpai, do not slack off. You bear the weight of humanity's future. Oh, Fujimaru Ritsuka replied listlessly. This singularity is nearing its end anyway. I should just think about how to write the report upon returning. Ah, the world is ending. Why must I still write a report? So, will you join Chaldea? Shen Yan asked loudly. Chaldea needs the most beautiful and kind-hearted Miss Jean. Ugh, the newly born Black Jean was caught off guard by the sudden direct approach. Fujimaru Ritsuka's eyes lit up as he leaned closer to Shun Yan. Mr. Shen Yan. Is that the legendary Tsundere? Indeed, Tsundere is a rare attribute. So Ritsuka, consider it for the sake of humanity's future. Be direct with her. Understood. Fujimaru Ritsuka clapped his hands. Miss Black Jean, we adore you. Ugh. Beautiful Miss Black Jean, join us at Chaldea. Together we shall save the world. Prove that you are not a mere illusion. Affirm your existence. The emptiness brought by vengeance shall be filled with the joy of victory. Witnessing his saint about to be ensnared, Gillis de Rice resolved to take action. Shen Yan leaned close to Jean's ear, whispering something. Jean called out, Gillis, come down here. I have something to discuss with you. Very well, holy maiden. I, Gillis de Rice, shall come forth. Without a second thought, Gillis approached Jean, clutching the tome of Rohan, bowing respectfully. Holy maiden, may I ask? My eyes. Jean thrust her fingers into Gillis' enormous eyes, causing him to wail in pain. Damn it, the enemy. Fight. Shen Yan charged in, delivering punches and kicks, with Fujimaru Ritsuka following suit to land a few kicks. The golden Holy Grail tumbled out, and Shen Yan picked it up, cradling it in his hands. The Holy Grail, though regrettably not the original, merely a block of magical energy formed by power. The true Holy Grail is filled with the blood of Christ, while this one is merely a vessel shaped from concentrated magical energy, capable of granting wishes, but one must know how to enact it. You despicable scoundrels! Gillis, bruised and battered, stood up, opening the tome of Rohan in a bid to summon a multitude of sea demons. A crystalline chariot raced from the distance, colliding with him and sending him flying. Oh dear, I hope I'm not too late. A girl crowned with lilies descended from the chariot, accompanied by a blonde musician, a green-haired kimono-clad dragon lady, and Amekusa Shiro. Amekusa Shiro remarked, Mr. Shen Yan, I have gathered the servants of France to support you, but it seems you are almost done here. Indeed, Shen Yan tossed the Holy Grail to Fujimaru Ritsuka and pursued the fallen Gillis, striking him down with a single blow. Task 2 completed, rewards issued. The first singularity could be deemed the simplest. By the fourth singularity, all manner of demons and monsters would emerge, and if no gods appeared thereafter, it would be considered lacking. The entire singularity hummed as the forces of time and space began to mend the rift, and light radiated from Fujimaru Ritsuka and Mash. Dr. Roman's voice echoed through the communicator. Ritsuka, the first singularity is about to be repaired. I will teleport you back immediately. Huh, we're parting ways so soon. I haven't even taken Black Jean with me, Fujimaru Ritsuka exclaimed. Miss Black Jean, you must come to Chaldea. I will find a way to summon you. Tish, who asked for your summoning? Black Jean's face displayed reluctance. She did not wish to endure such a farce again. Yet deep down, she felt a flicker of anticipation. It seems we have indeed arrived late, Amekusa Shiro remarked helplessly. If there is a next time, I hope to assist you. We were merely here to observe, weren't we, Marie? Indeed, Mozart. Lord Anze? Where is my Lord Anze? Kyoheim inquired. So, farewell everyone. I hope we meet again. Fujimaru Ritsuka and Mash vanished from the scene. Chapter 88. Mission complete. Miss Bhavani, I hope you have a pleasant dream. Tisich, no need. How boring, Bhavani scoffed, her form dissolving into golden light. A brief reunion. My love. Siegfried removed the black rod from Brynhildr. Siegfried, even if our time is brief, my love for you remains unwavering. The two lovers embraced, their uncontainable passion ultimately culminating in tragedy as Siegfried was pierced through the chest by a lance. Blood splattering onto Shen Yan's face. Why does it look like you're enjoying this, Siegfried? Truly, the Dragon Slayer is unyielding, surviving even this. Is it because of the continuation of battle? Love is truly burdensome. The two returned together to the throne of heroes. As did the other servants. Even the counterfeit black gene was inscribed upon it, leaving Shen Yan alone. The singularity collapsed, and the correcting power of time and space redirected history back to its rightful course. Those who perished beneath the wicked dragon would be recorded as having died in the 100 Years' War, marking the final resting place of those sacrifices after the correction. Task 1 completed, rewards issued. Individual manifestation. Shen Yan utilized individual manifestation to depart from this timeline, stepping boldly into Chaldea, now situated in 2016, that within the control room, a girl clad in Chaldea's uniform felt no sense of reality. Rather than saving the world, it felt more like a leisurely journey to the 15th century, completely reliant on the prowess of others while merely cheering from the sidelines. How dull. Why is it so easy to navigate this singularity? Fujimaru Ritsuka's words made Dr. Roman's brow twitch. Ritsuka, you mustn't think like that. If every time there are those to assist, it becomes effortless, we would be too comfortable. But you're all a bunch of monsters from now on. Shen Yan suddenly interjected. Huh? Mr. Shen Yan? Why are you here? The girl exclaimed in surprise. Oh no. We have an intruder. Dr. Roman gasped in alarm. Chaldea's defenses felt as flimsy as paper, allowing anyone to come and go at will. Doctor, Mr. Shen Yan is not a bad person. Fujimaru Ritsuka hurriedly asserted that I merely came to take a look. By the way, Doctor, would you like to accompany me to find Magical Mary? Huh? Is that possible? Wait, is Mary really real? Roman inquired excitedly. Doctor, please be serious. With glasses perched upon her nose, Mashu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness towards her guardian. Whenever Magic Melly was involved, the rather unreliable doctor became even more dubious. Come, walk with me. I need to borrow Dr. Roman for a moment, and I shall return him shortly. Grasping Roman's arm, the two vanished from the control room. Avalon, a realm untouched by time, a beautiful sanctuary reserved for the innocent. At the heart of the floral sea stood a towering spire, solely intended for the confinement of a single individual, Merlin, the half-breed of dream demons and humans, the court magician and swordsmanship instructor of King Arthur, who bore witness to the king's demise and the ruin of Britain, felt a twinge of guilt stir within his emotionless being. The silver-haired magician sat within a stone chamber, before him a laptop updating the page of Magic Melly. Haha, watch as I cunningly acquire your wages, Solomon. You ought to thank me for this necessary sacrifice to uplift your spirits. This, too, was akin to the online fraud encountered in human life. Wait, how could that man be here? Two figures materialized before Merlin. Roman stared at Merlin in disbelief. Merlin? Why is it you? Where did you acquire that laptop? Shen Yan forcefully seized the laptop, declaring, Here, your Magic Melly. No, this is impossible. Merlin is merely Miss Melly's agent. Right? In denial, Roman began fabricating excuses for Merlin. Haha. Poor Miss Melly, encountering such a beast of an agent. Ahaha. Roman, your words truly sting. I am the dashing Merlin, after all, but since you have unraveled my ruse, I shall no longer pretend. Magic Melly has been under my management all along. Impossible. Miss Melly could never be associated with a worthless fool like you. The once wise king, endowed by the gods, adamantly refused to accept reality, striking Merlin with fists and feet. Shen Yan silently observed. This was the clash of the Israeli boxing champion and the sword saint of Avalon. Only a Uric Axe king was missing to complete the assembly of the prominent casters. Oh, and a Tai Gong Wong as well. That if that fisherman were to descend with the caster class, he too would hold the qualifications of a prominent caster. Damn it, You prominent casters are all melee mages. Face the truth, Roman. As a human, you cannot possibly match me. The court magician of Britain, the sword saint of Britain effortlessly subdued the now powerless Israeli boxing champion. Cursed be it, regardless of circumstances, Miss Melly cannot be yours. Are you already deluding yourself? To correct you, I believe it would be best to inform Fujimaru in a dream tonight to summon the Queen of Sheba. Merlin chuckled wickedly. Upon hearing the name of the Queen of Sheba, Roman's ponytail bristled with agitation. You cannot do this, Merlin. Ahaha. I find great amusement in this. After all, I am rather bored here. The entirety of human history has been consumed in flames, leaving me with naught but the spectacle of Chaldea. With his all-seeing eye, Merlin could perceive the events transpiring at that moment, and as Avalon existed beyond the bounds of time, both past and future were but the present for him. The requirements to attain the title of prominent caster included not only the ability to counter beasts, but also the possession of an all-seeing eye. King Solomon possessed the sight to pierce through the past and future. Gilgamesh could glimpse the future, and Merlin saw the present. Thus, Solomon was a prominent caster, while Gilgamesh and Merlin remained candidates. You scoundrel. Heartbroken, Roman had lost all desire to remain in that place. Shen Yan had brought him there solely in hopes of steering him away from his obsession with virtual idols. The deeper he fell into that fixation, the more painful the future would become. Knowing the connection between Magic Melly and Merlin, Roman could never fathom that Merlin would personally engage in deceiving him. After returning Roman to Chaldea, Shen Yan bid farewell to the group before stepping into the vividly shimmering passageway. Determined to traverse the dimensions of time and space, heading towards the realm of the Fairy Round Table in Britannia, he could not bear to witness Bevanshi endure what she should not have to suffer. For a kind-hearted girl, that was akin to hell. Now that he possessed the means to act, he would go forth to rescue her, crossing the starry seas and traversing countless worlds of lost possibilities. The empire of eternal frost, the century of boundless ice flames, the true country of human intelligence integration, the cycle of creation and annihilation, the divine age of gigantic gods, and the urban mountains of the stars. The hellish mandala ultimately led him to the realm of the Fairy Round Table. Chapter 89. I detest fairies. The inception of the realm of the Fairy Round Table dates back 14,000 years. The original 6 fairies, in their pursuit of pleasure, failed to forge the holy sword of the stars. Lacking the holy sword to combat their foes, they allowed the predatory civilization of the wandering star scouts to ravage the earth, resulting in the demise of all gods. Only in the inner sea of stars did the 6 fairy deities, led by Cernunnos, escape unscathed, while the surface transformed into a sea of nothingness, leaving the 6 fairies adrift upon the waters. Cernunnos, a gentle deity, ought to have punished the fairies, yet he chose to aid them alongside his human priestess, earning the fairies' eternal gratitude that he gently guided them, helping them recognize their transgressions. Initially, the fairies were indeed thankful. But the absence of land sparked nefarious intentions within them. In secret, they plotted to slay Cernunnos, letting his massive corpse drift upon the sea to form an island, gradually crafting land. Thus, they orchestrated a grand celebration, deceiving Cernunnos into believing they wished to worship him as their god. Cernunnos gladly accepted, believing the fairies had come to realize their faults. Ignoring the priestess's warnings, they tricked him into consuming a poisoned chalice capable of slaying deities. The human priestess was likewise met with cruel ends at the hands of the fairies, her body dismembered and used as instruments to create humans. In this world, humans were rendered as sterile tools. Their unique thoughts employed to entertain the fairies. The 6 fairies thrived, establishing 6 great clans, yet they too faced mortality. However, offspring continued to emerge, with bodies accumulating to form the land of Britain, steadily expanding in size. Cernunnos' curse condemned the fairies to perpetual death. They piled corpses to create the land, gradually distancing themselves from Cernunnos. As long as they refused to acknowledge their wrongdoings, the curse would never dissipate. Despicable fairies, repugnant fairies. Shen Yan stepped into the fairy village, where the presence of humans elicited delight among the fairies. Humans served as the fairies' spiritual sustenance, enhancing their happiness. The fairies thrived on human creativity, reveling in the entertainment it provided. Humans, incapable of reproduction, could not multiply, and only those within the human ranch under the control of Queen Morgan were scarce among the 6 clans. the sight of humans wandering in Britain was an exceedingly rare treasure. "Humans, would you care to visit my home? I have plenty of delicious treats," chirped a fairy adorned with butterfly wings. "Humph, I possess many exquisite gems. Do you desire them? If so, come to my abode." The enticing tone elicited a frown from Shen Yan. For the air was thick with active magic, indicating that the divine era's environment still prevailed here, allowing the fairies to thrive. "Please make way. I have matters to attend to." Though he despised the fairies, he was not inclined to slaughter this group of inconsequential beings. As he turned away, the fairies' faces twisted in anger. "That we have treated you with such kindness. How dare you refuse our hospitality? Kill him." Fairies were such creatures, benevolent yet malevolent. The purpose of existence reigned supreme. Eternal fairies, devoid of purpose, would perish amidst war and calamity. The fairies surged forth, only to be met with the glint of Shen Yan's blade. "I loathe fairies. If you seek death, then perish." All the fairies that charged at him were obliterated, a behavior he had never exhibited before. Influenced by Bevanshi's memories, he yearned to annihilate every last fairy. His humanity whispered that this was wrong, yet rage consumed his mind. After all, they aren't human. Kill, kill, kill. Eradicate them all. This longing for an end resonated within him. Bevanshi, the kind-hearted Bevanshi, had committed no wrong. It was the savior Shua's benevolence that had drawn the ire of the fairies. Time and again, Shua failed to rescue her, ultimately leading to the inability to bear offspring. Blood stained his vision. The fairies transformed from wrathful to fearful, scattering in panic. Their childlike eyes regarded him with terror, those clear gazes awakening Shen Yan to a profound realization. Was there any distinction between himself and those fairies? Reason regained its foothold, yet the fairies' onslaught persisted. Blood flowed, and the fairies fell. Could it be said that deception was the fairies' traditional craft, covering the wound inflicted by the magical projectile? Shen Yan unhesitatingly eradicated the entire village of fairies. Bloodied and battered, he emerged from the settlement, determined to journey to Darlington, where Bawanshi awaited him. His arrival in this world was solely to rescue Bawanshi from her dire plight, the fairy kingdom. A paradise for its kind, presented landscapes as bright and picturesque as a painting, momentarily easing Shen Yan's frazzled nerves. Yet, the thought that beneath his feet lay the corpses of fairies shattered his composure. Should I unleash the horned god and let calamity ravage the fairy kingdom? Shen Yan mused. Although the horned god harbored hatred for the fairies, he chose to protect them, using his body to seal a vast void, preventing the Naraka worms from ascending to annihilate Britain. Ultimately, he was a guardian of the fairies. Even curses would not harm those who sincerely repented. However, until being vanquished by Chaldea, only a scant few fairies had managed to break free from the curse. This world is among the most distorted of the various singularities. The eternally undecayed corpses, once they acquire a core of spirit, could unleash devastation upon all of Britain. Such a world serves no purpose for existence and ought to be obliterated. Humanity is not truly human, and few fairies possess any virtue. Speaking of which, I seem to be the savior here. The system indifferent to my thoughts. This system evaluates whether a world is worthy of salvation. Upon calculation, the fairy kingdom lacks the qualification for redemption, as everything is the fairy's own doing. Good heavens, how wretched must this world be for the system to disregard it altogether? The ability to manifest independently has been reactivated, granting him the freedom to traverse all worlds within the Naciverse at will. This ability functions akin to a world anchor, allowing seamless movement between the Naciverse and the main world, even surpassing the utility of a world anchor. Moreover, he could revisit worlds he had previously traversed. In other words, he could effortlessly return to Middle-earth to reunite with old friends to the newly opened world. As long as parallel universes exist, he could directly cross into parallel worlds, making his escape capabilities unparalleled. Most importantly, upon completing tasks, he could bring others along to traverse worlds he had already visited, enabling him to take Alicia and Sakura on adventures. The ability to manifest independently is truly delightful. Chapter 90. The kind-hearted Bawanshi in a village within Darlington. The blood fairy named Bawan, she continued to struggle under the oppression of her K.I.N.D.A.S. I am merely an extraneous fairy. My value to everyone is limited. Sacrificing one of me for the happiness of the village is a worthy trade, she thought, enduring daily torment. Bawanshi, fool, go find me blooming flowers. My house must be adorned with blossoms," commanded a handsome fairy. Bawanshi timidly replied, "But it's autumn. There are no flowers." Bawanshi, "I know you want to let me down, right? Kind-hearted Bawanshi, friendly Bawanshi, you will show me a room full of flowers." "One to you," the fairy laughed. Lowering her head in submission, Bawanshi ventured into the perilous forest in search of blossoms. "Ha! Foolish Bawanshi, how could flowers bloom in autumn? Your foolishness never fails to amuse me." The fairies laughed uproariously, reveling in their amusement at her expense. Selfish fairies only thought of themselves. Their joy took precedence over all else. Once, there was a king who unified the entire fairy kingdom. A human named Uther, who was poisoned by a fairy just before his coronation. The motive? Purely out of defiance. Using the fairies' traditional craft of poison wine, they ended Uther's life. Such is the nature of fairies. Wandering aimlessly through the forest, Bawanshi searched all day, yet found not a single flower. As night fell, her hands bore the scars of thorns, and her tattered clothing reflected her plight that I must return and face their ire. She feared. Thud! Tripped by a tree root, Bawanshi fell to the ground, stifling her tears. "Are you all right?" Shen Yan, having traversed multiple worlds, finally found the girl and helped her up. "I'm sorry to trouble you." Bawanshi stammered, her demeanor akin to a frightened creature, fearing Shen Yan's wrath. "It's all right." "Hello, Bawanshi. I'm Shen Yan, a human." "Human?" Bawanshi questioned in confusion. "Why is a human here?" "Ah, I beg your pardon. Lord Shen Yan, please forgive my rudeness, and no need for that," Shen Yan replied, observing her tattered clothes and minor wounds, sighing inwardly as he presented her with a garment. Bawanshi gasped in surprise. This is too much." "Lord Shen Yan, I will only soil such fine clothing." She reached to remove it, but Shen Yan shook his head. "Let me escort you home." "I'm sorry, Lord Shen Yan, but I still need to find something." "What are you looking for?" "Flowers," she answered. "Flowers? It's autumn. Where will we find flowers?" Shen Yan observed the withered leaves under the moonlight. "Merkel asked me to find them. He said I must decorate the entire room with flowers." Bawanshi murmured, her gaze downcast. Shen Yan narrowed his eyes and produced a large bouquet from behind his back. "Here, take this to S. Oh, beautiful. But is this really all right?" Bawanshi asked timidly. "These are your flowers now." "It asks nothing. With these flowers, he won't trouble you anymore," Shen Yan assured her. "Rest easy. You will be safe. What is your name?" "Ah, I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. My name is Bawanshi." Bawanshi, the kind-hearted Bawanshi, stood in stark contrast to the cruel and heartless fairy knight. Tristan. No, that version of Bawanshi was merely a facade, a cruel persona commanded by Morgan, for without a semblance of ruthlessness. She could not survive in the fairy kingdom. Guided by the moonlight, Bawanshi led Shen Yan back to the village, where the inhabitants had long since retired for the night, with newfound courage. She brought Shen Yan into her humble abode. The room contained only a simple wooden bed, a solitary cup for drinking, and a single wooden utensil for eating. "The room is quite modest. You may sleep on the bed." Bawanshi offered. "No need. I can sleep on the floor," Shen Yan replied. After laying out a blanket on the wooden bed and sweeping the floor, he waited until it dried before placing the blanket down again. "How soft!" Bawanshi exclaimed, feeling as though she were sinking into clouds. "Lord Shen Yan, you are truly a wonderful person." "Bawanshi, you are wonderful too," Shen Yan said as he sat on the makeshift bedding. "Have you never considered vengeance against those who bully you?" he inquired. Bawanshi shook her head. "No, I am the extraneous one in this village. After the previous generation passed, I was born nearby, and everyone accepted me. Though I suffer, they are happy, aren't they? The values of humanity and fairies are entirely disparate." Innately kind-hearted Bawan, she cannot comprehend the concept of rebellion in a world where even the slightest kindness is exploited. A fairy as gentle as Bawan, she will only be toyed with and ultimately destroyed by those around her. Shen Yan reached out a hand, and Bawanshi instinctively shut her eyes in fear. A reflex that made Shen Yan's heart quiver. The haunting memories of despair tormented him, compelling him to come to this place. "I'm sorry, Bawanshi. Get some good rest," he murmured. The power of the magic ring enveloped Bawanshi, drawing her into a dream where she sat upon clouds, exploring a beautiful world, surrounded by adoring animals and friendly humans. Everyone cherished Bawan. A smile graced the girl's lips as she drifted into a sweet slumber. Sighing, Shen Yan leaned against the wall and slowly succumbed to sleep. But the tranquility was shattered by Bawanshi's anguished cries, jolting Shen Yan awake in his exhaustion. He had inadvertently slept longer than intended. But even that brief moment had allowed harm to befall Bawan. He dashed out of her home, only to witness a blonde fairy tugging at Bawanshi's hair, trampling the flowers he had gifted her beneath foot. Bawanshi, you dare present me with fake flowers? How could there be blooms in autumn? No, these are the flowers Lord Shen Yan gifted me, Bawanshi replied, her eyes brimming with tears. They are a present from Lord Shen Yan. Lord Shen Yan? Huh? Who is that? A human. Lord Shen Yan is a human. What did you say? A human? The fairy's eyes widened as she caught sight of Shen Yan approaching with a stern expression. Releasing her grip, she straightened her attire and strode away. Greetings, Mr. Shen Yan. My name is Merkel, a fairy from the Wind clan. Would you care to visit my home? I can have Bawanshi bring you the most beautiful flowers. With a resounding slap, Shen Yan ruthlessly shattered that handsome visage. Chapter 91. Fratricidal conflict. One hand caressing the magical ring. Shen Yan's foot pressed down on Mordok, lamenting, "This is precisely why I harbor disdain for fairies. They fail to recognize evil for what it is. Indeed, I shall never comprehend the thoughts of these ethereal beings. Humans! It is humans!" The fairies congregated, pushing the helpless Bawanshi aside, their gazes ablaze with fervor. "Humans, come to my abode. I can provide you with the finest toys. No, come to my home. Anything you desire. No, come to my residence. Come to my home." Initially a cordial invitation, it swiftly devolved into a cacophony of insults among the fairies. Culminating in a full-blown brawl, Shen Yan stood before Bawanshi, silently observing this farcical spectacle, the magical ring in his hand aglow. The ring merely served to awaken their innermost truths, and yet, here they were, engaged in a violent uproar. How utterly tedious. I had hoped to toy with them a little longer. Come with me, Bawanshi. I shall provide you with a home. Shen Yan crouched, extending his hand toward the young girl. Bawanshi took hold of that hand, choosing to trust this human, reasoning that things could hardly worsen. However, gazing at the fairies embroiled in their self-destructive chaos, Bawanshi could not help but implore. "Lord Shen Yan, could you not intervene? I apologize, Bawanshi, but these are the authentic sentiments harbored within them," Shen Yan replied, shaking his head. "You see, they are even more depraved than beasts. At least beasts would fiercely contend for territory and sustenance.